look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
Yeah, my name is Chorot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esports.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lanes.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Golin.
I believe this is just the process of us going into MPL lah. As our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL. Yeah.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a roamer so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe
Now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from lah. Because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better, like Xbox.
I feel like the team and me we are excited to face them because we want to show that we are the new darkhorse of MPLSG. Yeah. And besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed VSJPL because I want to prove it to you that he is below me.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Stellark cause that time they knocked out Zion but I was not playing If I playing, confirm different
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me! Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders!
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. Now you will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot lah. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared lah, because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine cause JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite members in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
Yeah, my name is Chot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esports.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lanes.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Golin.
I believe right, this is just the process of us going into MPL lah. As our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL. Yeah.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a Roma ma, so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the roam because roam only use support and tank for the emblem. So like quite shag
I would say the emblem is much better now because now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from lah. Because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better, like Xbox.
I feel like the team and me we are excited to face them because we want to show that we are the new darkhorse of MPLSG Yeah. And besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed vs JPL because I want to prove it to you that he is below me.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Stellark cause that time they knocked out Zion, but I was not playing If I playing, confirm different
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
So I guess what happened is during the regular season, why we always come off like not strong is because we're always not prepared enough. Yeah, so we use the regular season to somehow train, I guess, so that we'll be more prepared during the playoff. Now you will see a different us. And because of now having got more imports and what happened last season, previous season and the past 2 seasons, I have learned a lot lah. So this coming regular season, look forward to it. Be more prepared lah, because this time around I think we have trained with a lot of better opponents. So I think we will be more prepared this time around. I think it's fine cause JS has always been a very good player and one of my favorite member in EVA as well. And I believe that he'll be able to dominate this season as well.
Look forward to it and continue supporting us.
This time around, we won't disappoint you. You have a lot of fun game to watch.
My name is Slowly. I play role jungle.
Yeah, my name is Chot and I play mid laner in Vanguard Esports.
My name is Ryan and I play EXP lanes.
My name is Nick and I play tank.
My name is Luxian and I play Golin.
I believe right, this is just the process of us going into MPL lah. As our aspirations isn't just to enter MPL, we want to have a mark in MPL. Yeah.
I think the new meta are so good because it become more flexible and the game not become monotone.
I feel like because I'm a roamer ma, so I feel like no much changes so like it doesn't benefit me much at all. So like maybe they should put like more changes to the roam because roam only use support and tank for the emblem. So like quite shag
I would say the emblem is much better now because now more fighters are more viable and there are many options to choose from lah. Because the emblems make some older, not so used heroes slightly better, like Xbox.
I feel like the team and me we are excited to face them because we want to show that we are the new darkhorse of MPLSG Yeah. And besides that, I can't wait to face Bleed vs JPL because I want to prove it to him that he is below me. Yeah.
Same for me. I just want to do my best and win every team.
I can't wait to face Stellark cause that time they knock out Zion, but I was not playing If I playing, confirm different
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee. Osim.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
MPLSG Season 6 is brought to you by Moonton Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPLSG Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Official partner, Head & Shoulders. Level up your game and wipe out dandruff and itch with the new Head & Shoulders MLBB Anti-Dandruff Shampoos, now available in all supermarkets and online stores. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.
And we're back right here to week 2, day 1 of MPLSG Season 6. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as it seems, a coup is brewing right here at MPLSG Season 6. Why? Because it seems like our defending champion is having a tough time right here in the season with wonderful teams looking to overthrow them. So what can happen right here as the week progresses? You have to stick around and join us on the many platforms such as your favorites, such as YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and more. So stick around on all of our wonderful different platforms to find out on all of the action that we're having here at MPLSG Season 6. So with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings. So on your screens, you see here respectively Homebois SG in first position, tied neck to neck with Team Flash SG. Bleed Esports right now in third position with 4 points to their name, tied neck to neck to RSG SG. So that's why, friends, really a coup is a brewing right here at MPLSG Season 6. And there at fifth position, we have Evil tied neck to neck with Stellark SG at 3 points, and Alchemy SG and Vanguard Esports right now with no points to their name. Wow, so this is the current overall standings, but it has only been 2 days. Anything can happen right here. But of course, our teams must definitely pick up the steam because they definitely don't want to be caught in the lower brackets. It's going to be an uphill battle when it heads on over to the playoff season. So with that being said, we have an exciting lineup for you today. So let's take a look at the upcoming match schedule. So for today, kicking off our match, we have Evil going head-to-head against Vanguard Esports. That's about to come on at 10 a.m. And for match 2, we have RSG SG going head-to-head against Homebois SG. And that is a match that you don't want to miss, happening at 12:30 p.m. Now for match 3 itself, we will see Alchemy SG crossing swords with Bleed Esports at 3 p.m. And closing off the show, we have Stellark duking it out with Flash happening at 5:30 p.m. As you guys can see, this is a weekend that you don't want to miss because our defending champions are going to be heavily contested right here this weekend. So please don't miss out on any of the action. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, MPLSG Season 6 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPLSG Season 6 is powered by Zenway and Moonton. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. Our official partner, Head & Shoulders. And our partners in esports, OSIM. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm sure you must be very excited for the first team to come on. And this is going to be Evil going head-to-head against Vanguard Esports. So without further ado, presenting to you, Team Evil! Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Evil over the past few seasons have been known as the Dark Horse, but right here, it seems this season is a brand new Evil, and they are straight up a galloping stallion right here at MPLSG Season 6. And going up against them would be Vanguard Esports. So let's meet the players, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Vanguard Esports. So right now, the boys are getting comfy right here at their respective battle stations. And as it seems, as the day progresses, they are getting traction right here over at the Land of Dawn. So these two teams going head-to-head against each other right here for Game 1 itself. We're very excited to see what happens. So without further ado, I'm going to hand my time over to our dashing casters. Take it away, friends.
Well, not even my mom calls me dashing. But ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Week number 2, day number 1. My name is Jay. Joining me right here on the desk. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
I know people say that I look like Arashi, so I'm never special. All right.
Oh, your hand's back.
Yeah. Can I get a
How's it going?
And we got churros as well. Ladies and gents, it is a great morning today. We got so many spicy, speaking about spicy, of course, thank you very much, McDonald's. Spicy matches coming up, but let's talk about what we'll be seeing next. It's going to be Vanguard going up against Evil, right? Team Evil, you know, the community team that kind of claw its waves, and you already saw like Powerful starting to bring the notebook.
Yep.
They're starting the series strong, my boy.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this matchup because these two are doubted the dark horses in their own rights. You got Vanguard in the last seed in the bracket so far. You got Evil 1 match away from securing their place in the upper brackets in week 2.
That's right. So with that said, you know, since we're on topic of Team Evil, right? Let's take a look at the team lineup right here. You know, these are your community boys, right? That somehow, somewhere, the evil magic is there that allows them to stay in the MPL Singapore season seed since season 3. Abstract, what's so special about them?
They are evil. Let's just put it that way, right?
Of course.
Okay, so of course, when we were talking about Evil, they have always been running the same lineup and the same players: Coconut, JS, Twist, Powerful, as well as Carrot. They have been very consistent throughout their journey in MPLSG, and coming into MPLSG Season 6, they are starting things out pretty nice as compared to the other 2 seasons, where their regular seasons always seems to have a lot of problems, and they just unknowingly gets themselves the offline buff.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, the playoff buff comes earlier, right? Something also to mention beside Team Evil is that you got Jasis coming back, not as an EXP laner, because Twist is the EXP laner, right? He's coming back as a mage, replacing Melon. So yes, even there's some little twists and turns. if you catch where I'm going
You're
for.
feeling very punny today, Jace.
I'm sorry, it's a little bit too early. I'm so sorry, guys. Hope you guys had the coffee from McDonald's. But let's take a look at the Vanguard lineup, right, Charles? What is so special about it? Just seems like they're struggling right here. How do you think they can actually take this around?
Well, Jace, we've seen them a lot in the community tournaments that we've casted within Singapore. Local heroes, I would call them. Luxionstein in the gold lane, Chewed, mid lane, EXP lane, Super Ryan. Pretty much similar name as me. Slowly in the jungle, as well as Nick Stain in the roam position. So they had a shaky start in week 1. I'm looking forward to seeing how much they've grown, especially in their camaraderie, their synergy within this week.
Personally, I feel like, boys and girls, I feel like Vanguard Esports has shown that they can actually deliver. But I would say this is tournament luck, right, Abstract? This is just tournament luck, unfortunately, for them, is that they hit the ground running. They had to face like 2 of the powerhouses of MPL Singapore. And unfortunately, of course, you know, it's the big houses, Bleed and RSG SG. And now they're finally going up against Team Evil. I think this is like the prime experiment for them to basically try to get some points right now.
This is a very similar situation as to what Revival has went through in the previous seasons.
Yeah, Ryan.
Start things off with the first and the second game with big guns and, you know, big stuff coming up, and then everyone decided to be like, yeah, you know what, maybe they're not that good, only for them to actually did not too bad against all the other teams.
Definitely, they're like on the bottom 2, right? Like 0 points as of now. I feel like some of the fans are starting to, you know, write them off. But let's talk about the I feel like this is the fan favorites right here. The keys to victory for Team Evo troops.
Well, I mean, this could go very, very good for Team Evo. Vanguard could make them look very good in this matchup. Getting powerful, his fighter power picks in the jungle. Well, we know how powerful is sort of like this MOBA Zane within Singapore. Always going back to his comfort picks in the fighter and the tanks, allowing Twist to disrupt the backline. He's been doing that very well in the previous season and in the week 1 so far. Faster rotations to prevent dragging the game too late. This is where Jace's would shine with Carrot, where they will have that mid lane trio rotating very, very early, plays to their strengths in the aggression.
Yep. So I feel like this is a team that relies heavily on the momentum, relies on getting powerful his prior picks, and then when Coconut pop off, by the way, I'm very honest right here, right? So Coconut hasn't impressed me for the past 2 seasons. This season, however, he's improved. So I feel like this is something that Vanguard really needs to look out for. And speaking of Vanguard, let's take a look at the KTB abstract.
Okay, I think that, you know, the impress kind of the keyword is a very good
I'm a gold laner.
Yeah, is a very important what's the word? Keyword for me, right? Because like similarly for you, you don't really, you know, get impressed by Coconut. I would say the same about Super Ryan at this point in time. So honestly, at this point in time, I think that Vanguard Esports, they just really need to focus on getting themselves the early game objectives, and that way they will be able to steamroll in the later stages of the game.
That's right.
Even no matter what kind of lineups they're trying to go for. Nick Stain has always been initiating very well. They need to go for very good follow-ups, and not to forget Twist. When it comes down to the opponent's side, Twist has been very, very fundamental to the winnings of Evil whenever he jumps over to the back lines, and that is what Vanguard Esports needs to look out for. Whose job is it to really shut down onto Twist?
Yeah, I agree with your pointers, right? Because I kind of brought up a point that Coconut kind of impressed me a lot, but that's also because, you know, how Twist sets up for his team. Everybody from the enemy is always a little bit overwhelmed by Twist, right? So, and it's all, so there's a lot of importance being placed onto Nick Stain in order to catch Coconut, and like what you like to say for the past 2 seasons, protect Mr. President.
Of course. But, I mean, these 2 teams, they sort of thrive in the early game, especially Evil.
Of course.
So I talked about like how Evil this could go very, very well for Evil. But let's take a look at our predictions so far within here.
I love the predictions part, man. I love to be proven wrong, but there you go. It's going to be Evil all throughout. The last time this happened, by the way, ladies and gents, Bleed lost in the playoffs.
Can we not go back to in time? Okay, but to be fair, right? Evil is strong. Evil has been strong. And looking at their plays in week 1, I'm pretty happy about that. All of us has picked 2-0 because of what Evil has portrayed, and unfortunately what our friend and Vanguard didn't portray.
I feel like it's more on what Vanguard didn't portray.
Yeah.
So therefore, we went back to the brand that we all know. But speaking of which, we want to like to know what you guys are thinking in terms of your very predictions. And of course, it's going to be a landslide from the side of Evil on both Facebook and YouTube. Thank you very much for your votes. Yeah, Vanguard has a lot of things to prove right now.
Well, Evil has a sizable following on all of this with some social medias. You have a lot of like community supporters that have grown over the 3 seasons since they've arrived, or actually 4 seasons since season 3, since they've arrived in MPL. So this season, maybe hitting the top 2. They have that potential since season 3. So like 3, 4, 5. That's 3 seasons.
Yeah,
like
math. Both of us, like we have very bad math, by the way. Like we need our calculators to calculate for the gold lead, and then you're like, wait, 4 seasons, 3 seasons. Anyways,
I just remember
what is 9 plus 6? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Quick math.
All right, guys. No more math anymore. Let's go and take a look at the video. Let's see what both these 2 teams have to say about each other.
I think they'll perform quite well actually, but I don't think I can really say where to place them right now until we see their performance during the regular season and playoffs.
Confident, I wouldn't say confident, but we will be prepared against them. Yeah.
I'm not so sure about this, but let's see how much they are prepared for this season. I believe if they are really well prepared and they are really coming for like the throne, they are gonna work hard for aiming for like the top 3 or whatever. I think they are gonna work very hard to the top So if they are taking this seriously, I believe they will be coming in quite strong.
Personally, for now, I feel that with the departure of Melon, I feel like their team might get weaker because Melon was like the main part of like their strong points So once Melon has left the team, I feel that they might struggle a bit, and plus they are not really like fully committed, I guess. So yeah, I think that their team won't be as strong as the past few seasons. Believe that our momentum can be even stronger than their momentum, so we can overturn their momentum and just win them in both the regular and playoff if we meet them in playoff.
Team Evil, simple. No Melon, no win.
I think they'll perform.
That is the shortest interview I have seen in MPLSG Season 6.
Straight into the point.
Yeah.
Straight, simple, clean, clear, to the point.
I mean, Suni is such a meme, man. Suni is such a meme. Whenever she comes to her mom and just goes on to these interviews, I don't know which side she's on. I don't know.
But hey, actually, both teams, they make pretty good points. For Evil, they're diving into the unknown.
That's right.
Vanguard, a pretty new team in the MPL, sort of like season. You don't know much about them. So you don't know whether they'll pull something out of their magic hat.
Oh, okay.
If anything happens.
I feel like the rabbit from that magic hat, we got to focus on these 2 inputs, right? We got to focus about Chewed and Slowly. How were their performance, even though they've been taking L's in the regular season?
I think regardless of what we have saw before, I think it's relatively fair to say that each team will perform very differently against another team. We may see like a complete downfall of Vanguard in their previous games, but when they are fighting against another team of probably the same caliber, I think that they will be able to show a lot more of what they know within their macro sense.
Yep, we're going to go into the draft, ladies and gents, but don't forget, I'm going to catch you right there, Abstract. Same caliber. Are you putting Evil and Vanguard on the same caliber?
That is a possibility.
Yes.
There is a possibility.
That's
because
right.
we haven't really seen them, you know, kind of butting heads, right?
Yeah, so this is the most important match for Vanguard to be able to prove themselves to us that they deserve that slot going through the qualifiers, whereas Evil, this is another small little hurdle that they need to overcome to fight against the bigger boys later down in the regular season.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of research, watching some replays, some quads, and I think Vanguard in this particular matchup is pretty much a defensive draft going into the game. It's not much of the draft, but more of the execution. Defensive draft meaning they know Evil is going to be riding on that early game aggression, especially with the very strong mid lane trio, Jaces, Carrot, as well as Powerful. So they need to be able to defend themselves in the early game skirmish.
So honestly, at this point in time, I believe that Vanguard, they gotta have to look out onto banning heroes onto the side of Powerful, right?
Yep.
We're looking at Paquito being one of the heroes banned. In the meantime, we're also looking at Kadita being banned. So it doesn't seem like they are really, you know, beelining into a certain draft or a certain kind of player. They're just opening up and looking at the meta heroes that are just plainly annoying to them, it seems.
Yeah, I think it's more of can I defend
among the planes exists
sort of
the
like an avalanche
equilibrium,
coming into your
which
jungle
I was
very
made
early
for.
on, 1 minute, 2 minutes into the game. Can you afford to defend this? So they're taking out all of these very strong hard CC heroes and going for the defense. So first pick, What do you think, Abstract?
Okay, so I wish to say something about it, but with the Valentina being picked, I think that is not really anything that is out of the norm. But I actually want to take this moment and really just try to digest and understand what is with Vanguard Esports bans, right? Because generally speaking, when we are looking at bans, there is a certain trend, certain target, right? When you're looking at a target, maybe ban a certain player and all of his heroes. If you're looking at a role, ban all of that role. If you're looking at maybe crowd control or pure damage or anything of that sort. But Vanguard Esports actually do not have any form of trend here. We're looking at Paquito, great amount of burst. We're looking at Kadita, great amount of burst as well, but we can't say the same for Edith. If you're looking at crowd control, Kadita and Edith has it, but Paquito doesn't really have them. So what exactly is the trend here is something that I think remains as a mystery.
I feel like Paquito is not over the powerful. I remember one of these teams hands the Paquito over the powerful. Yeah, it's over. It's over, right?
The meta now is more of Paquito EXP though, right?
Correct, but it also shift back into powerful jungle.
Yes.
But then the rest of the bans, Kadita and Edith coming in as well. It's like these are bans that it feels like they're just going for safe bans, right?
Yeah, it's like they're annoying.
Yeah.
So let's not play them.
Exactly.
Let's not have them play it.
I think Vanguard, they don't want to target any single player because they want to focus on the mid lane trio from the side of Evil, the rotating trio, which is very, very strong. We've seen how Jesus and Carrot, they lane together and they move off to help powerful. But as I speak, the Lancelot and the Irithel is getting picked up. Lancelot, just because they want to take down that Novaria. They know that Novaria is going to be very, very irritating in the late game. If you faced up against a Novaria, you know how much of a distance that you need. So picking Lancelot, you can puncture through to the back line and take them out.
So right now, Vanguard Esports has already picked out their marksmen, so we already have a very good idea what kind of game plan they are trying to go for, right? A very generic front-to-back kind of strategy, and right now, they do not have anyone that can really work on lockdowns. So whatever there's left right now, which is the EXP laner as well as the Roman, they really need to be really concise about who they're targeting and what kind of crowd control they're looking out for. In fact, Carissa would have been a really good pick coming in for them, but Evil already saw through their brains.
Very simple. Evil wants to give Twist a very easy time in the early game. You have the Khalid, very easy wave clear, very fast wave clear. I'm expecting very easy early level 2s for the mid lane and the EXP lane, and then just direct through the jungle. Like I said, Vanguard needs to be very defensive in the early game. You have a Fredrin, facing up against a Fredrin with a Lancelot, you need to be taking shots to the face.
So Evil's playstyle-wise is still relatively open, right? I mean, when we're looking at Khalid, I mean, I'm not suggesting Khalid roam, but we still have a certain amount of flexibility to that. You know, certain amount. Maybe it's kind of like an 80 to 10 kind of percentage with the 80 to 20, sorry, you cut math. 80 to 20% kind of percentage to it. While for Fredrin, I don't think that unless Khalid goes to roam, then the flexibility is still there.
Alright, I feel like Evil to bring Khalid to the roam is a little bit on the impossible realm already. Not the nether realm, but impossible realm.
I don't see Carrot doing that.
Yeah,
so.
but I feel like Evil has kind of stated what they want to do. They have someone that to face tank, to pull a lot of attention, using Khalid and the Fredrin. Then you got Jaces to land down the snipe from behind. But if you take a look up beside the Vanguard, I like what Abstract was talking about, how, you know, they want to fight front to back, but I don't see any fronts. I don't see any fronts for the side of Vanguard.
It's going to be very difficult for Vanguard because they're placing a lot of eggs into one Irithel. You need to be able to soak up all of these crowd controls. And yes, I do
is the proof that I'm still
absolutely
alive.
They need a very strong front line, which is what they are lacking as of now. Even if not Super Ryan, but the Valentina on for Vanguard picks up a Raging Sandstorm or picks up something very defensive or some set-up capabilities that they have, it might not be enough because you know how much of a glass cannon Valentina is. Glue is going to be that soaker that we're talking about. I don't think it's enough though. You have Nick Stain who is going to be on that Cho in the roam position. I don't know if the pickoff is going to be good.
Alright, everybody in Singapore kind of knows that Team Evil are really strong in this team fight. And how do we dismantle team fights? Picks. So instead of Vanguard going for a front to back, I'm going to pick. I can pick with Blue, and then I can pick with Cho.
So at least for Vanguard, right? I get an idea that yes, they want pickoffs instead of the very generic front to back. So now we are looking at something a little bit different. They want to win in the early fights by getting the pickoff. That way, they'll be able to snowball the momentum even more. So momentum is going to be the main keyword out of Vanguard Esports. Now, my problem here is, in the early stages of the game, they actually do not have a lot of ways to actually capitalize on that pickoff. When we're looking at the jungler is the one that will want to go over to the back lines. So right now, the jungler's role and the EXP role effectively switched. Most of the time, we want our EXP laner to go over the backlines and annoy the crap out of the opponents. But if you have an assassin on your team, most of the time, you want to swap that role.
Yeah, the Lancelot in the offside and just doing that split push for that pick-off composition. What the draft has said.
I feel like the creativity coming from Evil is really telling right now. The fact that you've got Novara with the ultimate to review, the Raging Sandstorm can connect even more targets, and on top of that, it also pairs really well with the Franco. You got the burst coming out from Brody this time instead of your mage. So this Franco-Novara kind of combo duo in the mid lane, I think it's fit. And imagine, you have bigger hitbox, Appraisal's ramp going in. This is a very scary team clash, especially when we go into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gents. This is game number 1. Vanguard SG going up against Evil. Team Evil.
Let's see if my hypothesis is right for Evil. Evil going for a very easy game skirmish, but look at how defensive Vanguard is. All 4 members just protecting Lancelot. They're just expecting the powerful to come in really deep into the jungle and just disrupt Lancelot, but I don't think that is the case for now. Evil sort of knows how Vanguard is going to be very defensive. They will play defensive, so Evil is holding back on the aggression.
I really do want to see exactly how Vanguard would want to play this, because there could be something that I actually haven't really quite caught up regarding what Vanguard Esports is trying to do. Because the main thing that I'm looking out for right now is the fact that they actually don't have a lot of damage onto their side. Chute and Nickstein, they may be able to roam together quite a lot. Slowly can also do a decent amount, but Evil, when we are looking at the Brody, he's got good escape mechanism. Wait, what?
Hold on a second, that's one first blood so early on, especially when it's Valentina. You need to be the lane bully, but now you're getting bullied yourself.
That's not exactly what I was expecting to know. I mean, yes, Valentina was relatively low on a low amount of health, but to actually go down like that is completely unorthodox, probably due to the fact that Carrot actually managed to land on the hook.
Yeah, playing a Valentina in the early game, not taking a tenacity, but hold on a second here. Twist.
Nah, they can't kill him.
Thorn Rose, and that's why Khalid's so strong, especially in the EXP lane. You got so much burst damage, you also got to sustain.
There's no way that you'll be able to kill a Khalid right now. And in fact, I don't really like the general idea of a Lancelot actually starting in the opposite lane of EXP, because you just end up following the path and go over to the EXP where you have a good 20 seconds to actually do nothing, because you can't kill a Khalid. The only thing that you can do from that point on is actually to go over to the opponent's jungle and try to open things up a little bit more.
Okay, right now, slowly does have the turtle's attention. Twist will be coming and split. Just twist and turn just a little bit. Jace is actually reduced by a lot. That's also the Bloody Hunt landing on top of Orion. He goes down, and now the turtle ultimately forgot, and Twist coming in, slicing the state where he stands. Slowly coming in, the powerful still managed to steal the turtle away from Slowly. What a massacre over the side of Vanguard in this early game.
Oh, that went perfectly for Evil. They waited for Vanguard to come in a little bit too close for them and use the turtle as bait. If you looked at how powerful, he didn't even touch the turtle at all. He was just zoned away by Nickstein, but out of all of that,
they just weren't ready for a fight at all. I mean, the fact that Nickstein didn't even have the ultimate at that point in time, there's not a lot of lockdowns that we are expecting to see at all.
Well, with the concussive blast, he should be able to get that level 4 rather quickly because of that wave clear potential, but that wasn't the main point for Nickstein. He was looking for a little bit more of, hey, let's help out my jungle instead of getting my ultimate.
But the fact is that they ended the jungle rotation over to the southern side, decided to go for a kill on the Twist, or rather a poke on the Twist, despite knowing that he's got quick sand guard. Generally speaking, I wouldn't go for that. I would just probably get Nickstein to say, hey, you know what, we gotta have to open up the bottom lane. We gotta get priorities.
I feel like it's just Twist being Twist, right? The strong EXP laner to try to get all the attention away from Vanguard so that Evil can cook up the Evil schemes.
This is a really good point, right? Because we are already talking about Twist. Maybe Vanguard is just like, you know what, we gotta have to deal with Twist. Twist is gonna be one of their win con, and we gotta poke him. We gotta get him out. And after that first time ganking him, they realize their mistake, and they'll be like, let's not waste time on him for now.
Okay, Nickstein, oh no, he gets knocked down. Crazy Wrath. nowhere for Nick to go, just a stain on the river.
Yeah, Evo just very, very defensive. But to your guys' point, absolutely, absolutely. You have Twist, who's going to be a monster in that late game. Early game, he's going to be very difficult to deal with as well already. Luxon Stain, though.
Oh! Jesus, the mage sniper of Singapore lands another shot onto Luxon Stain. Vanguard, they cannot fight this. They know their main damage dealer is already a little bit low.
This boggles my mind. In a lane-to-lane matchup, it kind of seems like Earthel should have an easier time than Coconut. You have a little bit more early game skill damage.
A lot more trade potential
as
well.
You have the more trade potential, but the turtle fight ensuing looks like Powerful is going to be baiting out that turtle. You have 3 people from Vanguard already showing their location.
Yeah, but right now, Vanguard, they're all actually tunnel vision onto this turtle for now. Slowly activates ultimate. I think it's a little bit too early. The kick comes in, lands on Powerful slowly this time around. Picks up the turtle instead. But Twitch tries to split. It's a 4v5. JC is actually landing down. Oh, turtle is apart. Flickers away. Troop will be able to get out safety, but not for long because Twitch is right there.
Oh, what?
Jaws. Ladies and gentlemen, Evo entered this fight with only 3v4, but their minutes walk away with not only just 3 men down, and now they're chasing the final straggler. Super Ryan will be able to find Twitch, but now no way for him to run. He's going to go down.
Do you see that? The way that they played the slow game?
How?
Just having a twist as well as the fact that Powerful, they want to play in the early stages of the... they want to go in first. They want to beef it up and soak in as much as possible. We know that Khalid can do that. We know that he would want to use the quicksand guard as much as possible and buy his team enough time for the rest of backup to come.
I attribute that a lot to Jace's in the right position, using that astral field to slow everyone down. And you have Fredrin, you have the Khalid who's able to sustain through a lot of those damage. So even if they were very low, they still went in together, went in straight up. You didn't have Carrot within that fight, but it doesn't matter because Jace's was there dealing that unforeseen damage.
I mean, I don't expect Carrot to be there at that point in time, right? That was a second turtle, and generally speaking, when you're laning against an Irithel, most of the time you wouldn't want to do that since you generally lose in the lane when it comes down to trade. Except for this time, it actually worked out really great for them.
I think Nick actually kicked Twist, but this time around he's going to engage with his own. It's going to be true. They got caught off guard, literally, by the main guard of the Sands. And now Powerful looking up. Nick staying for now. Jason's letting down so far. He's actually been so accurate, but now Powerful will be able to taunt Super Ryan. He's forced to pop that split. He has to run away. We see how Evo comes in and praises Wrath. Will not be able to connect. Takes down the small little blocks of Super Ryan, but Coconut manages the main damage down bot.
The main thing is that they managed to get a 0-10 scoreline, and Vanguard, they are, what, 7,000 goal behind?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Evo in this position many, many times before, and like I said, early game aggression, and then just creating that snowball, starting to roll up that snow and making it huge. Vanguard, they have to play defensive. The problem is, they don't have that high ground, so 6K, 7K gold lead already for the side of Evo. Vanguard needs to be on the defense.
I think that this is where their draft will come in as an issue, right? We talked about the fact that they don't have a lot of damage that really help them capitalize on that pickoff. So even if Nick Stain do land the way of the dragon, what happens next?
No, Bloody Han on top slowly. No more jungler for the side of Vanguard right now. There's a kick coming off Nick Stain, but only catches Carrot. So this is exactly what Evo wants to. They're allowed to cook. They're allowed to stew. Vanguard falls with 2 men down, and they're looking for more. Crack over mid lane. Another snipe coming over JS's at the same time. Tags him down Super Ryan and also Luxon Stain. Nobody for the side of Vanguard can hold the Evil Knievel coming out from Team Evil.
I wasn't expecting that re-engage, but this is the magic of team fight that we're watching, guys. Evil strong on the 5v5 situations. Vanguard wants to go for a pickup. Evil is like, nope, that's not gonna happen.
So this is the funny thing, right? Evil, we've been looking at them trying to work up on a front-to-back, very generic kind of playstyle that is very remarkable for Evil themselves to play it. But right after looking at, hey, you know what? Vanguard has a pick-off. Let's set a secondary win con by picking up a Franco for ourselves.
That's correct. Vanguard is too tunnel vision into getting the pickoffs that they want to fight. But this time, they can't fight anyone. So every single pickoff turns into a team fight. Evil, on the other hand, they have other plans. They are going for turrets. They are going for objectives.
You know, the funny part of me is that, oh yeah, Vanguard picking out Evil. No, that's cue for Evil to engage. And this is a very solid team that have been working together for 3 seasons in a row. And it's very hard to pull them apart because they work like a team.
Blue team
and
turret has
that's
been
kind of funny
destroyed.
because this is a team-based game.
It works for them, right?
Yeah.
That is generally their identity. They initially started off as a pop stomper, you know, a pop team, which eventually evolved into what we see as a, I would suppose, a new age pop MPL team.
Yeah, Twist takes a lot of damage. He's gonna heal everything up though. Jaces follows in soon. That's the second skill. Carrot coming in to conceal. Oh, nice second skill though. But slowly will get suppressed right down into the ground. Next stage try to slow. Twist coming in for the second re-engage right here. Takes all huge chunk of damage away from Nick. HP as well. Jason's follow out the snipe will not be able to land for now, but all said and done, Evil takes away the Lord.
This is Evil giving a Vanguard a huge warm welcome to MPL, man. Evil just turning so much team fights. Twist taking 4-on-1 situations easily. Nick staying with a knockup though, will not be able to connect onto HQ.
There's really not a lot of things that they can do at this point in time, and their lineup, the heroes that they have picked doesn't allow them to play this kind of game. They don't have a very good way to really wave clear or perhaps even high ground. I mean, we're talking about pure wave clear, all 5 men in. It's not too bad.
Okay, there's a kick coming out. We'll be able to catch Carrot this time around. That's a shutdown finally given over the side of Vanguard. The first kill of the day for the side of Vanguard as well. But then again, the Lord munching down top, powerful, knocking out Nick's name. But there's so much resources invested in the side of Roma of Evil. I don't see how Vanguard will be able to defend this right now. Chun coming in, flickers away from the Razor's Wrath. The Lord half HP is still coming around. Super Ryan trying to taunt, but this time around Twist coming in for the re-engage. Justin trying to set it on the damage from behind, but Coconut with a torn apart memory, the homing missiles homing in onto slowly.
This is a very, very standard draft, but hold on a second. Powerful still caught in the midst.
I don't think he's able to do anything for now.
No.
Hold on a second, he's able to buy so much time.
Yeah.
Jesus doesn't really have the mana to catch up though. I don't feel like Evo this is a very good fight though. But I say that! Coconut, like what? It just impressed me this time around in this very season. He's not that weakling anymore for the side of Team Evil. He's a maniac on a kill. And right now he's gonna land now even more damage from behind. Evil, Knievel, unstoppable this time around, giving him side from Twist. Mid lane turret already fall, bottom lane following suit. Vanguard needs to lead on this defense, and I don't see how they can end this Evil right now. Just slicing and dicing through the ranks of Vanguard. They take down the Vanguard, and they will take game number 1.
I think, if I'm not wrong, this is the new record for MPLSG Season 6 for the fastest game end.
Yeah.
If I am not wrong,
It's
right?
so far it is the fastest game. I think below 12 minutes. Usually teams would wait for that 12-minute Lord in order to get that enhanced minute and then push. But Powerful was basically the enhanced Lord himself. If you think about it, Powerful was just going in ham, eating those turret shots like a huge Giga Chad that he is.
Yeah, he's actually just crashing onto the hero.
Yeah,
instead of
I
crashing
wasn't
onto the turrets, right?
honestly, I wasn't expecting that second re-engage by Powerful, but because of that, it just ended that game.
They
because
just cycle.
Exactly. He buys time for Coconut to take down that mid lane turret. That's all you need.
And they also bought enough time for Twist to come in for the re-engage, allows Coconut to become this backline monster that nobody can catch because Vanguard has invested so much into Carrot.
You know, I actually see things very differently about
How so?
you know about how Powerful, quote unquote, re-engaged, but. Maybe we'll talk about that in touch bases on that real quickly later.
The only casualty, ladies and gents, just look at this abstract. Only casualty is Carrot.
And they actually require all 5 men to actually just gank up on him.
And outs.
Yes.
One thing I want to point out, Jace has actually got that ice cream wand. My favorite wand in that game. He's got so much slow potential with the Astral Field as well. So Jace's was just there. If you take a look at a lot of the team fights, Jace's wasn't really showing himself. He was just staying far back. You have Fredrin, Powerful. You have Twist just going straight to that back line. Jace is very, very safe, but the slow coming up from the Astral Field created a lot of opportunities for Powerful and Twist. You can't. The only drawback for Powerful is the mobility that he has. Fredrin feels a little bit clunky, but once you have utility from Jace's, you create so much opportunities.
I actually really like the Ice Queen's one, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people probably just was thinking, wait, why Ice Queen's one? You don't
damage.
even have a lot of ways to stack it up.
That's
But how I see it is that you actually eliminate a lot more of that human error whenever you're playing as a Novaria. What really differentiates a bad Novaria and a good Novaria is when you can snipe or you can't snipe.
That's
Jesus can snipe.
Yeah.
You saw it. All these are so much Ice Cream One slows.
And to just solidify that, just Ice Cream One, you pretty much land every single hit unless you make them expand a mobility skill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you noticed this as well. Brody actually got the Haas Claws too. So Brody has a little bit of crit damage, crit potential, as long with lifesteal potential. So he's being safe in the lane. He has an easy time with Airthel, and it goes beyond like textbooks and goes beyond like everything you know about lane-to-lane matchup.
Yeah.
Airthel should have won Brody in any case possible, but Brody had a easier time in that lane because of the tenacity being built up, because of the additional damage from that emblem.
I love it when players make me eat my words. I love it when teams make me eat my words. Team Evo, no coach, still able to perform on such a good stage. Coconut, the person I tagged in Season 3 as the weakest link, showing that he is the strongest link as well. The itemization, the creativity, just to get that Haas Claws out, just to lifesteal when he doesn't require the stats, is just so good. And of course, Vanguard, 100% for just for one guy.
Hey, we can completely take away the latter part, right? We can keep the former. They have 100% queue participation, and I think that's admirable, right? Because this means that they know what they're trying to do, or rather, they know that they gotta have to, you know, gang up on one person.
Yeah, so all 5 of them, as what you mentioned just now, right? All 5 of them needs all hands on deck just to take down one roamer, which is evil. They've been snowballing out of control, and they only catch Carrot, which is kind of the way that Evil want to engage. It's not even their damage dealer.
I mean, even if they had that Lancelot, they couldn't get into Jace's. They couldn't get back enough into Jace's, and Jace's 100% kill participation from Evil, the carry, the forgotten one. I think he is going to be the MVP. I don't know about you guys, but you were focusing so much on that front line. I was looking at Jace's.
Yeah, I know you've been hopping over to the mid laner train, but we shall see who will be the MVP. I also personally feel it is Jace's, man. He's been landing all his shots like a true mad lad, 100% kill participation. I feel like the items could be wrong because I remember he built Ice Cream 1 as well. Ice Cream 1 allows his team to continue to follow up, because once you land down a shot as a Novaria, the worst thing is this guy managed to walk away, limping away with 1/4 of HP.
Kind of floating.
Nobody can actually catch up. Ice Cream 1 eliminates, or at the very least, increases the chance of death of that person that you tag.
Yeah, something I wanted to point out about this Novaria as well is like it's the perfect sort of like Farsa. Discount Farsa, if you think about it.
Farsa.
You have like the astral projectile, you can walk through walls. It's an easier Pythagorean path over to any of those lanes on the side lanes.
My brain, so much math, so much math, stop. I thought you're a designer. Stop. Stop.
I am, but I have to pull that out of the hat. It's like,
can't you at least say golden ratio or something along the lines that works with designer?
I want to use Pythagorean path because it's like the hypotenuse over to any of those lanes. So quick backups from Novaria.
What hypotenuse? That one doesn't exist in my...
the shortest path, right? You know, the right angle, triangle.
Actually, no, that's the longest path, actually.
Yeah, the shortest path over.
Don't make me throw my engineering certification at
Jason.
You.
Well, Jace,
All
enough of you talking. Let's take a little highlights and see what went down. If you notice, the meta is powerful twist going in straight on, but look at Jace's positioning from far, throwing down astral fields on end, and he's just dealing that damage from range. There's nothing that Vanguard could do. Slowly is all alone, and even then, he's just leaving out their team fights. He's the only one diving through the backlines.
Yep, I think Abstract pointed out during the game, right? Slowly ganking the Khalid. I think you don't gank a Khalid, right? You gank the Brody, which is trying to gain even more snowball for your Irithel. But then again, if you notice more of these highlights, they focus mostly in the total fights, right? So it's really on how Team Evil like to play this massive 5v5 engage. This particular one, by the way, is a 3v 3v5 or 3v4.
It was 2v5 actually.
Yeah, 2v.
Technically speaking,
2v4.
2v5 because we're talking about JS doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with, so he's just kind of like floating around. The two members was really the one that just tanking up everything and buying a lot more time to drag out fights even longer.
Even with like the mana downfall that Jace's has, because he didn't buy the book, he doesn't have any form of mana sustain.
Yeah.
He focuses on the astral field because he knows that that's the most important skill that the team needs in order to have that team fights. And then you layer it in with a Fredrin going in first, and then Twist going into the back lines. He's going to be safe.
Remember what I mentioned before we go into the draft, the creativity coming out from Team Evil. This is like, I feel like in their book, in Powerful's book, there's a few set heroes, right, that work toe and toe very well together. They are able to just make this Novaria ultimate to emphasize, elevate, to ignite the damage or basically the catch potential for the Fredrin and also the Khalid. So I really give them a lot of props on that one.
Like they have a set rule whenever you pick up a certain hero, right? When you're picking a Novaria, okay, we gotta have to pick a list of these heroes for the next encounter. We cannot pass up on any one of these heroes. We just choose one and we're good, kind of thing.
Yep, it feels like they are able to make that recipe, to make it super crispy, right? But speaking about crispy, ladies and gents, of course, the crispy, McCrispy is here for actually available in Mac Delivery from McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of MPL Singapore Season 6 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch on how Team Evil was able to crunch Vanguard all the way down with the all-new improved recipe, by the way, Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. That's not all.
Yum.
Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad as well. Go smash your hunger. Of course, don't forget TNC supply.
This is a mystery box.
It is a mystery box.
You want me to open it?
No. We keep it for last day. We keep it for the last day.
There's like 50 diamonds in order to open it.
That sounds like the rolls that you have
the
to
rolls
do
that you have to get. What do you get? Actually, they should introduce something like that. Would you pay like 50 cents? You don't know what you're gonna get. Maybe you have a McSpicy. Maybe you have a
Oh my god, that's a big problem. That's gonna be a big problem for those people who can't take spiciness. But of course,
hey,
that sounds like a day problem.
That sounds like a day problem. I'm not complaining.
That's not a me problem.
Yeah, maybe you get like the water that they give.
Okay, but the most important thing that it's obviously a Vanguard problem right now, right?
Yeah.
They have they're unable to prove themselves their worth, even though they brought in imports. Team Evil was still able to smash them right there and then in the previous game was what, 22 versus 1 in the kills.
Yeah. That is the scoreline. Okay, so let's touch back bases about what I want to talk about when it comes down to Fredrin, Powerful being the Lord himself. Remember, kind of like flashback, the Lord has already been taken down, and what happens is that we've got Powerful that's still standing right in the opponent's base at a point in time, and the others are still poking him as well, respecting certain amount of distance, but they were still there, right? So what I'm seeing is that Powerful isn't really trying to re-engage.
No.
But it's more the fact that he's just there to make the opponents think that, yeah, we can kill him. They want Vanguard to completely disrespect the boundaries.
He was bait. He was trying to pull Vanguard out so that the rest of the members of Team Evil was able to just snatch them up into this one fell swoop.
So they don't really jump in themselves. They wait for the right opportunity whereby Vanguard spoon-feed them the opportunity to jump.
When you have that much of a lead, especially on a Fredrin, you know that you can take the hits that Vanguard dishes out to you. So Vanguard, on the other hand, I feel personally they lost in the draft. Remember when I say they have to be a little bit defensive when it comes down to the draft, especially the aggression from Evil in the early game. But they, on the other hand, it goes against my theory. Like, they need to be a little bit defensive, especially when they play a Lancelot. And Lancelot, you need a power spike. You need the power spike from at least a War Axe or at least the Hunter Strike to be able to deal damage into the backlines. But they went for the engage, and you see how Chu, he lost his life very, very early on, and then that caused the snowball that Evil took through all the way to that late game.
So here's the thing, right? While you were talking about the draft, I had some time to really think about the nuances of picking up a Valentina, because one of the chat actually makes a very good point about the fact that most MPL teams who picks Valentina with Irithel had a hard time. And I had some time to really think about it, and I was like, that is kind of true, right?
Yeah.
Because when we are looking at Valentina and we're looking at Irithel, Irithel is a hero that wants to kite. In the meantime, Valentina is a hero that wants to jump in and just really causing chaos, making full use of ultimates.
You know, I don't know why we're focusing the camera mostly on Carrot for a long period of time. I feel like that's his mugshot right there, right? He's the only one that gave the kill over to the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it's a target prioritization issue, but when things get messy, Vanguard sort of like loses their communication, slowly wants to go for Jace's, and then the rest of the team members, they sort of like sit on Powerful and Twist. They sort of like get baited within all those team fights. Look at how Nick Stain is trying to stay composed. He's trying to gear himself up for the next game. It's going to be tough for them to come back into it, but with the right amount of defense that they need in order to face up against Evil, you know, they're not a godly team. They can be taken down. It's tough. It's gonna be tough for them.
Yeah, like if you can take a look shoot right now, I don't know what they're thinking right now. There's so many things that they really gotta fix. Really work down in the integration differentiation, go back to the logarithm, and maybe work on their algorithms as well. I think the most important point that they really need to try to fix out is how are they able to make the synergy work? Because Evil synergy is untouchable. It's unbreakable. You can't break it down with integration.
I think when it comes down to Vanguard, right, they're going to have to focus on themselves first. They need to really identify their team identity, how they play as a team, and work a draft that works for them. In the previous game, it feels like they are trying to go for something that's completely out of what they are used to do, because it's kind of like everywhere, right? You have a little bit of something everywhere. You have some kind of lockdown, you have some kind of pick-off, you have some kind of damage. You don't really all in and bank all in. You can only do that if you have exceptional macro skills and micro as well, right? You need to really win in your lane, which unfortunately is not a testament in the previous game, where the Irithel didn't win in the lane where we thought that she's supposed to.
All right, let's go into the game. Game number 2's draft, ladies and gents. Evo going in ahead and ban the Fanny and the Joy. Vanguard, I think they're going to go back into the Kadita, and I believe that's a Paquito ban. But don't forget, Team Evo, this is their first pick, and it's going to be very important because they're going to have to try to pick any of these heroes that are really flexible, right? Paquito, even down to Frederick, I'm expecting that from Evo. It's up to Vanguard whether they want to eliminate these flexible picks.
This is actually very smart coming in from Evo. If you notice, they ban out heroes that have dive potential because they need to really protect Jace's and Coconut. They know their weakest link. They know that Coconut really needs that space. Jace's really needs that space in order to do that damage. For Twist, Powerful, and Carrot, it's just set up potentials all the way through. They can play towards the early game, no problem, but they really need Jace's and Coconut safe.
Among
so
the planes exists the equilibrium,
mages,
which I was made for.
Mages who's able to burst them down is going to be very critical for them.
So right now, I think that Vanguard Esports will take game number 1 as a way to understand and learn Evil in a first-person point of view. And probably looking at the fact that they banning out the Novaria is a testament to them understanding that, you know, JS is going to be one of the problems. The rotations is going to be one of the problems. So what Vanguard Esports would probably want to do right now is to shut down onto Evil's momentum on rotation. As such, they need heroes that is able to open up the map well enough. They need heroes that are generally a lot more tankier. So that is my prediction here. Vanguard Esports will bank it in on a more front-to-back strategy with more front lines to play around with.
Wait, did they just give
Valentina?
No, did they just give Paquito over to side of Evil?
Yes. The thing is, I think that this is what Vanguard Esports is trying to do. As I was mentioning, they want to focus on JS. They want to focus on the mid lane. They want to shut down that mid lane first and then work on to the next thing after another. They don't mind giving the Paquito.
They just gave the Paquito over to side Evo. You don't give Paquito over to Team Evo. Powerful and Twist, they can play Paquito very well. And it's going to add on even more flexibility for the side of Team Evo to bamboozle Vanguard in the first game.
Detective Frederick.
I was going to say, I think Vanguard is switching things up.
I am the priestess of
they banned
Promo
out the
Lightning,
Paquito, they
the
banned out
hunter
the
of all
Edith,
the evil
and
gods.
Vanguard, they were a little bit more concerned that Jace's would be the threat. Vanguard picks up the Fredrin as well as the Edith, which is going to be a very strong front line. So Vanguard might be playing maybe long artillery mages like the Gord. So Evil might be looking to pick that up as well because they still don't have a backline. This is interesting though, Marnez.
So he's still okay. So the thing is, I didn't take the time to really identify what Evil might want, but I pretty much have an idea what Vanguard Esports might want already.
Yeah.
Right on the nail. I'm pretty happy about that. So we'll take a look at Evil now. Just based on the generic fact that we are looking at a Fredrin as well as a Edith, which is generally quite flexible as well. Evil now goes on a lot more offensive approach, right? With the first 3 heroes that are relatively offensive, they can still gear the Martyrs to go for slightly tankier kind of variation, which is very likely going to be the case, by the way. So, with the Paquito to the EXP, with the Martyrs in the jungle, and then a Bruno in the gold lane, they have satisfied what they want. They want to play a... Actually, it's kind of tough to really understand what they want. What I'm seeing is like front to back as well. From Evo, right? Bruno is really strong with the front to back kind of matchup. But then again, I feel like this Bruno is going to become this janitor instead. And don't forget, they've got 2 janitors on the side of Evo, right? They got the Paquito to come into entrance to kind of punch and burst somebody down. If Paquito cannot land a killing blow, here comes the Martyrs, here comes the Bruno.
Vanguard, I'm going to dub it, they are playing team wall and cannon strat. So what I mean by that is they have that front line in Fredrin as well as the Edith to be able to block out so a lot of those damages that may come their way. And they have long-range marksmen, long-range artillery, mages, they're in the back line. But Evil, they sort of understand this, and they're going for die potential heroes with a lot of early game damage. So Evil, they know that they want to win every single lane. This will give them a much easier time. They want to snowball all the way into that late game. They want to beat their high score in terms of clearing out the match.
There's no time to
So
chit-chat.
right now, with the Lancelot, Kufra, and God being taken away, I think that Vanguard Esports banning out God is a pretty good idea based on the fact that the Mystic Gush deals true damage. And they can't afford to actually give it away to Evil, especially since Vanguard Esports wants to go for the Death Ball front to back kind of strategy. They now need to look at what is missing from their current lineup. And Mage is one, and then a Roma or EXP is likely one. So they can leave the Nick's pick or Ryan's pick last. The Mage is ultimately going to be important. Since the Farsa is not picked here, Farsa is still going to be a relatively good one because it enables the momentum and enables the middle lane rotation to really ensure that the Fredrin or the jungle generally have a better time. If you take a look at Evo, right? I don't even think about the picks right now. Okay, fine. It's going to be the Mage pick. Exactly what Abstract was talking about. But if you take a look at Evo's bans right here, I feel like they're just banning out the imports, right? They're banning out Shoot and they're banning out Slowly.
It's interesting. Building on your point, I think they don't want those heroes that are able to dive in. They need to be able to protect Jace's and Coconut in that late game, if it ever comes to that late game. Even on the other hand, going in
wipe out
for
all the injustice in the world.
Heroes, the Mage is still quite open. Farsa would be one of the most viable options, but yeah, they want to break down Vanguard's sort of lack of communication within the entirety of the game. Try to draw them apart, try to protect their main win conditions.
This is a battle of mid lane. This is ultimately a battle of mid lane. Whichever mid lanes rotates faster, yes, generally wins in the early stages. You would want to ensure that you are always going to be in the opponent's territory earlier than the opponent.
Sand rises when I give the word.
Right? Or rather the other way around. But what we are looking out from Vanguard Esports, I actually do like their draft a lot better this time as compared to the previous time. They have a lot of lockdowns, which they are completely banking on in. They are looking at the Death Ball, they are looking at everything. They want all in, just kind of jump in. And then in terms of momentum and rotations, they still have the Layla to ensure that they are putting enough pressure in the gold lane, for example. Because they're leaving it to a Bruno versus a Beatrix, which is completely fine. Even if we are looking at the jungle to start off rotation opposite of EXP, so they end their rotation on the EXP, I think that's completely fine too. They don't have to go for a kill. They just need to leave the gold lane up to a skill matchup.
Absolutely, and the thing that's changed about Vanguard's draft is they can take the invades coming in from Evo, and we might be looking at a lot of invades, we might be looking at a lot of flashy plays.
5 seconds till the enemy
Game
reaches
number
the
2 in
battlefield.
the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen.
Smash
Of
them.
course, ladies and gents, it is up to Vanguard to show them their worth, to be, you know, one of the protectors of the qualifying teams, and to make sure that, hey,
Mobile Legends.
we're here for a reason. But Team Evo, on the other hand, they've been here before, and they're already graduated themselves into MPL team, and I'm really excited what Team Evo have in store for us in game number 2.
And right off the bat, we are expecting to see a very expected result coming in from Vanguard as to how they want to start their jungle rotation.
Yeah.
But for Martis, on the other hand, it seems like they have something different in store. Perhaps the game number 1 gave them a very good idea that their momentum is not the battle of mid lanes, but their own battle is onto the jungle. They would want to stir as much trouble in the side lane as possible, even without the help of a mage.
That's right. I mean, Powerful already securing a lot of those very key core neutral creeps in order to get that level 4 and then just live within Vanguard's jungle. Taking a look at itemizations, it does look like that Farsa will be building onto the Weapon Master. So a lot more damage coming through. Assassin emblems all the way in. So a lot of, you know, I don't want your physical defense. I need a lot of penetration coming through, and that's what you need to build when you're facing up against a Fredrin.
Already, we are already observing a very different win con coming in from both sides. Vanguard wants to prioritize onto the early game objective, even to the point whereby they want to populate in the turtles' nests a lot earlier than the opponents. While Evil are looking at a different kind of game plan, where they want to populate the gold laner side so that they protect their Bruno, and in the meantime, they are also able to buy more information out of what Vanguard really is trying to do. With that early game push in the top lane's jungle, they already know that Slowly is down in the bottom lane, and how they should respond is as follows.
Right now, everybody's eating at the turtle pit. It seems like everybody's getting the zoom call right here, but then again, oh no, it's gonna be Nick Stain. That's a taunt coming out, but Powerful still walks away with a turtle. Decimate will not be able to connect. Shoot coming in with a reset, but first blood, give it over side to Vanguard this time round. Jason will take the trade onto the Khalid.
So that turtle tech essentially enables the roamers, right?
Yeah.
Because now Carrot is already level 4. In fact, every single one of the members from the Evil side is already at level 4.
Nick Stain's still at level 3, so a little bit slow on the level up, a little bit slow on the
No
power
turtle.
spike that they have. They don't have that turtle as well, but Evil was very, very smart. They waited for level 4, but hold on a second right here. Carrot,
you saw that, right? Carrot Shunpos takes advantage of the CC immunity past Nick Stain. This is a very slippery Carrot if you ever hold one.
So just teaching Nick Stain how to play that show. A little bit of the ode of disrespect coming in.
So honestly, right now, whatever that we can expect to see from the side of Vanguard is that they will play as per normal. They will play as per how they have played before, because their lineup is actually very tanky. They are not afraid of their general rotations, and Lilia is not afraid of being caught out at all. Unless Carrot locks him down, and then JS comes in and lock down as well, perhaps Powerful and Twist needs to be part of the action. But they gotta have to be really careful about spending all of those skills.
Okay, Carrot being slippery right here will be still able to kick. That's also Jason's bit of better edge right looking at it, doing so much damage. A crazy ramp coming in from the side of Vanguard, but Evil will lose 2 members for parts of 1.
That is disrespect. That is disrespect from the side of Evil. They want to lock down Slowly so much that they wanted to kill him as fast as possible, but didn't think that the Appraiser's Wrath would clip all of them.
Okay, Coconut coming in, landing down the balls at the same time. Toon will also do the same. The damage coming in from Toon will be able to shut the gold laner of Evil down. Evil has bitten more than it can chew. Carrot looking for more at the same time. Nick will be knocked out. The kick coming in, catching Nick down at the same time. Powerful Decimate, and also Reset coming in. Liechtenstein forced the button flicker to get to safety.
That went very well for Vanguard earlier on, but they stayed for way too long. They essentially have 2 heroes that thrive on the damage that they take and the damage that they can retaliate. Such as the Fredrin with the ultimate, such as Edith. Oh, Powerful easily takes down that turtle. Vanguard not ready for it. They don't have Edith. They don't have Nick Stain over there to just zone the rest of the members of Evil out. And Evil played that really perfectly.
Whatever that has happened in the past few minutes had a lot of causes, but there is no effect. Except for that one, perhaps there is a little bit of effect getting a kill down on Super Ryan. But with that all said and done, Evil, they just want to jump on the Vanguard as much as possible, but that might not be a very good case for them.
Yeah, Nick Sane actually flickers forward. Nice kick though, Carrot. Man, this guy is showing the mentee of JPL who is the better Cho.
Yeah, almost. And Evil, very, very calm, very composed. A little bit slower start for Evil as we've seen, but powerful though. Will get caught in the middle. Coconut, he knows where he will. He's at a threat, at the mercy of the first tier turret. So he backs down all the way into second tier. And that is where Evil, they lose their turrets. They might be looking for a lane swap so that they have an easier time to get Coconut up to speed, up to his power spikes. But Vanguard, though, the only damage that they have is on Luxion Stain. They need Luxion Stain to come back online.
To be honest, this is an expected result out of Evil's early game. We're looking at a triple fighter composition whereby they don't have a lot of raw base stats to help them survive in the early.
But Ashray coming in at the same time, and the boundary is going to be taking down Nick Stain. Powerful coming, I think that's a decimation already committed. Carrot down low, luckily for Evil, but not lucky for Vanguard at all. They need those kills, they need those farm, because especially when they're starting to play behind, they're starting to fall off in the priority.
Evo going back on the protect composition. Now, 5 minutes, it's past the 5-minute mark. So Evo, they need to protect Coconut and they need to do it fast because Coconut really needs to come back online. I want to see what the itemization is.
He says Haas Claws already.
He says Haas Claws, so building up towards that Berserker's Fury. Carrot still opening up the map for Powerful to be able to zone out that turtle fight.
I'm really worried about Luxion Stain. In the previous games we have seen before. Oh!
You see that? But here comes the Raging Sense over Super Ryan. Will be able to slice. Met Twist all the way down. Evo tried to buy some time, but this time round, the team fight went against them. And Vanguard has full control of the turtle priority.
And now without Twist, they no longer have a way to really work on the back lines. But Nick Stain
will be able to get kicked by Carrot into the jaws of Powerful right here. They're going to try to race for the turtle pit, but unfortunately they're a little bit late for the party. Vanguard takes down the turtle for themselves.
So Evil was actually giving up that turtle. They took down Nick Stain, so they were able to sustain a little bit through, but that was a very, very critical turtle for Vanguard. They have a little bit more up in terms of their economy, but taking a look at the itemizations, I'm focusing my eyes on Beatrix and that Bruno. So Bruno, one item away, or a little bit more away from that Berserker's Fury. That's where he comes online. He's actually got a little bit more physical defense coming in because he needs to protect himself from Slowly and Super Ryan.
I really find this a very interesting first item pickup from the start of Slowly. Yes, there's a lot of half item pickup so far, but his very first full item build-up is actually going to be the oh crap, Blade Armor.
Yeah, Blade Armor.
There's a lot of physical damage dealers from the side of Evil. And we're not looking at him trying to build up onto health in order to really retaliate much, but he's really just trying to do more damage just based on that tanking ability. So it's relatively fair to say what Vanguard is trying to go for. They want to send Slowly in, and then he's going to be the main bait, main initiator. In fact, very similar to what Powerful did in the previous game at the final moment.
As we speak, Coconut already got his Berserker's Fury. They might be looking for a skirmish. They need to be able to pick one member off of Vanguard to be able to cycle them through. So the mid lane turret in this point of time is going to be very critical for whoever gets it first. Vanguard looks like the turret is going to be down a little bit easier from the side of from Evil, but I don't know. As of now, both teams are at a standstill, Mexican standoff.
All right, actually, no. Evil has a very strong mid-game priority in terms of the team. Vanguard, on the other hand, they have a better late game scaling. Of course, you got Super Ryan that's going to fall off. That's why Evil is actually starting to twist, but speaking of which, it's going to be Powerful, try to absorb so much damage, but now Carrot coming in, knocks up 2, but no, will not be able to kick Nick Stain at a very awkward angle. Slowly coming in, Raging Sense, coming up from Super Ryan, will be able to catch on top Twist. JC's a little bit unsafe right here, Flickers and Fender Azure as well. Twist and Coconut ultimately lose their life. Vanguard, this is exactly what they were looking for.
With the wall and cannon strategy slowly but surely working out for Vanguard. You have Fredrin and Edith standing on that front line. Vanguard having an easier time taking out this Lord. Without Coconut, without Twist, they might not be able to get it. This is a very critical Lord for them.
Yeah, this is a very important Lord for the side of Vanguard and can ultimately deliver their first win. Now Powerful right here coming in will be able to just attract some attention, but main damage is coming out from the side of Vanguard. They'll be able to secure the Lord instead. They'll trade shoot with his ultimate intact.
Well, silver lining is Evil can defend. They have that high ground.
There's a lot of things that they can actually do at this point in time, because in the early stages, yeah, fighters, their base raw stats may not be as good in the multiple specific roles, but now this is the point in time where they already have the items. If you look at the health bar, you can already tell what kind of items that they have built up and what kind of objective they're trying to go for. Both Powerful and Twist, they have a good amount of health bar, in fact more than 1k. That means that they are going for more of the defensive kind of playstyle. While in the meantime, Carrot, I mean, obviously Carrot's gonna be a bit tanky, Powerful tanky, Twist tanky, but yet they all still have a decent amount of damage in their arsenal as well, which is what makes fighters so strong.
I have to say though, Coconut is a little bit too overconfident. He's always standing in the front lines, and what he lacks is range. Yeah, on the other hand though, Luxenstein, he's online. He has that House Claws, which is a very, very interesting item for Beatrix, because usually Beatrix, they will go for the Rose Gold meter instead of the House Claws right now, because House Claws now give critical percentage, and we basically don't see Beatrix building House Claws anymore.
Actually, House Claws is still required by the Beatrix because you do need that life steal. Unfortunately, that crit is a little bit of a waste of an item. That's why Beatrix fell in terms of priority. But right now, it's just going to be Vanguard, you know, looking for some angles to fight against Evil. Evil managed to wave clear and also defend against the Lord for now. Crisis averted, but Vanguard is on this late game comp.
But how far would that late game comp actually bring them? That's the question, right? Vanguard, they can't exactly play a very long game per team fight. As for Evil, they can actually do that a little bit more, right? Coconut eventually will be able to melt a lot of people down, and he's going to be, quote-unquote, the bruiser at one point in time, and allowing Powerful and enabling Powerful with all of the decimates time and time again. Because Decimate is such a strong tool against a team that relies on a lot on health points. In fact, that is generally what Slowly is looking out for. Health points, great amount of HP, that is the point in time, pop, goes Powerful.
Wait, this is a very different Evil right now, boys and girls. If you take a look, rather than handshaking all these team fights that Evil always like to do, look at where Coconut is, look at what Twist is trying to do. Create pressure from the side lanes.
Red team turret
This
has
is
been
all
destroyed.
attributed to the draft.
Yeah.
This is truly attributed to the draft. As compared to the previous game where they have no fighting chance at all, this time is very different.
That's going to be a K. Carrot will be able to push Slowly all the way down. Don't forget, the Lord should be spawning very, very soon. This is the big timing that Evo is trying to look out for, and now they're going to explode onto the side. Carrot right here. Whoa! Nice! Oh, man! Knock on the side of Vanguard. 3 men already down, giving Evo the opportunity to shred through Vanguard's drop, and this is exactly the timing that Evo's looking out for.
Who cares about whatever that has happened previously before? Who cares whether you're playing slowly or not? In the end of the day, it is still the macro game that really matters of all time.
A very, very good pick off from Carrot over onto Slowly, just giving them so much space and opportunity to be able to come back from a slight little deficit. But I have to attribute this to Vanguard's entire draft being a little bit too predictable. You know how they're going to be layering in.
But I like it though.
But for Evil though, you never know. You never know when they're coming in, especially for Carrot.
Ooga booga, baby, that's why I like it.
Yeah, exactly. This is, you love big, massive team fights, right? And you cannot lie.
Wombo combo, Unga booga! Yep. Which is probably what we are. Okay, never mind. It's not going to be happening.
Nope. But 5 men will not be able to catch Twist because Vanguard is not going to take that gamble. What if one of them went down and Evil would just, you know, just start to do this amazing split push? But if you take a look, Evil all spread out, chaosing and terrorizing the Land of Dawn.
The onus falls in Super Ryan. Can he clear out Coconut? Once he clears out Coconut, there's the winner opportunity that Vanguard can focus on.
Okay, Jason's with Predator airstrike zoning out, but this members of Vanguard just staying a little bit scared to step forward. As here comes the Vantage Rage, will be able to tag on to Carrot for now. But then again, the damage, where's the damage done by Evil? They fought so hard for the Lord, and this time around, unfortunately, using the ultimate, and Nick State will be able to catch on Carrot this time around. Twist coming and trying to twist the team fight around, but Coconut with the worldie, trying to spread out damage, but not enough for now. Jason's Evil trying to actually fight from front to back, and they manage to find the damage dealer. Jason's flickers forward. Here's the second Feather airstrike for Vanguard, picking up a double kill. Madland tries to be an MVP once again. Powerful and Twist slowly coming in with a taunt. Evil right here. They managed to do this magical team fight once again, and they crack open 2 lanes. There is so much to talk about in that one, but we'll break that down in a while later, as it doesn't seem like the fight is going to be over yet for Evil.
And he just, Nick Stain, unfortunately using the human form, not good enough. And now Jace is spread out this zone of no man's land. Vanguard cannot enter to defend. The waves of the minions are trickling slowly. And Vanguard looking to defend, looking to secure. They were so close to getting game number 3. Super Ryan coming in, but Coconut says no. The damage from Vanguard is here, and Evil has overstayed their welcome, and they are looking to retreat.
Oh man, that was a huge turnaround team fight from Evil's 8k gold lead just from that 2-minute fight into that base, cycling Vanguard all the way through. If they had a little bit more minions coming in, Evil would have just cleared out the game. But Evil though, Coconut, that was a very risky play. He just puts himself right in the face of Vanguard, always getting targeted by Slowly and by Super Ryan. But Vanguard, they prioritized the wrong target. They used all their ultimates onto Powerful.
Now, this is a very good note to point out, right? Carrot is also going to be one of them that actually tanked up and of course peeled for the team a lot. Let us all remember that every member from the side of these Evil members, they have a role!
They have a role, and they will be able to find that. Nick Stain goes to human form. Ryan comes into Raging Sandstorm. He doesn't tag onto anyone, and now the main damage dealer is done by Jason. But hold on a second, look on the other side of the map. It is Twist. It's forcing Vanguard's hand, and it's going to be 2 members of the Vanguard to go back and defend. But this time around, it puts a lot of pressure away from the Lord Print instead. Evil has full Lord priority. Carrot catches Lucian Stain, but kicks him to the other wrong way. No one for the side of Evil is here to catch up. Coconut slowly coming in to kick the balls at the same time, but the damage is done by the side of Vanguard. And now the Evil Decimate reset, but he will actually fall. Super Ryan slice and dies, and now Vanguard, they will lose the Lord priority for now. And also Evil, they regain map control.
Very smart play from Evil, just distracting, buying a lot of time for them to split apart. Vanguard needs to be in 5, but Evil, they're not making it happen.
They're doing things a little bit differently from what I was expecting, right? Because Evil, they already knew that Paquito is going to be pushing down at the bottom lane. Generally, as a main body, you'd want to ensure and stop the members from Vanguard from recalling. But in that case, Evil actually let them go for the recall. So at that point in time, I thought, okay, they're letting them go for the recall. Does that mean that they are going to take the advantage to go for the Lord instead?
Especially when 17 Mark Twist, you should not lose your life. Does have immortality though. World coming in a little bit clutch, pushes Vanguard away. But look at Vanguard, they're beelining straight for the Lord instead. It's going to be a concealed play, trying to look for some pickup right here. Any pickup from the side of Vanguard will do, but they will not be able to catch anybody from the side of Evil.
Vanguard is holding themselves pretty well this game, don't you think? There is a lot of a difference from what they are capable of doing. Just from a change of lineup, just a change of heroes, just a change of roles in this very instance. Because now Super Ryan is the one that goes to the backline instead of leaving it to Slowly.
Wait, why? Wait, hold on a second. It's going to be Powerful. Pops up with Chunkin as well. Jace is creating the space, but Slowly managed to land a Praises Rev onto Jace's. Force the button flicker to try to get on the way. Powerful already down. No more Jungle for the side of Evil already. Looks to stay shredding the damage onto Evil for now. They cannot take this Lord. They need to forfeit it, whereas Vanguard needs to go home and do some cleanup.
Oh, Twist was still going, actually.
He was still intending to continue. Now the bad thing is that the game has been extended to 18 minutes, and this actually works in the favor of Vanguard by a lot.
That's right. This is a late game comp. Vanguard has already hit that late game mark. Evil, on the other hand, they're already slipping away.
Let's not forget that they have the Evolve Lord as well. So that is multiple crashes in a single run of the Lord.
Comeback? Question mark?
That's right.
Comeback is very possible here.
Well, I talked about this in the draft. Vanguard would be better off with a defensive draft, and this is precisely what they're doing. Very defensive. Wait for Evil to come and make an approach onto them. They work better within the confines of their base, but right now, take a look at damaged out. Jace is going to be the biggest threat for the side of Vanguard. So within this skirmish, within the next Lord Crash, they need to be able to take Jace's out. That is going to be the onus of Super Ryan.
Vanguard, I'm calling it. New skin buff right there. You got a Lilia, you got a Frederick. I'm calling it right there.
What is with this combo? What is with this combo, Jace?
Okay, I completely forgot about that. That is a point. That is a point to make.
New skin buff, guys. Get yours right now.
New piece.
mean, you get the weekly diamond pass, 20 diamonds every single day
No,
after
man,
you buy that
just go. Just brute force it. All right, ladies and gents, it's going to be a lot crashing down the mid lane. Jace is actually swapping the items just a little bit. That's a genius one already built. Now Vanguard will be sending the Lord down mid. 1.5 HP, but the real one, no, it's not the real one. It's going to be the Fed actually coming in from the side of Evil right here.
Oh,
and
Carrot!
they managed to defend for now, but Carrot kicks powerful right here. The follow-on coming up with Ryan, but he's going to get kicked right in the face. Now Coconut pops the Wind of Nature as well. Nick Stain ready to damage. He's also a main damage dealer. And now we just 1 minute until Vanguard needs to try to crack open as much lanes as possible. 2 members on the side of Evil desperately trying to defend.
And now the rest of the members from the side of Vanguard is just going to be pushing right in. Only left with Powerful and Coconut to defend for the
They
base.
need to end this, Vanguard. They need to end this.
They
Look
can't.
at Stain. They try to shred, but no minions from Vanguard. Top side. Crack that open, boys. Go ahead and crack that open. You only got less than, what, 10 seconds left. And now, hold on a second. There's going to be some damage down on Powerful. Wait, it's trying to buy some time.
15 seconds on the clock. They're coming up. They're coming back up.
They're coming back up. And now Vanguard, they need wave clear. They need to flip. Look, Stain.
No!
Focus on the car. Focus on the car. And Vanguard, they take game 2.
What a play! What a defense from Evil, but after all said and done, Vanguard Esports, a very, very convincing win over Evil. Game number 2.
That's a lot of things to cover up, right? That is a lot of things to talk about. Vanguard Esports took this game not technically by the storm, but it was a very slow but methodical approach to what they want to do. They managed to get themselves a lot of that, the sustainability, tankability as well. They're just very, very tanky. As such, they're able to absorb a lot of those, damage.
Yep.
And remember, the main 2 damage dealers coming in from the side of Evil is a Bruno as well as a Fasa. Fasa at the later stages is probably going to be one of the only main problem of Team Vanguard, because Fasa is a jack of all trades. You're able to clear waves, you have high ground, you have damage. While for Bruno, that pop-off is only in the early stages and you really peak in the middle stages of the game. So what can Coconut really do at the later stages when you literally have a Khalid and a Fredrin and perhaps even an Edith running right in your face?
I feel like, right, me screaming, focus on the core, and Luxian Stain woke up, he heard me downstairs, and start ending the game right there and then, because you can feel the time pressure onto Vanguard, right? Because Evil is starting to respawn.
The itemizations coming in from Evil feel a little bit more defensive. Coconut Soda's boots to get the Rose Gold meter as well as the Immortality, because he knows he's going to be the main target from Super Ryan. He did a very good job trying to take him out of the game so that, you know, Vanguard has a window of opportunity to just clear in and cycle them through. Overall, the games, they don't have towers at all, so the entire map was just wiped out clean of towers. Vanguard, Evil, they did a very good job focusing on most of the objectives coming through. Twist, though, from Evil, he did a phenomenal job just being the distraction, being the bait, being the worm on the end of a fishing rod.
This is very different from the side of Evil. And not only just that, it's also very different from the side of Vanguard. Evil is a team that likes to play massive 5v5. They win it. And the first time, not saying the first time, but when they start to adapt towards what Vanguard is trying to do, they try to spread them apart, they ultimately fail. And Vanguard, on the other hand, they went back to basics, right? They went back to fight 5v5. They thought, you know, in game number 1, they tried to pick off Evil. It doesn't work. Vanguard adapted in between the games.
So they have already found a sort of a recipe to fight against Evil. The first game, let's just completely disregard that. It is just their way
First game? I thought this is game 1.
Yeah, sorry, this is game 1.
the first match of the series.
Yeah, so Vanguard really just took the time to really understand how Evil plays and what exactly is going to be their main identity.
Yeah.
So Vanguard now has the identity that they're looking out for. They are generally going to be a team that just plays over to the later stages of the game and eventually just whittle down the opponents and let Luxian Stain to eventually just burst them down. But this is also, in some sense, a very wombo combo unga bunga kind of thing.
Yeah, this is exactly what you like, Abstract. Vanguard.
You can only do this if you pick up a Beatrix.
Yes.
You can't do this with any other marksman.
Correct.
So you need to still play some kind of hiding kind of ways in order to really work on this wombo combo kind of situation. Otherwise, it's some generic front to back game, which is very different from what we are seeing here.
Yeah, I like to say that this is the wall cannon strategy. You have a very nice wall
Actually,
to soak up
okay,
the damage.
can you
have that
explain
cannon.
more about that wall cannon strategy again?
You have like very, very strong frontliners such as the Edith, such as the Fredrin, who's able to turn around and deal damage back at you. You have the cannons, which are really rangy heroes such as the Beatrix. So
Basically, it's like a fighting front to back.
Fighting front to back in
It's
a way,
basically
but
fighting a fortress.
yeah, in order to do that, you really need dive compositions. How do you face against a fortress? A fortress like a Fredrin and an Edith. You really need to have those, attach yourself to wings and fly to that backline and attack that throne as it is. But it's so difficult for them because the front line is just too much of a thick wall.
And not only just that, Nick Stain, he's a wall, but that wall can actually hurt.
That wall hurts. It's a wall with thorns.
That is a tank damage dealer at the same time when he pops into human form, and that's what I feel like Evo did not account for.
That is true, right? Because they have a lot of flexibility on that part. And remember how I say that composition is enabled by a Beatrix? Yeah. If he don't get an MVP, something's wrong.
He's very fortunate. I mean, very full of fortune. A lot of 8s across the board. 88% kill participation. 809s go per minute. 828. Wada.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to quote Luxian Stain right here. If you guys follow him on Instagram, he did say that, 0-6 win rate. Finally, he got 1 win.
Yep.
And finally, he is the MVP.
About time.
About time.
Perhaps we'll
He
be
is
able
a
to see
Beatrix
something.
one trick.
Maybe
It's a
we'll
Beatrix
see
one
something
trick.
a little bit different in the next game. The question is if whether Evil will respect Vanguard this time. Because we've seen a few times where Evil completely disrespected Vanguard and thinking that, you know what, we can tide through this. We are a tanky composition. But then I think that one thing that Evil didn't quite expect is that, yes, they are tanky. And yes, the opponent is relatively tanky as well, but at a flick of a, not flick, with a tap of a button, one of those tanky capabilities heroes essentially have melting capabilities on your tanky side up.
Actually, both of them, Fredrin and Edith, they sort of have the very similar mechanics. The more damage they take, the more damage they deal out in the last second.
Yes.
And this is where the fighters will break down.
I think
We'll
that
be taking a look.
blindsided all of us.
They did. It did.
All right, let's not blindside ourselves anymore. We'll be able to see it in the highlights right here, ladies and gents. Let's see how did they actually, come back from such a dominating lead from Evil.
Well, from Evil, very, very strong early game. They're playing it to their strengths. It's basically a boxing match as of this. Longest or largest economy difference is around 7,000 to 8,000 gold lead for the side of Evil.
Yeah.
But for Vanguard, they are very defensive, playing it very textbook, so soaking up the damage, waiting for the right opportunity, and then Luxian Stain comes in.
I remember screaming at Evil because they were going into the base of Vanguard. They managed to defend it, if I'm not mistaken.
I completely forgotten about that.
Yeah, they had like this 3 waves sort of cycling through all the enemies, and they almost cleared them out. But once Nick Stain came back online, that's when they all backed off.
This is the GG push.
Yeah, the whole time when I was looking at the game, there was one thing that or rather looking at the highlights, right?
Yeah.
There's one thing that I kept looking out for is that Raging Sandstorm.
Yep.
Raging Sandstorm, Raging Sandstorm. Because when we are looking at Diablo play the Khalid, we have our eyes out onto this Khalid time and time again. But this time, Super Ryan actually holds on to the Raging Sandstorm a lot. Like, we don't see him use it that a lot of times, and sometimes he don't really sacrifice himself for the greater good of the rest of his company. Like the previous, I think 2 clips ago, he had his ultimate the whole time, and the opponent was completely clumped up.
He was keeping for the next game. He was keeping for the tertiary engage.
Yes. So I think that, the out economy is, yes, of course, very important. But I think that he, at one point in time, he forgot that he's a damage dealer, but he's still also a pause 4.
Yes, that's true. I mean, for Khalid, his the early stages of that game until the mid game where they needed to defend, he was a little bit too cocky with his ultimate. He used it on Powerful, knowing that Powerful has that CC immunity, has that iframes to be able to get away from his Raging Sandstorm. But at the end, after he was defending, he knew that his target was either Jace's or Coconut. Once those two were out of the game, there's a window of opportunity for the entire team to just come crashing in.
Yeah, come crashing in and clean up all the dandruff of your enemies. There you go, ladies and gents. What you're waiting for, go and grab yourself this Head and Shoulders. Don't forget, this is a premium. This is a MLBBX Head and Shoulders edition as well.
See the Eudora on screen?
Yeah, it's a Eudora and also a
screen?
Tigreal. Yep. Of course, my hair. Thank you very much. This time around, not the Jimmy Neutron hair. Thank you very much, makeup artist. But of course, don't forget, this is a 2 new limited edition anti-dandruff shampoos featuring Tigreal and Eudora in our signature Cool Menthol. I believe this is the Cool Menthol.
This is Apple Fresh.
This is the Apple Fresh one. And of course, it will be able to help you wipe out the dandruff like how you wipe out your enemies in the Land of Dawn. And all you have to do is go on and get yourself one right now at fair price. Unity Watson's Cold Storage and Giant Stores island-wide. No.
Smell it. Oh, Apple Fresh actually smells nice. You smell it.
Oh, okay,
Smell it.
okay.
You have this.
Oh, yeah.
You have the Cool Mint at home.
Yeah, I do have the Cool Mint at home.
Well, I should get myself
that reminds me of
you
know you know when we were young, we go to drink bubble tea and then we have like green apples, green
like
apple,
that flavoring
crushed green
thing.
apple.
You smell this.
Yeah,
Smell it.
Smell it. Smell it.
Can I have some of your hair on your hair?
Yeah. No. That's how we realized that I look like Arashi.
Fair.
Remember?
Fair. He has nice
Remember
hair.
that story?
Shout out to Arashi. He has nice hair.
You know what I'm talking about, but yeah, but like, yeah, thanks.
You still want to smell it?
I smelled enough. Thank you very much. You can put it back onto the display right now. But of course, don't forget, you can also stand a chance to win in-game items such as coin skins and, of course, exclusive merchandise with every purchase.
Man, this has been a banger of a
I
series
smelled
so
enough.
far.
Yeah. It smells like... I think they both need a shower. It's so filthy, right? The Land of Dawn is literally covered with the bloods of both of these two teams. They fought all their lives out. They fought all the blood and especially sweat, of course. Ladies and gents, we're going to take a very short moment to go into a short break. When we come back, game number 3 between these two teams, of course, with, you know, Vanguard trying to fight for their first series of the day. You want to smell more? No.
Just smell it. Come on, come on.
It's nice,
come
right?
on.
Yeah, I know,
good.
but like, I know, I get the point. I get the point, so get yours now in your closest supermarket. But ladies and gents, we are back. I am getting attacked by the aromas of Head and Shoulders. Thank you very much.
It smells really good in here
really
now.
does.
Actually.
I can't stop.
It really smells real good in here.
You know what? You need it to be like in a breeding machine, that kind of thing.
Oh, the nose thing.
Yeah, correct. Just
I'm gonna put this in my what's that?
Can you put back the display?
humidifier? Humidifier? Yeah.
We can actually turn that into a candle, put some soy wax in there, and then we light it up on stage. On
Sounds
screen.
good.
And then we have like a cool minty smell over the studio.
Do you guys want us to do that?
Let us know in the comment section down below.
And then we'll make him smell it.
We'll make him do it.
We'll make him smell it.
I don't know what you guys I have no idea what you guys are cooking right here, but ladies and gents, we are
Candles.
once again back. Head and Shoulders candles.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Hey.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
We're just brainstorming on stage.
Exactly. Can you imagine you're using Head and Shoulders on the bathtub, and then you have the Head and Shoulders candle as you're soaking in the tub? It's a perfect combination.
Well, you know why? Because this series is fire. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting back to the series. Evo versus Vanguard. Jace, take it away.
The link how?
Okay,
I don't know. I was trying to segue my way through.
Let me do the segue for you.
Okay. We'll try.
Link where? Dropping faces up. Come on, quick.
All right. Let's soak it in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's soak it in with your Head and Shoulders in the bathtub with the candles and everything. Vanguard, they need to cook. Evil, on the other hand, they need to try to stew. But then again, these cooking styles, and it all boils down into that drop. Vanguard secure a team fight drop against Evil, and it worked for some weird reason.
Yeah, now
Time to
Vanguard,
drop the
like
beat of
I
the
said in
flower
previous
king is
drafts
banning.
before, Vanguard really needs to be in a very defensive draft position. So first pick might not be very good for them. They might need to see if they want to secure a Fredrin. It worked pretty well for them in the previous matches. Evil, on the other hand, they want to just stay with their aggression, pick up heroes that they know that they can snowball their way through with.
The
Compete
southern
against,
seas are
banned out.
my
Basically,
domain.
the mages
Among the
plains
plains
exists
exists
the
the equilibrium,
are banned out. Evil, on
which
the other hand,
I
they're
was
also
made
targeting
for.
the range capabilities as well as dive potential from
Nah,
Vanguard.
I think for the side of Vanguard, these are the same, Evil, these are the exact same bans against Vanguard. You just want to limit Truth, don't give him his Eve, and then you don't give slowly their junglers.
I think that Vanguard may actually play the same damn thing as what they have done in the previous game, because, I mean, it worked, right? Yep. But there's also a saying that goes, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
I didn't cure you.
A punch for a punch.
Fool me once, shame on me.
Yeah, right?
Fool me twice, shame on you.
Ah.
Yeah. So, okay. Does look like Evil wants to sit on that Paquito again. They're prioritizing the mage position or the mid lane position in that Valentina, because Vanguard and Evil, in the previous two games, they were just waiting until the last minute and then they pick up that mage. Now Evil, they know that they need Jaces to prioritize the mages that he needs to play.
So right now with the Valentina pick from the side of Evil, they are rotating themselves more towards the teamfight potential once again, right? They will never stray away too far from their original identity. Vanguard Esports, like I said before, they still want to play the Beatrix because that is their main win condition. It's all banking it all in, throwing in the Banet's Rage or the Nibiru's Passion. They just need a lot of crowd control and the front line that really soaks up to allow the Beatrix that kind of space and the breathing space to unleash all of that.
Evil, again, a lot of early game aggression, early game damage, early game rotations, the pathing for Baksha as well as the neutral creep gowning time will be the fastest amongst all of the tank junglers. So this powerful, hopefully it's going to be powerful playing this Baksha. Is going to be carrying on the jungle, getting his level for a little bit quicker than slowly on that Fredrin.
Now, the thing is, they don't have an Edith just yet. And previously, the Edith is one of the main reasons why they are also outputting a lot of damage. So just from that fact, I don't know if whether they understand that they need some kind of...
We all need little adjustments here and now again.
And Liechtenstein is just like, no reaction to that. I'm sorry. I missed that one. Someone just casually just flicked his microphone right in his mouth.
He didn't want to talk, and he needs to make him talk. Liechtenstein really
Communication
needs
is
to communicate.
important, I guess.
It is for Vanguard. But getting back to it, Terizla, Glue, and Irithel getting banned off the table so far. I think it's a lot of the mage and gold lane priority that is a threat that Vanguard has identified from Evil.
So right now, I do like the Boxer pick though.
I like it too.
With the Boxer pick, it essentially enables them to ensure that the Fredrin doesn't go anywhere too far with their sustainability, because they disrespected Vanguard once. They tested the capabilities of what the Fredrin was capable of, yet when it comes down to the Appraisal's Wrath, they got absolutely clipped and melted down, and giving Fredrin a lot of play space to work with.
It does look like Franco getting banned out. Vanguard buying.
We can win the race against your time.
Bear in mind, Fredrin could very well go into EXP lane again. Evil, on the other hand, they're playing the same thing that they did in the previous game, but with a little switcheroo. Instead of a fighter in the jungle, they might want to go with a tank in the jungle to reduce the sustainability coming in from Vanguard.
I think that as much as I want to see Evil picking up a Cho for themselves, but Vanguard Esports locking down on the Kufra ought to make things a little bit tougher for them. I think that whatever they're trying to go for is a lot more into the early stages of the game. They would want to enable the Bruno to pick up items a lot sooner. As such, information is going to be key. Whatever they're trying to do here, they're gonna have to buy a lot of information. If they would want, they can actually play a Grok to ensure that they are not gonna be controlled by any one of the members from the side of Vanguard, or they can go the Bleed way, which is a little bit difficult to execute, but that involves using a Valere onto the roam, which ultimately is really good against a Fredrin, which was once a big problem to them.
I will be there upon the first
wow.
blossom.
Okay,
Okay,
it's
that's very different.
The sustain tank coming in, especially with the Angela, but Vanguard going back to the wall and cannon strategy, the front to back that we so love. Evil, on the other hand, they are playing a front to back off their own, but I think Twist, my eye is on Twist right now. The moment he has a nice flank onto Liechtenstein, that opens up a lot of opportunities for Evil to come back into a lot of those team fights. So the magic of team fights again for Evil looking strong.
Remember back when we have Valentina Flex that can go over to the jungle?
Yeah.
Man, imagine if that is possible right now. Or rather, if they want to go for that, there's so much shuffling that can happen. Imagine an Angela mid, Valentina jungle, and a Boxia on roam.
Right.
That will be fun, but that's not going to be the case because we are going to be looking at an Angela that goes over to the roam instead.
With that said, ladies and gents, game number 3 is afoot.
5 seconds.
Right now, is Vanguard Esports desperately trying to get a series win onto MPL Singapore in the regular season, but will Team Evil stop them at their tracks? Just soon find out in game number 3.
Vanguard has a very strong, solid, tight-knit composition.
They
and
do.
synergy that they have so far, but I'm really vying for the first 2 minutes of the game because Vanguard, over the last 2 games, they have been struggling to get that level 4 fast, but forced to use the retribution.
My heart dropped a little bit.
early
My heart
on.
dropped as well. But here's the thing, right? Evil actually has got a lot of kill potential in the early stages of the game, especially even sub-level 4, just because of the puppet strings, which is what Carrot is capable of doing. With JS and Twist coming in, if they had even more space to work with, I'm pretty confident that Chute would have gone down.
Little bit of a standstill right here, but I see Evil actually going for the level 2 strat, the mid lane to EXP, so that they can ride on a little bit more aggressive playstyle. And I see Evil, on the other hand, Bruno, played by Coconut, is put onto that tenacity because he needs to have a little bit more sustainability, and he knows it. Whereas Vanguard, they're just playing the same thing that they played in the previous game. With the Weapon Master as well.
Lots of sanity coming in. There's also the extended Super Ryan. Now get caught without Faraga armor. Force
Twist,
the flicker
don't
down.
die
Twist
again.
on
Don't
the
die
chase.
again.
Oh no, Twist. He's snowballing out of control, using Super Ryan as a stepping stone.
He's taking it personally, man. I didn't know where he came from, but Super Ryan, he just flew off the face of the land of
He's
Dawn.
just Ryan for now.
He's just Ryan for now, but yes, to Abstract point, Evo is trying their best to lure everyone away from that gold lane, give Coconut an easier time, give him the advantage that he knows he has in the early game. But slowly, oh, he actually took in that red buff.
Okay, that's a taunt, by the way. We might actually get punished right here. Giving Coconut that kill, you allow the enemy marksman to scale. But by the way, Powerful still contains and holds on to his own orange buff as well. Nick has to jump away. Vanguard right here, this aggression a little bit uncalled for.
And so they essentially won the fight in the northern area of the map, while Twist is all the way down to the southern side. They cleared the waves just so fast. So Vanguard now would have no choice to really just hide behind turrets, even though this is sub 5 minutes. There's still a lot of those energy shields that's still running, and Vanguard is supposed to be able to roam around a lot freer on their side.
Nick, that's a pin onto Jason for now. It's gonna be Powerful try to spin, but where's the fallout coming on Vanguard? That's a wonderful catch by Nick.
How deep Twist is
have to fall back, but Powerful didn't.
Actually, Evo had the advantage there to get that turtle. Twist already cleared up the wave. He's already there. He's already ready. But Evo, they gave up that turtle because of one taunt from Slowly, making Powerful incapable of hitting his retribution onto that turtle, losing them the entirety of that team fight. Powerful, he wants to go straight to that backline. He's a little bit kill hungry, I must say.
I'm not too sure exactly what he's trying to do at the point in time, because as a Boxer, 1v5, even with an Angela on you, there's not a lot of things that you can do at that point.
I think it's just Vanguard just baiting Powerful in, using his over-aggression and over-confidence because he has the Angela confidence.
That is true. So we'll see how far that can actually lead them on it, because let's be honest here, Baxia has got pretty decent damage in the early stages of the game with all of his renewable S2 plus the Tortoise's Persons to ensure that, you know, all these sustainable heroes doesn't really get sustained. But at one point in time, Evo will understand when they would want to start pushing in, because the EXP lane is hard winning right now. So honestly, at this point in time, how far they want to play is completely dependent and reliant on them, because Twist, I'm pretty sure that he has got a lot of gold onto him, and I don't think that he's just going to be building onto any generic tanky stuff. He'd probably want to go for Hunter Strike and then a Bloodlust Axe, depending on how he wants to go on from that point onwards. All eyes on the Twist right now. If Vanguard finds a choke on Twist, that is all going to be bad for Evo.
Oh, wow! Because of Colonel Wall with the ultimate wow, catches Powerful. He gets burned down to the ground. Coconut tried to output some damage, but then again, Evo, they've already lost the front line. It's really hard for them to actually handshake all this team fight against Vanguard. Nick Stain trying to charge it back up again, preventing Jason from actually running away, but using and taking away the ultimate off. Nick Stain, he's able to shove Vanguard away, but they walk away with the mid lane turret.
This is massive for Vanguard, opening up the entirety of the two sides of the map. Now they need to really try to find a way to control Twist. Twist is doing a little bit too much of a distraction play on both sides, but we take a look at Powerful. He always wants to go for the engages, always wants to go for the fights. Look at Slowly and look at Powerful. 3-level difference. Powerful still going in.
Powerful, okay, would not be able to tag onto Nick Stain. Force the flicker out of him. That's A-okay. But Nick Stain, oh, he's actually going ninja right here. He's a ninja ball. Right now, Coconut gets shoved right back. Vanguard, this is their time to shine. And they are your heroes against the villains of evil.
I don't know, the conceal play coming in from Nick Stain.
It's so point. It's like, oh, I'm gonna obviously become invisible.
I mean, I don't know whether that was just kind of like...
Why not?
I mean, it worked out because that essentially allowed Nick to just run past Coconut. So I'm not too sure whether that was kind of like a tunnel vision Coconut, whereby he didn't notice that at all.
No, you cannot target onto a concealed play person. That's
yeah,
why.
but he didn't even try to do anything, I believe. I mean,
they burned everything.
Yeah, he was trying to get away, but Nick Stain,
Red team
I think,
turret
focused
has been
fire
destroyed.
onto the Coconut. I think it's just untargetable.
I think he just submitted himself. Like, he don't have a flicker, so the only way out is a Purify, which was on cooldown as well.
And
so he's just like, yeah, you know what, I'm dead.
Yeah, there's no way. It's basically Vanguard checkmating Evo right now, and it's a very different Vanguard this time around. Don't forget, the jungle pressure is winning on the other side of Vanguard. Evo, on the other hand, they're falling behind, and this is not
their identity. They're not a team that wants to fall behind. Nick Saint charging up, not sure where he wants to jump on charge. Right here, powerful actually, but the Lord doing decent amount of damage in the mid lane turn for now. Coconut using the worldie, trying to bounce the damage around, but looks Saint manages to snipe out, but Nick Saint jumping in, pins powerful, nose to the wall, hard guard, but to no avail. Twist coming for the flag, but we don't be able to catch onto any damage dealer for now. Appraisal's Wrath zoning away Evil. Coconut trying to land down Chase. He throws passion to cover their escape, and Vanguard gets away with murder.
Both of these teams have got very different kind of win conditions at this point in time, right? We're looking at a 35,000 gold team Vanguard, while 28,000 gold team Evil. Team Evil right now, main thing that they are looking out for is for secondary value. They know that they can't win in team fights against Vanguard at this moment in time, so the best thing that they can do is cut their losses and leave it all up to Twist. He's probably the only one that can really go for side lane pushes, and all of that top lane and bottom lane turret pushes is all by Twist via slow pushes and hard pushes, trying to get all of that lane priority. But because Vanguard has been, crowding together as 5 so much, they don't have the resources to really answer to what Twist is doing. So Evil is trying to go for a long game, and eventually at one point in time, they hope that Twist damage would eventually be way better than what Coconut is capable of doing.
Venice Rage coming in, clearing the way to now. Powerful once again, try to get caught, but he's able to slip away through the cracks. Tong would not be able to tag onto him for now, but Twist, doing God's work, trying to hard push all the way, hard shove, mind you, all the way up top. Evil right here, this is not how they like to play MLBB.
Okay, so the thing is, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people had this idea in mind, that Evil should have took a fight against Vanguard in order to allow Twist to continue with the push up in the top lane. Here's the caveat. Evil do not have heroes that allows them to go for this kind of retreat. They don't have a retreat condition that allows them to really run away. Yes, you have a couple of dash, but then the thing is, your front line is only gonna be powerful, and your main damage dealer is not gonna be there at this point in time, because Coconut just don't have the items that can really keep up to the tank side of Vanguard.
Well, call it the Neon Beast buff again, but this Lilia and Frederick combo,
I call it.
Yet again, does a very good job protecting Luxury Stain from any damage whatsoever from Evil. Evil having a tough time going for the win conditions.
Powerful.
Hold on a second.
Tries to come in for the drive-by. Jace is coming in with the last of sanity. Doesn't attack anybody. Here comes a main engage. Nick Stain will not be able to pin anybody from down to the wall. Powerful does have the hard guard. Try to tag on, try to peel for Coconut, but the members on the side of Vanguard is all here, and the damage overwhelming for Evil to hold on.
Too much damage, too much ultimates already expired from the side of Evil. Vanguard still has all of their ultimates all up for grabs. Evil just a little bit too overconfident for that turn for their Lord.
Wow, slowly secures the lock for themselves, and now they're looking at Twist as the main target. Twist right here desperately trying to buy time. Two with the slows. We'll be able to slow down Twist. No way for you to run, my boy. You definitely have to be shut down and going down into the pockets. Liechtenstein 602 is the KDA.
That is the kind of problem that you would face as a Paquito if your idea is to go for the backlines, but your team can't find a way to commit into it. And unfortunately, Evil with a 3-man loss in the fight and with a lot just marching down the middle, Evil just outright lost in a game of, I would say, micro.
Yep, this could be it, ladies and gents. That's going to be a lot coming in. Will be actually peeling for the team. Vanguard right here looks to stay got caught, but instead it is Powerful that gets caught instead. The damage will be done by Vanguard, and they're looking to solidify this series in a 2-1 fashion. Their first win in Season 6.
GG, well played. I don't know if Lilia and Fredrin has this sort of like connection. It's sort of like a 80% win rate in MPL Season 5 so far. The Neil Beast buff. But it does make sense. The Lilia slowing everyone down with Fredrin just taunting everyone in. They can't escape this Wombo combo Unga Bunga.
It's the identity. It's really, at this point, identity. So, with this game out there already, I think that Evil would have a very good idea how to deal with them the next time that they actually beat Vanguard. Knowing them, they will, right? Because Vanguard kind of like took the ace out of their sleeves a little bit too early.
Yeah, I feel like they're showing a bit too much, right?
Yeah.
If you notice how...
You can see a very big difference and a shift in the way that they play in Game 1 to Game 2.
Yeah, and they've realized that, and Evil wasn't able to adapt quick enough
to react against Vanguard.
So this is, at this point in time, it's just kind of like a free point per se from Vanguard because Evil just can't relate to that. They can't find the main answer and what is the main problem of the team fight.
Correct.
You may say that, yes, a Beatrix is the one that really enables their team composition, but what is really the problem? Because even if you bring down Luxenstein, or rather, the question is, how do you bring him down? Because he's got no death in this entire game. That pretty much means that Evil definitely they know that the problem is Luxenstein being the win con, but they can't reach him.
I'm calling it Luxenstein, Beatrix one trick. I'm calling it right now.
Oh, 6-0-3. That is a huge... Oh, and they funneled him to 12k gold lead.
Yes.
Oh, man. I mean, Vanguard really staying true to its name, playing a very defensive draft and over towards that mid to late game power spike that Beatrix has. And Luxenstein, now you know. Now other teams know as well, Beatrix needs to be banned out. But looking at Carrot, I don't know if Angela would have been better off with a fully defensive kind of item build, but having the fleeting time and having the mana boots and almost building up the Necklace of Durance sort of like forgoes the defensive capabilities that Angela sort of needs.
I would just give him the benefit of doubt and say that he went for fleet time very early. So only by then, in the early stages, he wants that global presence. He wants a lot more global presence, but only in the mid stages of the game he realized, okay, I need to be a lot more tanky, and then he just built the tankiness as per his games, right? So he was reactive, but by that point in time, fleeting time was already available, so you can't possibly throw it away and sell it.
I mean,
right?
the item adjustment should be there still. Knowing that he is far behind, fleeting time wouldn't work because you need to be able to kill someone in order for fleeting time to work. But taking a look at the emblems real quick, Vanguard sort of knows how to beat the tenacity kind of early game strategy that Evo is using. Even when Coconut builds up the tenacity, it's not able to deal with a Beatrix. Albeit, he does have a little bit more early game advantage. He was winning the lane, but Vanguard sort of took advantage of Powerful being a little bit too overconfident in team fights.
Yeah, I feel like if you have the Angela on your team, that's additional +1 confidence right there.
Yes,
just to run it down because you trust that Angela to basically allow you to just sustain all across the board. But then again, I feel like that's a little bit overconfidence coming in for the side Evil. Evil bit more than they could chew.
I have to say though, Chewed is one of those unforeseen mages. So in this today itself, the mage players are coming back up online, showing a lot of unforeseen presence. Every single time that there is a fight, Chewed is there, slowing everyone down. The utility that Lilia brings along with Fredrin, you know how clunky Fredrin is. The wombo combo Unga Munga that Lilia and Fredrin brings on the table is just unparalleled so far in MPL Season 5.
You gotta have to say that Lilia is the one that paved the way for
to
this
slow everybody down, you mean?
That is the later stages, right?
Yeah.
But in the early stages, it's all about the clear speed, right? The clear speed as well as your presence around the map. And let's just say that when it comes down to Evil's Angela, they just don't have a lot of map presence right there. They gotta have to all leave it to Powerful, and there's so much places that he has to be at once. As such, I actually want to give Chewd my MVP title.
Me too. I think Chewd played very well, but Nick Stain is the one.
I can hear production laughing in the room. I like to make the casters look bad on screen.
Damn it.
But then again, I feel like also Nick Stain, you know, he actually did set up quite well, right? Because this time around, this is a very different Roma as compared to how he played it in the first game, right? He tried to play the pickoff composition. He was able to knock up everybody. But sometimes I feel like Nick Stain and the rest of the team are still not playing on the same tempo. And that kind of make it feel like, you know, he's a little bit ahead, whereas everybody is struggling to, you know, catch up. But before we go into the mic check, I would like to quote Cine right here. No melon, no win.
No melon, no win.
Oh my goodness.
It might be true. It might be true.
I'm going to quote that right here, right now.
Stirring the pot.
Yeah, I'm
Let
stirring
him cook.
I'm stirring it. Unfortunately, Evil will fell short this time around. With that said, Melon, come back! Melon, we need you back. But before that, let's take a look at the mic check of the winning team. Congratulations over to Vanguard.
The Franco top. They minus one.
Go, flicker faster. Nice. Come on. Hey, cannot. Hey, guys, go. Nice. Go.
Hey, I go.
Can fight.
Gas. Hey, come.
Hey, go choking, go.
Guys. Bruno, nice. Nice.
Low.
Fight. Flicker. Hey, packet off flank.
Just cover.
Hey, base. Go.
Nice.
Keep very fine.
Purin.
Nice.
Good.
Nice.
Okay.
Oi! Ngapain, woy?
Oi!
Shut up lah.
Nice.
I don't know.
I like to
Which
be
one is
excited
it?
as Chewed. I like to be excited as
You're
I know,
always excited.
I'm always excited, and
Yeah.
then Jays is the one telling me to shut up. I understand.
Yeah,
that,
that's basically
I
what
feel you.
somebody.
I feel you, and I get that all the time. Don't worry about it.
And I'm just there playing, not saying anything.
But you can tell, right? You know, when they start to get the momentum, it started to shift over them. The confidence start to come back. And with that said, I feel like this is a redemption arc for Vanguard. You know, it's very tough. Right for them in week number 1. This time around, they got their first win in week number 2. With that said, ladies and gents, we're going to throw over to Cheryl, over to the player interview. And of course, you know, no melon, no win. No melon, no win.
No melon, no win.
You're still stirring the pot.
Yeah, I'm going to keep stirring. With that said, over to Cheryl.
And we're back right here for the player interview. And now I have Game 3's MVP right beside me, Nick Stain. You can say hi to everybody.
Hello.
So we're excited to have you here. Do you still stand by no melon, no win?
Yes, I stand by that lah. Cause we can see the gap. Yeah.
Right. So earlier on, just off cam, I was having a conversation with Nick, and he said that you actually faced off Evil, but that was in Season 3, and the score was?
0-2.
0-2. And now meeting Evil today, how do you feel like in terms of like, is this the Evil that you met previously? Is this a new Evil? What are the differences?
I would say it will be still the same Evo lah. Just that in Homebois SG, I feel like we disrespect them quite a bit. So at that point of time, they were like a new qualifier team. So we played like very weird drafts so that we don't show any strategy. But right now, in Vanguard, I choose to draft more safe because as we know, Evo is a strong team. So yeah, we just draft more safe, and as shown today, we can win.
That's very interesting. Now, another fun fact, rather, as I was having a conversation with Nick, is he is the all-in-one, or the so-called Pao Ka Liao, where he is the manager, analyst, drafter, coach. Am I right?
Yeah.
Right. So the fact that you are the all-in-one, you know, how did all of your experiences in your past seasons and experience in the Pro League has assisted this wonderful new team of Vanguard Esports?
I would like to say, first of all, I would thank Yang In a lot for helping me throughout my journey in Evo, Slate, and Bleed. He really helped me develop a lot, and I also learned a lot under JPL lah. Second of all, even though on paper it shows like I'm doing everything, but Yang In has been helping me off cam as well with some strategies, and like he's been teaching me how to draft better so that I don't look a fool on stage.
Wow. But Yang In, unfortunately, is not casting today. But if he is watching the stream, I think it will be, you know, nice to know that, you know, whatever he shared has gone way beyond when you are just in the team but setting out on your own. Now, another interesting thing is you have 2 new players here on the roster, namely Slowly and Chute. Like, how did you find them and, you know, get them to come on board right here for Vanguard Esports?
First of all, for Slowly, is Luxian brought him into the team because when we were playing rank, we realized that he was quite good. Then previously, he was from RQ, MPL as well, ma. So the experience adds up. Then as for Chute, Slowly brought him along because they are like so-called best friends, besties. So like we thought, oh, why not? Got more chemistry.
Right, now that's very, very interesting as well. So basically you guys got your, as friends and then you came together and played together. That's fun. Now, moving forward, when it comes to the whole qualifier phase, you guys basically like sailed through like easy. Now, bringing the team onto the Pro League right here in MPLSG, like, is there any differences that the team did not anticipate?
As I mentioned in my previous interviews, during the qualifier, we just whack it because we never really trained. We only like started training 3 days before the qualifier, and as I know MPL it will be a big difference. It's not as easy as qualifier that we can just go all the way through. That's why MPLSG we have been training every day. We have been scrimming every day, so that we can keep up with the pace of this MPL.
Right, and it has been a tough week 1, to say the least. And right now, you guys have finally scored points, to the team's name. Do you, as team captain, have anything to say about that?
For week 1, I feel that we were not being ourselves because in scrims we were doing extremely well, but in game it's not showing . So I just want to let my team and myself to know it's time to buck up so that we can secure the upper bracket slot.
Right, and moving forward, it is only gonna get tougher, and even just for the near future itself, who you're going up next is against Stellark SG, and they, on their own right now, they're a complete wild card. So how are you gonna approach, facing Stellark next?
I'll say just come. Yeah, just come.
So you have basically prepped and you know how to go against them later.
I'll say prep. Don't really need that. Just go in and try our best. Yeah.
Okay, so yes, thank you so much. That's most of our questions that we have for you, Nick. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview, and all the best for your next upcoming matches. We're looking forward to having more interviews right here with Vanguard. Thank you. Fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, right here we have Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports. Next up, the match that's going to come up real soon for match 2 of the day is going to be a spicy one that you definitely don't want to miss. And this is going to be our defending champions, RSG SG, going head-to-head against Homebois SG. What will happen over at the Land of Dance? Stick around and we'll see you in just a few moments' time.
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
Unstoppable! We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, nobody would like to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometime during practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move lah. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. Yeah. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind lah sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games lah. We just play and see how it goes. Yeah.
You guys can try lah. You guys can try lah. Yeah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead lah. The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore, so it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. So because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to I feel mid laners need to adapt to it and me also.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support. Okay. I mean, we tried to make you guys proud on MSC but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see like how much the Cambodian fans support Next Flash and how much it actually helps them. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys.
Hello guys, my name is Enya. I'll be playing the goal lane for Homebois SG.
My name is Devi. I'll be playing the roam for Homebois SG.
My name is Jox. I'll be playing the jungler for Homebois SG.
My name is Pick. I'll be playing in mid lane for Homebois SG.
Hello guys, my name is Firnokur. My role is XP lane. I play for Homebois SG.
I would say it's much easier because we know each of our play style individually. It's just that there's additional of 2 more imports players from Indonesia, and I think this would be better for us.
Nick Stain. For me it's Nick from Vanguard. Cause we are close friends Then he was also my ex-teammate. And then he didn't really play in MPL scene before, so this is first time, so we're quite excited to go against him.
FMM from Bleed, because he's a better goal laner than me, and hopefully one day I could win him in the goal lane.
Fight Oki or Lucian?
Oh, I think Oki.
Oki.
And Lucian, my friend.
Maybe just Oki. Oki, my friend, and we best friend. I think I won't fight Oki.
Bantai Oki.
Yeah, bantai Oki.
Bantai
Oki, siap-siap Oki.
I think this season will definitely be the toughest among all the other previous seasons, like maybe season 3, season 4, and season 5. Because back then, season 5, I think there were only maximum 2 teams playing import. So I think this season there are more teams playing import. So I think this season will be more interesting. I don't think it will be like one-sided games anymore already. Like a one-sided team, like a more favor team like that to win champion this season. So hopefully, I think that is what everybody want to see.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, there's nobody who likes to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, you know, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, you know. But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometimes doing practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. Yeah. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games. We just play and see how it goes. Yeah.
You guys can try lah. You guys can try lah.
Kalian lah.
Yeah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead lah. The game is like everybody plays the same way, but now it's like you can play differently. Like there are a lot of things to explore, so it just takes time to really integrate into the new emblem system.
For me, I think the the mid lane got quite big changes recently because now the rotation is also very different. And if you mess up your rotation early game, I feel now early game very important. So if you mess up your rotation early game, it's very hard to come back, especially when you lose the fight early, especially at the first turtle. So because of the recent EXP changes, now there's specific rotations for specific heroes. So depending on which hero you play, you have to rotate differently. So this part is quite new, and also we have to. I feel mid laners need to adapt to it, and me also. Yeah.
To all the fans out there, thank you for your continuous support. Okay. I mean, we tried to make you guys proud on MSC but unfortunately we fall short of getting our dream place So hopefully if this time we ever make it to M5, I wish to see more of you guys support, because it really helps us with our international tournaments. Like I see like how much the Cambodian fans support Next Flash and how much it actually helps them. I mean, you all can see how much the crowd buff actually helped them. If the Singaporeans actually give us as much support as them, I believe we will not disappoint you guys. Yeah.
Hello guys, my name is Enya. I'll be playing the goal lane for Homebois SG.
My name is Devi. I'll be playing the roam for Homebois SG.
My name is Jox. I'll be playing the jungler for Homebois SG.
My name is Big. I'm playing in mid lane for Homebois SG.
Hello guys, my name is Firnocure. My role is XP lane. I play for Homebois SG.
I would say it's much easier because we know each of our play style individually. It's just that there's additional of 2 more imports player from Indonesia, and I think this would be better for us.
Next day. For me it's Nick from Vanguard. Cause we are close friends Then he was also my ex-teammate. And like he didn't really like play in MPL scene before, so like this is first time, so like we're quite excited to go against him.
FMM from Bleed, because he's a better goal laner than me, and hopefully one day I could win him in the goal lane.
Fight Oki or Lucian?
Oh, I think Oki.
Oki.
And Lucian, my friend.
Maybe just Oki. Oki, my friend, and we best friend. I think I can I won't fight Oki.
Bantai Oki.
Yeah, bantai Oki.
Bantai
Oki, siap-siap Oki.
I think this season will definitely be the toughest among all the other previous seasons, like maybe season 3, season 4, and season 5, because back then season 5 I think there were only maximum 2 teams playing import. So I think this season there are more teams playing import. So I think this season will be more interesting. I don't think it will be like one-sided games anymore already. Like a one-sided team, like a more favor team like that to win champion this season. So hopefully I think that is what everybody wants to see.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today!
Huh?
What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat dandruff and itch with head and shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
For me, I think it's losing. I don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's why.
I mean, every gamers, nobody would like to lose. Not really. It's just you have to be constantly thinking. Means like, you know, when you're playing rank, sometimes you can just don't think, just chill, you know. But if you were to play in the actual tournament or sometimes doing practices, you have to be constantly thinking about the next move. If not, you will not be able to catch up to the enemy. It's like you'll be quite draining on your mind sometimes. It's like communication and also planning. It's like we don't usually do that a lot in ranked games. We just play and see how it goes.
You guys can try lah. You guys can try lah. Yeah. You can beat me, just try lah.
Okay. Opens up to more versatility to picks and like gameplays. Because last time it was like very dead. The game is like everybody.
and friends, welcome back right here to MPLSG Season 6. Now we're in Week 2, Day 3, Match 2. Wow, that's a mouthful. Now, I don't know about you, but so far throughout the season, it's crazy, all right? Everything is so different now. Nothing is a given. And I don't know about your guest coins, guys. How has your guest coins, been in your account? I know that I've been losing guest coins left, right, and center. So remember, to place your coins and let us know which teams you're hoping to win so far right here at MPLSG Season 6. Now, next up, I don't know where you're going to spend your coins at, but it's going to be a very challenging match. And we're going to see two great teams going head-to-head each other, and this is going to be RSG SG, our 3-time defending champion, going up against the up-and-coming Homebois SG, guys. What can happen? I can only tell you for sure that all hell is going to break loose over at the Land of Dawn. So without further ado, let's meet the wonderful faces of our 3 times defending champion. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, RSG SG. Now, I don't know about you, but every time they are getting ready at their battle stations, it just always looks like a Head and Shoulders commercial where they sweep their hair back and put on those headsets as they're getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now, going up against our 3 times champion, looking to usurp that throne, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Homebois SG. Now, guys, Homebois SG are getting ready to be locked and loaded to head on over to the Land of Dawn. And it's just absolutely crazy right here as our live audience. I see a sea of red. Our wonderful team and supporters right here for Homebois SG. And of course, all of you viewers streaming in from Malaysia, thank you very much for supporting Homebois SG as well. And by extension, MPLSG Season 6. So what can happen right here at this match? I'm going to hand my time over to the casters to slice and dissect this match. Take it away, guys.
I think you can keep it. I know. Look, RSG are all decked out in their center parting.
I know, it's like a commercial.
It looks like a Head and Shoulder commercials. But speaking of which, ladies and gents, once again, welcome back to MPL Singapore. This is going to be Homebois going up against RSG. This is the kind of like the match that I'm looking forward to. And of course, to all the Malaysian viewers out there, Selamat Hari Malaysia.
Yeah, I mean,
I wasn't expecting that.
It's so random.
You guys don't know. Like, only Malaysians get it.
I thought it was like a Sultan's birthday or something like that.
Yeah,
no. A random thing.
Fun fact
just a shout out.
All right, fun fact for all you Singaporeans right there. Today is the formation of Malaysia. But before we go over to Homebois, let's go and take a look at RSG SG side of the roster.
Okay, we know all of these guys with the addition of Bougie in the mid lane. Oki, gold lane, Diablo, El Diablo, Senor Diablo, however you want to call it. The man, the myth, the legend, the face of Singapore so far.
El Diablo.
In the jungle, and Lucian Cutie in the roam position. These guys are looking spicy. It's basically like a... Head and Shoulders could basically use their faces right here for another commercial, but I'm really interested to seeing how these guys are being played off. They are 2nd seed within the entirety of the ranking so far. They lost only 1 match into Flash, so they want to solidify their your position within the upper brackets, and I'm looking forward to see how they fare with Homeboys. Something that we can all agree on. It's going to be a very long match.
I mean, Homeboys have been winning for, the past 2 games. And, let's take a look at their lineup right now. We have Enya, Pex, Vernocure, Super Jogs, and Dairy. I mean, we have to keep an eye on Pex, right? We have to keep an eye on Pex as well as Vernocure. Usually Vernocure, he comes in with a flank, he comes in with the random, like out of nowhere, the element of surprise and catches everyone off guard. But is RSG going to be prepared for that?
I mean, Homeboys does have a buff. Enya wants another interview with Cheryl. Only if he wins this. Only if he wins this entire matchup. Enya will get his wish and get another interview with Cheryl. So it's going to be very tough for RSG to hold back the wrath that is Enya.
Enya is the wrath.
Enya is the wrath.
Like, do I want an interview or do I give Enya an interview?
He's really tasted sweet success once. Will he face it again?
All right,
this guy.
All right,
this guy's going on
all
strong.
Right, guys, we gotta calm down a little bit. We're gonna go back into talking about how do we get Enya to the interview.
Oh wow! I mean, Enya has to pop off, right?
Yeah, he has to pop off.
But
of course, everybody have to pop off. But we shall be taking a look at the keys to victory. I believe we'll be looking at the one from the side of RSG SG first. I feel like RSG SG has already shown everything, right? Like their shopping list for their win conditions. There you go, right there. Yeah, it's all open book, but nobody seems to be able to crack them, especially in Singaporean context.
I mean, only Team Flash, right? Team Flash has found the way, and of course, it's by way of imposter slash spy. Basically, Lawsy was there. Lawsy, he knows how they think, he knows how they play, and he has been the leader for RSG. But this time, without Lawsy, Lawsy knows their crack, and Lawsy's gonna take a hit at those cracks, and finally getting the advantage with the reverse sweep. But this time, can they overcome the steam-rolling Homeboys?
Oh man, it's going to be tough for them. I mean, they have to identify the threats. When we take a look at the videos and the interviews that they did in the previous week, it's always who's the threat, who's the threat, who's the threat, lock them down. So Pex is something that they have looked out for. Bray and Lucy Cutie frontline giving Oki the space to operate into the late game. This is very, very textbook play from RSG. So heavy lanes on both ends of the spectrum for RSG, Diablo and Oki. Which one do you go for?
I mean, Oki needs a space, right? Oki needs to have that space in order to farm. And I honestly, comparing the synergy with Buji and Oki, I don't think, is as comparable as to Roy and Oki, Nah,
I feel like Buji, he does have his... He's actually quite good
decent?
in terms... He's actually really good. Yeah. He's dropped into the hard spot immediately because his first tournament is literally SPS, right?
Yeah.
And he showed that he can do it, he can deliver, but little bit over aggression. But here we go. From the side of Homeboys SG, I feel like the first line is the most important one, right, Shiros?
It is important, absolutely. Target Diablo's comfort picks. Now, there are a couple of heroes that truly shout out Diablo, and people have been cosplaying him quite a bit. He has been popularized Khalid, Badang, not only in Singapore, but internationally in MFC, in the M series as well. Indonesia, they've been starting to pick up Diablo's picks. So a lot of, how do you manage a guy that has been so instrumental?
Just ban him.
Just ban
him. Just ban him. But then you ban the Khalid, you ban the Badang, that's it. And that's what Burnex Flash has already shown before. And don't forget, I'm very sure Coach Dale has done his homework.
Which brings me to my second point. Vernocure has to have a better laning experience against Diablo. He has to win his side lanes. He has to manage the lanes up on the offside, on the soft lanes. And playing off of Derry with the huge setups is the last point for the keys to victory, because they've been having a lot of success. Setups, and then the rest of the team just engage. Their Homeboys is sort of like their moniker for being the kampong representatives of Singapore. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if we were to compare
I really don't know where you're going for with that. I feel a little bit offended myself.
Homegrown Homeboys. Right? I mean, if we were to compare lane-wise, right, Vernocure would lose in the laning phase against Diablo. But in the team fight, Vernocure is impeccable.
Yeah, I feel like Vernocure has always found this very impossible timings. He always comes in a little bit too late, but at the same time, it's
just
not too late. It's just nice to go in with another engage. And with that said, I think we do have the predictions for all of you ladies and gents.
We know what Vertigo is picking.
Okay, of course.
We know
it's
what
all
Vertigo
on
is
Instagram.
picking.
It's all about the power, right? I mean, Homeboys, They're there, they're steamrolling, they're looking
All
strong.
right, you know what?
Mr. Darling.
You know what? Thank you very much for voting for Homeboys, because the last time round, whenever we all agree on one team, that team lost.
That was a previous match.
Yes,
That was the
exactly.
previous match. Evil versus Vanguard.
Exactly. So, yeah, thank you very much.
We have to mix it up, right? We have to mix it up. But you know what else is not mixed up? The audience prediction. I mean,
I don't know, man. The fans for both these two teams are actually quite strong. So, ladies and gents, let's pull that up. I'm actually dying to see it. I think it feels going to be
RSG. I think it has to be
it could be a
RSG.
50-50. Oh my goodness.
Oh, YouTube
okay.
is quite close. YouTube is quite close, right?
Okay, Facebook, lots of you guys are voting for RSG SG. And then for Homeboys, you guys are mostly on YouTube. I see where you guys are at right now.
Yeah, it's very interesting. RSG has a lot of support from their sister RSG clubs overseas, like in Philippines and Malaysia as well. Homeboys, they have a strong following in Malaysia, so we have a lot of Malaysian viewers who are rooting for Homeboys, especially for like Pex, who's also a pretty good import coming in as well.
He's pretty strong. I mean,
from,
with the
Indonesia
inclusion of
MDL,
Pex,
right? Yeah,
Yes.
Indonesia MDL. So like Indonesian
was.
will support Pex in this entire lineup too.
I see. Okay, I feel like we're all talking about very different points.
Yeah.
But let's concentrate on one thing. We talk about the EXP lane matchup. We also talk about the mid lane matchup. What about the Roamer matchup? The Derry versus Lucian Cutie.
I mean, I feel, you know, Lucian Cutie has more things to say, Derry has more things to say, but, you know, let's check out the head-to-head video and what they have to say for each other.
For the three Singaporeans wise, I do not really think of them as a huge threat, although they are strong. But it's like, to me, I already have the best Singaporeans in my team, so they are really not much of a problem. So it's really all about how good the imports are. So even if they retain their core members from SMG, I believe the result will still be the same.
For me, I think Homeboys is one of the team that we need to anticipate, because they also import the two players from Indo, Finn, Nokyo, and Pex, the mid laner. For me, I think we can clean sweep 2-0 against them.
Yeah, it's good for us. Also, knowing that a really good coach coming to SG, it will be a really good challenge for us. So also a fun challenge for me. So I really look up to against them.
I think the best thing to do is don't underestimate them and don't think that they are better than you. Think of them as same standard as us, even though they are back-to-back champion 3 times in a row. Because if you have that mindset, if they are better than you, the game would have lost from the start. I think Oki, very easy, because he can only play with tricks.
I want that the players has a confidence to fight with anyone. If they want, like, I believe that if you want to be a champion, you need to put more confidence by yourself and trust to your teammates.
I think for their current lineup, I think it's still as strong as last season. It's on the surface, it looks very strong. Whether we can beat them or not, anything is possible. You can win, you can lose. Anything is really possible. It's just determined on how you play out the game. Hey, Bray, you prepare. You don't take out your assassin. I tell you, you know my secret pocket pick already.
Oh my goodness! Spicy all throughout the board.
For the three Singaporeans.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Spicy all throughout the board. I know exactly what Derry will pick.
Yeah.
And I feel like Bray has already, I know, and I remember correctly, Bray played with Derry, and Derry has already pulled out that pocket pick right in front of him. That's like big sirens blaring in Bray's mind right now if he dares to pull out an assassin.
I mean, would he dare to? I mean, they need a counter as well, right? I mean, if you were to pull out anything, you know, that would to hunt down the assassin or, you know, munch him down or pull him away or anything, I mean, Jewel H, the RSG coach, needs to have an answer for it. Like, he knows this is coming.
Oh, yes. I love the fact that you
Right?
brought out Jewel H. And don't forget,
Exactly.
Jewel H is a very new coach
Yeah,
as
very
compared
new.
to Coach Dale in a sense, right? Mr. International
Worldwide.
right here.
Mr. Worldwide.
He's been, he hasn't seen Antarctica MPL yet, but you get the point. He is very experienced and he should know how to deal with RSG, because don't forget, RSG SG, whenever they go into a draft, it's pretty much predictable what they want to do.
That's
yeah,
true.
it's really interesting because for RSG, Bray has not pulled out any assassins just yet. They're playing a very slow game. They want to just get Oki up to speed, up to his popping power, his power spikes, and then go with a lot of these team fights. We're talking about like the comparison between the roam position, Solution QE, as well as Derry on both ends of the spectrum. They have very similar play styles. Derry very held back, very reserved, but when he knows that his team is ready to fight, he'll go in headstrong. Actually, the only thing that I think that both of these teams are pretty lacking behind is that they are going to be playing or picking up setup heroes. So it's pretty predictable in that sense. You know what they're going to be picking up, but going into the drafting phase.
Actually, to be honest,
instant, straight off the bat.
Of course, it's Coach Dale. Because, all right, there's 2 points I really need to pick up before we go into the drafting phase proper. Don't forget, the reason why Bray cannot pick an assassin jungler is because Diablo likes this crazy cheese and high damage EXP laners. But then also another point, Derry is a very aggressive roamer that really likes to run it down.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me that Homebois is identifying Diablo as a threat. Don't get me wrong, he is.
Everybody identifying him as a threat.
But
He's Diablo.
How do you face up against a team where all 5 members know their place in position, especially Buji, who is pretty much up and coming. This is his first season as a mid laner for RSG, and it's pretty new as well.
He's been through SPS.
His
the first tournament was an overseas tournament, and RSG SG has the gall to put a newcomer right there, and he's coming back stomping everybody in MPL Singapore.
But hey, to complete my point, I mean, Buji has been very phenomenal in the first week. Homeboys might be looking to identify him as a next level threat after Diablo. Let's say we take out Diablo, can we stop the rotations coming in from Buji, stop him from snowballing, stop him from controlling a lot of these team fights?
I mean, looking at this, right, Homeboy did a very, very good ban by banning away the Fredrin. I mean, RSG Bray has been playing the Fredrin over and over apart from the Arlet as well. But this time, RSG, I mean, they have to pick the Arlet, and Arlet is an amazing, amazing flex pick as well. It can go into Diablo's hand, it can go into, you know, Bray's hand as well. But what are they going to go for? This time, let's take a look at the bans. Banning away the Valentina, Xbox, and the Claude. I mean, they know Enya wants to play this Claude.
Kadita, Joy, very open right here. Kaja also extremely open. Martis is also open for a first pick. You want to take that away from Bray. Or even take the Arno away. No, but no, they're going for the first. The flank pick off this Edith could be going into Derry or Vinocure.
RSG might very well look to pick up the Kadita, look to pick up Joy. A lot of strong, heavy magic damage.
Look at them smiling already. They know.
In the mid stages of the game. And they know it's pretty much wide open. With Kadita, they can control the map. It's like walking into a minefield. And basically, the only one that can open the map with a Kadita would be an export, but it's banned out. Edith would be the second best choice, but when you face check a bush, let's be sure you're going to get bursted down too.
Exactly. I mean, Vinocure on this Edith is actually kind of strong, I would say, but Edith in the roam, I would say, is a little bit of one step higher than an EXP laner. But, you know, tomato, but this time Bray, he's not gonna go for the Arlen, he's gonna go for the Lancelot and Buji onto the Novaria. So this time they can pick up the Kadita. Homeboys can pick up the Kadita, but with this Novaria, she has range. I mean, you keep them at an arm's length where they cannot touch you at all. But that's the most you can do, right? I mean, with the Star Shatter as well as the Astro Echo, you know, the hitbox will increase. And take a look at that. Homeboys will be going up onto the Kadita.
Very interesting. RSG, it does look like they are playing a wall to cannon strategy where you have a very nice long range, and you know how Lancelot is going to be a semi-tank kind of build. You have the Lancelot as well to go straight into that back line. He identified that he needs to take Enya out of the game as fast as possible to open up opportunities for RSG to come crashing in to their castle. But Homeboys picking up the Kadita, picking up the Beatrix. I like the Kadita pick specifically because they will be able to control the late stage of the game, especially within the map.
Yeah, but it's going to get reviewed by Novaria very easily, so that's why RSG decides to go for the Novaria first pick. Now we got to have to try to counter that, that Kadita or something to kind of slow down in terms of the Wamba combo. I'm thinking of Minotaur from the side of RSG SG, but decided to go for Oki's Bruno first. Bruno has been making waves, literally, all across the meta.
From a lane-to-lane matchup, Bruno would in theory, win out Beatrix before level 4 very, very easily. You have a lot of stacks you can build up with your passive. You have the Powerball as well. So Beatrix will be kept at bay. Homeboys will be looking to the goat lane as the heavy lane.
Your
so
team is
wasting all the resources trying to shut the goat lane down. But this gives a lot of time and space for Diablo to do his thing in the foreground, in the offside. Worthy trade, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, right now RSG, they already picked up the Lancelot, so they do not want Jogs on this Martis at all. They are banning away the Martis because Homeboys, they've been playing Martis, they've been playing the Lance. That's why they picked up the Lance. Right. They want to snatch away the Lance. And Homeboys as well, they picked up the X-Bog, and you see, hence RSG's ban for the X-Bog.
Knowing how RSG is very early on aggression, they might go for the Bruno Diggy cheese. What do you think?
I don't think... No.
Could potentially go for the Bruno Diggy cheese. Time Journey is going to be very good against
Wipe out all the injustice in the world.
Kadita and Edith. It's it's also like a buy one get one free, but I don't remember whether Lucian Q. No, he actually showed us that he can also go for soft support. So yeah, because I remember, if I'm not mistaken, he pulled out a Valeria. If I'm not mistaken, hold on, let me just double check on my stats.
I think Lucian QD might very well go for a deny pick if he wouldn't pick up a strong damaging or strong zone out such as the Diggy to pair up with the Bruno. It's a typical cheese that we see usually in ranked strats. There's not really much thing that Homeboys could do to defend from the wrath that is Diggy and Bruno. You always get pushed back into your second tier turret. So giving Enya a very, very tough time. And Homeboys definitely banks on Enya to get his power spikes.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's not Lucian Kitty that banned.
I love the smell of gunpowder in the morning.
That's why they proceed to ban away to Franco for the side Lucian QD. You really want to prevent them from getting those free checks on the bush with a blind Iron Hook.
I mean, if you're going to be using that blind hook and you want to open up the map, I think a Kufra would be really, really good here.
Yeah, it's a deny pick as well. I mean, you don't want to give it over to the hands of Homeboys, but
it's a good counter. I mean, Kufra counters the Bruno and the Lancelot as well. And he's a very good catcher as well as an engager. Good to, check bushes, walk up, clear the brush, open up the map for your team. And this time RSG, I think they should pick it up, but no, they're going to the Grok instead.
So it's the same idea, right? You want to have that CC immunity. The Grok does have that CC immunity. The tankiness to check a bush, yep, he does have that. And he also can do he has a very strong early game wave clear, and then he has a massive ultimate. This is exactly what RSG wants, to slow down the combo of Homebois SG.
I think RSG now desperately needs a stronger front line, especially since Bruno is lacking in range. But Homeboys, on the other hand, they have a lot more range. They have a lot more retaliative kind of composition with the Edith as well. You come straight to the Edith's face, she'll flip you back, she'll knock you up, you get stun locked. So Homeboys looking to have something that really covers up. You could very well pick up a Benedetta as well for Homeboys. Try to deny it from Diablo.
I am the power of light and
This is the Emperor's
order.
order.
Something that is a little bit more on the dive pick, but they will settle for the Kaja and the Kai.
Yeah, I mean, Kaja with the Arkai, they're here to stop any, if the Grok were to come, the Arkai pops the heavy spin as well, but the Divine Justice coming out from that Kaja, it shows, that they're going to be doing that combo, the Kaja and the Kadita. The double combo, they're looking for a catch, they're looking for pickoffs, and Homeboys are looking to capitalize on that pickoffs in order for the Kadita as well as the Beatrix to snowball.
That's a lot of CCs.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 members of CCs.
You get a lot of stun lock, especially when Lancelot is coming into the back lines. You gotta keep Enya safe. That's
when the body suffers.
That's the goal of Homeboys. Benedetta will get picked up by RSG. You need a lot of dive potential. Try to get Enya out of the picture. And then you pretty much open Homeboys' front line. They don't have much damage.
CC immunity for the side of Benedetta as well, so it's up to how Diablo plays this. This is like Season 5 Diablo meta in a sense, before he touched the forbidden fruit
so
of
last
the Khalid
season.
And the Badam.
Yeah, so it's last season, it's season 5 Diablo. Oh, Season 4?
Yeah, Season 4, Season 5.
Yeah, so it's Season 4, Season 5 Diablo all over again with that Benedetta. I mean, we've seen how he uses that Benedetta for the split push, but that doesn't matter when it all comes down to the land of Dawn here for game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, RSG and Homebois SG.
Gonna load up the Land of Dawn right here as you take a look at the rosters right now. I feel like both of these two teams have the specific win condition, but
5
it's how
seconds
they
to the
execute
enemy
in the
to
land
fall.
of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1. Homebois SG going up against RSG. Homebois SG proving a very tough foe for RSG SG's victory in terms of monopolizing MPL Singapore Season 6 again.
You get a funnel strat from Bruno, trying to take down that purple buff as fast as possible, trying to deny Bray from using the Retribution early, because you need Bray to get that level 4 fast, you need Rock to get that level 4 fast, and Lucian Cutie already started to be engaged.
Oh, big massive damage already done against Derry, and that's the power of the Grok in the early game, right? Your first skill, even though you're like, you know, the numbers are quite nutty, especially on the early game.
Very, very nutty indeed. But I mean, looking at the draft on both sides, I would, you know, I like the Kadita pick, right? I mean, this would be very, very massive for Homebois as well. I mean, one good setup, one good amazing set for Homebois, and it's all over for RSG, right? One mistake is all it needs.
Pull yourself together for Kadita so that the Petrify will be in Arsenal very, very fast even after it's been used. Very defensive builds coming in from both marksmen, the tenacity as well. That's a Bruno with the Fatal and a Beatrix with the Thrill.
I personally feel like Jobs going on to Akai feels
Fuji
like
though.
Oh, Fuji. One snipe, a little bit low. Not enough damage from the side of Homebois in the early game for now. But back to my point, right? Super Jobs picking up Akai. I feel like that's like the worst case scenario for a jungler, because Akai is really out of meta right now.
RSG playing towards that late game, very early game rotation. Try to get that level 4 as Diablo showing the eye for an eye, denying the knockup.
Wow, Diablo is just out microing on Vernocure. Like I said, you know, Vernocure, Diablo is actually winning in lane against Vernocure. And this time, Diablo is cutting lanes, he's cutting waves, he's enjoying this. And Vernocure has no cure for this.
Yep, no cure. But Diablo is basically cancer right now, right? Not even chemotherapy is able to remove this little devil himself. But now, hold on a second, it's going to be the turtle contest right here. Super Jogs does has level 4, does have the heavy speed to commit onto the first skill. Ultimate committed by Diablo right here. The Petrify coming in, Bags finds Diablo as the first blood. The knockup coming in, Ivory coming in, but Super Jogs still managed to take away the turtle from RSG, losing 3 in that scuffle. Homebois getting away for free.
I think both teams were a little bit too overconfident with these team fights. RSG Homebois, Derry and Lucian Cutie did not have their level 4 before that turtle, so no setups, no zone potential coming in from both teams except Homeboy. They were a little bit more reactive, waiting for Diablo to come in, and then he gets bursted down.
Exactly, I have to say that as well. I mean, Super Jogs, you know, continuously going for that macro, going for the turtle as well, and Pex with that Kadita is such a game changer. Right, like I said, that Kadita changes everything, and Kadita is such an S tier hero. Everything will be fruitful in, you know, for Homeboy.
We're taking a look at how RSG is playing this. It does look like they want to keep the gold lane at bay. That's the
Lucian Cutie flickers out forward, catches onto Derry. Nowhere for him to run. The Divine Judgment coming in just in the nick of time. But Pexo looking for a pickoff right here. Will miss the dash. But look at Lucian Cutie on the other side just waiting for him. And the snipe coming in. The wall to be built. Pex skill gets away.
It's a very, very quick Petrify recovery. The cooldown coming in from that pull yourself together is so important for Pex. You need to make use of that Petrify to be able to lock someone down. His only job in the early game is to try to deny Buji from getting enough farm, and you all know it's very, very slow for Novaria to get up that farm.
Okay, that's the ultimate. Oh, it gets denied by the heavy spin. Already committed. Both these two junglers has already done it. And gets forward with a shotgun. Super Jogs picks up the jungler of RSG, and just in the nick of time, 20 seconds for the turtle to spawn. Ray should be coming up just in the nick of time to basically contest this turtle. Lucian Cutie. Wall charge into air. Buji coming in with a snipe. Diablo will be able to lock down Enya. He goes down, and now Diablo will not be able to make an escape. His own Grok blocking his way of escaping.
Oh, Pex just waiting in. Okay, he would not commit, but that was an impeccable fight. That was a huge fight for Homebois. Without Diablo, without Bray, it does look like they will be having an easier time with this turtle, which will put their economy up ahead.
Wow, such unfortunate timing as well. The Guardian Wall coming in and denying Diablo his escape, and Diablo just stuck there. And there we go. The second turtle going to Homeboy's hand right there. And then
Pex. Petrified right there. Ray tries to be a little bit greedy, but his greed is not paying off.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at that. That Kadita. You have a Kadita, you have a Kaja, you have a Beatrix. It's just insane. You're gonna lock everybody down no matter how much you have that CC immune, CC, you know, escape or immunity as well.
The Bray's first game as an assassin, he is not doing too well. 1-3-0. He's only got that War Axe. He needs to be able to find some form of sustain in order to come in through to any of these skirmishes. He needs to find that backline, but Homeboys, they're denying it so hard. First item to be built by Derry is the Dominance Ice, because they have a lot of shield. They have the sustain. This is all for Oki.
All for Oki indeed, and Oki is already at level 7. Pegs takes a little bit of a hit there from the Star Shatter. But I have to say, Homeboys with the 2.5k goal lead right now. Brave trying to jump in onto Virnocure. But take a look at Virnocure, he's just...
Oh! Nice flip right there, but he's ultimately getting punished instead. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting Brave to just get on the way with the iframes. Vertigo, you gotta hold on your horses just a little bit. But then again, off the screen, Lucian Q to get busted down.
Wow, what an insane play there. I mean, it caught me by my breath as well. Virnocure with the flicker back along with the flip back.
I've never seen anybody use that, right?
I've never seen that. I mean, we've seen the knockup plus the flicker. We have never seen the flicker plus
the flicker. No, the
back and the flicker.
And the flicker, right? Virnocure delivering a masterclass in terms of the Edith right now, but Homeboys stabilizing a little bit stronger right now. Escom and RSG, don't forget, this is the back-to-back champions.
Wow. And yeah, already coming online. He has his power spikes. Looks how fast he takes down Diablo. Diablo Bray not having a good start so far in this game. In the early stages of the game, it looks like Homeboy are in a better position contest with this turtle without Diablo. I think the reason why also Diablo RSG taking double assassins with the Benedetta as well as the Lancelot is to vie for that late game. You need both off-site pressure.
Exactly, and Homeboys are taking so much map right now. They are covering the map. They are walking into territory right there, and Bray is gonna get taken down by Pax yet again.
And another one, Pax.
Yeah, and another one. I mean, Pax, look, this Kadita pick has been so essential to Homeboys. They constantly shut down Bray. Bray's at 1 and 4.
I'm surprised that RSG didn't first pick. Oh well. Didn't pick up the Kadita right off the bat, because Homeboys, they first picked the Edith. RSG has full opportunity to pick up the Kadita, and now they're suffering for it. Homeboys identified that moment, they snatched it away from RSG.
I mean, in the end, they went for the Novara instead, but extra echo. Derry gets hit right there with the Star Shatter, but no worries there. With the 5k goal lead, Homeboys are comfortable. Look at Pax.
Wow.
Rough waves with the knockup. Lucian QD down to 50% HP.
There's a lot of damage coming in from Pax already. RSG, they're looking to play in the defense, but Diablo doing his own thing, trying to proxy the waves on the offside, trying to get Homeboys over to him. He knows he's confident to run away, but RSG, they are suffering. This is not the start that they're looking for.
Yeah, this is not a start that they were envisioning. They were trying to get a hold of that early game though.
I'm going to stop you right there. Enya actually got the Encourage roam boots. I think the Marksman, this is something that I want to address in a little bit. 8-minute mark, Marksman as well, getting the roam boots.
Oh, the flip back, Bray.
Stop right here, Petrify. Bray couldn't play the game at all. He's going to limp away. Here comes Astro Echo, but Diablo gets dragged by the Divine Judgment from Homeboys, and a big welcome to his death.
Wow, I mean, they baited Bray, right? They wanted to catch off Bray. They wanted to go for the pickoff onto Bray, but instead, Diablo got caught in that crossfire, putting him at 1 to 4 yet again.
Homeboys looking very, very good in team fights. RSG
picking
up this. It's the shot. Enya really wants that interview. Enya really wants that interview. Take a look at the damage dealt. Pex in the top of the charts. Pex doing the Lord's work, staying in the brushes. There's no way RSG could have saw that coming or saw where Pex was, even with Bougie's extra echo.
25k for Pex on that Kadita. That Kadita is either going to get snatched up or banned away by Homeboys, right?
It needs to be banned. It's already an S tier pick ban in every single MPL region. And then you let it go in the hands of X. It's just literally RSG is asking for this.
Exactly. I mean, maybe they might have the answer in terms of Novaria, but they definitely did not know that this would be paired with a Kaja, a Akai, as well as a Edith.
Well, benefit of the doubt though, maybe it's still regular season. RSG might be testing their plays. Right, best time to test might be not, as the turret goes down.
Oh, Derry, I think that's a flicker already committed, will not be able to hook anybody else. Bray goes into iframes, walks away for now, but right now, RSG is taking all these losses, and now they also need to defend against the Lord that's marching up top.
Wow, I mean RSG with their backs against the wall. I mean, we've never seen RSG like this.
Not
we
in
have
the regular
never
season,
seen.
no.
Season 3 Eagles.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that Bray.
Big damage coming out. Oki takes too
Rough
much
wave.
damage. Rough Wave's coming in, committed by Homeboys for now, just a wave clear. But all said and done, there's so many big ultimates already committed by the side of Homeboys. There's still a lot pushing up top. In the meantime, Diablo down bot as well, try to split push, try to create map pressure on the other side. And now it's up to Homeboys how they play against this Lord. Astro Echo coming up.
Oh,
no!
spin!
And wild charge connect onto 2. Heavy spin committed, but a little bit too premature. But Homeboys still able to do the damage to snipe. For his snipe. Bucci gets sniped by Enya. He will also receive that Star Shadow from RSG's Bucci.
Oh, the Renus Apathy nearly connecting right there and barely catching out Bucci as well. I mean, Homeboys, not a single life lost, right? Diablo was going for the split push. He decided to go back and right in the nick of time. Homeboys right now with a 9k goal lead.
A very crispy moment for Homeboys. This is massive for them. As long as they are able to extend their lead, as long as they're suffocating RSG within their own base, there's nothing much that Diablo and Bray can do. They're already very, very far behind.
Exactly, they are 9.3k gold behind. Astro Echo is not going to catch off onto anyone as of right now, but Bear No Cure trying to go for that knock-up onto Bray. Let's take a look at the items here.
The human form already committed. Bray will be able to puncture all the way out, but yeah, items.
All of Homeboys are buying the Roam boost. This is something very, very interesting. Usually it's just the mage, but every single one of them, as long as it hits 8 minutes, they switch out to Roam. This is interesting to me because even though they're not even far behind, it's slowly but surely building up. They're just holding themselves down for that late game to get the additional buffs from the from all of these Roam boots as well. Kadita got the favor. This is something that I've seen in MPL Malaysia. I can't remember the hero's name, but I was watching it a couple days ago, where the passive from Kadita actually heals you up as well as your teammates. So you have a little bit more sustain.
Yeah, so it gives additional healing to you
and not only just that, don't forget, that was Coach Dale, you know, the coach from Homeboys Malaysia, of course, is going to import more information over to the side of Homeboys SG right now. Now the Lord Pit is up. This is going to be a luminous Lord that RSG need to try to contest, but looking at the level difference between junglers, not looking good for RSG.
RSG very, very far behind right now, but the knock-up onto Bray and a flip back as well.
Okay, right now they're focusing most of the damage onto Bernocchio. Look at that, he's still able to flicker all the way. Super Jog's still alive though. He's actually looking for some pickup right here. Gary threatening just to drag Diablo down to the ground. Pegs coming in!
Oh,
the Pacify lands on top of Diablo! And he picks up a mega kill. Homeboys takes the EXP laner down.
There was a misplay.
Four ultimate, all for Vir No Cure, a Edith.
And couldn't take anybody down.
Yeah, at all. There was 0 death coming out from RSG. RSG at the cause of Diablo as well. And Homeboys right now able to secure the Lord. 4 ultimates invested onto one Vir No Cure. That was a big, big misplay.
No contest for the side of RSG anymore. They burned so many resources onto Vir No Cure. And remember, I was joking about the fact that Diablo was a cancer. No, Vir No Cure has found the chemotherapy required to put down this cancer.
He has found the answer to the cancer.
It shows why Edith
he cured cancer.
He cured cancer, wow.
Well, I mean, Edith, this shows why Edith is S tier, right? You would need to be able to check within the bushes, and for RSG, the entire Land of Dawn is basically a minefield. Every single bush it's dangerous for them. Enya already getting funneled to infinity and beyond. He's almost at full build at 12k gold. Just for himself, looks like Enya might very well have another interview.
No, he's farmed enough gold to fund for himself for a full build and carry Cheryl in game with a full item build as well.
Oh wow!
sorry, Cheryl. I'm just
we have to stick with this narrative right now. But hold on a second here. Homeboys with the skirmish, with the crash down.
All right, right now there's also going to be a reveal committed by the side of Bucci right here. The Illusion QD gets suppressed. Very pulling back, and they're doing the damage. Wall charge, a defensive one, not ideal. If you are a Grok, Verniker walks away. He's untouchable by the side of RSG SG, and now Lord already dealt with mid lane, already cracked over by the side of Homeboys. Bray trying to make a play right here. Pax will still be proven like a slippery fish. And RSG SG, the snipe from Enya lands on the Illusion Cutie, and RSG on defensive mode right now.
Wow, the Renus Apathy nearly catches out, but take a look at that. Ibra's Passion trying to chunk down the wave as well, trying to push, but a good basic attack right there onto Aki.
That's a lot of damage.
A lot of
RSG,
damage.
They're not prepared for another defense. They desperately need to fight for this next Lord. Bray in no position, Diablo in no position to be able to soak up those damage. And RSG, they're just lacking in terms of this tank ability.
The wall's just buying time right here. But RSG, what kind of time are they buying, Jules?
I mean, they're trying to wait for the next lot. They have to wait for the next lot, and then right there they can RSG, you know, that's RSG's last chance. If they lose that, they're gone. They're out of the game. But take a look at the items.
Well, for Homeboys, they're all attack. Oh, Mistress the Petrify.
Okay, that's still A-okay. Still baits on quite a lot of things. Now Super Jog's forced to use the heavy spin right here, try to zone it away. And Enya will be able to take that, but no!
Oh!
Diablo! He gets kidnapped once again. The wall trying to connect onto Enya. Look at Oki looking
Enya goes down.
He at least takes somebody down. Bray, the sweeper to clean up the messes that RSG has left behind. And now Oki and Bougie left to deal against Real No Cure, but Homeboys walk away with a clean base dealt against RSG.
Wow, 2 for 2, but at the cost of a tier 3 turret as well.
This is very big for RSG. The only way RSG is able to defend and able to come back from this game is if Homeboy is a little bit too impatient going straight into the base. Homeboys right now should have to zone out this Lord. This is a very, very important Lord, mind you. 3 waves, especially enhanced minions crashing down. RSG, if they take control of this, they are going to be winning this game.
Pex being cheeky right here. Observer has also kind of spotted him out. He will be, yeah, it will be scouted by Bougie at the very least.
Exactly, but Pex here, always hiding out in the bushes, always looking for opportunities as well. Misses the Petrify and misses the knockup as well. Had to use the rough waves to get away. But Petrify is still up and available. 2-man knocked up here with Thorn Rose. Homeboys, they're looking to take advantage of this. I mean, they have...
Oh no! Bray drags into Bray. The Enya buzz. Second skill coming up on Bray.
Oh!
He steals the Lord away for Homeboys, denying them from a GG push. And RSG SG now, they're trying to look for the punish. Homeboys trying to do the same, but Super Jux and Jerry already down. Oki gets knocked up sky high in the air. Very no kill will be there. Secure the deal. RSG Enya goes forward. Buff in hand, shuts down Bougie.
Wow, 3 for 3, but the Lord still goes to RSG. RSG in the nick of time gave themselves a little bit of breathing space for themselves.
RSG should have backed off right away. Take a look at the instant replay and see what happened. So the pull was onto Bray. Lucian Cutie with the reflexes immediately wall charge along with Bray, saving him, popping his immortality, buying a lot of time for Bray to hit his retribution.
Wow, but Bray still manages to hit that retribution despite the heavy spin by a pixel of a frame.
Dude, he got dragged, he got burst upon, he had to go to second skill, Super Jux coming in to push him away, and then he still secures the Lord.
Exactly, but a fight right now is going to be coming up at all.
Okay, this time around, it's going to be Lucian Cutie gets dragged down to the ground right here. Enya does have the damage to bust it down.
Hex!
Oh! Ocean Odyssey just in the nick of time right here, but luckily he has the passive coming in. Bray coming in to try to clean it up. The Petrify from Pex to try to buy some time. Bray is running out of punctures, and oh wait, how
the burn!
The burn! The orange but burns him all the way down where he stands, and RSG, because of that one Lord fight, they're back in the game.
Wow, one Lord fight from RSG is all it took. Right now, Homeboys, their lead has gone down to 4.7 thousand.
50%?
Gold. Yeah, 50% goal difference.
A crucial Lord. Homeboy should have just backed off just right there and then once that Lord was taken down. Homeboy is now just defending for their life. The only silver lining that they have is that Akai would be able to push them and mitigate any of those aggressive skirmishes coming in from RSG.
I don't know what you're talking about, Churros. Defending for their lives, they took the Lord down, they managed to push down and do quite a serious amount of infrastructure damage against Homeboys. They're stabilizing.
Yo, for Homeboys, should have backed off.
Yeah, Homeboys right now, it's allowing RSG to stabilize even when RSG has their backs against the wall.
Exactly. They have their backs against the wall, but right now they are using that wall to push themselves towards Homeboys, denying them off the GG push, walking right up to their face, taking the Lord away, and denying them the game.
Super jobs.
Super job.
Scouted out right there. I don't know whether this is a push that you want to walk in. Lucian Cute immediately builds a wall. Tagged by Bougie for now, but both these two teams buying time. Lord coming out in 20 seconds.
So RSG RSG needs to play in the split lane because Diablo and Bray, they really need to find a way to get that lane priority. 10 seconds.
Oh, Lucicuti! Wild charge! I don't know. No, this is definitely not map hack. But RSG SG, they found the two main damage units from the side of Homebois is right there in the bush. And Lucicuti, wild charges all the way in. RSG punishing Homebois right here. And Pegs taking them for a run. A bit of a scenic route to buy some time for its own team. Bougie still managed to snipe down Pegs.
What a catch from Lucian Cutie with the two-man wild charge as well as the conceal. I mean, maybe he had a small little glimpse of them moving into that bush. Right?
RSG saw it. The other people saw it and immediately this is RSG, right? They managed to find that checkable armor and now they're penetrating all the way through. Homebois right here is playing on defense. That's the heavy spin committed onto Brave. They should really try to buy some time. Wild charge already committed by the side of Homebois. RSG right here. They need to try to end the game right here, right now.
Homebois are coming up. Enya's coming up, Derry's coming up, and RSG needs to back off. Maintain lane priority, maintain that the Lord is up. They can go for that Lord.
I mean, they have to go for the Lord, but don't forget, Super Jog is still up and ready with that retribution, and RSG instantly turns the table onto Homeboi's head. And take a look at that. This time, RSG is in the goalie and is now neck and neck.
Yeah, now it's stabilized, right? RSG has managed to stabilize from a dire situation, and now they have full control of the Lord Pit right now. Homebois is trying to make something creative.
Just a slow little play from RSG and Homebois. But Homebois, they're not showing their location. They cannot show Enya because they want to run it down. This Lord might be used as bait for both teams. Lucian Cutie needs to look for that back line, or Diablo needs to maintain lane priority. So the mid lane pushing down, RSG will have the upper hand in terms of that top side of that mid, of the Lord.
Exactly. It all boils down to this fight right here. This last Lord fight. This has to be the last determining Lord fight right now.
Diablo.
Immortality's up.
Diablo shown up top. Derry goes in conceal, looking for somebody. Will not commit to the Divine Judgment. Bray is still running around rampant. Pegs lingering around a team fight, looking for somewhere to enter. Derry and slowing down. That's a knockout right in the face. Right into Enya's Nibiru's Passion as well. Bray right here. Oh, that's also one killing spree. Oki also picking up another kill as well. But RSG slowly running on steam. Enya, the next target for the side. RSG gets knocked down into the ground. And Homebois lose 3 for nothing. The Lord resets.
Oh no, but Pegs
trying to make a play right here, the rough ways, but he's only just one Kadita. Wait, Oki actually pushed him away from the knockup.
Wow, what a push. But then 3 members down right there, but no Lord. And this time RSG, they want to take the game away. They are trying to steal this game away. They're going to be ending this. They're going to go for the GG push as well. 4 members down as well. There we go. Only Super Jogs left. He does have the heavy spin though.
Heavy spin to try to wave clear, but there's super minions that are marching all the way down. RSG will be able to deal with Super Jogs very easily.
Oh, there we go.
Going in for the victory lap, and they take game number 1.
Wow, what a reverse sweep and a reverse comeback. What a comeback from RSG. Playing from the back line. Their base was bald as my forehead right now, with 0 hair.
No, you're going to be as bald as Roy.
Bald as Roy soon.
This was just a masterclass of macro skill from RSG. Lucian Cutie was so instrumental in seeking out where Enya was at all times. That was the main target.
Yeah, communication and, technically speaking, Bougie's map hack.
Yeah. No, right? Lucian Cuties as well.
Map hack.
Yeah, like Bougie has very good control on the map, and that's the reason why instead of going for the Kadita, they used the Novara to deal with it. I know we questioned them in the early game where they gave over the Kadita. Pex was running rampant all throughout, but then again, team comms. So important from this particular one. I'm looking forward to the mic check.
Yeah, I'm also looking for a mic check. We might not be able to see it for this series, only if, like, the team that wins.
I want to see this.
But man, RSG, they came back from a very, very dire early game status. It was so difficult. Taking a look at all the itemizations, it's just the roam boots all across the board from Homebois. Enya finally sold off his boots just to get an extra defensive item, especially the blade of the blade of the man, I can't see halberd. You get that sea halberd just to mitigate a lot of these regenerative potential from Bray itself. And Bray, on the other hand, slowly but surely building up his items, getting that true damage. He will be able to just get that iframes, work towards the iframes, and jump towards Enya. So he's the main target. Once he gets taken out, RSG, they're just hammering through.
Exactly. And Homeboys, they had the lead, right? They had the lead. I mean, we do have a interview after this. I mean, I'm not sure. But amazingly, Enya with the build as well. But Homeboys, they had the snowball, they had the lead, they capitalized on it. But then RSG base was balled, and Homeboys just couldn't close out the game.
Just a very, very interesting approach from Homeboys. I just can't get over the fact that like all of them still got their roams. They played towards the late game, 60 seconds on the death timer. They still haven't had the opportunity to find that right target. It's so difficult to get through to RSG, especially when Bougie playing towards the late game. And we see again the ice cream one from Bougie, just to use himself as utility to slow the rest of them down. He also got the enchanted talisman, something that I never see much in competitive matches. Because
I mean, you just want to constantly spam out the ultimate, the Astral Echo as well, the Star Shatter. And guess what? The Star Shatter gives you information as well. It grants you that short window of of vision inside the brush. You can shoot it into any brush you want, and you would even though it would not hit onto the enemy, at least it will still be seen.
Yeah, it's just the enchanted talisman. Once you build that on, you sort of lose one item slot for a defensive item, which is a little bit more on the passive approach as well.
I feel like the reason why Bougie had to go for that is because he want that ultimate to just constantly on off cooldown, right?
Correct.
Because the 20% cooldown that you get from the book, instrumental, that allows RSG to make smart guesses where Homeboys is. Even if Bougie's ultimate doesn't tag anybody, you can still find out where Homeboys is via the means of elimination.
Yeah, Bougie hurts in the late game, and it's so difficult to deal with Bougie because whenever you try to catch Bougie, he flies over the wall with the Astral Shatter. So it's so tough for Homeboy, especially when you had a easy early game. Oh, not easy early game. A very I would say easy early game, and then you sort of like lose that lead because of one mistake. You were a little bit too overconfident. You tried to get the aggression, try to get the skirmishes down within the base of RSG.
I mean, the timing from Homeboys, they were good. They had the snowball, they had the timing, they had the lead, but the GG push just wasn't solid enough. It wasn't solidified.
We're taking a look at the MVP soon. I think it will be Bougie from RSG. He's just again, the mid lane role within this entire season was just so instrumental. You never see him much, but once he pops off, you really feel his presence.
I mean, Lucian QD was so essential in this, constantly catching over and over and over again, especially with their last play, they conceal, they had the information, they were running it down, they were gunning it down, and Enya had nowhere to go.
Yeah, and the worst part is Enya's right there, of course, MVP, given over to Lucian QD. But mind you, ladies and gents, I feel it's the communication of that team that allowed Lucian QD to make all these crazy wild charges play. Mind you, it is unfortunate that Enya and Derry had to play that very bush.
Yeah, yep. I mean, Lucian QD, very, very target focused. That's why I like him. He knows who his target is, so once he spot Beatrix down on that last Lord fight, he target focused on him, making sure that he always has vision, or his team always has vision on Beatrix. You don't want Beatrix to just sidewind you coming from the flank and then just gunning everyone down. Lucian QD is just right there on top of Beatrix. So even though Beatrix was the last one off the charts, Lucian QD using that wall towards the full potential, using wild charge, trying to keep Enya at bay. So once you keep that win condition at bay, the rest of the team can just gun it down.
Yep, let's take a look at the highlights, ladies and gents. Let's see how, RSG turned the tide. I think it's just way too crazy. And it shows, when RSG SG does have that discipline to maintain composure even after they have a horrible early to mid to late game, right?
Yep.
But they maintain composure and they turn it around. Homeboys unable to end the game right there and then.
This was the one where the wall blocked Diablo out from escape. It's a little bit funny how,
okay,
in the early game...
this is the time where you start to press the emergency button for Lucian QD.
Yeah, and then from this one, Pex, a little bit too fast on the rough waves, a little bit too so early for the rough wave, so
Yeah.
he didn't connect onto anyone. There's
Again,
where I
Lucian
think
Cutie catching out Enya over and over again. Enya finally going down, and he got his target priority correctly, and he got his target priority right.
This was the one. Look at
Yes.
where Beatrix was at all times. So the pull, and then Lucian Cutie with the incredibly fast reflexes. Once Bray was pulled, he
Saved
knows,
Bray.
immediately goes down with Bray.
Yeah, he saved Bray right there. Allows Bray to breathe just a little bit, to land down a retribution. And this was the very fight that practically earned RSG that win.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think this fight was a little bit of a misplay from Enya. If Enya continued to stay with the main 5, he would have been able to clear out the rest of RSG, but it was a little bit back. But this was the one where Lucian Cutie went straight for the backline. The rest of RSG just comes crashing down like a rough waves in Uno reverse.
Wow, instant catch.
Yeah, look where Enya is in this one. So Enya staying at that back front, Bougie getting taken down, but they know where Enya is at all times. The rest of the team, they ditch Pex and they ditch Jocks and they went for Enya. This is target prioritization at its finest.
The reason why is that you cannot catch Pex at all. Pex is very slippery, so Pex is there to buy some time. Enya, on the other hand, as a Beatrix, you only have one dash. Once you use a dash, that's it.
Yeah,
You've
I
got
mean,
nothing else.
you only have the dash or the flicker. If both is gone, you're dead.
You're basically a sitting duck.
You just And then here comes the Lucian Cutie rushing you right into your face with a conceal and a wild charge as well.
A little bit of a misplay from Enya as well, because he wants to go straight for the flank, but he always needs to make sure that there is a roam or there is a tank to be able to protect you if you wanna execute that flank. And this time they understood that Enya is still alone, so he's pretty much wide open. It's like, come and get me.
Well, I personally say that it's not Enya overextending. It's just that Pex is actually trying to take the attention of RSG away. RSG, after in the early game, they learned the lesson: don't chase Pex. They chase against Enya.
They chase Enya, and then they got it right.
It's not Enya overextending. I don't think Enya actually expects that. But with that said, I think we got a surprise interview. Vertigo was a little spoiling, spoils everybody a little bit. But apparently, it is an interview with Puji. Apparently, another brother, Abang from Malaysia. Of course. Another Abang to another Abang. Cheryl, over to you.
I'm here to interrupt the regular broadcast right here with a very special interview of a special guest that hailed all the way from Malaysia. Come on over and join me.
Hello.
Selamat datang.
Yes, also selamat datang and welcome to MPLSG.
Okay, goodbye everybody. This is the end of my shift.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
So actually, I'm a man. I'm a guy.
Nice, I love. You know, it gets a little bit lonely here, a little bit
Yes.
cold. It's always nice to have a friend.
Actually, I'm coming here to support Homebois SG, but unfortunately, they are losing the first game. So, but I don't have RSG jersey, so I'm hoping for anybody to sponsor me their jersey. Then I will change right now, right here.
Honestly, before this interview, you just show everybody lah. You see, then now
I'm
after
sorry,
the first game,
I have to close. I have to close. Once they win,
like
then
prata like that, flip.
cannot. Kali close.
Oh, close. Huh?
Daddy Hood name is alright. It's their owner.
Okay. So yes, we're very excited to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much
so
as
now
well.
I wanted to ask you.
Yes,
so
yes.
now, who are you supporting?
Actually, supposed to be a Homeboys, but as I said before, RSG is winning, so I'm rooting for them right now.
Right now.
Right now, I'm rooting for them because RSG is the champion, right?
Practical lah, bang. Too practical
RSG,
lah.
I love you. I need jersey.
So this is how you ask for sponsors now.
Yes.
I need to work harder, I think.
Because right now it's 2023. We have to be more outspoken.
Yes.
If not, they don't know who are you. Oh,
Yes.
they're asking for jersey. Okay, sure.
So this is how you do it. I need to take down notes.
Yes, just like that. Yes, good one.
Everybody's
Ask
asking
Homeboys,
for
they are
jerseys
very
now.
rich one, and also RSG, also a good brand in Malaysia and also Singapore.
Fantastic. So right here, I mean, you have been very involved in the MPL MY scene. So what do you think? First impressions right here of the MPL SG scene.
Actually, I'm quite surprised because in Malaysia, we don't have Pikachu.
Yes, we have a very surprised guest in our live audience, a regular.
So it's actually, I'm quite surprised also, but she's a good venue, good people, and the environment and everything. Also in Malaysia, we also got pretty hosts, and also in SG also got pretty hosts. So I'm really impressed.
Oh, I thought you're gonna say the difference is Rose is the pretty one, and then
No.
Singapore.
If I'm at MY right now, I will say Rose is the most prettiest, beautiful, and everything. But right now, I'm at Singapore. I'm sorry to say Rose, but she is the one.
Rose. Because he is here in Singapore, we'll make a call to the customs that he can't go back. Stirring the pot here. Now, we're very excited to have you here once again. So, will we be seeing you more here?
Hopefully, if MPLSG sponsor me.
Oh, okay. We will do our best. So, you have been making a lot of content online. So, where can our wonderful viewers, view all of your content online?
They can search me on TikTok actually. POPOPOGIEE. Popo G.
G. So yes, right now we can see all of our teams. Do you want to say again, who are you supporting right now?
Actually, I'm supporting to whoever winning after this. Much easier lah.
Can't get content like this, It's too PR.
Actually, in Indonesia, they are calling for people like me karbitan, and at Malaysia they call lalang. Whichever the wind blows, I'll be there.
Oh, okay.
On Singapore, I don't know what's the term.
Right. So can you teach me something to say, to all of our Malaysian viewers out there? My Melayu is tak tahu.
Okay, just it's like hey, what's up, guys?
That's English.
Actually, there's a very good term in Malaysia. Khairul Aming. That means like trademark one. Say, hey, what's up, guys? So.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So all the Malaysians know that term.
Oh, so just hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Okay,
No, more nose. Hey, what's up, guys?
Okay, so we do it together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Alright, so thank you so much for this interview, Purgy. And we will throw it back to our wonderful casters to tell us more about the next game.
So how do we do
Hey,
it?
what's up, guys?
Hey,
That's not in sync. That's not in sync.
But I immediately got the Lalang reference.
Because you are one too.
Yeah.
Oh!
No.
Exposed.
Okay, Buji, by the way, in Singapore we call it prata.
Prata? Oh, you flip.
You flip, right? And then in Malaysia, prata is actually roti canai.
Yes, roti canai.
So that's why when I was in Singapore for my first time
You
here,
ordered roti canai, right?
yeah, I wanted roti canai, and they're like, "What is that?"
You're like, apa tu?
No.
What is that?
Yeah, they were all very confused. And there's a lot of like cultural references that I don't get. And after staying here since like 2016, okay, I finally start to get a little bit more of your lingo, like your chop seats and everything. But of course, we welcome you back next time. Hopefully, you get to come down and enjoy the Singaporean kind of culture and also our hospitality. With that said, we also got to talk about one person that makes us enjoy our seats right here. That is none other than Osim. Thank you very much, Osim. Coming back right here, being another part of us as well in MPL Singapore season number 6. And we also all know that it gets very intense sometimes, right? So all you have to do is hop onto one of these Uthrone V gaming massage here, mind you, so you can game in style and game income, but all you have to do is just get yours right now. You can scan the QR code, and don't forget, we've already been telling you guys over and over again, it comes with 2 distinct designs. Of course, you got the Optimus Prime, and of course, the Bumblebee one as well. The one that we're sitting on is the Bumblebee one, which is the export skin.
Yeah, I mean, Optimus Prime over Bumblebee any single day.
I don't watch
Optimus Prime over Bumblebee?
I don't watch Transformers.
Yeah, I
so.
would say Bumblebee.
Really?
I'm a huge Chevy guy.
Oh, you like
I'm a huge
Chevrolet?
Chevy. Yeah, I'm a huge
right.
American muscle guy.
I mean, with the racing stripe as well on your chair.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yes.
I have no idea about like cars and everything.
Yeah.
All I know is that I used to drive a Kancho and Kalisa to all you Malaysians.
Aren't you a Proton user? You look like a Proton user
I
to
never
me.
drove a Proton.
What? A Proton is so good. It's a staple.
Yeah,
is it a staple? But I
It's
never
a staple.
Yeah, but when we were taking our license, I was driving I was learning it from a Kalisa, and then I had to take the test on the Kancho.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
it's a huge test of how strong your driving skill is. Because
Yeah,
once you're stuck on a hill on
You're
a Kanchu,
stuck. You have
you're
to
stuck.
roll backwards.
You roll back. You cannot. Literally, you cannot. It's not enough power.
You can.
But speaking of power,
can.
talking about Homeboys and RSG.
Yeah, this
man.
2 powerhouse of team, they're literally, especially Homeboys right now, I feel like they're stuck on the hill. Because they almost were able to end the game But RSG SG says no, slap them back.
It's all about the execution, right?
Yep.
RSG is like Mother Nature. If you don't press your brakes, you will roll down that hill.
You mean gravity?
Yeah, gravity, basically, right? But if you're able to execute, clutch in, change up to the gear, and then move up across that hill, and then, constantly change the gear,
sailing, right?
it will be smooth sailing.
So
but then the execution, it all boils down to that.
That's right. It's all up to how Coach Dale is going to have, especially this moment in between. You only got like around less than 1 minute left to the next draft pick. It's very crucial for Coach Dale to really identify what went wrong, especially in game number 1. It was so close, and maybe today, I don't know, it feels like a day of reverse sweeps today.
Oh, is it the reverse sweep day?
We just had a 2-1.
Maybe.
We just had a 2-1 just now.
Maybe. I mean, Homeboys were on a roll. Maybe Coach Dale knows the problem. He's Mr. International, Mr. Worldwide, Mr. 305 here. He can hunt down and point out their mistakes and point it out to Jogs, Dairy, to the whole of Homeboys SG, and then, maybe then, they can execute to perfection.
No, unpopular opinion here. I think RSG in the first game, they were just... I am unpopular, yeah. But like,
continue.
After all of that, like, I think RSG might be using the first game as a test bed.
Test water.
Yeah, to test water, see if they can deal with an Edith as well as a Kadita within a single game. And they proved that they could do it with a Novaria. The execution was very, very on point. Bray and Diablo
all the way to the late game.
All the way to the late game.
Only in the late game they turn on.
falter,
They
right?
turn on a little bit more. Diablo, Bray, they were shuddering a little bit in the early game.
Yeah, they were.
I think this time around, it's personal. It's personal for them.
Definitely.
El Diablo, the devil himself, is not going to have that twice. Like Abstract said just now, like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
I mean, the OSIM chair, right, it kind of mimics, how RSG were playing. Maybe they were like doing this, they're like, it's okay lah, I mean, just chill only ma. And then after that, once they start getting sniped down and melted, they're like, hey, serious mode.
Yeah.
You gotta pull out the serious mode. Like,
exactly,
okay.
it's like when you're playing at home,
just
right?
chill.
You're like chilling, all of a sudden
like,
when your enemy starts to be a little bit strong, you
like,
sit up a little
oh,
bit.
yeah, it's the focus mode.
And
neck back a little bit.
Like, oh, serious mode. I gotta go serious mode, right? RSG just flip that switch and then constantly claw their way back and manage to harvest that fruit.
And it's not easy, right? To be able to defend against a clean base, especially when you have
like a 10k goal lead too.
10k goal lead. After 2 fights, they managed to equalize it and stabilize right there. And once they're on equal footing in terms of the itemization, that's it. RSG just, let's just fight as equals.
Yeah, I want to focus my attention a little bit on Verno Cure. That man in that game was just so instrumental in creating a lot of tempo for Homeboys, and it's just pushing RSG back into their bases, pushing them back on the defense. But RSG, they are very disciplined. They have a lot of international experience before. They know how to deal with how Indonesian plays. And you see the similarities between the Indonesian imports for both teams. They know when to back off, they know when to engage, and when they engage, it's full on. They don't like halfway through, they run back. It's always like all in.
Yeah, the reason why RSG SG basically was able to pull that off out of a miracle play, if you ask me, it's all because that they had international experience, back-to-back champions, of course, they've been through the different M series as well, and I'm pretty sure they've been through this kind of situation before, so rest assured, they know how to deal with when it comes to local context.
Exactly, they're like, we've been overseas, we've been against stronger teams as well. I mean, we've gone up against world-renowned teams, the world champions as well. They're like, you know what? Yeah, this is easy. This is peanuts.
And going back into the draft and like the strategies, talking about strategies, the threat of Diablo might not be as evident as
in game number 1. Yeah, in game number 1, he wasn't really that prominent, right?
Correct.
It's RSG's Lucian Cutie setting up the plays, Buji providing the map hack. Okay, fine, the snipes. It's not map hack, but it's the snipes. But then again, RSG right now,
vision.
This time round, they're banning away the Valentina.
I mean, right now, Homeboys, they have to ban away the Kadita as well, right? I mean, they are second pick. RSG are first pick. They do not want this Kadita to go into Buji's hand or even Lucian Cutie, but this time they're going to go for the Khalid ban instead. They're still going into the Khalid ban.
I think Homeboys should pretty much stay to the same recipe. The wall and cannon sort of strategy, having a strong front line and then getting your...
Basically fight front to back.
Basically fight front to back, but I'm dubbing it in a much cleaner way. You have a wall that would hurt this is a wall that we're hurt. You have the Edith, you have possibly a Fredrin that you can play along with it. You have long-range artillery support from your mages as well as your marksmen,
Exactly.
which plays very well into the late game. But for RSG, they have to be able to prioritize Buji's heroes. I think that is the key
on fire
for
now.
RSG.
I feel like, I don't know. I think this one is the true contest of mid laners, right? Buji is trying to prove some worth in the line of RSG. Pex, on the other hand, is trying to prove that, hey, I am this very strong mage player from the side of Homeboys, looking to dethrone RSG SG, and now they're looking at the Badang ban once again from the side of Coach Dip.
Wow, they do not want to let this Badang go. They do not want to let this Khalid go at all.
But it's a Malaysian hero, right, Badang? Was it a Malaysian hero?
No.
Singaporean?
The Singapore Stone, remember?
Badang is Singapore Stone? Was it?
No,
Lapu,
no.
Lapu is,
Lapu is
Filipino.
Yeah.
And Badang is like the Malaysian hero. I remember that. And he sort of like made his name.
Fact checked it.
Okay, but going back into it, RSG looks like they're vying up for that XP lane clash.
All right,
it's always like that one-to-one matchup within the XP lane that sets the tempo, that sets the precedence for how the entirety of the game is going to go. So they ban out the Kadita, so this game, Kadita is S tier. They're respecting it. They want to have an easier time.
All right, I'm going to say this out loud. Badang was a legendary Southeast Asian strongman from the Malay world, but don't forget, it's a very long history. He's from Johor Batu Pahat, but he's most notably known for the Singapore Stone thing, where he tossed the Singapore Stone aside.
Oh, but he hails from Johor. It's like you. It's like you, Jace. It's like you, Jace. You're more notoriously known in Singapore than Malaysia.
Yikes.
If we never say you're from Malaysia, nobody knows. But going back into the draft, Claude getting banned out. Homeboys, they're vying for that late game possibility. They want to give Enya and they want to give the EXP lane, Burner Cure, a easier time. RSG, on the other hand, a lot of viable options in the first pick. Edith, Joy, Yves, maybe even a very good hero. You want to pick up the Novaria? Sure, go ahead.
I don't think they should pick up the Novaria again,
I feel like first pick Novaria is really risky coming outside
Yeah.
of RSG.
Very, very
But
risky.
Pex can also play the Novaria as well.
Oh, that's true.
So do you first pick the Edith, or do you
No,
first
they
pick...
have to go for the Edith. They have to go for the first pick Edith.
Fredrin is open, so they could go for the Fredrin as well.
It's a good
Team
flex
Gray
pick.
being very comfortable
Yeah,
in
it
the
feels
jungle
like
with the Fredrin.
correct. It feels like right
The
now in
following
this particular
stars
game,
brought us
Oh, they're still going to go for the Novaria.
They need to deny that Novaria from Pex. So it's really tough choice that RSG SG has to make, and that's why in this particular matchup, being first pick is very tough.
Ooh, they're going to pick up the Fredrin for themselves as well as the Edith. I mean, RSG, they're not picking up the Edith, so you know what? Homeboys, they're going to take it.
Thicky front lines with a triple C. You get Fredrin and you have Edith, both of which, when they absorb a lot of damage, they can dish out
Even
as
more
well.
damage, yeah.
Even more damage. So they're really like honing down on the possibility that it's going to be a front to back. We're going to get the wall and cannon. Homeboys, they want to go for the long-range artillery rocket, maybe even an Eve to try to get that utility on as well. Or you could pair up the Fredrin with a Lilia in the early game, make it easier for him. RSG might be looking to take that out of the tables as well, that long-range artillery rockets.
Like right now, if you notice RSG, they paid the price right here,
Football
giving up
engaged.
the Fredrin and
My
also
favorite
Edith, so that RSG can secure again, can counterpick Pex Novaria away, and that's going to be the Minotaur and Bruno being selected by RSG again. The Minotaur is going to be very important to basically counteract against a combo to put a bit of a knock-up in between the combos on the Fredrin and the Edith.
Exactly. I mean, with the Minotaur, with the Minoan Fury as well, and Bruno and the Novaria, they are at arm's length, right? They keep Homeboys away because of this Fredrin as well as Edith. But the Minotaur is there to disrupt them, you know. And right there, Homeboys, what do they have to counter this lineup or disruptive lineup?
I think they should go with something that is a little bit more comfortable for Enya first.
I think you
because
pick,
yeah, you
no,
pick
I
up
think
something
you
that
pick
is
mages right now because Pex is very important. But no, they're going for Enya instead. That means that RSG SG is going to start hunting down and cutting down the mage pool. Look,
correct.
Kadita and Valentina already gone for the side of RSG, banned by the side of RSG.
They're prioritizing Enya's heroes. He wants to pick something that Enya is very, very comfortable with. They want to play towards that late game. So if they pick up that mage first, RSG is going to be banning out a lot of those marksman heroes, marksman pools. And best be sure, Homeboys have a lot of options with the mage. You could very well play a Lilia who's able to have that fast wave clear. You could play utility mages like that Yi to be able to zone the rest of RSG out. But with the Minotaur alone, that is just huge for RSG. Face checking into a Edith, you are able to use your ultimate just to mitigate all of that. You have iframes, you have CC immunity coming in from a lot of these face check engages.
Oh, but the Lancelot ban though coming out from Homeboys, denying Bray for going into the Lancelot yet once again. I mean, the Lancelot, that one crucial Lord steal, it's all it took, you know, for RSG to turn the tides. You know, no pun intended with Hikari.
Among the planes exists
there we go. RSG, they're looking to ban out all of these mages, all these long-range artillery, all long-range utility mages, because RSG wants to have an easier time. You have long-range, you burn down Bruno.
Yeah.
So Oki needs to be able to get up into your face to get a lot of damage done. The only fallback for Bruno is that range. So RSG needs to take all of those
Farsas,
the Farsas, the artilleries, the rockets. This is what I'm telling you guys. This is very, very good draft coming in for RSG. Even in the first phase, the mitigation from Minotaur, that 9,000 IQ move over there to just stop Fredrin and stop Edith in their tracks is just incredible. Now they might be looking at like divey heroes.
Wow, I mean, taking out the Lancelot, taking out the Hellcat. They are afraid, right? I mean, the upcoming mages as well is going to be pretty squishy. I think a Fasa would do really well here, but RSG is going to still ban away the God. I mean, true damage, right? They're going to ban out their true damage. But, you know, you see, the Xbox true damage, the God true damage. But this time, RSG, they are very open and susceptible towards maybe a Valentina or maybe even a Fasa. I think a Fasa would work here.
Valentina's already banned, so the only thing that you have is either a Lilia or a Farsa. Farsa will help you to rotate even faster.
As well as the range to burn down the Bruno.
That's right, and you've got that burst damage. But then again, if the Bruno comes in close, the Lilia excels in close range burst, right? And you can zone deny as well from the side of Homeboys. But
if I was just a tree in the forest,
your
team
what?
What? Been different.
No way!
And yes, smiling from ear to ear.
No way!
Oki is just confused.
He's like,
yeah.
Is he sure? Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Is that the correct pick? Did they pick wrongly? No, but it's confident.
It's a lot of confidence.
All smiles coming out from Homeboys as well. The Nana pick.
Nana coming out from Pex.
We have
this
never
time
seen the Nana ever.
I've never casted a Nana before, have I?
Maybe only in community tournaments where all these
in
not at all.
guys are like playing
MPL context.
No, not at all.
No, not since season 1, right?
Nope, not at all. We've never seen a Nana in mid.
I don't know what happened. Are we in Epic?
It has a lot of potential over here.
We're in Warrior, bro.
It has a lot of potential. It has a lot of potential. Hear me out, guys.
It does.
Hear me out. Molina is able to stop anyone in their tracks. Protect the president from both teams, but Dyroth getting picked up. This is the debut for Dyroth for RSG as well, so it might be going to the hands of Diablo.
Definitely.
Very, very fast lane clear. You have a lot of strat potential. Physical defense is not a problem as well. Man, RSG looking scary so far. Very, very strong early game.
But if you notice how RSG, these are heroes that especially you got cleanup, you got big damage against something like from the side of Homeboys, right? You got AoE burst in the form of the Nana. You also got AoE burst in the form of the Fredrin. And the Nana passive is going to throw a bit of a cogwheel over the side of Bray, who's going to be controlling that Martyrs, right? You land the decimation, he's going to run away with the annoying pet thingy.
The pet thingy, his passive basically. He has the passive, which give him a sort of immortality as well, which grants him to go full damage and forcing RSG to build the Athena shield or the Radiant armor.
Very, very interesting. Nana debut. We have Dyroth debut in Season 5. This is a season of upsets, man. Like, I don't know. I'm personally, I might be biased here, but I'm favoring RSG's lineup a little bit more.
It's because of the Nana, right?
Just because of the Nana. I don't know how it's going to work.
I like Homeboy's Nana.
It looks like Brawl. It looks like Brawl all over again.
No, okay, guys, by the way, Nana is underrated, right?
It is.
The survivability that you get, big AoE damage, your potential easy zoning tool, and now because you're facing against Fuji, at the very least, Fuji can clear from afar very safely. If not, that puppet will zone you out from that farm, but we shall see. When it looks good on paper.
It looks good.
but does it look good on the land of Dawn?
I mean, the land of Dawn will tell us all. I mean, Molina's smooch will smooch you and, you know, deny or basically disrupt.
5 seconds till the enemy
That's it, ladies and gents. Game number 2. Homeboys was so close in game number 1. So we shall see whether, with his Nana pick, that was approved by Coach Dale, by the way, makes it into game number 2.
He's just spamming his recalls right now, just like trying to get that on the scoreboard. What most recalls per minute was the RPM, right?
RPM, recalls per minute.
RPS.
Recall per second.
Yeah.
But-
Okay.
but-
No, RPM, recalls per minute. Wait,
Whoa,
Bougie!
Bougie!
Oh no!
Stolen away the purple buff. Wow.
What a disaster going over the side of Homeboys right now. And now if you notice, everybody from the side of Homeboys,
they have to gather.
Alarms blaring. They need to try to protect Homeboys jungler right now.
With Nana, you don't have a lot of early game presence. You need to wait until level 4 to be able to be viable in the turtle fight that's coming right up. But for both teams, I'm really hoping that their role positions are going to be level 4 by that turtle time, because it does look like both of these teams are prioritizing the jungle as well as the EXP level 4 instead of the roam, which is the main setup. So RSG very, very strong on tenacity, but hold on a second right here.
Oh, Lucian Cutie.
A little bit low. He has to heal just a little bit, but he's going in for the re-engage. But Bougie coming in. Doesn't attack onto the snipe, but Bray is already level 4. He has the decimate Diablo as well on site. But Homeboys, they need to buy time. The petrify from Diablo.
Decimation. There we go.
Decimation onto Dairy.
And that's teamwork and communication as well as synergy right there with Diablos on the Petrify as well as the Decimation from Bray. All in one, take you down with the first blood to RSG.
With 10 seconds until the turtle spawns up, Homeboys are looking for an easy invade right off the bat. It does look like Homeboys are in a better position contest for this turtle, or to pull the turtle over to their side. But RSG, they're having their resources all spread out. It does not look like the turtle might be the main priority right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to win the lanes as well. Bougie along with Diablo onto the top lane.
Great.
Oh, great.
Second skill right here. He has to try to Lucian Cutie coming in, try to
Decimation!
build, but he knocks up, and he actually picks up the Decimation as well, but he's still alive. He walks away. Turtle still going in, unforgotten by the side of both these two teams. Dairy once again, the punching bag for the side of Homeboys.
Super Shock's only level 3, still level 3. He cannot do anything to help out.
Cannot
He's only got 2 skills. He's not hit his power spike just as of yet.
Exactly, and we're no cure on that Paquito hunting down Bray to the depths of Land of Dawn, denying them of that turtle.
Of course, and not only just that, and now finally Super Shock is able to hit level 4, but Bray leaks ahead in terms of the EXP.
Yeah, I mean, RSG right now, they have a nice sizable lead with 700 gold, and Homeboys, they're looking to contest this though, but big taunt. That's 3-man knockup though.
That's also a knockup. Burnout Curve with the Paquito knockup punch already committed for now. That's also going to be Dairy.
Dairy!
Dre all the way down to the ground. Not only just that, they also take the turtle down, and then again, they're back into the game.
Wow, back right into the game, and Homeboys take 2 members down on the side of RSG, which is going to be Bray as well as... Oh, just Bray, yeah.
My eyes on Diablo actually in this early stage of the game. With the Dairoth, we're able to open up a lot of the maps, have that early game engage. 3 minutes on the clock. Hasclaw's already built up for OP as well. He might be having an easier time with a one-to-one matchup on that Beatrix.
He's having fun. He's having the time of his life.
Asclos is a very cheap item right now.
Yeah,
Don't forget, because it's already combined with Scarlet Phantom. One of the core items for Bruno, and what you need for a healthy Bruno in a gold lane.
I mean, it's strong and it's quick, but with a under-level Jogs, able to take down against Diablo. Wow. I mean, they were cutting the waves, they were denying the EXP coming out as well, and Bruno Cure did an amazing job right now. He's doing a Diablo on Diablo.
4 minutes on the clock. RSG, they're focusing their heavy lane on the gold lane side, but giving Homeboys the advantage over on the EXP. You don't want Bruno Cure to get his item spikes, his power spikes so soon, and he works and he thrives on getting his level 12. Once he gets his level 12, you have his cooldown reduction significantly reduced. That means you open up the map for a lot more split push capabilities.
Yeah, I mean, I have to point out as well, Super Jogs, he was pretty far behind, but right now it is neck and neck. Wow, Homeboys managed to equalize that just as easily.
They're taking a little items right now, and yeah, actually has the synchronized leg.
Petrify
goes down.
The flicker!
Burnout flickers away, but then again, on top of that point, yes, Super Jogs is back into the game for now, off a very bad start in a sense, because Bougie was there. RSG is losing all this priority that they've earned in the early game.
In the early game, though, RSG really needs to snowball hard. They have the Martis and the Dairoth. So it goes against all of what I understand about the aggressiveness coming out from RSG. The turtle is coming out.
Oh, the flip back. There's a flip right here. Lucian QD goes into Minotaur. Everybody knock up sky high. Bray gets buzzed down just a little bit low. And now coming in. Spring. The bullets. And Oki coming in just a little of time. Praise Rab will be able to tag onto nobody. And they're credited for the kill on Lucian QD.
Wow, I have to give it up to Virno Cure as well. Flanking and going all the way in to catch 3 members of RSG off guard.
But for after all of that, since you pull down Vernocure onto the turtle, you open up that lane priority over to the side of RSG on that top side. So the lane swap will be happening, giving Oki an easier time within the farming phase. But Homeboy, they are just zoning them out of the way. RSG looking like they want to play on that defensive strategy yet again. Turret will go down in this wave though.
Nope. Should be next wave, depends on how Homeboys plays it. Lucian QD is already right here, will be able to scout out Derry. That's also the bombs already committed so early on by Enya right now. Seems like Homeboys right here, they're just focusing on the laning phase right now. Both these two teams, they don't want to strike.
I think with the Nana there as well, Homeboys wants to fight a 5v5 as much as they can, because the ultimate from Nana actually hurts quite a bit onto Bray. Take a little player's go. Enya at the top of the charts, Oki not far behind. They're just trying to stay afloat at this point in time. RSG trying to float all those resources over into Oki, trying to get him his power spike items, especially that Berserker's Fury, and then they can go ham with that damage.
Yeah, but guys, both these two teams, they don't really want to fight at all. They're just focusing on farming. Late game, which one has the better scaling for go?
I mean, right now, if we were to compare scaling, right, I have to give it to RSG.
I would beg to differ. I think Homeboys would be much better in terms of that defensive scaling as well as the offensive damage capabilities coming in from that Nana alone. And yeah, with the Beatrix having a lot of aggression as well in that late game. RSG, you know how hard the Martis falls off. You can only, immune your CC, but Vernocure is caught in the middle.
Oh, okay, Vernocure slipping away. Derry coming in, will be able to flank Lucian QD all the way. This time out, Flicker lock away, sky high. Ray looking for the decimate, will not be able to find it right now. Venya coming in, trying to fight Nibiru, and then the lockdown coming out from Super Dogs. It's also going to be Bray, and Lucian QD falls for that fight. The snipe coming out from Bougie, not enough damage for the side of RSG for now.
Wow, 1 for 2 there. Amazing, amazing team fight coming out from Homeboys as well. They pushed up, they took the map progression, and they took down Bray as well as Lucian QD. Lucian QD, he got the right idea, he got the right execution, but it just wasn't the right timing.
I gotta say, this Nana actually is surprising me. Every single time there was a team fight, Nana throws down a Molina, not to convert them and not to morph them into something that is useless.
Yeah.
But he's just standing back, protecting Enya, protecting your main range damage dealer.
So he's a sub-support.
Yeah, using the Molina defensively to prevent any hard dives from Diablo as well as Bray onto Enya, keeping him alive to dish out that damage. So he's already has that Blade of Despair. His damage is starting to show. 8 minutes on the clock, the first Lord is coming out in 92 seconds.
Yep, 92 seconds will be the Lord's timing, will be coming out, and this time Homeboys, they do have a nice sizable lead, and Vernocure finally, after 8 minutes in, taking back the tier 1 top turret.
I think how RSG should play this out is having a reactive approach for a lot of these skirmishes that are coming in, but it really made OK come back online because it's so hard to take. Already Derry as well as Super Jocks down. There are 2 really tanky boys soaking up all these damages. Taking a little itemizations. There we see the 8-minute mark. Nana with the favor as well. All the roam boots are bought for the side of Homeboys.
Oh,
already.
Okay. Onto Bray though, but Super Jocks takes almost 50% of his HP, but
maybe the RSG trying to continue on, but Super Jock's too tanky. Does have the great health to work with. There's also a Nana to try to kind of peel. The damage from Vernocure is already starting to show.
Yeah, I mean, and I have to give it to Pegs as well. On the Nana, equally leveled with Jocks, right? Equally leveled as well as Oki as well. Level 11, and a Nana is not that easy to scale as well.
It's a lot of wave clear capabilities,
yeah,
but
a lot of wave.
Bray is getting sandwiched up on that top lane.
Oh, the conceal. Conceal play, Lucian QD coming in, jumping in, just to try to slow it down. Flicker already committed by Lucian QD for now. Vernocure looking for an angle. Bougie is sending a snipe right there just to make sure that nobody is there so that his team can path to safety.
Yep, and a perfect play by Lucian QD there with the knock up to deny. And Dairy not committing the flicker as well, holding it back. Very well played.
I have to say, Homeboys are learning from their mistake from that first game. Looking at how Derry and Enya are playing, they're always two peas in a pod. They're always together. They cannot be separated. This is the protect composition that we're so used to seeing from RSG, but Homeboys are using it against RSG. Lord coming in, looks like wave priority is favoring the side of RSG.
Yep, favoring towards the side of RSG, and the wave are going to be pushing up, and Pex is still a little bit further, but Verno Kieran takes a Star Shatter to the face.
All neutral for now in terms of the lanes. Homeboys heavy in the mid lane. Shove that lane a little bit just to make sure the RSG respect that. Lord already won half HP for now. Brain Super Jog's already in the pit. Homeboys controlling the eye bush for now. But then again, they're looking to catch somebody in terms of the rotation. Diablo almost got caught right there.
Diablo nearly got caught right there, but Homeboys, they're still trying to gain back that map control, and RSG, they are having their side of the map as well as Homeboys. They are not stepping up, they're not overstepping any sort of boundary line.
How long has this been?
It's been the longest Lord ever.
It's been a 3-minute in this Lord dance so far. It does look like Super Jogs wants to play the Lord or try to get a reset on Lucian Cutie, looking for an angle to get onto the back line.
Oh, get sniped by Bucci.
Wow.
And now immediately, RSG knows exactly where everybody is, and now it's going to be goal time for the side of both these two teams. They're coming in at the same time. Lucian Cutie gets sniped all the way to the other side of the map. It's going to be Enya coming in the British action. Super Jog picks up the Lord.
Wow, and Lucian Cutie did not get a chance for a knock-up at all.
I think the
very
range,
perfect play, yeah.
The range game is what RSG is losing in right now. Homeboys, they have the protection onto Enya that he needs. Derry doesn't stray too far from Enya. RSG really needs to face check the bushes, face check any heroes, especially for Oki. You lack that range. Oh, Pex. Oh, he'll be fine. He's got his passive right there.
He's playing a perfect game. No deaths at all. I don't even remember seeing him running away with a passive yet. The positioning of Pex is really good, and it's making it hard for RSG to react.
Could it be that RSG doesn't know how to face up against Nana?
Oh, like you've been practicing your whole life against a Valentina, a Farsight,
and then a Nana just shows up.
You a Nana, and you're like, what am I supposed to do with this? And speaking about what am I supposed to do with this?
Oh!
Damage! Pex! Pick up another kill. The buzz damage on the side of Derry, and also Enya on top of that with Pex. This mid trio is a little bit scary for the side of Homeboys.
Pex is starting to hurt. He's not only starting to hurt, that was like 2 hits onto Lucian Cutie, a tank.
Exactly, and not to mention as well, the Minoan Fury did not pop off at all.
Not in time?
Not in time at all.
How RSG could have played that a little bit better is having Diablo to take that long path, take the scenic route over to that back line and try to face Pex from that back, because all he needs to do is try to take out Pex as well as Enya. And what I like about this season is we're seeing a resurgence of all these really long-forgotten heroes. The Gore coming back up, the Nana as well in this game. It's so phenomenal. Like the damage that he deals, the crowd control
you
that
just did
you
a pun right there, right? Resurgence.
Did I?
RSG.
Oh, man. I don't know, but the damage outlook, Nana on the top of the charts.
48,000. I mean, still higher than Buji as well.
Because AoE, but now they have to pull the trigger right here. Lucian Cutie get busted all the way down a little bit low, but he is actually going to be able to get all the way. Enya, the Beerus Pass in shred, and now RSG has to run for the hills. There he goes into human form right here. Ray looking for a decimation, will be able to land on top of Derry. And Pex still alive though. He's already got the passive already proc. RSG will lose 2 for 2 in that choke point.
Wow, 2 for 2 there. Homeboys as well as RSG. Now Homeboys, they do have a nice sizable 5,000 goal lead as well. But that was a huge, insane fight. Lucian Cutie able to catch out 3 members of Homeboys.
That might be a standstill right now for both sides, waiting for all 5 members to come back online. RSG has to find a way to take down the turrets because they need to open up the bushes, they need to open up the maps in order for Diablo to do his thing. Diablo needs space, and the space will be created once this first-tier turrets, all first-tier turrets go down. As long as the first-tier turrets come standing, it is very hard for Diablo to find an angle.
We've been here before.
Yeah, we did.
Last game, previous
Round
game.
2.
Yeah, and don't forget, Homeboy is not out of the woods as of yet. RSG is just cockroach. Don't put them down with the first Bay gone. you know you're gonna have an infestation after this.
Exactly, and they can't just let bygones be bygones or bagons be bagons. But right now, Homebois, they are taking the map control and they have the wave advantage and they are having a lot of aggression here.
They chase Bougie down and now they're gonna go in and pencil RSG's round. Oki will be able to get away with that punch, but then again, very no cure.
Oh, Diablo! Diablo!
Deliver his Diablo, the ultimate, they're gonna go off! He's the only one left on the side of RSG that can constantly do damage. Immortality getting on! No more member for the side of RSG, but Lucian Cutie running for the hills.
You can't take Nana down. That's so hard.
Oh hell, Lord Nana.
What is this? What is this pick? It's just so...
They fought in choke points.
Oh man.
They fought in choke points. It does seem at first that, you know, that was going to be a nice sandwich style. Homebois were pincering in onto, RSG was pincering in onto Homebois, but it was a whole different ballgame. RSG themselves managed, wasn't able to execute that sandwich.
I want to take a look at Bray's items a little bit once it comes back online, but I feel like Bray's not tanky enough for this match.
Okay, so Majox, you secure the low for now. He goes in, knock out everybody for the side of Homebois. There goes the bomb for the side, and yeah, swap into a Nibiru's passion to zone everybody from the side of RSG away.
It's a very, very disciplined play from
There we go.
Homebois. Once it's out of the way, they fall back. Okay.
Full tank. I mean, even got a Sky Guardian, Molten Essence, Anti-Curious, as well as the Athena Shield. Probably going to go into a Immortality as well.
Not too sure if they're underestimating the Nana a little bit. There's no... Okay, the Athena Shield already built up. But, okay, Diana going pure damage as well.
Double Blood Wings? Double Blood Wings? Is he gonna go for his Blood Wings?
Actually, if he went for a Holy Crystal, that's a lot of damage.
That's
and
so
I'm underestimating the damage that Nana will deal out. But there's a 309. It's so hard. It's impossible to take Pex down.
Right now, the Lord marching in continuously just
Derry,
hard
look at
invading the
Derry.
privacy of RSG. Derry will be able to pick up Bucci. And they're coming in with a reverse passion. And Homebois right here, they're exploding onto the base of RSG SG. Bray tried to peel. Fury pushing away. Minoan Fury attacks only one. Super Jaws get chunked down a little bit low. Derry coming in.
Oh, the tree
at the same time, but Decimate will be able to connect onto somebody. I think it's Pex. But then again, he finally gets shut down. But Loki goes into the wind of nature. Desperately trying to buy some time. Bray throwing his life for the same thing as well. RSG, they're desperately defending with the 2 remaining imports for the side of RSG. And Homebois are looking to end this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Enya has done it. Has punched out RSG. And now they focus on the core to deliver that victory.
Oh, wow. What a play from Homebois. And Pex is yelling over.
Yeah.
Yo, you what, mate?
You what, mate?
You what, mate?
Right. We'll see Pogi taking off his jacket. No more daddyhood. He'll be back to Homebois' team as of now. Man, this has been a banger of a series so far. I mean, we all can pretty much agree that this is and will go up to a third game. It's so tough for RSG to come back. Is it time for testing? How do you deal with a very unorthodox pick?
The cat's already out of
the Nana is out
not
of the
literally.
bag.
I mean, literally.
The Nana is out of the bag.
Literally, the leopard's out of the bag. And apart from that, I don't think anybody prepared for a Nana.
No one has seen a Nana coming.
I'm actually thinking, how do I deal with a Nana like myself? I don't know.
You just run away.
You just run away.
Itemizations. We've got the Feather of Heaven over from not Feather of Heaven, but the Feather from Pex. You have a lot of damage being dealt by these Nana alone. You have
the Divine Glaive, the Blood Wings, and the Divine Glaive.
Everyone has that Roam boots on, so you have a little bit more of
this has been the
Roam
this,
meta.
This has been the strategy has been going in for the side of Homebois, right? For 2 games in a row, everybody buys Roam boots after a certain period of time.
8 minutes.
Yeah, RSG on the other hand, you know, they're going back to standards and they ultimately fail because they did not prep for a Nana, I believe. But apart from that, there's also, you know, Diablo coming in. Unfortunately, this time around, it's not a Benedetta. Goes for the Darv instead. Hopefully to use the double execution. Unfortunately, you got Nana that has the passive.
Exactly, but I have to give it to Diablo as well. Constantly catching 3 members, 4 members, you know, off guard with the Petrify, running right in, jumping right in. But still, the follow-up just wasn't enough.
RSG might be looking to be a little bit too aggressive. I think in the early game, they had a little bit more damage, especially Diablo, buying a lot of the damage items for Dairoth. So Dairoth is basically a kamikaze soldier. Jumping in, you might lose your life, but you need to take someone out. But it's so hard because of the morph coming from Nana. So how Homeboys played it, the protect comp with all of these emblem choices, especially the tenacity onto this Beatrix as well, gives Enya the capability of just hanging back and just dishing out a lot of damage.
Who needs a protect comp on the side of RSG SG? It's all boils down to Oki's positioning, right? Because Nana doesn't really care about your front line.
Correct.
My ultimate has such a big, massive AoE, and it goes through everybody. So yeah, that's just one way that Homeboys has found. I don't know what devil actually whispered into Peck's ear or Coach Dale's ear.
Nana. Just pick the Nana, man. And the Nana was so good. Take a look at the damage right there. The highest damage dealt in the game is by a Nana.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you don't have to rotate. You just need to wait for people to come to you, like your enemies to come to you, and then you just retaliate with a lot of your damage.
Boomerang, Molina's Smooch, Molina's Blitz, and as well as you have that Molina's Gift to get away in case you're very close to death.
I think he only died once, which is nearer to the end of the game, right?
Yep.
But that's also after pulling Bray all the way out of positioning.
Exactly.
And therefore, you know, leaving Oki and Lucian QT to fend for the base. Had Bray were there, at least Bray can still peel for Oki. And that said, ladies and gentlemen, I can feel it coming,
it's
right?
Pex.
MVP.
It's Pex.
Ladies and gentlemen, bow down to your new overlord. Oh, hell, Nana.
Yeah,
oh hell, Lord Nana.
Wow, look at that. You have the Clockwork of Destiny, the Lightning Truncheon.
Weapon Master.
You know, Weapon Master, Rupture, as well as Impure Rage, and the Assassin emblem, mind you guys.
That's why he, that's why on top of that,
he hurt.
He hurts like a truck, right? And and he deals so much damage, especially when RSG SG is handshaking Oli Smite in a choke point.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Nana's rotations or Peck's rotations within this game as well, he's just hanging back onto that mid side. He never goes anywhere out of position. He never goes anywhere too far. He doesn't go like to join team fights within the off lanes if he doesn't have to. He's just farming up. And that's why maybe he doesn't build the tenacity that gives him a little bit more protection. He just needs to go for damage because what do? You just hang back and just shoot your skills.
He has blood weight.
I don't want to say
Holy Crystal. On top of that, Weapon Master gives you 5% additional.
As well as Divine Glaive.
He already has innate magic penetration from the emblems. He's gonna just explode everybody, right?
Boom.
Yeah, and the thing is, Molina actually waits for the clock control immunity to end. So if you're playing a Lancelot, you use your Thorn Rose, the Molina waits for you to come back online, and then he morphs you in.
Let's go take a look at the highlights, ladies and gents. All eyes on Lord Nana.
Oh, man.
Take a look at the Nana's positioning, guys. I mean, Verno Cure gets away, Jox comes in, and take a look at Pex.
Look at that.
Denies Buji.
Yeah, he denies Buji can't even join the fight at all, then thus leaving, you know, Lucian QT and Bray to fend for themselves. And yeah, that's the power of Nana coming in. Oh, hell, Lord Nana.
Yeah.
Oh, hell, Lord Nana.
Nana's just right there just to protect Enya from any harm whatsoever. The damage that the ultimate that Nana gives over onto the backlines is a little bit too much. Even that passive, giving him a second lease of life for Enya to come in from that backup, taking out Diablo. So it's just protect, protect, protect is what is screaming from Homeboys.
Yeah, but Homeboys with the pincer right there, taking down 4 members as well. Decimation comes down, the Taunt comes in as well, and Pex is still at a very nice position. Take a look at Diablo though. He went all the way in, catches 3 members, but still to no avail.
Oh, hell, Lord Nana.
Oh, hell, Lord Nana, indeed.
All of the members of RSG, they want to shut Pex down. They want to go for Pex. Every single one is just wasting their resources going into Pex.
It's the same thing that we saw in game number 1, right? RSG tried to chase down Pex. Pex was using a Khadija, leaving Enya to do whatever he wants, right? And then when finally RSG decides to focus onto Enya, boom, you know, Pex has just scaled out of control, and boom, everybody dies on the side of RSG.
Yeah, and a big, big explosion indeed. And take a look at that as well. 3v1 onto Bray, Oki and Lucian QT left to their own endeavors to defend for themselves and defend the base.
Oh, hell, Lord
Nana.
Nana.
Hell, Lord Nana.
Oh, hell, Lord Nana.
I think Homeboys have been very good in splitting into their their win condition. So Nana was the main win condition in that game.
Oh, hell, Lord Nana.
Was it Enya? In RSG, they have to split their resources. They have to spread themselves very, very thin into these two these two guys.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, we're going to go into game number 3. We're going to go and erect a new altar for Nana. Because
Yes,
we
we
are
shall.
going into the cult of Nanas, going into MPL Singapore. I really cannot believe I'm saying this
Yeah.
in MPLs. In
It's
Singapore.
gonna be cut and put on stream. It's gonna be
Definitely.
trimmed up.
With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go a short break. Let's go build that altar
Let's
right
go.
now. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Oh, hell, Lord Nana.
Oh, hail Lord Nana.
Yes, welcome to the cult of the Nanas. But of course, apart from that, I would like to see where that Lalang has been blowing right now. Man, this is a crazy ride. We get to see a Nana and they won with it. This is going to skew the analytics of this whole tournament in a very interesting way. By the way, ladies and gents, thank you very much for joining us. Once again, we're going to go into game number 3 of RSG SG going up against Homebois SG.
Wow.
Joining me on the desk right here, Vertigo and Jules. Oh, hell, Lord Nana.
Oh, hail Lord Nana.
I'm still at a loss for words. Like a lot of
You're not
these
part
teams,
of our cult?
I'm trying to be like on the fence whether I should join you.
No.
Because Nana works very good.
There's no other things but Nana.
It's either you're on this side or the other side
You know,
of the
it'd
fence.
be cool
can't
if like
sit on the fence.
Homeboys actually bring back all these like the heroes that were first introduced to Mobile Legends. There were 14 heroes. You have like the
Tigreal,
the OG heroes coming in.
Clint,
the Tigreal, the Clint,
the Layla,
the Nana, the Balmond
the Clint
again.
was very
they
early.
make it work. And then the Layla coming in too.
Well, Chiku guys played the Layla
I
last
know,
season.
and the Mia too.
Yeah, Mia. Yeah, he did, I think.
We might see Anya Mia. Yeah, Mia is very much possible,
Mia.
right?
No, I think...
And you know what else is possible?
Yeah.
And you're having that second interview with Cheryl.
Yeah.
Here we go again. But I feel like
It's
right
very
now,
much
it's just...
possible.
I feel like we're going to have to interview Pex, right? Like
We have to.
All
We
hell
have to. We
All
have
hell
to.
Lord Nana right now. But then again, we have to go into game number 3. Draft is within 1 minute. Any thoughts on how RSG SG is able to recoup that momentum loss?
I think it all boils down to execution.
Yeah,
I think the
okay.
draft was perfectly fine, but you know, RSG drafted well. They drafted, you know, very well as Homebois. Homebois, they're just pulling the whole cheetah out of the bag as well.
Yeah.
But
Nana.
RSG,
They put the Nana out of the bag.
they just didn't execute properly, right? There were just a little bit of cracks here and there, a little bit of, you know, mistakes,
Okay.
you know.
You talk about execution. What about you?
I think that RSG should just play towards their strength. It's sort of like our Homeboys has got RSG on a carrot, and RSG is taking the bait.
No pun intended to evil.
No pun intended to evil, but the fact of the matter is RSG has always been in a very reactive draft in this series so far. They want to force over like heroes that they want to test on playing. I feel like RSG is still testing things out with like how do my composition or my synergy works with Novaria? Can it work with something else different? And they should just play it to what they know that would win. Treasuring was open, Joy was open. They were all not being picked up from RSG.
It's surprising, right? But then again, you know, like I said, RSG this time around, it feels like the Diablo problem is starting to show because, like, you know, you start to ban away Diablo, you don't have the Badang, you don't have the Khalid anymore, and then you see you force him into these awkward, weird EXP lanes. Dyrov.
I mean, you still have Uranus.
Yeah, there's also Uranus, but then again, if you notice, Diablo has always played aggressive EXP laners.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that kind of forced, you know, Bray to not being able to play assassin. In fact, Lancelot was one of his very rare few times that we get to see him playing on a full-on assassin in MPL Singapore.
Yeah, and right now they're still shutting down Diablo, going with the Khalid first ban. You know, who knows what's next? Of course, it has to be the Badang.
I mean,
but
if it ain't
RSG
broke,
banning right now.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Homeboy's just honing down onto the Diablo ban. Once he's out as a threat, then Homeboys are able to identify, okay, who's the next layer of threat? And I think it's Bougie. So they've been doing that pretty well so far in the game. They want to give over, maybe you can give the Novaria over to Bougie, just not the Kadita.
No one can
I think Badang, Khalid, and Kadita will be off the tables for Homeboys. For RSG, on the other hand, Valentina will be taken out. I think they should shut down Verticure.
No,
Nana
impossible.
I think it's impossible.
I don't know, but oh hell Nana, right?
I don't think it's worth
99.9%. 99.9% it's not going to get banned out, but there's always a 0.1%, you know.
I love that 0.1%. I always play that 0.1%, but it is all possible that Nana might be banned away.
Of course, the Vertigo thing to do.
Yeah,
the Vertigo thing to do.
That's the Vertigo draft, right? It's a land of all the possibilities out there. Time's ticking for the side of RSG. They need to make a decision right now. So the ban that's going to get taken away.
So export again taken away. Homeboys now has the advantage of first pick. They might be taking out Kadita out of the table, giving themselves an easier time within the jungles, or like you like to say, Jays, the choke points within where Homeboys likes to take fights. For RSG, on the other hand, they need to mitigate themselves for a lot of these early game aggression coming in from Homeboys. Try to hone down on a defensive draft.
The falling
if I
stars
might
brought
say
us
so
here.
myself. But Homeboys, hone down, yeah, home down.
Wait, hold on. Are you listening? I don't think that RSG likes to be on the defense. They're usually on very aggressive kind of picks. That's
that's what I'm saying. It might be that RSG honing down on a defensive draft might work out well.
But
Homeboys already taking out the Novaria.
But I feel like that goes against what SG is good known for.
Yeah.
This kind of hard hand-on aggression, right? In order to win all these team fights.
Yeah.
Then if you all of a sudden ask Diablo to switch back into those kind of defensive kind of play style, I don't know whether Diablo will be able to adapt quick enough.
Well, I mean, Diablo has been training well. He has said that, like, he knows how to play Terizla already. He knows how to play all of these meta EXP later. So
Dexter.
you might
It's
see
our
that
showtime.
online. Claude getting taken out again. Very, very standard draft all across the board.
Kadita.
Edith, Kadita, Fredrin, Joy
I will
still on the
protect this
tables.
world. The
Your
forest
team
will
is
guide
They have to
all
dominate
of
Edith.
it.
And right now, RSG, they can pick up that Kadita if they want to. They're not afraid of it. I mean, the Valentina is banned out, so...
This feels like a game level on Craft over again. Homeboys opens with an Edith, and then RSG gets a respawn. Paquito is quite open for the side of Diablo if he wants to go for it. Or Novaria or a Kadita must be selected, because if not, Homeboys, rest assured, we're gonna keep picking that up.
I don't think that Paquito might be picked up for RSG because you need to face check someone else to get that fight. So if you face check an Edith, that's you're signing your own death will.
I mean, they can go with the
See value in
as
you.
the alternative.
Yeah.
The
Safe
southern
pick a
seas
bit
are
Terizla,
my
but
domain.
like Ray will be going back to basics, sitting on that Fredrin, not Diablo, but like Bougie might be playing the Kadita for the first time.
Definitely be playing. He's known for that Kadita even during Snapdragon Pro Series. And yeah, he's finally going to show it against Homeboys. Don't forget, Homeboys has already removed the Novaria. So right now, Homeboys may be in a bit of a pickle unless Pex goes for an Eve. Against a Kadita, which is like not ideal.
Not ideal. I mean, you can get, just burst it down if you open up RWM, the real world manipulation. You're just a sitting duck. Unless, you have people like Virno Cure, someone who can rush the front line.
I think they will solidify Enya's pick on the Beatrix again, getting him a very comfortable position. He's known for his Beatrix, playing it a lot on screens again. There it is, the Beatrix pick by Enya. Giving a lot of time and opportunity for Homeboys to react to RSG's last pick for the first phase. Martis will get picked up by Homeboys. Again, I don't really like the Martis pick. You really need to build up that snowball. So RSG, they do have still a very reactive draft so far. As long as Bray hits his level 4, they should be sitting in Homeboys' jungle.
I think you got Bruno here for the side of RSG, right?
Yeah.
Like, Bruno has been really strong in the pockets of Oki. He has been playing it for 3 games in a row, and you can feel his impact when he really popped off, unless they try to flip the script just a little bit to go into another kind of
I think
arc
Iristel
scheme, like
might
a
be...
Brody or Iristel to kind of kite around Homeboys.
I would say Iristel would be a better pick. You want to go in a
Brody
dive
better.
composition. Brody and Bruno might be a little bit lacking in range, but RSG, they're keeping that open as of now. They will pick up the Kaja because they want to try to get and punish Super Jocks for getting a little bit too close.
Okay, there you go. It's going to be Lucian Cutie, like what he always like to say, Chuma bisa Kaja. Basically, he only knows how to play Kaja, right? He's going to show it right now in RSG SG in game number 3 against Homeboys SG.
He's like, Kaja only or not nothing. Kaja or else what?
Kaja or feed.
Kaja or feed. But right now, for on the side of RSG SG, they still have the marksman role still not filled up yet. Homeboys, they are looking to ban out possible marksman pick, a Brody or even an Irritor. Irritor would be a really nice ban here.
I think Irritor would be a good ban for Homeboys because how OP likes to play is he likes to sit back and wait for all the ultimates from the opponent's side to just be used up, and then he jumps right in. He knows his target. He'll jump right in with Lucian Cutie, so a Grok Irithel combo might work in this scenario. But Homeboys, on the other hand, they're banning out all these close-range marksman heroes. I think they're vying for a very, very tanky front line. So the wall and cannon strategy, yet again, the front to back, like Jace likes to say. Fredrin is getting picked. Fredrin already gets picked up by themselves. So I think it might be a Kufra. I don't know about you guys, but Kufra or a Franco might work out well for them.
I think a Kufra is not viable here to go up against RSG. They can ban out many other, like the Charisma as well. Yeah, there we go. The Charisma gets banned out, but we do have to remember as well, the Eden has already been picked up, right? The EXP has already been picked up. Cure is going to go onto the Edith. I mean, we know that it is a good flex pick as well. Dairy can go into the Edith, but Homeboys right now, they're going to go for the Bruno ban.
Well, I think the Homeboys would definitely want to keep it open.
Yeah.
There's going to be the last, but the best part is Homeboys is going to go into the next pick phase. They need to select and solidify the whole roster. RSG need to use that last pick as a response over to Dairy.
Yep.
Whatever he picks, be it Edith or be it something else like a Franco, right? To counteract that counteraction. But you need to try to find a way to slow down the Whopper combo coming out from the Kanja.
Minotaur?
Yeah, exactly. The Minotaur is the first thing that comes into my mind because RSG, this is a roster that currently, as of now, relies heavily on chaining up their skills and also executing their combos.
Yep, and there we go. The Irritail secured onto Oki as well. Homeboys, I think they can go for a Minotaur.
Minotaur would be good. A Minotaur would be good because then
you can stack CCs.
Oki really has to face check you in order to win in a team fight or to just drive you through. Especially in the back line. You have a lot of backline protection from that Minotaur alone as well, but it's still yet to be seen. I think a Kufra might be a viable pick over here because you're able to jump into bushes willy-nilly. You have a lot of follow-up from Nana's coming in again.
Lord Nana.
They're going
there
with the
we
Nana
go.
again. They're going with the Nana again.
Guys, I know we don't have the infographics popping up, but do you guys know Nana has a 100% win rate in MPL Singapore right now?
Oh, right now, as a small sample size.
It's like you, Vertigo. You picked like the team that the least wins, but okay.
Yeah, Mincetar.
Mincetar.
It makes sense.
Diablo likes to play the Mincetar like a very aggressive one, built full on attack speed and damage, but it's a double pick composition coming out from RSG.
Wow. Double pick.
I'm at a loss for words, guys.
You have the hook, you have the King's Calling, you have the Divine Judgment. Wow.
Oh, hell Nana.
So whoever's caught the King's Calling will be taunted by Bray. I see how that goes. And Diablo, it's a lot of setup from Diablo and Lucian Cutie. You have like double pick-offs from the hooks and from the Divine Judgment alone. You need to stay as 5. You need to fight as 5 if you're Homeboy. So I think RSG, they have what it takes to win this game so far. But I won't discount Homeboys. All hail Nana.
All hail Nana.
All hail Lord Nana indeed. It's going to be another Nana game going into against RSG SG. It feels like, you know,
5 seconds till
you
the
talked
enemy
about
reaches
combo
the
disruption.
battlefield.
Nana can also disrupt combos as
Exactly.
well.
With the Minotaur as well, use a double disruption.
And then there's also the Edith flip at the same time. Holy
Wow.
moly. We're going to game number 3, boys and girls. Homeboys SG spawning in the blue. In the red, it is going to be RSG looking to fight against this Nana.
Wow.
Lord Nana.
Triple disruption coming out from Homeboys. All they want to do right now is disrupt, and disrupt.
I think quick rotations because of the quick clear coming in from that mid lane from RSG side. They might be looking into protecting the Lethal Wanderer for themselves. Getting that level 4 is very crucial for Bray.
Very, very crucial. And Bray wants that level 4. And the Lethal Wanderer is still not touched yet, still not contested.
But look at Buji having a tough time to basically fight against Peck. This is the reason why, you know, the Novara is a lot better to deal with the Nana, right? Because you do have that range. Buji needs to play the mid lane smart in order to be able to do this.
That's right. The emblem choices that they
Oh,
have.
the Petrify, the catch.
Okay, that's a catch. Derry burns a flicker for now. Homeboys, is okay. Derry should be on timeline to hit level 4 during the first turtle.
Exactly. And no first blood yet from Homeboys or RSG. And the Lethal Wanderer is going to go to the side of RSG.
RSG needs to play this a little bit passive. Wait for Bray to get his power spikes, especially at level 4. And what I noticed is that Bray has this concussive blast, not the quantum charge that we're so used to seeing for Fredrin. You see how Oki tries to down that gold buff so that Bray quickly dives right in, gets that level 4, so he's ahead of Super Jock just for a little bit.
Yeah, despite not taking the gold crab as well, I mean, Super Jocks is still up ahead, you know, as compared to Bray. And this time, very no kill will be cutting the waves. And Diablo with the hook in though.
Unfortunately, Edith will be able to just get out of dodge. Nice cut coming out from No Cure. The Oderi right now doesn't really have the flicker.
Whoa!
But No Cure has his own. Hit flickers forward. Bucci dashes all the way to safety for now. RSG, they almost got away with one death, but it's all up to how they set up for this solo fight. King's calling
Diablo?
already activated. Diablo calling for the King instead. The ultimate on Nana already activated, and now, Diablo hooks in two. Brave follow up with a Princess Wrath. Double kill. Given over side to RSG.
Double man hook and he praises Wrath to follow it up. That doesn't get as juicier as he gets.
Oh my god, so nice.
So juicy.
Okay, top lane, Oki already pops his ultimate, tries to get a little bit of chunk health off of Enya, but RSG, this is the good start that they're hoping for. Out of the 3 games, this is one that they've gotten the turtle first.
Yeah, and not only just that, now Oki
yeah?
is chasing down Enya, nowhere to run. He has the wrong gun. And Lucian Cutie coming in really clutch, but battle spells being burned all across the board for the side RSG.
This is not where you want to be when you're facing up against RSG. They have the early games, so RSG might be looking to roll up that snowball and get things started. RSG in that bot side, Diablo having a very tough early start against Vernal Cure on that Edith.
Very well played there. But, I mean, take a look at RSG right now. They have a nice sizable lead, 2.5k goal lead. They are walking up, they are taking control of the map, and that was one of the fastest Little Wanderer I've ever seen being taken away.
Usually for RSG, they like to go for that level 4 rotation in the early game, but I've never seen that in a while.
That's a taunt coming in. Bray will be able to just cut the waves, cut the manpower for the side of Homebois just a little bit. Super Jock coming in for the flank, but once again, there's a choke point. Nana just spreading damage all across the board. Derry jumping in at the same time. Praises Wrath will not be able to connect. Enya takes down and guns down Lucian Cutie where he stands. Derry will be the sacrificial lamb for the side of Homebois. Both these two teams trades roamers.
Exactly, 1-for-1. Dairy for Lucian Cutie right there. Very well played. They were able to get, you know, that pincer, that catch, and Super Jocks came in able to, you know, just disrupt the peace of RSG.
That wasn't a fight that Homebois wanted to get, because if they lose one of their members, they were not able to defend their top tier turret. So Homebois might be looking for a lane swap right here, so that Enya will be able to farm in peace. RSG, on the other hand, they are ramping up the aggression. We see the change gears coming. RSG, they're taking this personally. They're going after that turtle. Once they have this turtle, this is around 5k gold lead, and Homebois are gonna get starting to choke up.
Lucian Cutie spawning out. That's also going to be a suppression. Bucci follows up. That's why Kadita must be banned a pick. Then again, Bernard Kill flickers forward. Will be able to catch Oki as well. Doesn't have the verify. Will fall down. Bernard Kill goes into human for prey. Focusing on the turtle instead. Will be able to secure. Diablo calls for the King, and Bernard Kill goes down because of the King's calling. Nowhere for him to get on away.
I give it to Pex. That was very, very good positioning coming out from Pex as well. On the Nana, doing a good, decent amount of damage as well, but Bruno Cure able to catch, but is going to exchange his life for it.
Massive disrespect though, Vertigo and Turtles. The fact that Pex has so much confidence.
So much.
Oh, Nana in an MPL.
The Edith with a double brute force breastplate, right in the steel-plated leggings right from the get-go, as well as the rest of Homebois building up a lot of defense, is really showing an ode of respect over to Buji as well as Oki. Those early game damage that they need to sustain to be able to go through. But Diablo with a nice hook.
Big bombs do not lie. Nibiru's passion follow up, flickers forward for both these two. And Enya will get that. And this time round, Lucian Cutie will be chasing down Enya, dragging him right where he stands. But the members of RSG, they're a little bit busy. Lucian Cutie with the help of the turret will be able to take down Enya down in the bot lane, but the fight's not over yet. Brave will be able to tag onto Super Jocks for now. Oki giving chase, trying to wave clear for now. Pex safely tucked underneath the turret, trying to output some damage against Brave, but Brave's just stun locking Super Jocks. Appraiser's Wrath connects onto Super Jocks.
Wow, the Appraiser's Wrath came down, going down onto Super Jocks as well, taking out that. Taking out that Martis as well, and RSG with a nice 4k goal lead. And if you ever encounter inappropriate messages, I'm joking, guys, I'm joking.
Yeah, but of course, you know, Diablo He's no joking about it. He's able to mute Enya right there with the King's Calling once again. These catches from Diablo is starting to pay off. Ray coming in for the flank just a little bit. Derry will be able to slow it down. Burnout Kill on the front. Diablo will miss the hook. Flickers, oh no, actually gonna flip. Losing Kitty all the way down back. Diablo still able to do some damage against Burnout Kill. He's a monster. Someone stop this King.
Wow, RSG is going on a rampage right now. 12-3 with a nice 5.6k goal lead. And they're going to be pushing up onto the tier 1 mid turret as well. Fuji and Oki are doing an insane amount of work and damage. Wow, Ray is taking out the turtle.
It was very good layering from RSG.
Amazing
in
layering.
a lot of team fights. Ray soaking up the turret damage, soaking up a lot of these ultimates that are dished out by Homeboys, trying to force Homeboys to use their ultimates so that Oki and Bougie have a safe entry or safe path into all these little objective team fights. The damage dealt still staying at the top of the charts is Pex because he's still untouchable, staying in the back, throwing his ultimate, throwing his Molinas, throwing his boomerangs. It's just untouchable. RSG, they're not bothering about Nana at this point.
Yeah, but 28k for a Nana is so high. And it's above
AoE, bro.
Yeah, the AoE damage. Huge AoE, but right now Homeboys are going to be grouping up as well. And RSG, they are 7k in the lead, and the Lord is going to be coming up in about 80 seconds right now. Yep. RSG, Diablo is making such a scene, he's making such a ruckus. He himself is the disruptor.
Yeah, the King's Calling just basically denied. Remember we talked about how Homeboys seem to deny the combos? What's that RSG? One King's Calling, Diablo is the one that's denying all of these, you know, flicker forward, and get caught, no way for him to run, Petrify following suit, Derry knocking everybody sky high, Burnout Curl follows up just a little bit more, Oki still safe, trying to throw down a heavy crossbow, the members of Homeboys just melts right underneath Diablo, he takes a triple kill.
Wow, what a triple kill coming out from Diablo as well. What a catch and what a play.
Flickers forward to catch though, Churros.
This is RSG's typical 4-1 kind of play style. You have Diablo on the offside. Homeboys always like to stay as 5. This is where Homeboys gets caught and threatened out. Hex guts the hook but gets out safe. RSG taking down all of the tier 2s.
Yeah, but he burns a flicker, right? So no more flicker for the side of Homeboys, for the side of this mage. He has to play a little bit safe. For now, he does have the passive to work with, but then again, RSG right now, look at the goal lead, 10k.
10k.
Wow, close to 10k. I mean, 9.8, we're close. We will round that up, right? We'll round that up to 10k. Yeah, 9.9, we're going to round that up to 10k. And RSG, they are dominating Homeboys right now. They are steamrolling Homeboys, and they are going on a roll. They're like, no, we're not going to give you the third game. Right now.
Homeboys not touching the Lord, not one bit. They are biting the bait once again. Diablo on that offside. The Oki and Lucian Cutie are at the ready. They don't have that concealed play going in yet. They don't need it because they want to take down that Lord. They want 3 lanes to skirmish into the tier 3 turrets. But here we go. The Homeboys again with the roam boots strategy yet again. Homeboys, they really want to play a team fight, but they're losing all of these team fights because of this Mincetar. Mincetar's King's Calling just mitigates a lot of your potential.
Yep, you get caught by the King's Calling and you cannot dash out, you cannot flicker out. Derry, with the King's Calling going in, he probably cannot flicker away or maybe reposition to get a better angle with the ultimates, and therefore allowing Oki to just ring around the roads as running it down. And of course, you know, the most important thing is, you know, you got a Lord sending against Homeboys in the mid lane.
Exactly, and right now RSG, they are going to be pushing in, and they're going to be taking up so much map space, but I don't think this could be the GG push.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. I
Maybe
mean,
yes.
Homeboys, they do have a nice, good clear. They have big AoEs, like we said. The Nana has the AoE. We have Dairy on the Minotaur, a nice big AoE. Virno Cure as well. And Super Jocks on that Martes. They will be able to clear this lot away though. Yeah. But they're going to be struggling a little bit. And RSG, they are not over pushing. They're not over pushing it. But
the catch! Fuji will be able to catch and burst down to Eden for now. That's another ultimate already committed. Bray coming in. That's a knockout for the side of Fuji, allowing Oki to burst down Super Jocks. RSG now. They took game number 2 personal.
Yeah, game number 2 was very personal to RSG right there. And they're going to be destroying them. And take a look at Diablo even getting the Sea Helmet as well.
Whoa! 3-man drag! 3-man hook! Right into the King's Calling, ladies and gentlemen. RSG! Diablo hooking victory to himself.
What a big hook there. I mean, they're going to go for the end. Can they go for the end?
I don't think so. RSG's backing off. They're just suffocating Homeboys at this point. 13k gold lead. They're trying to make it 20k at this point. Minions are marching in.
Pure does have the flicker just now. Doesn't want to commit AoE for the side of the ultimate for the side of Nana already committed. And Pure gets taunted. He's going to flicker all the way out. Lucian Cutie drags, just dashes away. They don't want to touch anybody for the side of Homeboys as of yet because they are already coming up online.
Exactly, and RSG with a very, very disciplined play, going back and trying to starve Homeboys of any resources and anything that they can have out of the jungle as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Diablo building the XP laner like a gold laner.
Exactly. Look, you have the Holy Trinity as well as the Sea Helmet, a little bit of tank ability, you know, that tough boots as well.
Yeah.
But he's gonna go for a BOD next.
You know, one of the big changes
he's gonna go for a BOD.
Yeah.
One of the big changes that RSG has in this game is that you have two tanks who are able to absorb and soak up Molina. In the first game, they didn't have anyone who's able to soak Molina up without getting caught out, without getting, you know, getting gunned down and sent to the graveyard. So RSG has a little bit more defensive strategy this time.
I personally feel it's the fact that Diablo is not giving Homeboys any form of...
and
as I say that, they're not even giving Homeboys any way to basically breathe.
Oh,
because right now, look at the King's Calling just zoning out. RSG, they kidnap Vernal Pure, sets down King's Calling. Nobody can approach, nobody can follow up.
Lucian Cutie with that Divine Justice catching out onto Vernal Cure to isolate him and take him out on the spot. But there's more ultimate coming out from RSG already invested to take out one player.
Now, this is a composition from RSG that really thrives on fishing. And what I mean by fishing is that Homeboys can hunker down in their base all they want. RSG just needs a nice hook, a nice little pull, and that's it. Homeboys are done.
GG. Whoa,
the economy is constantly increasing and increasing.
So good. Good stuff, bro.
You get set up from this Mincetar and you get a lot of damage.
He went for the Malefic roll.
Yeah, I thought he's a bit greedy. I thought he would went for the BOD, but no, he's safe. He wants to play it safe. He wants to get the Malefic roll this time around. He will be able to drag on to Super Jocks. The burst damage coming out. Oki, the knockup coming in as well. And they're coming in with a Benevolous Fashion. Diablo sending down the King's Calling. Slow down Homeboys' pressure. And Oki just guns down. Still little Enya right in front of the core right now. Kerr coming in, but I don't think it's a good idea. Diablo coming in. Will not be able to find any more person, but this is it. RSG managed to crack game number 3. And they take this series.
Wow, and much emotions coming out from Bray as well. Such an insane play coming out.
There we go, Pikachu over there.
Oh yeah, Pikachu. And I have to say, it was a insane series.
Why?
But RSG as well, they were disciplined. They weren't ahead on themselves. They don't go too greedy.
Yeah.
Right? They don't go too greedy.
Greed is good, boys.
And
Greed is good.
they're like, you know what? You know,
Yeah.
they can end it right there, but no minions. They're like, okay, you know what? Let's just starve them and guarantee ourselves the win.
Yeah, let's just back it off just a little bit, and you gotta give it to Diablo, right?
Yeah.
I'm no bias right here, ladies and gents. No bias right here, right?
Sure, man.
Diablo's setup is really good, managed
Really
to catch
good.
people, and then after that, his King's Calling actually used to zone out any potential follow-ups coming out from Homeboys.
Well, two things
Exactly.
I have to say about Diablo is always surprising me with his off-meta picks, which I like. They work very well within the synergy of RSG. It's very on-brand. And secondly, oh man, they really adapted well to Homeboys' playstyle. They know how they were going to play. Take a look at Homeboys. A lot of defensive items across the board. Vernal Cure is just pure defense all the way. Ramping up for Irithel's damage coming through. And you have a lot more of the roam meta as well. I'm not sure if it affects you in the later stages of the game where all 5 members buy the roam boots and then you don't have any gold whatsoever, or the gold penalty gets removed from the 8-minute mark, so on. But RSG, building up all of these damage items, you only have 2 members from RSG who's able to soak up and tank the damage.
Yeah, but this is a good idea coming up from Homeboys, right? You try to catch everybody off guard with the Nana pick, but then again, this time around, RSG has formulated a plan. They're more than prepared. They're prepared to just drag somebody, bust you down, pick them one by one, and that's why RSG went for this double pick composition, because Homeboys, if you notice, all throughout the map, he's been just walking around like a massive 5-man death.
Yeah, Bray and Bougie actually have the same scoreline. I didn't notice that until now.
Wow.
They've always been so present, omnipresent within a lot of these team fights. Whenever Lucian Cutie gets a pull or whenever Diablo gets a hook, they're always there they're always following up, and this is the Kampong RSG that I'm so pretty much used to.
I mean, the original RSG that we're all used to and we all love as well. I mean, take a look at Oki as well. He went for the Huskclaw, Berserker's Fury, Gross Gold Meteor, just in case, just in case.
Yeah, because you just don't want to deal with Pex's damage, right?
Yeah.
The magic resist will come in clutch. The bonus lifesteal as well. Enya, unfortunately, I mean, he has no time to go for the Wind of Nature, right? Because
Not at all.
yeah, he wasn't prepared
He's
for
so
the
far
damage
behind.
coming out from the side of Oki. And even if you get Wind of Nature, what can you do against Diablo and Lucian Cutie, where just homing onto you with these pick compositions?
I think we'll see it in the emblems later on. I think Enya went for the Weapon Master instead of the Tenacity, which he needs to defend himself and sustain himself in the early game, giving Oki the advantage. Because in a lane-to-lane matchup, Earthel and Beatrix, Earthel wins 10 times out of 10. You have a lot of range, you have a lot of early game damage that Beatrix needs to scale up. So the emblems over here, okay, I was mistaken. It was a Tenacity.
Yeah,
but I
went
think
for Tenacity.
RSG really went up ahead with that pick-off strategies. There's nowhere to run from this Earthel. You have double pull yourselves together from Kaja as well as Kadita. So you have the battle spell, Petrify, the Flicker, who's always at the ready. Also,
Triple Quantum Charge.
Triple Quantum Charge, yes, that's
Wow.
right.
Yeah, because they just really need that bonus movement speed to continue on to catch somebody.
They want to run you down.
Something else to note is that he has that support emblem, so whenever he deals a lot more, he has a lot more sustain coming in when it goes down to team fights instead of the tank emblems that the tank base emblems that he used. So sustain is the name of the game for RSG because you know that you need to take in the Molina morph.
Exactly, and RSG is going to be reigning victorious right now, taking over and winning the series over Homeboys in a grueling 3-match series. And congratulations to RSG. But take a look at the emblem as well.
I feel like the
Diablo
emblems,
even went for extra attack speed.
Yeah, this is basically the same emblem that he took the last time he plays the
very
Mincetar.
greedy Mincetar.
Yeah,
Very.
definitely. This is exactly... Brother built the EXP laner like a gold laner, bro.
Yeah.
He basically just looked at what Claude used to build, learn it from Oki, and then just copy and paste it over to
But
his
hey,
side.
we had this one time where Mincetar was actually played in the gold lane. Remember that?
Oh yeah,
It was by Benny Cutie. He popularized the use of Mincetar in the gold lane.
Yep.
But we can't discount Homeboys just yet. Derry, phenomenal job opening up the map. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too close for comfort. Every single time he reviewed himself, RSG taken advantage of his presence.
Yeah, but X dealing so much damage yet again on this Nana.
Definitely. I feel like boys and girls, it's just... You take a look at the Homeboys and RSG, you look at this whole series on its own, and I feel like it just doesn't justify the score because like the amount of damage and the amount of effort that Homeboys was able to put to try to put down this tyrant of MPL Singapore, right? And then in game number 3, they came in and like, oh wow, game number 2 you took me down. I'm gonna wallop you. I'm gonna put you down in game number 3 with a, like what, 19 kill advantage.
It's back to Abstract's quote, like, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. It's really shame on Homeboys. RSG showing us why they are the back-to-back champions.
Yeah, and don't forget, remember in game number 2, when during the winning moment, you saw Pex like literally shouting back at RSG.
Yeah.
And that goes to show like how Pex is really passionate about the sport, right? And then after that, RSG took it way too personal.
Especially the devil himself.
They steamrolled Homeboys in the 3rd game.
Who is your MVP, guys? Who is your MVP? I'm saying the devil himself.
Yeah, I have to say, no, I'm feeling bougie.
You're feeling bougie?
Yeah, I'm feeling bougie.
Alright, ladies and gents, let's take a look at I hope the MVP is ready. So let's hop on into the MVP screen if we have it up and ready. Yep, of course.
Oh man.
Yeah, El Diablo, Señor Diablo.
Of course, it's Diablo, of course.
It has
the
to
devil himself.
Enough said. The handsome,
Looks like a head and shoulders model right
the
there.
handsome devil himself. Enough said. Stop my beating heart.
I think he's. We should have like a Mincetar flavor for the head and shoulders bottle, and then get
Diablo
Jace
flavor.
to smell it. Jace would definitely smell it. Okay, I'm going a little bit too far, but Diablo, insane setups, insane shot calling. Whenever he gets a pull, it's always like, where did he come from?
Yep.
Where did he come from? How did he do that? It's always he's charging up, he flickers in, he gets 3, and at least 3 members.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, we do have the mic check available. We shall see I really want to see. Remember game number 1, I really want to look at the mic check, especially about the illusion QD one. I really want to see that. I hope I will be able to see that. With that said, ladies and gents, let's cue the mic check.
Nice, guys. Hey, they still one.
Go.
Kena.
Nice.
Nice! Betex tribus.
Hey, pull them first.
Okay, come.
Nice. Hey, edit. Nice, edit no immortal. Kajah flicker bull.
Go.
Betex behind. Betex, target Beatrix.
Don't chase too much.
I can stream.
Nice lah. They're coming out.
Nice!
Nice.
And okay. Nice try, bro.
Nice kiting.
Minotaur no ulti, guys.
Nice kiting, guys. Bye, guys.
Edit no ulti.
Targeting, guys.
Diallo. Nice.
Hey, Akana Molina. Hey, can go. No pick.
Gas.
Nice. Tahu.
Nice
one.
They're very tame. They're more tame than I'm used to.
Man, the shouting match began between Bray and
Illusion.
also Pex. Man, those two will scream onto the other side to taunt each other, and I love it.
Amazing plays, amazing sportsmanship. You
There was
see the passion in them.
I think it's mostly a passion.
There was a nice pull from Diablo where he flickered in and got 3, and then they secured RSG, the first Lord push of the entire match, and that was just really chef's kiss, and I thought I would see it there, but man, they was very tame. They were tamer than I thought they would be. You know, we've seen their mic checks before. It's always like, hey, Santai break. They're always going on to that. They're always like egging each other on, and I like that. I like to see that.
I feel like they're already very familiar with each other because they've gone through every single challenge that the world has literally tossed at them, even on the internet.
Literally, the world has tossed at them. Yeah,
literally. With that said, ladies and gents, we're gonna go into the players' interview brought to you. Well done by Cheryl. Yeah. With that said, Cheryl, what do you have for us this time round?
Nice. So here I have Bray right beside me. So I'm very excited to ask you a lot of questions here, Bray. Now, first and foremost is the wild charge right here from Lucian QT right at the start. Was that a gamble?
That one, it wasn't really a gamble because we saw them in the map where Novara shot the second skill, right? He revealed their position for like 4 seconds, but they didn't know.
Oh.
So they walked back in, and then we saw.
I see. So when it came to the first game right here with Homeboys, and it was so close. Like, was this something that you guys expect?
Honestly, I did expect it, because having their team have 2 imports now, and they are quite well known in Indonesia also, and they're also my friends, so I know how they play. And seeing how they play against like Bleed last week, like how they performed last week, it was quite amazing. So I did expect them to put out a fight today.
Right. Honestly, so far, do you think like this is still another day in the office like for our previous regular seasons here at MPLSG, or you feel like almost every game is like playoff season already?
Honestly, I feel every game now is very hard because the other teams have been training very hard, and there have been many imports coming in, and honestly it's way different compared to last season. And I would say this season is really anyone can be a champion.
Right, so what are you looking at the odds of being a back-to-back champion for RSG SG?
I should be confident, so I would say 100%.
Nice. nice. Now, next question is, you know, what we know you for is, of course, you can also take on the assassin jungle, and because right now with this new meta, really anything is possible right now. We have seen a Nana MVP earlier. Anything is possible. So, will we be seeing, you know, you playing the assassin jungle?
This one I have to see my coach. That's what I said last time also, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to see me play assassins also, because majority of them know that I'm an assassin player. But I want to win, so I sacrifice for the team and I just play the tank jungle. But if we do make changes in our game style, gameplay, I'm pretty sure we can take out the assassin.
Right, we're very excited for that. So still for you is if you have a choice amongst, regardless of the draft, you will choose assassin jungle.
Yeah.
Interesting. So another question for you is, speaking of coach, like how has our new coach for RSG, you know, changed in terms of like the dynamics of the team and the way he drafts? Is it any different from Coach Jolly?
I would say this coach, because he's new to our team and because our team has like the most unique play style where Diablo goes to damage EXP, the coach has to adapt to us a bit before he can expand to find different drafts for our team. Because we did try playing the normal way where Diablo go tank EXP and it didn't really work out as well, but we are trying to let the coach get comfortable with us first playing the DPS EXP, then we will convert into tank EXP.
Right. So now for more like less formal questions. You know, we have seen you have friends earlier in last week. So will we see more about this special friend of yours?
I don't know.
Is she is our friend here today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So if anybody wants to contest our friends here, you can definitely join us as a live audience. All you guys got to do is just slip some ads, yeah. Follow us at MPL.SG.official to sign up for a live audience tickets. And now, another thing I want to ask you, and I hope that you will do that, is you were singing some song previously last week when you were in a good mood. So can you do that for us when before we close this interview? If not, I won't let you go.
Oh my god. I don't know what I was saying. I just playing.
Yeah, mumble for us on stream. Got dance move one or not? Teach me
You know, I wish.
If not, this interview won't end. Yeah, you can't get away with this now, so you gotta do it before we are live now. So if not, this interview won't end. Okay. I try to do it with you if got dance move.
That dance move.
Okay, that dance move, then we sing.
I cannot.
You cannot? So if, how about we do a promise? If you guys get champions this year, you will do it on stage, playoffs, right after you guys collect the trophy. Boleh?
Okay, boleh.
Okay, so I guess that is a promise right here from Bray. So I won't put you in the spot anymore, but thank you so much for joining us right here for this interview, and all the best to defending that throne right here from RSG SG. Thank you, Bray.
Thank you.
Wonderful stuff, and that was Bray. Now, damn, I didn't get, a chance, to hear him sing. Over on my check, it sounded like he was such a good singer, but nevertheless, he has made a promise, and we got the receipts now. And if RSG SG manages to defend their crown, hopefully we will get a special live act from Bray then. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next game that we're going to be having is going to happen at 3:45 p.m. and we're going to be seeing the likes of Alchemy SG going head-to-head against Bleed Esports. So this is another match that you don't want to miss. So we'll see you at 3:45.
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders!
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team. So what? I just shout at my team.
I just mute.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we will do well.
Split.
No,
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
We have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He's good friends with Jet. Then he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined. And then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments, kind of. And then now we're here. Better to go at our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go at our own pace.
Jumping to make your energy hype.
Me, I'm just eating chocolate first to get hype. Yeah. Yeah.
Chocolate.
Yeah.
No, bro, don't eat chocolate in the game, bro.
I am hype if I eat chocolate, bro.
I think with Coach Yang Yin's departure, the team as a whole really look to buck up, because we realized that we underperform or we don't do well, anyone could be kicked out, and everyone just stiffened up and we are trying our best now, and the culture of the team has taken quite a change.
I think for me, my playstyle, I adjust my playstyle to fit on them. I adjust so many things to fit to the team. So I think that's why I can fit to any team, because I always adjust for the team.
For me, I think it's like I'm wearing it's like for me I cannot still give my 200% as when I'm playing in Philippines, because I'm really comfortable speaking Tagalog. That's why when my experience is like I cannot explain in better English, right? So maybe still adjusting. Then let's see how after the MPL start.
As FNM wants to be Suns and I want to be CW.
Oh, nice.
My idol Suns. My idol CW. That's why we also. Last season I couldn't get my blue buff, but this season I don't even need blue buff. Hope you guys come down to the MPL Arena and support us.
And watch you taking on blue buff.
And hope you guys can continue supporting us for this upcoming season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will do our best.
Thank you. Welcome.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out.
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Mute.
I usually shout at my team.
Oh, what?
I just shout at my team.
I just
They don't
mute.
talk.
If we do well in the first 1 minute, the comms is always your house, invade. Yeah. If our main player don't throw in the first 2 minutes of the game, we have
do
a high chance.
Sleep.
There's really nothing that we do. I mean, we just, as a team, we bonded for quite long. So going into games, we are comfortable with each other. As long as we don't mess up.
No fumble.
We have a ritual after we lose.
What's the ritual? I don't even know the ritual.
Entire day so emo.
It basically started from none of us. It's actually
Yeah, Alchemy was created 6 years ago, I think.
it's from one of our good friends, which is currently pursuing another career. He met he's good friends with Jet. Then he introduced me to the squad, and then I joined, and then a few others came, and that's how it went by. We joined a few community tournaments. We were known as a community team, and then we started pursuing professional tournaments, like pro tournaments, kind of, and then now we're here. Better to go at our own pace. You know, we might not be as strong as them, but we'll get there eventually. Yeah.
We don't have expectations of ourselves to like mirror or like follow in others' footsteps. We just wanna do our own thing, go at our own pace.
Jumping to make your energy hype.
Me, I'm just eating chocolate first to get hype. Yeah. Yeah.
Chocolate.
Yeah.
No, bro, don't eat chocolate in the game, bro.
I am hype if I eat chocolate, bro.
I think with Coach Yang Yin's departure, the team as a whole really look to buck up because we realized that we underperform or we don't do well. Anyone could be kicked out, and everyone just stiffened up and we are trying our best now, and the culture of the team has taken quite a change.
I think for me, my playstyle, I adjust my playstyle to fit on them. I adjust so many things to fit to the team. So I think that's why I can fit to any team because I always adjust for the team.
For me, I think it's like I'm wearing wait. It's like for me, I cannot still give my 200% as when I'm playing in Philippines because I'm really comfortable speaking Tagalog. That's why when my experience is like I cannot explain in better English, right? So maybe still adjusting. Then let's see how after the MPL start.
FMM wants to be Suns and I want to be CW.
Oh, nice.
My idol Suns. My idol CW. That's why we also. Last season I couldn't get my blue buff, but this season I don't even need blue buff. Hope you guys come down to the MPL Arena and support us.
And watch you taking on blue buff.
And hope you guys can continue supporting us for this upcoming season.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will do our best.
Thank you. Welcome.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee. OSIM.
crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me.
And welcome, friends, right here to MPLSG Season 6 right now for Match 3 itself. Now, just checking in, with all of our audiences who are watching us online, regardless of the platforms. I've seen online and your comments when it comes to your in-game points, your coins. Yeah, so I'm wondering, how are your coins in-game doing? Because for sure, I know that all my coins are now down to 0 based on the allotment that I've placed. But I would say it's a good thing. It shows that right here at MPLSG, you think you know it, but actually you don't. But what about the next match? You can only stick around to find out more. Now we're going to see 2 teams go head-to-head against each other, and this is going to be none other than Alchemy SG going head-to-head against Bleed Esports. So without further ado, let's jump right into our team's walk-in and intro by presenting to you Alchemy SG. So right here, our wonderful community team, Alchemy SG, is getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now for this time round, they are going up against Titans in their own right. So presenting to you our next team right here for Match 3, ladies and gentlemen, Bleed Esports. So wonderful. We have our wonderful roster right here at the desk for Bleed Esports, currently getting ready to get locked and loaded and headed to the Land of Dawn in a few moments' time. Honestly, right here for MPLSG Season 6, we don't even know what to expect anymore. We had our previous match where they made Nana great again, and we don't really know what to expect right here for this match itself. Will there be surprise cheese picks? We can only find out, so I'm just going to hand my time over to our wonderful casters to dissect it. Take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to, of course, yet another series when it comes down to Bleed versus Alchemy. And it does seem as though this is going to be yet another satisfying game, as I believe that the earlier parts of today...
Yeah, all hail Nana.
Aside from that, because I absolutely hate Nana.
Oh, hell Nana. I thought it's Cyclops that you
Cyclops Tang? Guinevere Tang?
I hate
I hate Cyclops more than Nana, but we'll leave that topic on the side.
Okay.
But so far, we have had both series that went to all 3 games. So far, the series hasn't been disappointing at all.
That's right.
So the question is if whether this is going to give us, a run for our money.
Man, I'm going to quote Nanami from JJK. I feel like I'm going to overtime. You don't watch JJK, don't you?
I do.
Okay.
Nami is the one with these sunglasses.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like we're going overtime
Just
today.
nod your head and agree.
Yeah, I feel like we're going overtime today because these teams have really shown that they can actually do it. So I'm really excited what Alchemy this time around. A lot of hopes on them. But of course, this is a Bleed Esports that we're talking about this time around.
Exactly. And of course, before we even continue with any more of this panel, my name is Abstract. With me here is Jace as well as Vertigo. The 3 of us is going to be our caster for today, or rather for this series. Now, of course, I think that we pretty much know what the Vertigo is going to be predicting. And
of course.
So
There's only one way.
Pass this part over to you, Vertigo.
I mean, we have Alchemy SG. We have Ashiru, Icon, Puski, Jet. But this time, Ashiru is going to come in, not Danny.
Eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ashiru is going to be playing in the place of Danny. He's going to get subbed out and, coach turned player. Pacifist into the goal lane for Alchemy SG.
I literally told him right in the face.
Yeah.
I prefer him as
a coach.
And the whole room just erupted. Oh!
I mean, he's good. He's good.
Yeah,
he's good.
I mean, it is rather difficult for him to
That's
act
right.
as a coach and play as a goal laner as well, right? I mean, technically speaking, when we are talking about shot calling, I'm pretty sure that Pacifist is not the one that's shot calling, but regardless, he still have a lot of say as a general coach of Alchemy SG, and he have a very specific sets of ideas that he want the team to execute.
Yep, that's right. Of course, you know, like Pacifist being a coach, gold laner, be it a shot calling, I think
Tough.
that's going to be really tough. But on the other hand, Bleed.
Wow.
Tell us more about this, Mr. Bleed Boy.
I don't know. Okay, I feel like this is something that I really have to put out online as well. Like, you know, after the Bleed Exodus, you lost like Adamir, Youngin. Oh, well, Youngin's all nowadays right now. And then you also lost like Sailor and Nick. And now you have this kind of like a different Bleed, right? Same, but different.
Yeah.
And I feel like some of the Bleed fans is already starting to question like, okay, is this the Bleed that we used to know? But this time around, you know, they've actually able to produce certain good results. Like, you know, going up against Vanguard, they're able to take in a clean 2-0, but it's a 1-2 against Homebois SG though. So, yeah, it's a little bit worrying if you're a Bleed fan.
Yeah, so honestly, how is that supposed to translate for them? That is generally what we are looking out for. I mean, so far, when we are looking at deck and FMM, we still have the very generic notion as to which role they are playing. Or rather, you know, we are forced to think that deck is going to be jungle.
Yeah.
We are forced to think that FMM is going to be gold.
Yes.
But that is completely different now. But so far, from what we have seen before, Bleed, they have quite a bit to prove for themselves.
Yeah.
But this step, fighting against Alchemy, they did, however, say that they have a lot of confidence to fight against Alchemy.
Exactly, and right now on the screen you see the keys to victory for Alchemy SG, and they have a lot of, you know, we've seen them giving up objective over and over again, non-stop, and they have to, you know, prioritize Icon's jungle against early game invades. But we've seen in previous weeks as well how Icon actually rushes into the backline with the Fanny, and the Fanny is going to be a definite ban there if Bleed does not have an answer. And as well, for making space for Pacifist the farm. Honestly, I think Pacifist, he's just not there. His snowball rate isn't as fast as compared to, you know, the likes of FMM or the likes of any other goal laner, maybe like Enya as well. It's just not fast enough, right? He seems to be lacking something. Just one thing.
Okay, so honestly, one thing that I would say from the side of Alchemy is that they were too quick to assume Icon's role in the jungle, right? In the previous series, we started to see Icon actually being picked up for the Fanny very early, assuming that the opponents actually do play a Fanny, so they want to snatch that away. So I hope that they will be able to change their ideas of how they draft against Bleed. And speaking of Bleed,
Of course, you know, Mr. Bleed, Professor Bleed fan right here, of course, I gotta have to continue on. JPL aggression has been showing, but you see Bleed has multiple layers of engage. And that's where Sagik Nu and also with help of KLVJ, depending on what kind of junglers KLVJ plays, can come in to continue to become the secondary engage. But don't forget, FMM, this mage player has rotated aggressively like a roamer. And that's something that I feel like this is the one key player that we all have to look out for from the side of Bleed Esports.
as such, with that idea, I think that Alchemy probably have a very decent idea that their early game, or rather Bleed's early game, revolves generally around FMM, right?
Yeah.
The quick rotations generally means that the heroes that he plays is going to be fast wave clears, such as a Lilia for the very set of examples. So one of the things that they would probably want to stop is the fact that they have mid control.
That's right.
They want to stop Bleed from having mid control. As such, their EXP laner is going to be very important. It must be a winning lane with great priorities, as well as their mid laner as well. So tackle against FMM head on is probably going to be one of their winning formula. Depends on what kind of identity they are really looking for, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's going to be an uphill battle for Alchemy SG to climb. But I think that's more importantly, we have to see what's going on in game, especially when you go up against Bleed Esports.
Yeah. I mean, we have the caster prediction below. Of course, it has to be me. I mean, it's Alchemy, guys. You got to give them some hope. Maybe with the sub of Ashiru for Danny,
You
something
landed
might be
down this
different.
boat without knowing that Shiru is on the roster.
No, I saw it from afar. I smell it. I got insider info. I know Alchemy is gonna pull this in the second week. In the first day, they're gonna change it up, right? They had to change it up. Danny was. I didn't say he wasn't good. I'm not saying he's not good, but I
don't
feel.
know. Okay, you know when you're going through the key of a victory on Alchemy SG right there, I don't feel like you're invested in Alchemy SG kind of 10. So I'm like, wait, what are you trying to talk about during the keys of victory?
He is kind of convincing.
Sarcastically convincing.
Alchemy SG.
He's trying to convince himself.
Has what it takes. Yeah, I'm gaslighting myself, guys.
But do the audience actually echo your
Oh,
thoughts?
will they?
No.
7% of them agree
At
with me.
at least not right now, right?
Oh my
Alchemy
God.
has got a lot to prove for themselves, and as Jace has said, they have a very steep hill to climb. On the YouTube side, though, it does seem like we do have like 30-odd% more people that is rooting for Alchemy. So honestly, there is definitely some form of chance that the YouTube community believes in.
Alchemy SG do have what it takes, but it's all about the execution. It's all about the draft. I mean, Bleed has been drafting phenomenally without Youngin, with the addition of Potato as well. But the cracks in the execution from Bleed is just a little iffy for me.
You're gaslighting yourself.
Yeah, I'm just gaslighting myself.
Well, anyways, let us just jump right on and take a look at what the team have got to say about each other in this head-to-head video.
Looking really strong. I'm expecting them to get champions this season.
Yay!
Yeah.
Their roster definitely got a huge upgrade. I don't see any downsides to their new roster. Play style wise, I've seen how they play in Snapdragon. I don't think they really showed what they got.
You're gaslighting yourself, bro.
Yeah,
Stop it.
I just gotta.
I've heard of some role swaps they've been doing. I think it has good potential. Just have to wait and see what they bring to the table.
Bleed. Deck is my inspiration. He plays really well. I actually aspire to be like him.
Me, I'll be looking forward to seeing them play. They might be another Eva. Yeah, they might surprise people.
For Alchemy, based on the qualifiers, because I actually watched the qualifiers as well. So based on qualifiers, they are the same lah. They are the same as the previous season, which is all 5 understand the game. Yeah, so what they might be lacking is teamfight, synergy, macro. Yeah, but I believe that will be fixed since Pacifist is a like player and coach right now, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so he might be able to lead the team in game, because like as a coach you can't lead them in game. You are leading them before game and after game. So for now he's a player, he might be able to lead like in game.
So when it comes down to the macro sense, synergy and team fight, we actually have got a lot of dumbbells that is actually weighted onto Pacifist's shoulders.
I mean,
shoulders.
Shoulders.
Yeah.
Head and shoulders.
Head and shoulder. On the dumbbell on his head?
Maybe all 3 of them.
Oh,
probably.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's got a lot.
He's a lot of pressure, definitely on Pacifist. Even Potato actually pointed out himself as well. It's not easy. The last time we had a player coach was what? RSG Season 2 Jason?
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, he was.
That was so long ago.
Well, before Alchemy, right? Because like, okay, Season 4 Alchemy, right? But then again, it was that long time ago. And admittedly, it wasn't easy. And only after when, RSG swapped into an actual full-time coach, that's when they started winning back-to-back champions.
So perhaps one of the main winning formula is they actually need a
coach.
They actually need a coach, like
Yeah.
a proper coach that is able to sit them down and walk through with them what exactly happened, what went wrong, instead of talking about, yeah, you know what,
The southern
Icons
seas
just
are
missed
my
the
domain.
retribution. They need a coach that really breaks down what happened and why he missed. The cost and the effect of missing retribution.
That's right. Because when you're playing, you only have your own POV.
Yeah.
And that's where, when you have a third-party coach, you basically have this like
load off your shoulders.
Map POV that you'll be able to break down even more macro mistakes. Don't forget, MLBB is a game where it relies on small little mistakes that could become a very big mistake going into the game. With that said, ladies and gents, Bleed bans away to Bruno, Valentina goes suit as well, Alchemy bans away to Kadita.
And right off the bat, we are just looking at Bleed, and they have a very, well, it's not exactly a telltale sign as to what they are trying to go out and ban for, but it just kind of seems as though they are just trying to get rid of very annoying individuals, because we are not targeting into mage or marksman.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Bleed. They've been banning the Edith, the Kaja, the Bruno, the Grok, as well as the X-Ball. They do not want any sort of full damage. Yeah, and Alchemy, on the other hand, they love banning the Kadita and the Joy.
I think Kadita is really a given. It's one of the highest bans in the league.
Equilibrium,
80% ban rate.
which I was made
super
for.
high because
They have to ban the Edith here.
it's so strong, right? And of course, going in for the side of Bleed, they ban away that E for now. So like what Abstract was talking about, it's just general bans, just taking away something that's annoying, right?
Okay, so one thing that Potato looks out for is the fact that Alchemy SG possibly doesn't have a very good team fight synergy or macro in that sense.
Yeah.
So it's very likely that what Potato wants to do is just butt heads, right?
Yeah.
Team fight for a team
Clash.
fight.
Constant clash.
Constant clash. But so this is where they are just going to whittle down heroes that excels in team fight, especially when it comes down to the mid lane for Jet, because Jet has been
Very
showing
aggressive.
tremendous growth so far. So
See
getting down to
value in me?
Valentina and the
Your
Yip
team
makes
is
perfect
picking.
You
sense.
should.
So now it's just about a question about how Bleed want to start things off.
Edith, I think the first.
Yeah,
the
the
So
Edith.
just flex straight away.
The
Yeah,
Edith
just
or the
so straight.
Matis, either one.
I will
feel like
protect
Edith is
this
a better
world.
Yeah, they have to
But
go
there
for
you
The
the
go.
Edith.
force is sky.
Exactly,
All
and
of
right
it.
now Alchemy, they could go. I mean, they banned away the Fredrin, right? They can go for the Novaria or the Grok. Yeah.
I think that what Alchemy SG would want to do is they would want to take control of the mid lane, right? So that's pretty early to actually decide their mid lane.
I meant to say Gorg.
No,
just
Grok.
yeah, Grok.
Okay, but this time around, you know, Alchemy, okay, this is a very strong backline mage. And then especially when Bleed, right now it seems like they can fight
no
front to back.
protection
And then
from
now,
the
in order to build like this invisible front wall, front line to hold
With the
everybody
bucks,
in
yeah.
place, there is a Buxer coming out. It also kind of stun locks and basically reduce the healing coming out from this Edith.
Reduce that healing, reduce, the Tortoise Persons coming in as well, denying any heal of any sort, and now Bleed. What is their retaliation to this? Do they need to go deep in, like someone who can go very deep in?
I think they need to.
Right?
Yeah, I think they need to. And if they don't go for something like that, they can still rely on the Edith with the Flicker knock-up and the Flicker flip, right? That they can basically try to reach towards that board. But I feel like you need more.
Come
I
on,
think
Fred,
there you go.
showtime.
There you
Yeah.
have the Claw that can just jump right all the way to the back line to kind of persuade them away with the Gord ultimate. And also you got Zone Denial in the Lilia.
Similarly, right, Bleed has been following their MO for quite some time, and they already have an identity. The game is pretty much dictated in the early stages by allowing FMM to pick up a mage that can generally just clear waves fast, and they get good amount of mid control. So Alchemy, in order to tackle on that, they need a winning formula in the EXP lane. They need to have that lane priority in order to really flush out this Lilia.
But like right now,
yeah.
if you pick an EXP lane right now, Bleed does
I
have
fight
an
for my
advantage because we
dreams.
don't know whether this
Your
Edith is going to
team
go
is
into
my
the
family.
EXP lane or
And
in
the persecuted.
roll position. But Alchemy, they're saying, no, I'm going to butt heads with you. I'm going
So
to go
long as
straight
I can
into
breathe,
this
my
Paquito
fight
pick. I am
goes on.
ready to fight your Edith with a Paquito, or even if Bleed decides to go otherwise, like a Terisla.
Wow, I mean,
You
we
are
love
facing
that
a
choice, like
team
Alchemy
is
bans away the
banning.
glue. I mean, because they already secured themselves the Paquito, so I don't think they will be picking up the glue.
Yeah, I mean, right now, for the side of Bleed, they don't really have a lot of lockdowns. Everything is just rested on the hands
knockup.
of the Edith. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So they are a team fight composition. They would want to jump onto opponents as much as possible and then try to really bring down the back lines, which generally speaking is going to be the God. They still need someone that can jump together with the Claude. I don't think that they will want to leave the Claude all alone. So
Yeah.
as such, very likely they're going to go for a more sustainable EXP laner as well as a more backline heavy jungle.
Your
In which
team
case,
is
I would actually
greatest
love to
inventions.
see a link that's going to be picked up by Bleed, so that they can actually bring God down a lot simpler, a lot easier, while the rest of the team just collapses down onto the box here.
Correct, and on top of that, maybe you drop
Thorns
a Roofer,
remain.
right, to kind of match
Should
onto
petals fall.
the Claude to just jump all the way to the back line. That Ling has full access. Okay, Alchemy caught wind of what you was talking about, Abstract. They banned
There we
away
go.
the Lancelot instead, but Bleed will be taking away the Angela because we saw how nutty the Angela Baxia Wombo combo
Very, very nutty.
is crazy in this current meta.
I mean, right now, Bleed, they're gonna go for their last ban. I think they could ban the Estes.
I feel like right now,
Estes?
I feel like right now, Bleed, they can look to ban marksmen. Like, for example, the Beatrix, just take it away from Pacifist, or maybe the Irithel. But if Bleed firstly bans Angela, it means that it shows that they're not really respecting Pacifist kind of hero. They're just going to ignore it. But speaking of which, that's a Kufra taken away, ignoring Pacifist.
Alchemy can actually opt to pick up a carry for themselves, but they can actually leave that for the later stages, unless they want to preemptively stop Bleed from picking someone that is way too tanky, like super tanky. You force them to pick a hero that is more sustainable, which technically speaking is going to be what Bleed might intend to do anyways. So regardless of that, I think that they should kind of play those waiting game a little bit.
No, they're gonna go for the Irithel instead. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like Alchemy is just going everything, just going all out, right? Just play everything they're more comfortable with.
Yeah.
And don't forget, this is also one of my first few times I see Icon kind of hovering, or maybe it might not be a jungle Baxia, right? It could be also a roam Baxia.
Yeah, it could
like,
easily
it's
be
like
a roam
20% of that roam Baxia coming out from the side of Alchemy right now. Bleed, remember what we talked about. We need an assassin to access the backline, or even some form of utility jungle that can access the backline. But also maybe a Cho will also do quite well.
A Cho
to
jungle?
take somebody
Fine
away.
too, actually, as when it comes down to the jungle side.
I mean, yeah, they can do Cho roam.
Yeah, Cho
JPL is specialty.
Yep.
A JPL specialty served up on a dish, but I'm not sure.
Yep, there you go. That's
Alpha.
a utility jungle. Technically speaking, can go into
Minotaur
assassin to dive with the
will
back
finish
line, and
off
then on
what
top of
was
that,
left
instead of just
undone.
picking one person, I'm gonna flicker AoE out everybody because Alchemy, this kind of roster, likes to stick together and play around this board.
So we do have a lot of lockdown from the side of Bleed. So generally their main win con really it just comes down to team fight potential. They will want to create enough space for Claude to eventually go all ham with the Blazing Duet. While in the meantime, they also have a lineup that really allows them to access over the back lines with the Claude and the Alpha. And they still also have great amount of mid lane control with a fast clearing Lilia, and when it comes down to EXP lane, we are looking at an Edith that clears wave relatively well and generally
Atlas?
isn't too afraid of Paquito too.
Yeah, exactly. The Paquito is not going to be a big threat, but this time.
Oh, okay. I'm actually not a big
Ashiru.
fan of that.
Why not?
When you're looking at a Cho, the
Yeah.
main thing that you will want to look out for is the win condition from the side of Bleed.
That's right.
And when you are looking for a win condition on the side of Bleed, you gotta hope that it is not a Claude. Because
Oh, that's
Claude would generally speaking not be in a team fight until the main subject that kills him will appear.
Yeah. I feel like it's just Cho Ring right here just to try to kick away the Minotaur during the Minotaur's rage, but I feel like there are definitely better ones out there. I was immediately thinking about Diggy because don't forget,
Diggy.
there's so many layers that Bleed can engage in. They've got they can engage with an Edith, they can engage with an Alpha, they can engage with a Minotaur. This is basically Bleed's standard play of going into each team fights.
I would actually love having a Kaja instead. On the
Kaja would be much better.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this is the answer that we are looking out for from the side of Alchemy. Perhaps they have a little bit of a surprise for us. So what exactly are they plotting in the minds of behind the minds of pacifists, and what's the direction that they're going for?
We have to gotta really dissect down how they're gonna kind of brew this alchemical reaction. I personally feel like, I agree, Cho is like this tomato sauce in your soy sauce, right? It doesn't gel.
No,
right?
it doesn't.
It's perfect for Yong Tofu, but it doesn't gel in Alchemy's lineup.
It doesn't mix well. But I have to say, take a look at Bleed there. Going with the double purify, they are afraid. They are so scared of this. They are
They are afraid. They are pure afraid. They have to take their Purify. I mean, they are so scared of these Cho jumping on them and, you know, just kicking and displacing them out of position.
Yeah, not only just that, the Mystic Gush coming out from the side of Jet, right? There's so much burst, and don't forget, Gord does true damage as well.
Yeah.
So that's why Bleed, they cannot afford to get locked down. That's why even Deck, right? Someone that's super aggressive goes in with this Purify.
That is one of the main reasons why I was actually really looking out for the fact that Jet is going to be one of the main playmakers from the side of Alchemy, and Bleed really have to bring him down as much as possible. But luckily for them, FMM is capable of getting themselves a very good head start in the lanes and moving around the map very, very easily. As such, being able to zone Jet out very simply before a fight even starts is what FMM is capable of doing together with JPL.
Yep, and right now it's just, you know, how actually we want to play this, but JPL, that's a knockup coming in. And it's slow as well, but yeah, they don't really want to handshake this fight because the turtle's coming out in 5 seconds.
Exactly, 5 more seconds until the turtle comes out, and Bleed do have a nice slight lead above Alchemy, but it's negotiable. It's negotiable as well.
14 gold lead.
14 gold lead, I love it.
K.
300 gold lead, there we go. And right now the turtle dancer is going to go towards onto Bleed side. They're going to put a little bit of pressure, and Alchemy, they're still not contesting this for some reason. I mean, maybe with the addition of Ashiro, they might be able to contest something to go in like this.
Do remember that Jet, as well as Ashiro, does not have their ultimate until now, as Jet did manage to get himself the Mystic Gush to bring Sagitnu down in all of that. Puski doesn't have a lot of health to work with, but he do have shields that keeps him alive away from Kill VJ.
Alchemy ultimately takes the turtle, and this is uncalled for. The king got out-retreated by Icon.
Icon getting out retreat by Kel VJ himself, but he's able to take the turtle away, and Alchemy just like that, able to take the first turtle into their pocket and get first blood as well. So
it would have
that's
turned
2 in
out
1.
so bad, actually, if they don't get the turtle.
If they didn't get the turtle, then it's kind of bad, right? I mean, because you got first blood gold as well, but this time Alchemy, they got the first blood as well as the turtle.
There was actually a lot of risks that Alchemy was doing at the
Very
point in
risky.
time, but they were pinning everything onto Icon. Luckily, Icon did manage to get the retribution and allowed Jet to get that level 4 for that Mystic Gush in order to force Bleed to disengage.
Yeah, right now, Alchemy is just stacking around 4 members, right? If you notice, the EXP laners on the other side of the map just cutting the waves, but the priority is more or less given over to the side of Alchemy because Puski can rotate even faster as compared to this unit.
Exactly, and the knockdown from Sagitnu over onto Puski, and Puski is just rotating. I mean, the EXP right now for Alchemy as well as Bleed, they're just playing around, they're just moving around, they're cutting waves, but this time, Alchemy, they have to take advantage of the lead. They do have their first turtle. How are they going to capitalize? How are they going to run away with this lead? Do they control onto the macro?
Definitely.
Do they contest? And as for Bleed, do they try to bring it back? Do they try to make it balance back again?
Unfortunately, it's not exactly going to be as simple as Alchemy is looking out for,
Yeah.
since they're only looking at a 600 gold, right? And when it comes down to EXP, it's just a shy bit of 1 level between some of these matchups.
Yeah,
so
just 1
they
level.
don't want to play overly aggressive.
Blazing
at the point in
Duets.
time.
Ooh, Blazing Duets nearly catches out onto Pacifist and still survives.
So, anyways, the turtle is just now going to be taken down by Bleed as they are getting themselves a good number of priority. And now the rest of the members from the side of Bleed is just going to get themselves a decent
JPL?
amount of knockup. Icon, not a lot of health left. As such, Bleed will want to take advantage of this situation to take the turtle down. The rest of Alchemy, not a lot of health to work with. As such, they're going to have to concede this away to
Wow, so much aggression.
Yeah, it's a good fight coming on Bleed. That's exactly what they're supposed to do. They're finally on form. Don't forget, Alchemy does have a strong mid-game power spike. They're not able to capitalize, even though they got the first blood and the first turtle as well. Bleed, on the other hand, they are on a late-game draft.
They are on a very, very late game draft. I mean, take a look at this. You have the Claude, you have the Lilia, as well as a Alpha and Edith. But right now, I mean, the Alchemy do have a sort of late game insurance as well in the means of, Irrital. Yeah.
Gord has a very strong late game.
Very strong late game.
Yep. Take a look at the
Ice
items
Queen
right
won
now.
already.
Yep, Ice Cream 1 secured by Jet. That's one of his core items. Pass Claws already built by Pacifist, so that's exactly what they need. Brute Force Breastplate for the side of Icon as well, just to make sure that he is able to continuously chase down somebody but deck. Ooh, that's a blazing duet against
I mean, he
four
wants to
men
clear it.
down-
He wants to clear it.
Yep,
down bot.
he understands it very well, right? He
Yeah.
knew that Alchemy is pretty much stacking down on the bottom lane, and the best way that he can get himself into safety is to clear the
it,
wave
yeah.
as soon as possible before Alchemy even have the chance to react and let the creep tank the turret.
Exactly, and right now, Kuski almost jumping in, but take a look at the bottom lane right now. It is going to be a convergence and a triple flicker and a knock-up as well.
Unfortunately, Ashiru, he went for deck straight away, and the Purify immediately gets himself away from all of that, while the turret is still targeting onto Ashiru.
Look
So,
at FMM.
unfortunately, not much value was made, while FMM dives over to the back. He did manage to deal quite a number onto Jet and Pacifist, while the rest of the members from the side of Bleed collapses themselves onto Icon, leaving him no choice but to go down to the depths of hell.
I like the fact that FMM is like, yeah,
Nope.
I'm just gonna walk down the river, find Jet right there, and just perma slow him all the way down. Look at the damage that he's able to just inflict. Had KLBJ been there on time, that would be just almost a huge wipeout. But hold on a second.
Pacifist doesn't have a lot of HP as well, hence he's now gonna go straight down. Ashiru kicks JPL right within the turret, but that quick little heal from JPL makes him to survive that entire onslaught. And Bleed, they managed to find so much value out of that.
I'm gonna quote deck right here. Alchemy is a good team.
Yeah.
Free win.
Free win.
If you watch their content.
Yes, yes, that's what he said.
Oh my goodness, deck showing who's boss. In fact, Blazing Duet, it survived 2-3 ganks down bot, and then after that shove bottom, yeah, this turtle you can give it over to Alchemy because right now, just Bleed, in terms of the micro and the macro, the shove, Bleed is ahead.
They're enjoying this push. They're pushing up the mid lane as well right now, as you can see, with the inclusion of 3 and 4 members of Bleed into the mid lane. They want to try to siege this tier 1 turret as well, and Alchemy, they're not having an answer for it apart from Ashiru and Jet. And this time, Alchemy, they got the 3rd turtle into their pockets, but right now, Bleed, they have the map control, they have the map advantage, they have the pressure. They're continuously putting the pressure onto Alchemy non-stop right now.
They are constantly just moving around the map. They're not really leaving the Edith in the lane that often. They're actually making Edith run around a lot as well to prepare for any form of potential fights and attacks. So Bleed will be ready whenever Alchemy is trying to go for something and hoping that they'll be able to get some, you know, numbers advantage.
Yeah, if we go all the way to the later parts of the game, technically Alchemy does have this very big high ground in the form of that Gore. Don't forget, a late game Gore that ultimate just gets off cooldown very easily.
And JPL is taking so much damage from the side of Jet, but he flickers right in with the Minoan Spirit Rage. And he did manage to get everyone knocked right up, making sure that Jet doesn't work along with the Mystic Gush for a long amount of time. Ashiru is going to be the first one to go straight down as Buski running over the back lines. He manages to fight Sagitnu, but if you ask me, not much of value. The rest of the fight from Alchemy moved on to JPL, but did not manage to translate.
Yeah, good fight coming off the side of Bleed once again. Alchemy, yes, Jet was able to find a perfect opportunity to just land on the Mystic Gush. Everybody's in a choke point for the side of Bleed, right? But Bleed managed to just walk away, and then don't forget, Deck was just on the other side, just ready to pounce anytime at all. And Buski was able to find a goal.
Wow, Pacifist. Take a look at that damage now, 34k as compared to Deck's 21k.
That is technically not supposed to happen. I'm not too sure what exactly Deck was looking out to do, but I think that he kind of like underestimated the amount of damage that Pacifist is capable of dishing out at the point in time.
Yeah, that's Deck. He underestimates a little bit too much sometimes. He overestimates himself and put himself in a very awkward position sometimes. And that's just how he plays. And now because of that, they gave Alchemy that mid lane turret.
The key mistake is now going to be leading to the Bleed's downfall.
Oh my god.
As Sagitnu finds himself taken down, and JPL not having the flicker, they're not able to translate the rest of the fight into more.
But on the other side of the map, KLBJ still managed to pick up Buski. Right now, just one man down. Yes, Sagitnu also doing the same. Bleed just managed to put Alchemy on a level spot. Don't forget, Bleed the goal lead's still not too far, so expect both of these two teams, the items is almost similar, so it's all up to the retro battle right now.
Yep, all onto the retro battle right now, and Icon, as you can see, he's going to go into the ball, he's going to be rolling around as well, and now Alchemy, they have to contest for this.
And since we see the FMM was taking quite a lot of hits, but the Dark Shoes gets himself out of the way. Pacifist and Icon, they don't have a lot of help to work with, but Pacifist was hoping that he'll be able to go back into the fight. That is a very risky play, but Bleed manages to get themselves away, or rather allow Alchemy to get away from the entire fight.
It's just Deck just EMI right into Mystic Gush, right? And literally got melted.
He's like, you know what? Come, let me take the whole
let me take the whole laser damage thingy, but don't forget, that Mystic Gush penetrates through everybody, so I don't know what he's
tanking anything.
Ain't nobody gonna tank that.
That's right, but don't forget, because of that particular fight, Bleed was still able to push Alchemy away. Don't forget, they started off in equal footing. Bleed managed to deal enough damage to push Alchemy away and earn that Lord for themselves.
And right now, Bleed with a 1.6k goal lead. I mean, they managed to catch Deck. I mean, they managed to catch Deck, but in the end, they managed to catch our Icon, leaving the Lord towards Bleed, and Bleed can just easily secure the Lord, and now the Lord is going to be walking up from the bottom lane. Let's take a look at the items here.
Yep, items coming out. I'm expecting more tankiness. Yep, there you go. That's also Dom Eyes, Radiant Armor. I think going in even more tanky items, I think you need a Mortality, because Pooski is just, he's soaking up so much damage. But then again, if you look at Sagitnu, this is a new Eden kind of build coming in. There's a Starlight Side going out as well. And now don't forget, Alchemy Pacifist has secured the 3 main items of a crit. Marksman already, that's already a great Dragon's
FMM
already secured, but FMM just outputting damage against Shiru.
Technically not exactly new for an EDF. But back then, we still play a Calamity Reaper onto it.
So that's the equivalent of the...
Oh! Wow! Okay, JPL jumped right in. They managed to get a lot of knockdown. And Alchemy actually suffered so much damage. However, Sagitnu took the brunt of all of that. While Bleed didn't seem to manage to follow up on more of the JPL's initiations. And Alchemy, for some reason...
Never die, no life lost at all.
That was a beautiful setup by JPL, right? It's Sagitnu coming in.
A beautiful setup for their own demise.
Yeah. Like Bleed setting up for a team fight, Alchemy won. And I'm like, hey, wait, what? I thought they had the items, I thought they had everything, but turns out their turret dive, that game ball, just doesn't work. Jet coming in with the AoE damage, and also don't forget, Ashiru does have his own innate knockup as well. Pooski, the knockup punch, is also something that can just shove everybody out of position, and that's where Bleed just couldn't handle, especially these deep dives. They're not far enough to basically commit to these tank dives.
Exactly. Bleed just essentially shot themselves in the foot, and just, they were setting up for it. They loaded the gun, they shot themselves in the foot, and then they're like, ouch, why does that hurt? They were walking right into Alchemy. Perfect setup by JPL as well.
Well, the answer to that previous fight was just the fact that Bleed ran out of damage.
Yeah.
They literally ran out of damage.
That's all they could do.
Deck did follow up. That's the thing. They did follow up. There's a lot of damage that is dished out by Deck, but he's just not farmed up enough to really bring down the front lines. And Alchemy set themselves up to be in the proxy between the first and the second. So there's not a lot of things that KelVJ could have done at the point in time, because he only left with a sliver of health. Yes, he does have immortality, but even if he pops the immortality, he still need to wait to get back up. So why waste it?
Let's not count out the fact that Pacifist has already secured the main 3 crit items as well. Don't forget, it's a heavy crossbow, especially when Bleed engages. They're all stuck up together.
It's gonna be painful.
It's just AoE damage all across the board by the side of Alchemy against by Pacifist against Bleed. And I'm like, wait, what? This is not how I expect Bleed to play.
Exactly.
It's very different right now. So honestly, what exactly is going to be the answer for Bleed? What are they going to be looking out for? Because KelVJ is preparing himself for the very eventual steal. But Alchemy, they have something else in mind. And Pooski is just going to be finding himself over at the back, while Ashiru buys a lot of time, or rather space. And now Jet goes straight in with a Mystic Gush, only for JPL to flicker right in to stop that Mystic Gush, as now all hell broke loose, as Pandemonium is going to be rigged down onto Alchemy. The rest of the members from the side of Alchemy gotta have to run away, while Bleed, they did lose JPL. Icon's life has been lost as well. So Alchemy has got no other way to eventually fight this Lord. Alchemy probably should have gone back, but they decided to keep this fight going on on and on and on. Only left with Puski, left with a sliver of health. KLBJ almost lands a finishing blow. And now he's gonna go down, or rather the immortality is gonna be popped. None of the members from the side of Bleed has lost their life just yet, but they managed to get more than enough time for JPL to come back in. Not quite yet for Icon though, but Alchemy is working onto their macro game by pushing up to the top lane, a fast, heavy push. So even if they lose this Lord right here, which is expected of them,
at least they get the tower. Yeah,
yes.
They managed to at least trade it back for a turret, which in turn would be the top lane tier 2 turret as well. And Bleed right now, they have a nice, amazing lead, 2.2k into their pockets. I have to say that fight, that was a pure bait. I mean, they baited Pacifist in, and Pacifist ate that bait like nobody's business. And let's take a look at the build right here. Ooh, Rose Gold Meteor for KLVJ.
Double Divine Glaive.
Yeah, I think that's something of an issue that we realized that in the previous game, sometimes the items duplicate, but we'll get during the post-game starts, right? But I feel like we've got to have to focus on that previous team fight. But hold on a second, JPL though, just now he flickered forward just to deny Jet, but Jet popped the Purify, and that's what allowed, Bleed to just chase down Jet. I feel like they could have busted down the Lord even earlier, but KLBJ was a little bit too greedy, I would say, trying to chase down Alchemy, especially when Pacific could just kite them for days.
Now the question is whether it was worth it, right? Yeah. When it comes down to the ultimate, or when it comes down to Jet's ultimate. It's an ulti for an ulti kind of situation. But we're just going to hold that thought for a little bit, as the Lord is just going to be marching down the bottom lane. Manages to bring down the inhibitor turret in the bottom, while the rest of the lane in the top and the middle lane is just going to be pushed out, allowing Bleed to have quite a bit of a space to work around while Alchemy is forced to defend.
Yeah, the high ground value coming out from Alchemy is there in the form of Jet, right? Jet positioning has been impeccable. Bleed needs to burn a Flicker ultimate just to be able to push him off, but this time around he does have the Purify online, so Bleed needs to have that, signature multi-layered engage that we all love to see in week number 1.
I mean, it all boils down to Ashiru catching as well, right? No one else can catch apart from Icon.
But Icon dead to the hands of Sagitnu. And the next one that is marked is going to be Pacifist. So it's going to be a one after another take, as Ashiru is going to be the third one that's crossed by Bleed. 5 versus 2. What exactly can Alchemy do at this point in time, while Bleed is waiting for the eventual march of the creeps coming in?
Puski.
The only thing that's left is Puski to cut in the wave to buy Alchemy even more time, which they did a very good job of. Now, Jet holds it himself behind with a Mystic Gust and tries to bring it all down. He manages to do so, and now the rest of the members from the side of Bleed can't do anything but try to clear down the bottom lane creeps. Puski understands what he needs to do. He bought more than enough time with the immortality of his own to clear down the bottom lane. Icon is back, Pacifist is back, Ashiru is going to be back as well. But do they even have enough time, as Pacifist is just going to be popping up with his ultimate? That's deck similarly with the Blazing Duet, but still going to be going down to the hands of Pacifist. Sagitnu versus Pacifist. Oh, what is exactly going on here, as Alchemy is still holding on. Bleed couldn't finish the game. And Alchemy had got Puski, and Jet single-handedly saved the game for them.
Puski bought so much time just to wave kill in mid lane, and after that, Jet coming in, the Mystic Guts coming clutch. This is exactly what I was already expecting from Alchemy's lineup. And don't forget, Bleed did not crack topside, so you've only got 2 big minions marching in on mid and bot, and now it's just going to be one-man deficit. Bleed is losing one damage, but they're going to actually fight.
KLBJ is going to be coming out for the back lines as KLBJ focuses him down. The immortality is just going to be popped, but Icon and Ashiru going to have to make a grand retreat. While the backlines on the side of Bleed, they still have got quite a lot of resources to work with themselves with. Well, Alchemy, they don't really have more of that. As such, they're gonna have to move themselves backwards. They're gonna get themselves healed up again, go for the slow push up the northern side, and give this Lord over to Bleed.
Yeah, and that team fight just now was really good, right? Even though Bleed was one man down, one damage dealer down. Don't forget KLBJ, he's been building like a damage dealer in a sense, right? And not only just that, FMM, his damage is a supreme. Alchemy couldn't even hold because there's so much zone denial that FMM was able to put out against Alchemy SG.
I have to say, Bleed right now, they're taking so much map, they're walking up, they are depriving Alchemy of everything that they need, and right now they just have to wait for the Lord. They just have to wait for the wave, and Bleed can easily close this game out.
Well,
right now, I think, ladies and gents, it's just Alchemy, the high ground advantage coming in a little bit clutch. I wasn't expecting Pooski to just output so much damage and shove as well, but the Lord punching down the mid, Bleed needs to do this GG push.
As Kinu, he's taking a lot of damage, but the primal ramp allows him to deal a little bit more damage. But JPL focuses onto the backline. He focuses onto Jet, as such a Mystic Gush is no longer going to be a threat for the rest of the members from the side of Bleed. The deck continues down onto the core, and now the rest of Alchemy is just going to be taken down in one fell swoop.
I don't think that's one fell swoop. That's two fell swoops, right? Don't forget, ladies and gents, that was just that's the second GG push that allowed Bleed Esports to win this particular game. If you ask me whether this is convincing, I don't know what to say.
It is convincing.
I don't think so, because there's a period of time where the goal lead was almost equal, and that's not exactly where you want to be, especially when you're holding on the Bleed's brand. And don't forget, you know, that overcommitment at the first GG push, that could have almost lost that game, because Alchemy could just turn it around with an epic comeback.
So to be honest, this game is, well, it's kind of confusing to
me. It is,
right? Because it seems as though Bleed has been keeping Alchemy on the leash the entire time, but yet they can't end it against Alchemy.
And don't forget, right? Like, Alchemy, this is one of the lower tier teams in MPL Singapore in terms of the power rankings, right? I'm gonna say it out loud right here, but they're already giving Bleed so much trouble just to end it already.
Exactly, and I have to say, Alchemy, they had the idea, Bleed had Alchemy on a leash, but don't forget, Bleed are already online and Alchemy are still on the way there. Hence, that's why in the end, nearer towards the late game, they look very, very strong, because they were just online, barely just online, but then Bleed already had the lead. You know, they had everything that they have. They had the snowball as well. They pushed in into the turrets and just finished off Alchemy in the first game.
I mean, Alchemy did have the damage. They did have the items that they need.
That's right.
It is pretty much neck and neck in terms of a proper 5v5 fight, in terms of itemization, right? But unfortunately, I think that one thing that really fell short for Alchemy is the lack of lane priority.
Right? Yeah, definitely. Like, how do you, if you want to compare Alchemy to Bleed, you don't really have any lane priority. But if you take a look at Jet, right, going in for concentrated energy as well, you know, my man is suffering. My man needs to heal up because of the unsurmountable amount of damage that Bleed was able to just do, because you see what FMM could do. Just one landmine, poof, everybody just half HP, especially when Alchemy SG congregates.
It's painful, and Bleed, JPL constantly just sniping our Jet over and over again. He wants to deny the Magic Gust, right?
Mystic Gush could not be Gush, because that is basically
a bull.
Correct. That's basically Alchemy's win condition. Land down the Mystic Gush and spray it to as many people as possible.
Exactly, and they use it, right? They use Jet to bait out that Mystic Gush. Whenever you bait out the Mystic Gush, the Minoan Fury will come in and deny that, jumping all the way into your backlines, forcing you to use the Purify. It's all about the mind games here.
But if you take a look at the emblems more or less right now, ladies and gents, if you see, look at a deck going in full-on marksman. This guy is a greedy marksman in terms of his playstyle and in terms of his, you know, item builds and emblem builds. You can see it clearly for sure right here. But then again, if you notice on the other side, for the side of Alchemy,
even more greedy.
Yeah, like, look, Irithel, Pacifist went on Weapon Master. That's why when he hits the 55k mark,
it hurts.
It's gonna hurt like a truck.
I think even before that, he started hurting like a truck, to the point that Deck didn't even realize just how much damage he's capable of dealing.
Yeah, you're talking about that one fight, right?
Yeah, exactly. But Deck was already there before Pacifist was.
But they have a very different kind of playstyle, and of course they had a very different kind of condition, right? Generally speaking, when we're looking at a Irithel, 1v1 is great, but the main thing that Claude really really have a lot of potential in is team fight, you know? All 5 men grouped up together, blazing duet, boom boom pow, a lot of damage dealt.
Yeah, but take a look at this. Pacifist with the highest damage dealt, and Icon with the highest damage taken. 116k. Wow.
And of course, KelVJ wasn't really farming the jungles. He's farming the heroes of Alchemy SG. 808, if I'm not mistaken, that was his scoreline. And yeah, like if you take a look, the amount of damage that Bleed was able to do against Alchemy, don't forget, Sagitnu is a tank, but he can also do damage because he's an E-Liv, right?
Yeah.
And it all relies on JPL just cancelling out Jet. That's your first initiation. KelVJ can follow up with the ultimate. Sagitnu can go up with the knockup and also the ultimate as well. So Bleed, this roster, in terms of this draft, fits the bill.
Yeah, and we're going to have our MVP coming up on the screen. It has to be JPL if...
I would say GPL as well, right?
JPL, or maybe it's FMM.
Yeah, I mean he's
of course.
He's been responsible of keeping his team alive indirectly, or rather, actually quite directly, if you ask me.
Quite directly, he's just tanking everything and initiating and denying
the Mystic Gush is the main thing that is that pretty much will be the greatest threat to Bleed's lineup.
Yeah, but like literally, if Jet was allowed to just use that Gourd to spray down the damage, yeah, definitely, right? Like. You saw Dag just try to do it himself, using damage to kind of push Jet away from the Mystic Gush. But after a while, if you realize they adapted in the middle of the game, it became JPL's job to kind of persuade Gord from the Mystic Gush.
Yeah, usually you would want to have your EXP laner to actually jump over to the back lines. Unless you are looking at a little bit difference here and there.
Maybe.
Sometimes the jungler will go, depending on, you know, hero
situation,
matchup. Situation. So in this case, it makes a lot more sense for the Minotaur to jump over the back lines because the AoE is huge, right?
Definitely.
And you can flicker in with your S1 and then you ulti from that point on time. So you got double knockup, a lot more CC timing, and they just have a lot of airtime, perhaps better than any NBA player out there.
I love the fact that you talk about airtime because they're literally getting knocked out sky high in the air. But we will be able to see all the airtime, ladies and gents. I feel like they're taking a trip all the way up in the sky of the Land of Dawns in these highlights. Man, I like the way that you segue into this abstract.
And take a look at this. Passive is able to dodge right out, but then the Blazing Duet just melts. Instantly melts him out. Ashiru tried to catch on to JPL, and JPL still lives. JPL constantly get away non-stop. Take a look at that. Minoan Fury, 3-man, constant, and he gets away scot-free yet again.
The thing is, we constantly see that the follow-ups from the side of Bleed takes a little bit longer than we would like them to. Usually when you're looking at a Minotaur that initiates, you will hope that the follow-ups are a lot more swift. But not for these instances. We have seen that JPL jump in while it took a little bit longer before Bleed eventually follows up. So I think that that's probably one thing that could help them end the game even faster.
Yeah, because sometimes Dag just BMI just a little bit too far. It's all about how Dag's timing. FMM couldn't BMI. FMM can only just slowly walk up and burst people down, right? So that's why you got this a little bit of a gap in terms of the engage. But I gotta admit, JPL is literally throwing his body just to deny from the Mystic Gush like this one.
Exactly. Going all the way in, getting the Mystic Gush denied, taking out Puski as well as Jet and Ashiru, and it was all game over from there. Blazing Duet, going right in, and then the GG push. Bleed has made Alchemy bleed.
Not that again.
Yeah, but I don't feel like this is actually very convincing.
It's pretty shaky.
It was pretty scrappy, and I feel like that's something that we have always been asking since week number 1, day number 1. How is Bleed going into this kind of draft, this kind of roster? Don't forget, Deck is a jungler going into a gold lane, and he plays like an EXP laner. Like, he likes to stand in front, and I'm like, whoa, bro. You gotta calm down.
I mean, it's the claw, right? You gotta use that BMI, get right in, Blazing Duets, and get as many heroes as you can.
I mean, we're looking...
You're gonna fully maximize your Blazing Duets.
You do want to definitely do that, and one thing that I was, not very confident about was actually the Cho. But I think that the Cho, just the fact that he's being drafted in here, has already created some form of fear over to the side of Deck, right? He's just afraid of being kicked, he's afraid of being completely isolated, and technically speaking, when we are looking at Alchemy's lineup, if in the very event that they are able to burst down Minotaur fast enough, and they have the Way of the Dragon to really completely isolate the Minotaur, I think that the Mystic Gush from Jet is going to be online most of the time. As such, JPL don't open up the map that much. In fact, it's mostly going to be left with Sagitnu to do that.
Yeah. Alright, right now, by the way, Frejin has 100% pick ban rate, And then you got Lilia, which is like 40% pick ban rate, so which is quite high. And speaking of which,
Kadita is not up there?
No.
Wow.
Because you gotta have to get Neo Beast on. And
Exactly.
so far we are looking at like, you know, a Neo Beast buff time and time again. So honestly, this this Neo Beast series skin really is quite a, you know, a level upper.
I've been calling it, right? I've been literally calling it since the start of the day. I feel like, hey, both of these teams, some of these teams have been feeling these two heroes going in. They use the newbie skins as well. And if the pro players love it, I'm pretty sure you will do too.
Yep. So one thing that you guys gotta have to remember is that this first 10 times draw, 30% off thing is all the way until the 4th of January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August,
October.
He
had to be reminded. October.
Mav can't count and he can't month.
I can't month as well.
Oh
Can't
no.
month. That's why I'm called Monstrack.
Monstrack?
Monstrack. Math. Right.
Yeah.
I shall never deviate from my name ever again.
Yeah, never do that, I suppose.
Yeah.
Sounds really bad. But of course, don't forget, it's really good, right? These skins makes you feel good, and especially when the appraisals ramp come down, pooh, you see it just slaps.
It
Feel good,
will.
play good.
It's bright, it's vibrant, and it catches everybody's eye, especially if you're going to be using Fredrin and landing down that appraiser's rate.
So honestly, when you're using the Neo Beast skin,
yeah,
you gotta have to know that everyone's eyes is gonna be on you. So it's very easy for you to get to be the MVP in your friend's eyes, or probably the
chocolate man,
other
the chocolate medal.
Yeah, everyone is probably gonna be able to bear witness if whether you completely clip everyone in the opponent's side or you clip no one at all.
It's okay because
But
you know
you
you
still
feel
look
good.
great.
You look great.
You look great.
You look great. Everybody wants to play with you because you look great. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and it feels good.
It feels amazing.
Definitely. But of course, you know, you start to see even Bleed is having a bit of a trouble going up against Alchemy SG.
Yeah.
And then don't forget they dropped a series against Homebois SG, and it's not going to get easier for them, right? From then on out, because Bleed after today, tomorrow they're going up against RSG SG.
Oh yikes!
With this kind of performance,
that's
I
not
think
gonna be
some
good.
of the Bleed fans are starting to question. I'm actually squirming in my Ozen chair right now.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot to prove for themselves, and I think that this upcoming game is going to help them redeem themselves. If they don't do anything about game number 2, and if they don't make it a fast, snappy game, I think that the followings and the expectations and confidence in Bleed is probably gonna waver a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, to me, if
I can see him wavering.
you can see wavering, he's quivering.
Yeah, I'm a little bit quivering right now, right?
So,
Like,
so you're like a lalang right now, right? So
Yes,
you're
the
just
wind. He's the wind. He's being the lalang now. But to me, if Bleed can make it fast and snappy, like you guys said, if they can make it fast and snappy, they can close out the game and take the series away. But if they show cracks, if they show mistakes, they're gonna get punished by Alchemy for sure.
They almost did. You
They
saw
almost
earlier
did.
just now at the first GG push.
Yeah.
Like they almost could have if the game like goes on like super long. I feel like yeah, that could be it. Alchemy SG could just perform an epic comeback against
Exactly.
against Bleed SG.
I have to
Bleed
say, I am
Esports.
going with the wind as well, because Bleed, they have to take this advantage of this momentum. They have to get the ball rolling. You know, they have to
The
snowball
Lalang
this.
moving.
Yes, and the
The
Lalang is
faith
gonna be moving.
wavering. Yeah, but of course, you know, as I joke about all of this, I feel like, yeah, it's still early in the regular season to kind of determine what's going to happen. Because don't forget, sometimes there's this time skip arc that we always like to talk about between the playoffs and the regular season. And yeah, let's do it. Let's go. I cannot continue shaking.
I mean, we are waving to you guys, and we are waving to everyone at home as well, watching. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in into MPLSG.
This is so ridiculous. Oh my goodness. On the topic of Lalang as well. But of course, you know, if you guys don't know what Lalang is, it's basically like
Puji.
Go with the wind.
It's like the weed thing at the back of your... Wait, does Singapore have backyard?
Have. Oh, we got weeds like downstairs at the void deck.
Actually, we don't have a backyard. We have a front yard.
We have
for
a
the
down yard.
Void deck.
We have a void deck. Yeah.
Void deck, yeah.
But your void deck doesn't have Lalang, so yeah.
Yeah.
We do have Lalangs.
We do have lalangs, but it's in like... you know-
It grows in bricks, right? That's the Lalang.
No, bro, that's not a Lalang.
That's the weed. You're talking about the weed, right?
No.
No, that's not a Lalang.
Oh, you
That
mean
is not
dandelion?
No, but anyways, I'll show you a picture
am
later.
Oh,
on.
yes.
Priestess
Let's
of
go into
Primal
this round.
Lightning.
Let's go.
The hunter
We're
of all
looking
the evil
at a
gods.
Edith ban, and it's pretty much understandable. I believe that whatever the Alchemy wants to look out for is going to be, well, I think flexible picks.
Yep, I mean, it is going to be nice
Time
and
to drop
flexible
the
picks.
beat of the
They
flag.
have
Is
to
banning.
be very nice and gentle with what they have to be banning and picking as well. But this time they're going to be banning away the Bruno as well as the Joy and the Edith. I have to say, the Edith ban, it's a must. They have to ban away the Edith, right? I mean, because they're second pick.
Yeah, definitely, right? Your first pick is definitely, you don't want to give that flex pick over to the side, you know, I'm going to miss Abstract for now on. But Bruno, going to be banned, Joy banned as well. Like what you mentioned, Edith, Alchemy SG right now, I feel like Claude is going to be up for contest for both these two teams. Deck plays a lot of Claude. Same can be said over the side of Pacifist.
I mean,
Among the planes
that
exists
means
the
they
equilibrium
just have to ban the Claude away.
which I was
Because
made
but
for.
Alchemy wouldn't want to go for Claude for first pick as well, right? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to go for a Claude first pick.
But if they go for the Claude first pick, you can immediately tell how desperate they are.
Yeah.
So
The
this is
southern
also
seas
kind of like a
are
statement that
my
both these
domain.
two teams will be showing out. But there you go, that's a Kadita being banned by the side of Alchemy.
They have to ban the Kadita away. I mean, the Kadita from FMM, we saw last week, you know, with the Lalang along going with the win as well. But the Kadita on FMM has been very, very dangerous.
Yeah, FMM is just... I would feel like FMM is the star player from the side of Bleed right now. And don't forget, there's also KLVJ, the king of the jungle.
A punch for a punch.
And it just fits so well. And Paquito and Edith being banned away. Bleed just doesn't want to allow Alchemy to get away with all of these flex picks.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to ban away the Paquito as well. The Paquito can flex into the jungle as well as the EXP. But usually now, with the meta that's ongoing, usually the Paquito goes into the EXP. It flourishes more there and in team fights.
Yeah, first pick is going to be important for the side of Alchemy. If you first pick the Claude here, I think we have a big problem for the side of Alchemy right now.
No, I don't think they should go for the first pick Claude.
Chang'e Gold.
Chang'e?
Remember Pacifist?
Yeah, his
Chang'e
pocket
Gold?
pick. His pocket Chang'e pick.
Yeah, I really don't think so.
He might go for the pocket Chang'e pick.
I really don't think so, especially for the first pick. I feel like there's something bigger. Like
See value in me?
It's going to be the Frenchman.
Your
Being
team
selected for the side
should.
of Alchemy SG.
They can go for the Claude here, right? I mean, Bleed can easily go for the Claude here if they want to. And Valentina's open as well.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like
FMM
Valentina,
plays a good Valentina.
correct, and because of the flexibility of FMM allows him to do so, that's why it's so good.
There we go.
First pick going in for the side of Valentina, maybe a Claude just to secure up for a deck, and then Alchemy right now has to pick the scraps in terms of the marksman pick as well.
Exactly, and with that Valentina, I think they should. I don't think they would go for the Claude right now. I mean, the Claude is too early to be shown, right? I mean, they could go for a EXP laner. Yeah, I think they should go for an EXP laner, right? Like a Terizla
Here
or
comes
maybe...
the brightest flare.
Oh,
Oh,
no!
Deck changing the script. Let me tear him up my script
Wow.
right now. I love that guy. That guy likes to troll me all the time, and I like to troll him back as well. That's going to be a Beatrix going on the side of Deck.
A lot of teamfight material that we can expect from the side of Bleed, huh? So this is kind of like a typical death ball,
Death ball strategy
kind of thing going on again. So I would want to see Bleed to actually follow up with more flexibility. Unfortunately, Edith is gone. Unfortunately for Fredrin, it's gone as well. What else can we look at when it comes down to flexibility?
I think most of the flex picks are already gone, right? Paquito, Edith already banned away. Unless you want to pull out Navaria here.
Terizla mid?
Flex it
Terizla
all the way,
mid?
but no. There's still the Fredrin that can easily be flexed into an EXP, but it's already gone now. It's obvious going to be a Tesla in the EXP lane and a Fredrin in the jungle.
Yep, in the jungle, the mighty jungle, it is going to be the
Lion's
Fredrin.
Roar.
The Lion sleeps tonight.
Actually, we still have an X-Ball
Oh,
that
that's
can be
true.
considered.
That's
X-Ball,
true.
either EXP, could be jungle as well. So either or, it's actually not too bad because Bleed is looking for Unga Bunga, right? They're trying to look for a Death Ball. They're looking for perhaps front to back.
I think you go Minotaur here for the side of Bleed, right?
Really?
It works in game number one.
It works, but I don't think that
It is my mission to banish all darkness.
There you go.
Wow, the lags.
Potato disagrees with me, but he agrees with Abstract. It's going to be KLVJ going into an Assassin Lancelot in the jungle this time around.
They're gonna go for semi-tank I mean, they definitely have to go for the semi-tank, right? They can't go for full damage. I mean, you have the Terizla, you have the Fredrin. You need to sustain throughout the fight.
I would like you to say that in front of Kyrie.
Kyrie is like, no.
No. Damage
only. And then swap out for Immortality, swap out for Winter Trunkian.
Basically, he buys. He has enough. He's gonna swap in the late game, right? But there you go. That's gonna be Irithel banned away by Bleed right now. It's a lot of problems by the side of Pacifist that he's able to deal against Bleed, and I feel like Bleed is gonna target down more marksman bans.
And for the other side, Alchemy, I think they gotta have to focus on more lockdown heroes. But okay, Valir is not what I'm expecting, not gonna lie.
Wow.
But technically speaking, JPL did play the Valir before.
Yeah, the
and
Valir
it does
is to
make sense as well.
The Valir is to deny the Fredrin and the Terizla if the penalty zone were to ever come down to jump towards the Flicker as well. The Valir with the second skill pushback would
But they gotta ban the Minotaur. They have to ban Minotaur.
I mean, they can pick it up from themselves.
I mean,
they can pick it up for themselves as well. If Bleed weren't to second last pick the Minotaur.
I don't see the need for them to pick up a Minotaur because that will actually allow that would actually allow the Valentina to steal away the Minoan's Fury,
that's true.
which is gonna be worse.
The Kufra works. Oh, there we go. It gets banned out. Yeah, they hurt me.
Okay, right now, at the very least, Bleed is not more or less focusing on the marksman ban away. It's like you're gonna take away the Kufra, right?
Yeah.
Don't want easy access to the backline. Like even more easy access. You already got the Flicker penalty zone. Doesn't want that. Make sure deck is safe. So that's what Bleed was trying to say.
Yeah.
Now, Alchemy banned away the glue at the same time, focusing on EXP laners. There you go. JPL special.
You know, the funny thing is the bans of Bleed can become a team itself. They can be they can literally be a draft itself.
A ban?
Yeah, the
bans.
Bans are essentially one of every role.
Potato is
Alchemy as well.
It's just like Potato, right?
Alchemy as well.
Exactly.
But I mean, a bit too much magical damage if you ask me for Alchemy.
That's 4 magical damage.
You can go for a Joy Jungle. You can go for a Kadita Mage. And
wow. Ooh, a Kali tank?
Oh no,
Kali tank?
No. No. Alchemy played this before. Terizla roam.
Oh, yeah.
And then you got, Puski going into Clean, and that's Pacifist going back into his Clean. A very long-range kind of matchup against Bleed instead.
Oh, okay. That's true.
I'm relatively curious as to how Alchemy wants to play this. Because this is not exactly a very conventional way of drafting, right? Because they're not focusing onto one entire team fight. They're not exactly focusing on pick-off because they don't have that form of pick-off. But they are not exactly looking for a team fight because they do have team fight. We're looking at a Khalid that jumps in, that dives in, and then we've got the God that comes out of the Mystic Gush. It feels like there's multiple layers behind what Alchemy is trying to do, but that also thins them out into a very individual micro play sense. If anyone jumps onto God, then that is the Clint's job to bring down whoever is going after the God.
Choose my own
path. There's going to be an Arlot coming out for the side of Bleed that concludes the Drowse. That's an EXP lane. Arlot, Cho going into the roam. Assassin, well, definitely KLVJ. I see Lancelot jumping around, like puncturing around in the draft. Yep, going into the jungle. FMA going to Valentina. Valentina can take so many outros outside Alchemy, if you ask me. Raging Sandstorm, Mystic Gush, Penalty Zone. FMM will be swiped by choices.
Yeah, I mean, FMM will be like, what do I want to have today? Would I want the Penalty Zone? Do I want the Raging Sandstorm? We've seen how FMM use the Raging Sandstorm, and it is crazy accurate.
They really have a lot of options. You either look for utility or go for damage. And let's be honest here, Mystic Gush is not a funny ultimate.
Yeah.
But, well, he doesn't have the passive, so perhaps go through damage. So
I mean, it's like eating at McDonald's. You have all the options that you have.
I'm spoiled. Like, I walk into the menu and I'm like,
what do I
go for?
I might just have the whole menu then.
You buy the whole McDonald's by yourself.
So we shall see
exactly
what our friends here in Bleed have got in store for us. What are they going to be picking out of this menu of ultimates?
Wow. The whole menu, and of course Jet has to go for the Purify, and nothing out of the ordinary here. All flickers as well as Retribution.
Purify for Jet.
Yeah,
a little bit of
only.
respect over to the side of
JPL.
JPL is definitely going to be the homing missile to find Jet to deny him on the Mystic Gush. And this time around, is a Cho, right? So it's a lot easier just to Shinpo all the way in, Jit Kundo, knock him up, and then, you know, maybe fall out with the way of the dragon. So
Yeah, kick him all the way back home.
yeah, so it's a lot easier for the side of engage this time as compared to a Minotaur.
Exactly, it's a nice pick of strat as well, and this time with the Terizla on the rope. I mean, it's kind of weak, but it kind of helps with the wave clear as well. And this time, Bleed, they're going to be prioritizing onto the Lethal Wanderer.
Puski is very on the go and is very, very reactive to what's going on in the middle lane. Even though we're looking at a God versus a Valentina, both of which have got exceptional wave clear, it does seem as though what Alchemy is trying to do is really just to whittle down the amount of space that FMM is able to roam around, understanding that FMM's roaming capabilities is very strong, and they do not want to be kept behind the cell walls of what FMM is capable of doing.
LVJ there prioritizing that Dawn Rose. Puski.
I don't think that Puski will go down anytime soon. I mean, we're talking about a Khalid after all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a Flicker not going to be available for the next turtle fight, right? Don't forget, KLVJ using the ultimate just now at the top lane to secure the gold crab. Yeah, he's going to have it up just in the nick of time for the turtle coming up. There you go, he's already up right here. FMN struggling to get to level 4. He needs that level 4. Just one wave clear should do the trick.
Yeah, it's not too far and it's not too long. In the meantime, for the side of Alchemy, there's still a lot of players that still does not have their ultimates just
penalty
yet.
zone taken.
Ashiru as well as Puski, for example, they still don't have it. While FMM actually stole the penalty zone already, waiting for the perfect opportunity for her to actually land it right down. And there we go, with KLVJ taking down the turtle almost immediately. Jet comes in with the Mystic Gush with not a lot of damage onto KLVJ at all. The only one person down is the side of Bleed with the Valentina. A 1-for-1 trade, while Bleed receives the turtle for themselves.
Yeah, and now, you know, you got Bleed scampering away. JPL is super low. Saginu coming in just in the nick of time to land in the Vengeance. And, of course, cleaning up after the fight. Bleed walks away with one turtle and, of course, with one kill and one death at the same time. I think that's a better trade in the favor of Bleed as compared to Alchemy SG.
Yeah, exactly that. And Bleed were the winners of that little skirmish into the first turtle fight as well, and gaining a nice substantial lead for themselves.
I really like the fact that Bleed is a lot more of a pick-off strategy on their side, right? They would want to find that one person and isolate that person out of a fight in order to get themselves the number advantage. As such,
the purple buff.
They're looking at Icon, even though whatever that JPL was trying to do, still couldn't steal that away from Icon, unfortunately.
Yeah, top side though, off the other side of the screen. KLVJ looking for a puncture right here. Ashiru a little bit down low though.
I don't think it's gonna go down. KLVJ doesn't really quite have the amount of damage just yet, unless we're talking about pacifist. Didn't really quite realize he was still behind though.
Yeah.
But that gives Bleed one free kill.
All the time, Bleed has always is able to find Alchemy's draft and then find this one middle point, and then they push themselves through and they split the whole team fight apart, right? Isolating the front line of Alchemy. Bleed dealt with that, and then after that they engage to the back line. This time around, don't forget, KLVJ is this crazy landslot, right? We'll be able to find the back line very easily, and don't forget Sagitnu with the Vengeance. There's so many ways for entry.
And Lashiru doesn't have a lot of help to work with, but the penalty zone still managed to get himself out of the range of what Deck was trying to go for with a snipe. Bleed did not manage to find any value out of that, unfortunately, but the turtle is spawning.
Yep, the turtle is spawning, and the second turtle will be out. Icon there to dance the turtle over to himself. And Bleed, they have to contest this. They want to take this. They have to capitalize on this lead that they have from the first turtle, and they might go into a clash fight here. Core items have been secured by FMM with the Enchanted Talisman as well.
Bleed, all of them have their ultimates already, and JPL just going to be focusing down on the Icon. Was hoping they will be able to push him away in order to secure onto the turtle, which they managed to successfully do so. The penalty zone did not quite clip on anyone from the side of Bleed. As such, Bleed comes and goes with a free turtle.
Yeah, they're just going to pick this up from, like, I don't know, Fair Price or something, like how you pick up a Head and Shoulders, right? Just pick up the turtle, easy peasy, lemon squeezy for the side of Bleed. Sagitnu was just wrecking havoc in the backline for the side of Alchemy SG. They really cannot step forward. else they face the wrath of their final slash.
Exactly, and the Berserker's Fury as well as the Blade of Ecstasy being secured on the side of Alchemy as well. 2-2 though in the kills, but Bleed do have a higher lead. But take a look at that. Jet running right in, pops the Purify. The Purify gets him out.
Yeah, so that is actually pretty clutch, but unfortunately Ashiru is not very fortunate. Maybe now!
Man, Alchemy, I thought they would be able to just get on away because he's how lucky they are. But Bleed say no, luck is not a skill. This is a skill. My micro is a skill.
Exactly.
And I'm still able to find that tag onto Alchemy SG. But I feel like if you take a look at how, you know, Bleed is actually working out with all of this kind of roster in terms of the damage and also the layering of all these engagers, JPL, those kicks haven't been working out really well in my opinion because all these kicks have not been kicking the main target back into Bleed's damage.
Off cam, we also did manage to see that Pacifist did get taken down, and the top lane first tier defense turret has been taken down as well. This puts Bleed in a pretty good spot, 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and then with the death of Pacifist, 2 death to his name as well, Bleed can take this and run with it. They can snowball out of control.
I remember during the draft, Abstract, you were talking about the fact that, you know, Alchemy feels like everybody wants to do one thing. They can all do one thing. But then again, Alchemy wasn't able to put all that one thing into one person, right?
Yeah.
Their fights are very disjointed. And because Bleed, with Sagitnu, KillVJ, and even down to JPL, they're able to find the midpoint that separate the team fight apart. And that's what makes it very hard for Alchemy to handshake any fight. They need to communicate and they need to find one person to lock down, lest the lane lead take objectives, take more items, grow even stronger for them to hold on.
Yeah, and take a look at Sagitnu here.
We will have the final slash that's going to be connecting down to the Pacifist. Well, Sagitnu doesn't really seem to have a lot of help to work with, but FMM comes in to join into the battle with the penalty zone. That is going to lock down the members from Alchemy just by a tad a little bit as the fight continues on. Ashiru wants to get himself away, but KillVJ very annoying with the Thorn Rose and Auto Puncture. Eventually did manage to find the final kill down onto Alchemy. Not final actually, as Icon will be the final. The small little build-up of a fight ended up into a 4-man kill from Bleed.
Exactly. You saw how Alchemy finally put everything into one basket, which is Sagitnu. But after they put everything into one basket, which is Sagitnu, Bleed came in for a re-engage. 4-man go down. Even Puski, right, holding on to his Raging Sandstorm, just decided to use it as an escape mechanism, leaving Icon behind.
Exactly, and I have to say, 4 members getting taken down and Bleed is running away with the lead. They are running far and they have to run as far as they can. I mean, the moment Alchemy catches back, they're gone.
6k goal lead. I feel like it's really going to be an uphill battle for side Alchemy once again. This time around, game number 2, yeah, it's less scrappy as compared to game number 1. Bleed this time around, they feel like they're more comfortable in this kind of roster. Don't forget, Deck hasn't even joined any of these team fights yet, and Bleed is already just fighting a fight before, and Bleed is walking away with all these fights.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Bleed has been walking away, and Alchemy walking right into Bleed's hands over and over and over again. I mean, with the disorientated fight, right? Like chunks of bit here and there, but Bleed made it happen, right?
Yeah,
they
definitely.
all combined into one single unit and then focus on the macro.
Damage dealt, mostly done by KLVJ. The punctures, the AoEs definitely coming in soon. FMN Deck, on the other hand, as a gold laner, damage dealt 5k, but he's mostly not joining these fights, right?
Yeah.
He's mostly focusing on pushing down objectives.
Exactly, and I was about to comment as well. Deck on the Beatrix, he's not as accurate on the Random Apathy, or he's just using the Liberous Passion, just pushing and just clearing waves and then just clearing turrets. That's all he needs to do as a marksman. He's focusing hard on the macro.
I think one thing that we're gonna have to remember is the fact that Alchemy's lockdowns are mostly ultimates.
Yeah.
And they are mostly skill shots as
That's
well.
right.
So the moment that Alchemy whiffs up a single ultimate or a single way to lock the opponents down, they are pretty much dead. And most
Just like
of the
that.
time, but most of the time, we are also looking at them completely singled out.
Wow.
Because they are playing on a 3-man fighter composition.
Yeah.
They are relying onto these ultimates, and they don't have a lot of raw stats that really backs them up in order to open up the map well enough.
That's true, and right now, Bleed at a 9k gold, 9.4k gold. They're almost there, FMM.
Builds a clock right now. I mean, I feel like the game is almost like, you know, a foot in the favor of Bleed. There's a lot marching up top, and Bleed right now, they know better not to force it because don't forget, Jet does have the high ground. They are showing a bit of respect over the door, and that's exactly what I love to see coming off from Bleed.
That's right.
Alchemy unfortunately already have a foot in the grave.
Ooh.
And Bleed is just looking for the point in time to make that grave even bigger for Alchemy to have their entire body step in. That is the first inhibitor turret that will be taken down. And Bleed should be able to bring that down pretty simply. But Puski used up his Raging Sandstorm in order to go for the escape, leaving Icon as well as Ashiru behind. The rest of Alchemy, they did manage to get themselves a good defense, or rather, I mean, not say good defense. They managed to get the core up and running still, but at the cost of their mid lane and their top lane inhibitor turret.
Good damage done, by the way, for the side of Bleed. You know, sending the Lords out top, they crack open mid, and top, don't forget, Jet has that high ground, so that's good damage, good attempt coming up from Bleed. For now, FMN, don't forget, you saw how he used the Raging Sandstorm that he stole from Puski, right?
They did.
Just to deny Jet away from the Mystic Gush.
Exactly. Denying away the Mystic Gush is the key or the name of the game, basically.
Since game one.
Yeah, since game one. I mean, JPL was hunting down, and this time FMM himself can hunt down and deny the Mystic Gush as well as JPL.
I feel stressed, right? If you're a Jess, I feel stressed. Like you got FMM that could also come at you with the Raging Sandstorm as well. Don't forget, Sagitnu also can deny you from that with one final slash. Bleed this whole draft revolves countering Jet's Gourd.
Exactly.
They have a lot of ways to just jump over to the back lines. As such, it is definitely a lot of pressure just on Jet himself. Pacifist, though, that is playing as the Clint, he's a lot more of an early game burst marksman, right? And he eventually gets that. We're looking at two item pickups from the side of Clint. And unfortunately, versus the Beatrix, Beatrix is also 2 items. However, the items on the side of Beatrix is definitely a lot more expensive. We're looking at BODs as well as Malefic Roar. So Clint still have a little bit of a skilling in order to really reach that and deal enough damage.
Clint's building towards a great Dragon Spear. I mean, it kind of also helps him whenever he casts his ultimate, he gains this movement boost and also damage as well. But while we're talking about the items, Bleed secures a lot for themselves. That with the Wind of Nature this time round, he does have some form of sustainability. From the side of Bleed, they should be able to land put the nail into Alchemy's coffin in game number 2.
Exactly.
When's the final nail in the coffin? That is the main question. Bleed is not really focusing on closing out the game via suffocating Alchemy within of their own confinements, but it's more of just flowing every single one of these lanes down onto Alchemy because they know that the bottom lane is going to slow
JPL?
anyways.
Oh,
but speaking of JPL, it manages to connect down on the Icon. HP not looking very good, but Sagino is just going to be jumping over to the back lines and allow them to actually bring Icon down. That is one of the front lines that's already missing, while Puski is just following behind down onto JPL. Force FMM to work on the penalty zone to bring him down. That is 2 men taken, and Alchemy don't really have much to work with anymore. All they gotta do for the side of Bleed is to wait for the next wave to push in, and Bleed slowly will be able to whittle them down over and over again. Alchemy does not have the Mystic Gush anymore. As such, bringing down all these creep waves will take a little bit of a finesse, but once he do have the Mystic Gush, he decides to land on the opponent zone, which is what Ashiru is trying to go for in the backlines as well. Deck did go down, but unfortunately that is a 1-for-2 trade.
Man, Jet's Gourd late game ultimate coming off cooldown so quickly came in clutch, allowing Alchemy that fighting chance. Don't forget, it's also nice having from the side Ashiru to land down the penalty zone to make sure that nobody escapes from Jet's ultimate. That's chef's kiss. Don't forget, Puski in the start of the fight was able to tag onto deck, forcing to burn the flicker so early on, which means that he doesn't have any form of escape mechanism when Jet lands down the Mystic Gush onto him.
Exactly, and right now Kelvin J on the Lancelot just barely securing his BOD at full build right now.
I think that one of the main thing that we are looking out for is that deck, he probably don't have like a proper front line that really soaks up and creates space for deck, right? It's most of the front lines is mostly just divers, right? JPL, we're looking at the Cho, we're looking at the Arlet as well. So it's required for them to jump over to the back lines and then work their crowd control from that point onwards. But The thing is, Dak don't have the space. He don't have the space because he gotta have to give respect to Ashiru's ultimate, give respect to Puski's ultimate as well. There's so many things that he needs to look out for, and he don't have a proper way to dish out all these damage.
And especially during the last fight as well, Puski with a Raging Sandstorm, with the flicker all the way towards Dak, and forcing Dak to use the Wind of Nature, changing it and Flicker as well. Oh, it's so tough for being Dak right now.
Yeah, because right now, Alchemy is building this dive composition at the same time. They also got that long range to suit that dive, right? And not only just that, Bleed also has a dive composition. So what happens is that you got the divers from the side of Bleed are supposed to act like the front line for Dak, diving to the back line of Alchemy. Alchemy also doing the same, leaving Jet and Pacifist behind and leaving their underbelly exposed.
Leaving their underbelly exposed to be pickled right there by Bleed. Bleed will take them really, really hard as they poke the level 2 Luminous Lord right now.
I think that so far, Alchemy, they are mostly reacting, right? I feel that they're mostly reacting. They're not really just trying to open things up and finding opportunities to catch Bleed out. Even in the early stages and even in the mid stages. I think that they are trying to be as comfortable as they can be and look for the small little spaces that Bleed gives them. But unfortunately, I think that space that Bleed gives is so minuscule. It's so small that they can't react on it. As such, they always want to react and then they take it back. They want to react and then take it back.
Yeah, it's a back and forth seesaw right here. And Alchemy
I think so. The main thing that we need to keep our eyes on is onto Dak. But the main thing now is that Puski has already been taken down. Dak is still hanging behind the Lord and is still going to be ensuring that he can escort the Lord. Lord's gonna be taken down. Jet has got free reign when it comes down to the Mystic Gush. Dak is still playing very safe, as you can see, because he's still giving a lot of respect. But until now, as we're looking at a double penalty zone, one after another. A great surprise coming in from the side of FMM to ensure that he's gonna be staying alive. Well, Dak still hangs on behind. He will be able to pull out the help on Shiru, but they focuses down onto the core, and that is the game for Bleed.
FMM delivered that final nail on the coffin right there. It was a standstill. It was a stalemate. The high ground coming up from the side of Alchemy SG was a little bit too hard to hold on, but FMM, the Valentina that's holding on to the penalty zone, catches Pacifist.
And even activating the Winter Truncheon at the perfect moment without dying. Oh, just chef kiss.
Yeah, like I said, FMM is the player that you need to look out for the side of Bleed, and he has been delivering these kind of results over and over again. And then again, you know, you get to see how, you know, the whole Alchemy SG's draw also is trying to work towards to, right? When you're busy dealing with my divers, I have long range, I have a Clin, I have a Gord. You stand in one line, I'll bust you down right there.
I think the other thing that Alchemy is missing out on is probably mid-lane control. They don't have heroes that can really help them to get a lot of information. What they are trying to go for is an all-out battle in terms of teamfight. Just clash and clash and clash and clash. So ultimately, they don't have someone that have great amount of mobility to move around the map. They don't have the support. They don't have any kind of supportive skill that can help their main jungler to open up the map even more effectively. But they have a Terizla that generally have the same idea as to what a Khalid is capable of. So they have two heroes that kind of does the same damn thing.
I feel like it's a given. I think it's a good idea for the side of Alchemy to do exactly that. But I feel like they don't really have this one person to say, okay, lock this person down. Okay, lock that down, right? Rather than that, they separate all their skills to do separate things. And all of a sudden, your whole team composition, Jet and Pacifist, is just left behind. Like, there's nobody to peel for them. And that allows Bleed, like Sagitnu, even down to KLVJ, to just jump to your backline with the punctures and also with the final slash and vengeance, one more combo, find its two main damage dealers, and Alchemy's done for.
Exactly that, and I have to give it to FMM as well. Very, very well played. He uses the penalty zone and catches them out at the perfect timing over and over and over again. Like I said, Bleed would have to take the Valentina during the drafting phase, and they did.
Yeah, like it allows FMM to be that flexible Valentina. And don't forget, I think it's also kind of surprising for me that Alchemy just gave so much of these massive ultimates away for the side of Valentina, right? If you take a look right now, the Valentina even went to put yourself together to make sure that the Valentina or FMM can abuse the Flicker ultimate or whatever ultimate he steals, be it the penalty zone or be it a Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, exactly, and still have the good refresh on it. Very well played on the side of Bleed. 17-7 as well, as you can see the stats right here. 57k comparing to 47k, almost 10k difference.
And it's just a little bit of a... Okay, this time around, game number 2, I agree. This is the Bleed that I really want to see going into tomorrow's fight.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a lot better as compared to game number 1. But you can start to see the things I've been pointing out in the start of the day, right? Especially when it comes to Bleed side of the roster, right? Yes, they have so many good layers of engage, but the damage dealer needs to keep up.
They have to.
I think that this draft is just not very comfortable for Deck. You don't have a lot of open areas for him to actually just run right in and be free. There's not a lot of space that neither JPL or Sagino is capable of doing just because of how the lineup is. Not necessarily the playstyle. It's more of the heroes that's been picked.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that they have a very different kind of playstyle. It's just that they're weaker at one point and they're stronger at another.
Definitely, right? Because if you talk about late game priority, Bleed definitely has it. Everyone from the side of Bleed does technically scale kind of well all the way into late game. Yeah, fine. You know, as long as KLVJ was able to gain an early game snowball, he's able to scale well into the later parts of the game. However, Alchemy, late game Khalid becomes a engage, right? And his role is just to kamikaze all the way to backline, burst down your marksman. If you can't do that, basically the Khalid's useless.
Alright, and we're going to have the MVP for our game today. In the final game for Bleed, who do you guys think it is?
FMM.
Alright, of course it is going to be FMM. Constantly
Kinda simple,
catching,
huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's a
I
big
wonder who
giveaway.
it is.
Yeah, man. I'm scratching my head.
Oh, man.
Let me check my notes.
I thought it was Jace.
Hey, wait, what?
What?
I thought it was Abstract.
Oh, man. Thank you.
But FMM, by the way, this is a marksman turn roamer during a community tournament period, and then
Mage.
after that, turn mage.
I still see him as a goal laner.
As a goal laner, right?
I still see him as a goal laner.
Yeah, but he's been delivering quite good results as a mage as well.
He is a fiery marksman. FMM.
Oh, my God.
He's a fiery marksman and it will always be our fiery marksman.
And now he's a fiery mage
master.
Ah!
Yeah, fiery mage master.
That's not his. That's not the name. His
No,
actually
that's
real
not.
name.
No, that's
Yeah,
not.
that's
Shut
not
up,
his
it
real
is
name.
now.
Yeah,
Shut
I'm
up,
not
it is
gonna.
now.
I'm not gonna.
Fiery
I'm not
mage
gonna
master
dox
now.
him right there. But then again, FMM has considerably delivered over and over again, and it just goes to show. And everybody, I believe, on the side, especially RSG SG, is paying attention to this particular matchup as well, because I feel like going to tomorrow, they still need to work on a lot of preparation to going up against their nemesis since the beginnings of MPL Singapore.
To be fair, Bleed, the way I see Bleed is that Bleed is always preparing to fight against RSG. And that has always been the case for the previous few seasons. But I think that this season is starting to be a lot more different now.
Yeah.
We're starting to see a lot of these teams stepping up, and they are starting to get a lot more scary. Homeboys, Team Flash, for example. You gotta have to prepare for them as well.
Evil
And
as well.
Yeah, and Evil as well. In fact, everyone needs to be prepared for
each other. And the Nana as well. All hail Lord Nana.
Well, okay, perhaps good thing we don't have to see a Nana in this upcoming mic check, so I'm pretty happy about that. But for now, let us take a look and hear their communications. And with that all said and done, that is going to be the end game. of Bleed versus Alchemy. As much as I really want to see a tighter game, it is technically kind of tight. Is it counted as tight to you?
I think it was. I'm still trying to gaslight myself.
I'm confused.
I am
very confused.
Me too. Because it seems as though, it's the same thing as the previous game, right?
I feel like right now, Bleed, I think there's one analogy I would like to summarize very quickly.
Yeah.
Bleed is using the wrong tools for the wrong job.
Wrong tools for the wrong job.
They are using a fork to drink a soup.
But it still gets into your mouth.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. If you flick it hard.
Anyways.
Who are you?
Why are you here with us?
I mean, I drink soup with a fork.
Okay, I don't know what else to say from this, so I really need to get him out for now. Okay, but for real, that has been the game, and I'm pretty sure that you guys have thoroughly enjoyed all of that. So we're gonna be passing the microphone back and over to Cheryl Yao, the host, to have a quick little interview with our Bleed boys and see what they have got to say. Cheryl, please.
Thanks, friends. Now I'm here with our fiery mage master, FMM. Do you like your new name?
Maybe.
So actually, like, just curious, like, now we're on that, what does FMM stand for?
Maybe find me McDonald's.
Oh, then what's your favorite item on the McDonald's menu?
McSpicy.
McSpicy, sounds tasty right now, especially at this hour. So yes, FMM, I do have some questions for you. Now, first up is, did you expect this level of a fight right here? Do you expect this much of a fight right here from the team today?
I guess so. We expect that from every team lah. So we just wanted to be disciplined and just like wait for a lot, you know. So yeah, that's why the game like quite long.
Okay, so next question that we have for you is, there is a switch from you going from gold lane to the mid lane. So what have you done to adjust to this brand new role? Because the positioning, everything, it's very different.
I just watch people play, like Suns and other players. I just watch how they play and then I just learn from them. Then I also ask some questions to JPL also, so since he's a very veteran player. So he, as a tank role, he will also know like some mage things also. So,
Right.
yeah.
So macam like watch YouTube tutorial, copy paste in the field like that lah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then finally, I guess, what do you think you have to say about your now gold laner deck? Are you happy with his performance?
If you ask me honestly, I think no, because the game could have ended earlier, but we will improve on that lah.
Okay, final question. You guys are going to meet RSG SG tomorrow. Any words that you have to say when it comes to preparation or what you're looking forward to the match?
I hope Diablo comes out with a new hero. Yeah.
I think honestly he has been pulling out quite a few stops in terms of his hero pool, because I think a lot of people think his hero pool is limited and he has been pulling out new ones. So do you think that you're ready to anticipate, all these if you're looking at Diablo being your main concern for RSG?
He's not a main concern, so no. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we're very excited to see. I mean, this is a long time feud brewing right here for Bleed Esports as well as RSG. So wishing you guys all the best tomorrow. And thank you so much, FMM.
Thank you.
So yes, ladies and gents, that was FMM right here from Bleed Esports. And what a beautiful sweep right here that we have seen for match 3 of the day. Now what's going to happen in a few moments time will be match 4, which is happening at 5:45 p.m. So stick around and join us as we see the wonderful team of Stellark SG going head-to-head against Team Frankenstein Flash. Stick around and we'll see you then.
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! Huh? What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee! Dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
You call yourself a pro? You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat Dandruff and Itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and Itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Venix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adamir and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Lowzy and I'm playing the roam for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Jay. I'm playing mage for Team Flash.
Just good luck and have fun. We'll see why I've been going to the M series. So hopefully it will be continuing with this team.
I think Adamir got some thoughts about Bleed.
I think their lineup is very strong.
Yeah, without you lah.
It's very strong.
The challenge is to eat lesser.
You find food that got rice.
Yeah, and see all the carbs he's making us. Only him.
Only him.
Because he don't want to eat a lot of things. Then you see no choice, we need to eat. Then I think we need to join the Biggest Losers soon. You do anything before you play?
I think he will play before playing.
Oh, Lozzy will slap his face lah.
Wake myself.
But in the end, still the same.
Still lose eyes.
I think I just watch TikTok.
Watch what kind of TikTok?
Girls,
I just swipe.
Swipe.
Any.
Animals. No stress.
The 3 times champion can answer.
No stress. Just do it. If we don't make mistakes in Scream, how do we improve?
Yeah.
So just treat every Scream as a learning process. I mean, there's no like being toxic or scolding the teammates will not make the team go lah.
This guy, the face always the blackest.
So we just learn to improve together as a team.
Yeah,
that's how we move forward.
I never hear this team scolding to somebody.
Okay, Venix has been quite quiet, so ask Venix.
Always me.
Venix got the most fans.
Let's go, Venix.
I don't have any fans.
Faster lah.
Continue supporting Flash. Thank you for the support.
Enjoy us in making gamers heroes.
Oh, you say already. Yeah, can already.
No always I say. You keep hearing my voice, boy, man.
Your voice sexy.
Faster lah.
Just say the whole line.
Thank you for supporting Flash and watch us make gamers heroes.
And get champions.
Hello, my name is Chu and I play ESP.
My name is Bleed and I play jungler.
Yeah, my name is Chesty and I play mid lane.
Hi, I'm Forza and I'm the roam.
Hello, I'm Howski and I'm the marksman.
I don't think we have a particular playstyle. Like, maybe we like to team fight a lot.
We like to let people kill a lot.
Yeah, we got a baiting strategy. Forza will play Hilda and run in. Then after that, we help him.
No, no help.
Style.
Zero help.
Have help.
No help.
Have.
Zero.
Last season I helped you.
No, this season don't have.
Yeah.
One trick be tricks. That means without Beatrix I cannot function.
No, but I like. Think we're still improving, slowly improving.
Yeah,
Not the best yet.
Yeah, we're just trying to work with
Yeah.
what we have now. Then Forza can step up. Maybe Chu also will step up to help the new players.
I mean, it's like new, cause like I don't really scrim a lot. Last time, like play a lot. Then with like this new team, then I get to like, how is it, play as a team more. Cause last time, never mind.
Yeah.
Just say.
Cause
Solo ranker.
no, trio ranker every single time.
Haven't experienced the team dynamic yet.
Slowly adjusting. He's slowly adjusting.
Very helpful.
The level of play, like the people we scrim is like much harder. From my previous team, we usually scrim like Singaporean team, and now we scrim like other country.
8 Minimum 8
Wow.
Wow.
Maybe not so bad lah. Our goal maybe don't get relegated. Yeah. We will try our best.
Yes.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Legendary!
Tigreal!
Tigreal, you are our only hope.
We're not going to lose. Not today! What's going on with my hand? Ooh, why is it so itchy? Yee, dandruff!
Yo, your hand's for gaming, not for scratching.
Call yourself a pro. You have dandruff. Tigreal?
Tigreal, is that you?
Yes, that's me. Do you want to win a match? Defeat dandruff and itch with Head and Shoulders.
Move on to Head and Shoulders. Up to 100% protection. Dandruff and itch.
Wiped out. Unstoppable!
We defeated the Lord! That's why everyone should move on to Head and Shoulders.
Hi, I'm Vanix. I'm playing goalie for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adamiel, and I'm playing EXP lane for Team Flash.
Hi, I'm Adis. I'm playing jungle for Team Flash.
And we're back right here from match 4 of the day, closing of the day. Here we have our final match where we see Stellark SG going head-to-head against Team Flash. Now, what's very interesting about this match, or rather to me at least, we see a lot of familiar faces here in Flash, or rather what I would call Frankenstein Flash. And it seems with the vast players that they have on their team, they know the ins and outs of most of the teams right here at MPLSG. Now, what's interesting about Stellark would be that they, even as a old team that we all know, has a brand new roster. So now right here at Season 6, Stellark SG is a complete wild card, ladies and gentlemen. So this still is a match that you don't want to miss, closing off the show. So when we're ready, we would love to introduce to you the wonderful faces right here from Stellark SG. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our wonderful team from Stellark SG today is getting locked and loaded, ready head on over to the land of dawn. But now what's very exciting is, from what I know, it seems to be Daddy Chastity's birthday. Whoa, so maybe he has a birthday buff. I don't know. We can only find out. And let's see if his birthday buff would work on our team right here. Introducing to you, ladies and gentlemen, Team Flash. So yes, friends, right here, Team Flash is getting ready to head on over to the land of dawn. Lawsy, why are you sweating? Stress out this one. Well, it seems like the weather is a little bit hot today, but you know what's going to be hot, friends? It's going to be the wonderful battle that we're about to see over at the land of dawn. So friends, I'm going to hand my time over to the casters to see what they have to say on this upcoming matchup. Take it away, friends.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We are looking at the final series of the day. My name is Abstract. With me here is Churros. With me here is Vertigo. They both start ends with O's, and I'm not ending with O's.
Abstracto.
Abstracto.
Abstracto. Best of friendos.
Oh, get out.
Hey, but before we start, I'm going to say a huge shout out to Chesty. Happy birthday, man.
Happy birthday, man.
Hope you really get that. I hope you really get that win, too. Woo! Birthday buff? A little bit too soon. The caster curse coming in. Don't curse him, so man. strong. Don't curse him. But hey, really excited. I have a great nap when you guys were casting earlier. I'm up and I'm fresh. Stellark Daycare versus Frankenstein Flash.
Unprofessional. Report. Report Churros for taking a nap on at the workplace.
To be fair, you know, he talked about Stellark Daycare.
Yeah.
To be fair, they do seem like they have very young individuals, namely Yunski and Haoski.
Oh, yeah.
They both look very young. So
Thank you.
perhaps, I mean, I know that you know a lot more about Stellark's lineup. So run us down real quickly. Who do we have here in Stellark's lineup?
We have all these players pretty new to the MPL scene, but not new in the community scene.
Yeah.
Haoski, also known as Brother How in the community, playing in the gold lane. Daddy Chesty, of course, leading the pack in the mid lane. Chu in EXP. I don't know if that's his hair or like that's another Jimmy Neutron kind of thing. I just noticed that as well. Blade in the jungle and Yunski grabbing in for Fossa in the roam position. These guys have shown that they were instrumental in the previous week
Yeah.
And I am excited to see how they are really, you know, settled down with how they play against that really truly uniquely Stellark lineups over there.
Alright, and we move on to the next set of team, and that is gonna be Team Flash. Now, Vertigo, tell me a little bit more about that.
I mean, this is a nice combination of Frankenstein. We have Lawsy from Team RSG, we got Hades, aka Jana Cutie, we have Adamir from Bleed, we have Jay and Vanix, the resident of Team Flash, and this is a complete Frankenstein's monster lineup, right? I mean, they're all great. Macro, micro, they are insane. This is the most hyped team I've ever seen in my life.
Most hyped team. I mean, I can understand that, right? I can definitely understand. When it comes down to Team Flash, they do have a lot of high-profile players.
Very high.
And when we are looking at Hades, that guy is what Team Flash has been looking out for the whole time. So the question is, how does Stellark get through this hurdle that is that Team Flash has? So what are a few things that we should be looking out for, and how should they overcome Team Flash?
Well, this is a really huge, sort of, I wouldn't call it a hurdle, but it's a true test for Stellark making it into this regular season, because they're going up against the giants, the literal giants, as Lawsy like to call themselves. So composure is key for these young bloods. They tend to get a little bit overconfident, a little bit too greedy. Chesty really needs to hone themselves down. Hey, sun tie a little bit. Let's hold back. Let's stay disciplined, which they do have. I don't doubt that. But within the matches that we've seen previously, they are a little bit more kill hungry. They've been playing in competitive scenes in the community so far. Choose Paquito proved to be vital for Stellark SG's victory. You know how Chu likes to play in that off lane. We have that Chu and Chesty combo that works very, very well, securing that early game and establishing early game dominance for Stellark. Veterans' composure is required. Again, the composure, the relaxation, knowing that everything will go smoothly, everything will go well, is vital for the entire team's success.
So for Stellark, it's a lot more about understanding themselves.
It's mental.
Playing
It's
their
very,
own
very
game,
mental.
right? Mental style. But for Team Flash, I think that they have a very different ways of playing and very different ideas that they can get this victory out of Stellark.
That's right, and the keys to victory for Team Flash SG right now, it is going to be allowing Adamir to freely harass the front line. And we know Adamir, as the EXP laner, he loves to get his hands dirty, he loves to go up front, right in your face, and of course to lock down Stellark's comfort pick. As we all know, KZP and Reminiscence will be drafting for Team Flash, and these are the OGs of MPLSG as well. And of course, to prioritize heroes which the team plays regularly. So, you know, they love to play a lot of stuff. I mean, looking at all their old games, right? I mean, they love to pick up the Valentina, the Kaja, the Martis, Uranus, a lot of team fight sustainability kind of lineup.
Yeah, I just want to add on a little bit to that. Jay and KZP, they work as a sort of like two peas in a pod. When KZP has this master plan, Jay really knows how to pull it off. I've spoken to some of the players, the streamers as well. A lot of these players, they give a lot of respect to Jay, knowing that he is one of those guys that have a lot of macro sense. So macro to macro in these two games is something that I'm interested to look out for.
Now, we are speaking about macro. That is an all-encompassing term to denote a team that generally wins. So with that all said and done, the caster's prediction, we are...
You're the only one.
Well, I mean, only for the table, right? Across the whole desk, across the whole caster lineup, only me and Churros are the one that voted for Stellark.
And I just so happen to be paired up with the both of you.
Exactly.
So are we looking at a caster's curse coming in from both of you?
It might be a caster's curse.
Yeah, I'm staring away because like last week I actually voted against Stellark.
And they won.
So you're redeeming yourself right now.
And they won.
And
so
you're redeeming yourself.
I'm just like a Lalang. I'm a Lalang swaying in the wind. They've had a great game against Alchemy last week, so I'm all in for Stellark. Hey, Coach Tanshi, T.TZ, I'm with you guys, man.
Okay, but the question is if whether the audience echoes with your thoughts as well. As we pull that up.
Apparently not.
I feel so much at ease. I'm not only the guy that is maybe in like hysteria or in hallucination.
Hysteria?
I mean, Team Flash, they evidently look so strong.
They are very sturdy. They are very, very sturdy.
And yet, the both of you are not sturdy.
Well, it's more of like, where does your heart go in this particular matchup? We're talking about David and Goliath situation over here. Stellark, very, very young in the scene as well, in the competitive scene in a huge professional environment. So I'm giving my odes, my hats off to Chesty for leading the pack going into this match.
I don't think I need to ask him why he chose Stellark.
I mean,
as we move on to the next.
I mean, we have to think of it like a David versus Goliath as well. But this time, we're going to ask the players and see and hear for themselves what do they think about, you know, each other's.
Yeah, each other. So let's roll the clip and hear it out.
I think they will be stronger, they just kept the team that way. But I think they don't have a choice because Veg went to MPL Indonesia. Yeah, so they have to find replacements.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think veterans know what to do in closer games, like especially when it reaches late game. They usually are the ones that come up with plans and things for us to do or where to go. Yeah, so yeah, these are things that new players cannot have. Usually don't have.
I think one of their strengths is their shot caller, because as far as I can see the play, they are very dependent on, or they all listening whatever the shot call is. So they, based on that, they have a good performance, they have a good team play, and they can outplay any team.
Sometimes new players can produce better results than veterans, simply because not everyone can be at their 100% all the time, which is why veterans do eventually retire.
Okay, so for Stellark, I think they'll be one of the title contenders, because as you guys know, RSG SG during the third season, right? We just brought in Bray and Deck, and boom, champion. So this one, team of young bloods, confirm will be scared of them, because what if they got 5 Brays?
We try our best to not underestimate players who are even for players who are like new, who are the first time to the MPL scene, but also even though we don't underestimate them, whatever weaknesses that they have in the game, we will definitely capitalize on.
So a very similar thought coming in from you.
What? Never underestimate the newer players, the young bloods.
Yeah, so okay, so at least both of you have got a very same idea as to come to Lolzy. I mean, I did have an interview with Lolzy as well.
Yeah, previously, before the media
before
day.
the review, a reveal of Team Flash lineup, and I posted it right on their reveal. So he did mention that they could be one of the teams that we gotta have to look out for.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a team that either goes like all the way big or
just bad,
just completely flops.
Yeah.
So, and it's right now still a little bit too early to really find out how the game really is, because so far they fought. I think
it's one win, one loss.
One
But it's
win,
still
one
early.
loss.
It's still week
not
2,
bad.
week 1. You know.
Exactly. So we still have a lot of questions that remains to be answered, and we require a little bit more time to really dissect out how good Stellark really is and how long it will take to really capitalize it and really get used to things.
Exactly, and right now Stellark, they're going to be having the first pick and the first ban as well. They're going to be banning away the Fanny and Flash yet again. You know, in their previous games, they love to ban away that Paquito, right? I mean, Chu on the Paquito have been proven time and time again that he will show up, he will produce the results. Stellark are going to be banning away the Xbox, and this time Flash, I think they should be going for the Kadita or the Novaria ban.
What I'm thinking right now
I
is
am the
Stellark
priestess of
always having
primal
this early
lightning,
game
is
aggression.
the hunter
Very
of all
uniquely
the
Stellark.
evil
That's like they're
gods.
on brand with Stellark. But for Flash, they are trying to understand, like, okay, I want to take out the threats that Stellark might provide within that early game, and then try to defend myself from the aggression, play towards my power spikes. And
Time to
last
drop
week we
the
saw
Bleed of the
that
Blast
the win that Flash got against Vanguard was Hades playing in the mid lane. So right now, Hades will be back in the jungle. Jay will be in the mid lane doing the shot calling and trying to keep his position awry. Stellark, on the other hand, choosing to ban out Joy. So all of these tell me that they want to play a little bit on the long range approach. Very, very glass cannon-like backline, especially since Chesty really thrives on these artillery mages.
I mean, he loved using the Fasa, the Eve, you know, like you said, Churros, the backline artillery mages. And just like that, Flash will pick up the most versatile, you know, front line mage. Basically, it's going to be that Valentina. So in case Flash ever were to use, you know, the artillery mages, you know, Stellark, you know, they are not going to be able to use the Valentina to use that IMU to take away that ultimate.
Well, something interesting that they've opened up is Stellark could well take the Eve, but they've chosen to go with the Terizla for the first priority pick. Chu will be playing that, but with, I mean, anything could go. I don't want to jinx it too soon, but Terizla could very well go into the mid lane as well. So I think this Terizla still a pretty flex pick for Stellark. Flash, on the other hand, might be going in to retaliate. What have Stellark not picked up yet? We talked about artillery mages. The Novaria is pretty much open.
Yeah.
You don't have the Edith anymore, so Novaria is a pretty decent hero to help wave clear in the early stages of that game. Hades could very well go back to his roots, play assassin jungles as well.
Flash can pick up the Lilia now, right? I mean, the Lilia would be great to prioritize Jay on
He can win the race
but no, they go to
against
the Fredrin and the Bruno. Wow. The Fredrin and the Bruno together. I mean, the Terizla, he could go EXP, he could go roam, he could go mid. Heck, he could even go jungle.
Among the
but
planes
he's an
exists
optimal,
the
but,
equilibrium,
he's very flexible
which
pick.
I
And
was
this time,
made
Chesty's going
for.
to go into his signature Eve as well.
Well, we talked about the Eve earlier on, but for Flash side, very, very sort of like comfortable picks. With the Bruno and the Fredrin, you have a very tanky front line. You're able to just stand back, hold back, dish out that damage. The signature pick going
Your
into
team
Stellark
is
is the Eve as well as the Mortis. So two fighters already very heavy in dive position.
Stellark already have a very good idea how they would want to play this. It's a very team fight oriented team and they would want to have good control of it the entire time. Understandably, I would want to see that the Martis is the one that generally wants to, you know, hide around and such. But the main one that really initiates gonna have to leave it to Terizla.
Yeah.
What they're lacking of right now at this point in time is the gold laner as well as a robe. So generally what I want to see from the gold laner is more of a proper lockdown per se. They already have a Terizla that is relatively tanky. They have a Martis that does deal enough damage. Whatever that's left from the roamer gonna have to be tanky enough to really soak things up and get more information out of Flash.
Yeah, long-range cannons is the name of the game for Stellark, but they do have a lot of early game presence so far. But Flash, though, I am really feeling a Valir coming out for Team Flash. Jade has played it in the previous season. Season 4 has been played it very well. You have a lot of dive heroes for Stellark. With
Sand
one Valir,
rises
it could
when I give the
mitigate all of
word.
that. Think about it. If you have a dive potential, the Valir, his only job is to protect Bruno from all harm and everywhere. So the Valir would be able to push them back out of the way. So second phase of the draft, they're taking out a lot of
The
these
southern
games
seas are my
So Khalid getting
domain.
banned out yet again, as well as the Khadida. So this is very interesting. Something that we see in the previous game with Alchemy as well. You have the Khalid and Terizla combo. The three-fighter combo for these young teams. I think they know something that we don't, but from what I notice is that the aggression coming out from all these early game fighters is very pivotal for success, especially since you need your gold lane to sort of like just farm up, get your power spike items, and this gives a lot of space.
I mean, taking a look at Stellark right now, they're banning away the Khadita as well as the Khalid. I mean, the Khadita is so strong in the mid lane. Without this, if this Khadita were to go into Flash's hands, and especially into the hands of Jay, it would be very scary.
I am the power of light
They can easily
incarnate.
get bursted down. The Khadita could jump into the back line, like the Xbox, the Fanny, as well as Joy. Look at Stellark, they are playing very protective. They do not want to get isolated, melted, or one-shotted by Flash at any cost.
I don't know about you, but it does look like Stellark is vying up for a dashy kind of hero or something. I'm sensing Paquito, something with a lot of burst potential.
But he's
something that
banned.
needs a lot of. Oh yeah, Paquito's
He's banned.
first ban. I'm sorry.
No worries, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they could go, I mean, the Terisla could easily just go into the EXP lane and then Eve, of course, in the mid lane. So it won't be a EXP
Your
Terisla.
team
It might
is
be
picking.
a roam Terisla. But this time, Flash, they're going to be picking up the Ruby as well. And the Ruby, Lawsy is going to be playing onto the roam Ruby.
I think Grog would actually look pretty good for the side of Stellark, right?
Yeah.
They're just moving on to ensuring that they have a good amount of lockdown. And
Oh, yeah,
when it
that's
comes down
true.
to the wild charge, it is technically not a skill shot.
Yeah.
It's relatively easier
Just aim.
to aim and actually get it landed down. And
Yeah.
you're not particularly afraid of
I
being
am the
knocked
flare
down
that's
to
gonna light up the
oblivion
entire
by the Ruby,
star.
which is going to be quite a scary thought onto what Flash is capable of doing. Because we still have no idea what exactly Jay is looking out for. And Jay is so flexible.
Very, very versatile. Yeah, absolutely. Stellark going in for the dive again. Kufra with the jump, coupled with the penalty zone coming from Chu, and then Howski there for janitor duty, cleaning everyone up. So Stellark looks very, very strong on paper. Flash, on the other hand, if they want to mitigate all of this, I think a Valir would be something that is very, very viable. You have a lockdown coming in from Rudy, so
Yeah.
the only thing that they need is that distance, the distance for Bruno to really make his shots count, make the damage hurt.
And the Bruno, I mean, the Valer would be really, really good right here. I mean, you can slowly chunk down the Martis if you were to go into the tank items. And you can chunk down the Kufra, deny the Kufra, and as well as the Terisla 100%. Using the Valer, you got a free debuff as well.
I don't know. I mean, the first thing
It
that
ain't
comes to my mind is
just a
actually
game.
TK for some reason.
You gotta fight for yourself.
So
Okay.
God is making a reappearance now. Wow.
I actually do like Flash's picks, Flash's composition over here. Very, very strong backline heavy artillery. Jay has one of the best positionings in terms of macro sense in the entirety of this season. Stellark, they will be looking to shut down Bruno as well as that Gord as fast as they can. Adamir and Hades, they need to be able to find it within themselves to have that discipline to ignore them because they don't serve any damage whatsoever. So the stun lock abilities from Flash is starting to show.
And with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to be paving the way over to the final series of the day. As we move on to take a look at how Stellark is going to be going against Flash and vice versa. Both teams have got an
5
exceptional
seconds till
lineup
the enemy
as we travel
reaches the
into the
battlefield.
land of dawn.
Smash them.
Land of Dawn it is. Game number 1, Stellark SG up against Team Flash. I mean,
Welcome
Team Flash
to
is
Mobile
looking very,
Legends.
very prominent right now. Team Flash, they are very strong. I mean, take a look at that. You have the God, you have the Uranus as well. I mean, all these are very strong team fight heroes. They're here to sustain. You know, they can control the fight very, very well. And they can stay for as long as they like.
Something that I will be looking out for is that early game. I talked about a lot about this early game aggression for a lot of these teams, early game invade potential, but none of the roamers from either sides or either of the teams that I've seen today have hit that level 4 right before that turtle.
Yeah.
So it's very, very interesting to me that they don't prioritize the roamer level 4 as much as they should have.
So honestly, sometimes even the mage don't even get the level 4.
Yeah.
In fact, when we looked at Alchemy's game number 1, they are relying a lot on the Turtle's EXP.
Yeah.
But that is also banking it all in and ensuring and hoping that Icon actually lands that retribution.
Yep.
In the event that he don't land it, the entire team is probably dead, or perhaps they will get 3 casualties for no one at all.
Yep.
And that is actually very, very living on a dangerous side. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Early game rotations coming in. So typically, in theory, you get the mid lane, you get EXP lane. Going up to the EXP lane, once you clear that wave, you both become level 2. And then you hunker down within the jungle of your opponent's team. And then you deny them from having any buff whatsoever or force a retribution so that they are a little bit slowed down in terms of farm. So you want to be able to sort of like suffocate them within that early game. You have someone like a Kufra as well on the side of Stellark. And knowing how aggressive Stellark wants to play this, Kufra might go into the mid lane very, very easily. I think he picked up a concussive blast, meaning that he will clear the wave pretty effectively, pretty easily. So here's the thing. When it comes to the 2-minute mark, or before the 2-minute mark, 15 seconds before the 2-minute mark, that's where the critical timing occurs. That's when the mage actually has to ditch his lane, go up to the EXP lane, get that level 4 as fast as possible, leaving the mid lane open. So you know where the heavy lane is in the early game. Whether or not Flash will be able to read what Stellark does within their team, within their rotations, is really entirely up to them.
I mean, Team Flash, majority of them are veterans, and I think they will be, they will be able to tell, right? They'll be able to tell, like, oh, you know how they're going to be rotating, and I think it's very vital for the roams to be hitting that level 4 as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's a little bit it's very different situation when it comes down to competitive play. You really want to hit your power spike before you commit into any of these skirmishes. But the trend that I see from a lot of these teams is, like what you said, Abstract, they're all banking on this one turtle. If they get it, they will get that level 4 and they will overturn that fight. You have a reactive kind of engage onto the enemy. But if they don't get the turtle, they have to back off. And running back, getting your enemy chase you, is sort of like flipping a coin.
It's either you win at it or it's either you win at it or you're just not gonna be successful in it.
No, unless the turtle is used as bait. So the first turtle of the game, using that as bait, you want your enemy's jungle to really chow down on the health of the turtle, and then you wait for the right opportunity. It's usually a third of the turtle's health, and then you pounce and engage on. Because what you need to do is identify the threats within that early game, especially since you have a very sort of like item-dependent hero as the Bruno. You'll see a lot of dive heroes from Stellark really focusing their attention onto that Bruno.
There's God as well.
There's a caveat too.
God.
There's a caveat too. The Gord.
I mean, the God can serve as a secondary support. If anyone would come near, you can just use the Mystical Mist. Mystical Gush.
That's true. The thing is, Gord is also very dependent on his items. And more in particular,
he uses the ice cream wand.
The ice cream wand. Yeah, my favorite ice cream wand.
I would dive on ice cream right now as well in this blazing hot weather.
Now I want some as well.
We're gonna get ice cream after this. I mean, definitely.
You want to hit to McDonald's?
Of course, McDonald's ice cream.
No, I want McFlurry. Come on.
Okay, you like the McFlurry?
Yeah.
You like McFlurry? Is that your favorite ice cream of all time?
Yes, Team McFlurry.
I used to like the strawberry sundaes.
Oh, I'm not a fan of sundaes. Actually,
I know.
But tomorrow you can eat Sunday. I mean, tomorrow is Sunday.
It's a Sunday. Every day is not every day is a
tomorrow
Sunday. Tomorrow is a Sunday.
Exactly. And Team McFlurry here, me and Abstract, Team Sunday. I mean,
I used to like that quite a bit.
Team McFlurry. Team McFlurry.
Yeah, Abstract's just ignoring us, playing with his tablet.
Oh yeah, he's gonna write a message out to the fans. He says, "Help me, Team McFlurry for the win." I mean, right now,
if this game ends in a flash, he doesn't need help.
I mean, they have to put up a stellar. They have to put up a stellar performance.
He has to put up a stellar. Oh man, oh my.
Oh no, Abstract's dying.
I don't know where this conversation is going. He's just on mute right now. He's just typing every single thing.
He's gonna write.
I'm with stupid.
I'm with stupid. Stop.
His
puns.
I love it. It's a fun pun. It's a fun pun.
They have to put up a stellar
on a day sun.
Right? On a day sun.
On a day sun. Okay. With all this said and done, jokes aside, I'm really looking forward to Dr. J. Dr. J having a lot of the shot calling. We've seen in the player interview, that Stellark, they identify that J is actually one of the key sort of like glues that holds the team together, especially in the late game. We know how experience actually makes or breaks really experienced teams versus teams that are a little bit younger, a little bit on the greedy side. And I think Dr. J will be the one that sort of like formulates this
kind
recipe
of capitalize,
for success.
Right?
Yeah.
Capitalize all of them generic mistakes that newer gen players makes. But of course, there's always that possibility that
all 5 of them must brave.
Yeah, there's still a possibility that Yunski Howski is just like
Bray. brain material.
Brain material, right? And that is something that I would absolutely love to see. Whether that actually happens or not. But well, we're finally done with the troubleshooting.
Yay.
We're finally gonna go and jump into the Land of Dawn and observe exactly how either one of these teams get themselves into the mid-end, the late stages.
Exactly, mid-end to the late stages as well. Stellark up against Team Flash, who is gonna triumph or put up a amazing stellar performance.
Stop.
Stop. Get some help.
Yeah, okay. Tell me a little bit more about their lineup so far. Like, what are their objectives? What are their win conditions?
I mean, the win condition here is to, if you look on the side of Team Flash, they're here to clash. They just want their macro. They want to complete the objectives. They're not here for any stunts or lockdown. They're just here. If they fight, right? Lawsy is the only person who will engage and Hades as well. Whereas on the other side of Stellark, you have the Terizla, Chew on the Terizla, you have the Kufra as well as the Martyrs. It's all going to be front to back fights coming up from Stellark.
Ruby's actually making a lot of annoyance in the early game, but Lawsy almost getting caught out. Will be able to dash out of there alive.
Despite being a fighter by herself as a Ruby, she still have a pretty decent chunk of health, right?
Decent.
Not as good as the tanks, because generally the tanks have got way better base stats than the Ruby. So this is one thing that Team Flash gonna have to look out for, and I'm pretty sure that they know how they would get through the early stages of the game without a very strong front line.
So a couple seconds until the turtle spawns up, it does look like all of the members actually still level 4. You have Blade and Hades, the only ones with that level 4, with that power spike coming in.
Hades. Oh, Hades.
Doesn't seem like he did manage to clip anyone with the appraisal craft. As such, he's going to be the first person to be taken down, in fact, by the hand of Yoonski. And they are about to get another one to themselves. Stellark, the newbie team, or rather the team with the newbies, are actually showing us how it is like to be a part of the Ski family.
Exactly, and skirt over to Stellark right there, taking the first turtle as well as the first blood and 2 kills.
That is pretty big for Stellark. You have a 1k gold lead in the 2 minute 30 seconds of the game. Adamir being a nuisance as how Uranus should be, but the rotations coming in from Chew and Chesty in that small little skirmish is actually coming to show. Stellark is making waves, is making the plays, is being very, very reactive, but it doesn't matter. Oh, hold on a second.
The gun just going to be pummeling right down to Chesty. Unfortunately, not quite enough to bring him down, but it's more than enough to actually buy a little bit more time for what's going to be upcoming in the wave over here. But Chesty being Chesty, right? Being a Yeve, you should be able to clear out the waves pretty fast and get himself rotated out of the lane and back until the next team fight.
And that's right. I mean, right now, Stellark, they do have a nice little sizable lead, but can they? Oh, House Claw, 3 minutes and 15
super fast.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I see. No boots. I don't think he went with the boots.
I don't think that he has got boots at all.
Yeah.
1,000 gold in terms of economy. That's not a lot.
It's not a lot, but
it is what is enough to get himself that
a House Claw. Yeah. And this is what I said, right? Like, Pacifists as compared to gold laners like Vanix, they are lacking that speed, that farm, that incredible rate of farming and prioritizing that item for you to gain the advantage in the next team fight.
It's sort of like a magnet as well. Vanix really knows how to play with the lanes. Like, hold on a second, Yusuke gets caught by 3. Vanix on the fly.
Oh, Vanix is actually joining in the team fights already, and this is only what, the second turtle? In fact, most of the time you wouldn't have your gold laner actually join the fight early. But in the meantime, okay, that's still gonna be Chesty taken down. This one side from the side of from Stellark that's just not doing well at all. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Roma for a mid laner. Unfortunately, not a very good trade for Stellark.
That's not a good trade at all. I mean, we see how the micro plays in, right? The Tyrant's Rage was coming in, and Jay with the amazing flicker timing. And right now, Jay, speaking of Jay, he's going to be able to secure onto the Ice Cream one. Ice Queen one.
A little bit of a turtle dance so far, so soon. Okay, penalty zone. Hits down.
Okay. Chewie
Wow.
actually went down for the penalty zone, clipping onto the turtle instead. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 when it comes down to the turtle. Quite a bit of unrealized profits coming in for both teams. Yusuke as well as Howski, both of them is trying to actually take a hold of their own turret, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be working out very well for either one of them. Yusuke jumps in at the tree, only to find himself completely knocked right out.
Wow.
As Hades lands the ultimate on Jesse and Howski, but not quite enough for them to bring either one of them down.
Blade,
as
triple
Blade
kill.
dunks right on and was hoping that he'll be able to find one on the Lolzy as well, and maybe able to
Oh!
the triple onto his head.
The decimation, true damage popping off for Blade right there, getting that triple kill. Amazing, amazing play. I mean, Flash, it looked like they're gonna lose that fight, but penalty zone onto Adamir.
They'll be able to get that out of there alive. Mr. Gush trying a little bit of support coming in from Jay, but after all said and done, Stellark was very, very reactive towards Flash's play. I think they had the capabilities to do so, especially since Yusuke was very, very held back on using that jump for engages only, or re-engages, if I could say so myself. Vanix buying the warrior boots, getting a little bit of defense coming in. He knows that Stellark might be a threat. Chesty on that top side, though, getting taken out by Yusuke. Chesty takes out Lolzy.
It's been quite some time when we have last seen a Ruby in the room position. At least for me, right? Yep. I haven't really casted that for a longest time.
It's like 2 seasons ago?
I believe so.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, the debut of this Ruby is going to take quite some time for them to actually come into profit, because Team Flash, their early game is not necessarily going to be very good. When we are looking at a Uranus, is pretty much late game hero. When we are looking at Vanix as well, Jay, it takes some time for them to eventually ramp up. So the main game plan for Team Flash is to drag the game long enough for them to really be able to get a good hold of team fights in, past 15 minutes.
Absolutely. I mean, the main goal of Lolzy is to throw themselves into the fray and try to crowd control and stun block anyone else that comes into the skirmishes, and they can fight front to back. Like I like to say, a little bit of a wall to cannon kind of strategy. Adamir soaking up so much damage. Turtle is getting reset for now. Flash needs to find the target priority. Over here on that top side though, Vanix taking this time out just to take down that turret. So the objective trade coming in strong for Flash.
Good amount of economy from the side of Team Flash, I was gonna have to say. They're buying quite a lot of time just by dragging Turtle out. But now the Mystic Gush is gonna be tossed right out. He even flickers forward, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite much from this point in time. Both Blade, Yusuke, and Jesty don't have a lot of help to actually play around with this Lord. So Flash took the opportunity and quickly took care of the Turtle for them to move on to the next target. And that is going to be going down to the bottom lane. Adam has got a lot of help to work with. Hades as well. These two members is going to be front-lining for this creep waves in the bottom lane together with Vanix. And that allows them to get all of the first-tier defense turret taken down to slowly suffocate them.
After all said and done, Flash was just buying time, creating a lot of space just to take down these objectives. And these objectives amount up to a lot more economy. Jay slowly but surely coming up online. We've seen the play with Lolzy, getting the I'm offended, hooking into, but there's so far not enough damage. But Jay is going to start the show.
Oh, the I'm offended.
This is a funny time where Team Flash, they're just going to be fighting and mousing back and come back. But Lolzy finds himself down, Yusuke as well. Blade unable to walk himself right out of the team fight.
Wow.
So Team Flash, they have got 4 alive, while Team Stellark only with 3. They are completely suffocated now. What can they do?
Flash was a really well-orchestrated team fights over here. Adamir creating so much space, keeping everyone away from Jay and Vanix, Lolzy as well. The Sacrificial Lamb jumping in, stun-locking anyone from Stellark coming in close, especially Chu on the Terizla with the penalty zone as well. Even though he got away safe, he couldn't touch Jay or Vanix at all.
Exactly, and Vanix right now, he's on a roll. He's enjoying his farm. He has free real estate. He's farming up. He's getting stronger. He's getting more fat. And take a look at that. He already has the Berserker Fury as well as the Heart's Claw. And probably going to go into a Malefic Roar or even a Sea Helmet.
Radiant armor is built for both tanks or both soakers from both sides of the teams. This is to ensure that Chesty and Jay doesn't deal a lot of chunk down damage. Slowly but surely, you have a lot of like small little damage.
Blue team turret has been
cause
destroyed.
the downfall. Flash, low in kills, but a hit in terms of economy. This is the power of objectives coming through.
And let's not forget about the fact that Team Flash, they have got a lot of these first to defense turret taken down. Stellark, even though they are not that far away in terms of economy, they just don't have a proper way to really open things up.
Oh, Lawsy!
The Lord is going to be taken by the hands of Team Flash, while they are all going to go straight into Pandemonium. While Team Flash's Adamir is just going to be right in the faces of Chesty Blade and Howski. He's not too afraid of anything at all, as he's very sure of how much he can tank.
That is so beautiful. Again, Adamir with the distractive play, and Flash, none of the members of Stellark, even though they're strong in dive compositions, are able to get through to Vanix or Jay.
Yeah, exactly. And Flash, like we said, the ultimate lineup. Fully macro, just focusing on the objective and nothing else. And Adamir, whenever there's going to be a team fight, he'll be right in your face and holding all the attention on him.
Yeah, speaking of Adamir, does Stellark even have an answer to Adamir?
No.
Like they don't have a very long lockdown, like single target lockdown plus burst, right?
There's a lot of insurance onto Howski. I mean, Howski's the only one that can melt down a Uranus in the late game, but only if they get to that late game. As we're marching out on that north side, Flash trying to sync up all the waves as much as possible, trying to divert Stellark's attention, which is very, very crucial for Team Flash.
As the Lord marches into the northern side, Blade and try to whittle down the health of the Lord as much as possible to ensure that their inhibitor turret in the top lane will stay alive for a longer period of time. But unfortunately, Vanix will be able to bring that down pretty darn easily. While the rest of the members from Team Flash, they're just gonna chill around, hang a little bit, because this first Lord that they have gotten has already given them a inhibitor turret, which is more than anything else.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of teams play this 4-1 composition. In this case, Flash is putting Adamir at the offside. Stellark always taking the bait. What Stellark should have done is go towards that 4-man, try to lock down Lawsy and try to get towards Vanix and Jay.
Take a look at Lawsy here. He's in a very, very good position to go for the flicker as well as I'm offended by Blade. Able to push them away, but Lawsy just stepping up and constantly take a look at what Flash doing. Constantly on the objective. Take and go, take and go. Flash, they are here, they are drafted for objective.
This is really
not
chef's
team
kiss.
fight. Yeah.
Yeah, so honestly, this isn't exactly what I was expecting from the side of Stellark, right? In the early stages, they were great. They knew how they can pick off the opponents, but when it comes down to this moment in time, I think this is where the veterans start to shine. They know how to defend their base, and they know when they should be looking at value trading. But Stellark, on this case, they're not exactly doing that. They're actually willingly giving away all these inhibitor turrets over to Flash. They're not trying to take back what belongs to them, which is their own jungle. At that point in time, because especially their lead is like, what, 5k or something like that, they can't afford to lose one person for another as long as they find the right kind of value.
Oh,
Conceal from Lawsy, or he's going to get spotted out, or he's going to go for the flicker, maybe trying to catch out onto Chesty as well. And Chesty, he's going into a very, very bad hole. He's walking into the wrong side of the map.
He's buying a lot of time for Gen to get back safe, but the Lord is up.
They are completely split up. And now the main thing that they are looking out for is a kill on the Chesty. Forced to open the RWM, and Team Flash have got 1-man advantage in taking down this Lord, which will eventually be able to march down middle lane and help them end the game. The question is, if whether Stellark will come in to try to take that Lord out.
This is actually very, very smart. Stellark cannot afford to take this Lord. This is the 12-minute Lord, so the enhanced Lord coming in will not be viable for Stellark. They can't defend this if they get Chesty up online. They have a lot of AoE, they have a lot of high ground, but what Flash did was super, super smart. If you take a look at how they were pathing, it's a 4-1 composition, no doubt, but they were leaving all of their jungle open because they want to lure Stellark out of their base. They know the only way they can fight is within the choke points of the jungle.
Exactly, and within the choke points is where they will flourish. And right now, Stellark, they are looking to turn this around. They are very, very far behind. Take a look at Team Flash. Goal lead right now. They have 7k, but the stun land down onto Blade though. The Lord marching in. Lawsy
catches onto 2 and even the Guard, but that is going to be stopped by 2. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb for the side of Stellark. While the rest of members from the side of Team Flash is just going to be focusing on one thing and one thing only. That is going to be the call and slowly gets whittled down. And Team Flash takes themselves game number 1.
GG! Well played, Flash, showing how experience does count in a matchup like this.
Wow, Team Flash taking away that victory from Stellark SG. Wow, I have to say that was the cleanest draft, the cleanest finish, the cleanest execution. Team Flash, open and shut case.
The entirety of the match could be summed up in one statement, one word.
What is the word?
Macro play.
Macro play.
Stellark was just out macroed by Team Flash. Every single one point of time, Team Flash, they knew how to manipulate Stellark's movements into places that they don't want to be. Especially once they cleared up the tier 3s, they lured the rest of Stellark out. That is when they pounce. Once they know that they have the manpower advantage, that's when they strike yet again.
I think that this is also where kind of like quote-unquote greed comes into play, right?
Very
when
greedy.
You know that your team still have a chance, and you know that you need farm. Your Beatrix needs farm. We are willing to escort this Beatrix all the way to his lane to farm as much as possible, only to realize that is all part of Flash's plan.
That's all part of their master plan, man. Take a look at the items. Vertigo, what can you tell us about?
I mean, nothing out of the ordinary right here, but only Vanix's goal. 11.8k.
Yeah, he got the House Claws within the 3 minutes
Within
of match.
3 minutes. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I remember very specifically Vanix hit that 3 minutes 15 on that House Claw. Only then he secured his boots, and then followed by the Berserker's Fury.
Oh man, full build right from that get-go. 14 minutes into the game, Stellark still struggling to stay afloat. Housekeep even forced to build the Demon Hunter Sword just to mitigate Adamir. And Adamir, if you take a look at how he was building, usually the Uranus would build Enchanted Talisman to sustain his mana because
not
of
anymore.
the Common Emblem.
Yeah, Common Emblem now, so you don't really need that anymore.
Yeah,
yeah.
It gives a lot of
It's great.
a lot more
I love
for a
it.
defensive item, but it's not a Common Emblem if you take a
Oh,
look
wait,
at it.
what?
There's something that I noticed. He's actually know how to regulate his mana very effectively and efficiently throughout the game. So it's a very, very damagey kind of Uranus instead of the sustain Uranus that we all know and love.
I mean, he did go for sustain, right?
Yo, that's tough. That is tough to
Right?
actually be able to resource manage as a Uranus because
Without
you
the
would want
hybrid regen.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you really want to do as a Uranus is that you're already in the face of the enemies. You might as well just go ahead and go for the Ionic Disc and just really whittle down their health as much as possible. But it seems like he's not doing that all the time.
Yeah. I think his job is not to spam his skills because we always see Uranus spam his first skill. You have that 2 Beyblades just rolling around.
Yep.
But in this case, we always see Adamir really very reserved with how he uses his skills. He will proxy a wave, but not using his skills at all. Waiting for the wave to come in, using his basic attacks just to slowly but surely regenerate his health to lure the enemies out of their base. So he is a carrot that Stellark took the bait.
Wow. And Stellark right there, they kept walking into Flash non-stop over and over and over again. Take a look at that. Vanix with the highest goal per minute and Jay with the highest damage on the god with 62k. And Adamir, of course, on the Uranus as well, 144k along with Jay as well with the 6 assists on that god.
Very, very well executed play for Flash. Well drafted, I have to say so. Vanix and Jay, they were untouched. Most of the time, they were untouched because Adamir was busy buying so much space, pushing Housekeep away from the main skirmish. It's just so hard for Stellark to layer in those team fights. Yunsky jumps in but misses his jumps. I think he needs to wake up. I'm not afraid to say it. He needs to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of still nervous about the whole stage thing. I think he still feels a little bit intimidated. I mean, you're going up against veteran guys.
Okay, so one thing that we're gonna have to look out for is the damage dealt and the damage taken.
Yeah.
Completely equal.
Very
so
equal.
this is a great reference to what Churro said, is that this is literally a game of macro. And when we are talking about macro, who exactly takes the crown for MVP?
Jay. I would say Jay. Jay had a perfect game.
Jay had a perfect game
so far, but it will be Vanix. Will be Vanix. Staying back, held back. He has that Purify. I don't think he's popped that Purify, not even once in this game.
Not once.
Very, very
I don't think
calm
he
and
was
composed.
that much, right?
He wasn't. They couldn't catch him because of
couldn't catch
Lawsy. Lawsy was just throwing his body, spinning around, trying to stun lock anyone that comes their way. This creates the perfect opportunity for Jay and Vanix to just hunker down and chow down on the health of their enemies.
I think that one other thing that we're gonna have to look out for when it comes down to how Stellark can improve themselves is probably looking at non-committal engage, right?
Yeah.
Because when we are looking at Yunsky onto the Kufra, I think that was maybe about 2 or 3 times where he actually missed his Tyrant's Revenge. So it puts him in a very precarious situation.
And then he just dies.
He kind of just dies, yeah. So his team were forced to kind of back him up and try to find a way to recover the situation.
They have to clean up after him.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it is a mistake per se, but
No.
it's more of a gamble that he's trying to go for so that
Because
he's
of
able
that.
to open things up. Because they already lost the first tier defense turret very early on, and you're gonna have to open the map up, trying to find a way to really get an initiation on in order to, you know, grab my entire team. We gotta do this gamble, we gotta do this, we gotta do that. Although that is just all the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps we'll be able to see a little bit more as to how that really was the case through the highlights of Team Flash. This fight, or these fights, should be able to shed us some light.
Early game opportunity. Stellark, they have the better half because of that Marta is very, very strong early game hero. Once you get that Decimate, he's going to make full use of it. But it's always a very active play from Lalzi trying to lure out the row manipulation as is. So Chesty over here pops that row manipulation a little bit too soon, has no backup from the rest of the team, and forcing in a lot of these scene fights that Stellark knows that they can't take.
Exactly. And right there, Blade going with a nice triple kill, catching out onto 3 members. And they didn't capitalize on that lead. Look, hooked in by Yunsky, gets pushed back, Tyrant's Rage, Adamir just holding Chesty back. And right there, Stellark just falter and fall into tiny little pieces.
Yeah, this is where I want to hyper-focus on a little bit, where Vanix and Jay is at all times. Vanix and Jay always together. They're just at the back dealing a lot of damage. You have the penalty zone to try to set up. They try to go for that backline, but to no avail. It's just basic attacks upon skills, upon slows. The utility that Gort provides is so pivotal for Vanix's success. You have someone who's slowed down, who's unable to escape, and you have the Quantum Charge to be able to chase up to them, as well as the Great Dragon Spear that you buy in that late game. So Vanix, hats off to him. He played a almost perfect game.
I think that through that the highlight, it actually gave me a lot more idea as to how the dynamics and the role selection for Team Stellark really is and why it's kind of falling short, right? There's always this answer that when we are thinking of Roma and EXP later, who's going to be the one that initiates? In this game, it has solely been Junsky that's trying to open up opportunities for their team.
That's true.
Whether it be a missed committal shot or an actual shot. But the thing is, when it comes down to Yunsky actually trying to go for these shots, it's a follow-up after follow-up, right? Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage. So the only thing that you can actually land on is probably the frontliners, and that is going to be Lolsi that's playing as Ruby.
Well, to your point, actually, when Yunsky makes a jump and he misses, and they know as a team that they want to go for a fight, they send in Chu. And Chu wastes his ultimate just for that one guy. And that's not what you want to do when you have a fully team fight capable composition. So that opens up a lot of mistakes for Stellark, and Flash really capitalized on their mistakes.
And not to forget, Kufra doesn't have a lot of either.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a lot of ways to tank. While Terizla is actually a way better hero to actually open things up. You can swing your hammer. People are afraid to get close to you.
Exactly, and you can get your percentage of HP back as well.
Exactly. So you have a lot more ways to open up the map and actually catch the opponents out a lot simpler. But in that previous case, it has mostly and entirely been up to Yunsky, which I think that they gotta have to change things up in order to make things really, really work out, in order to get that crisp gameplay.
Oh.
Crisp. Eh?
Crisp?
You see where this segue is coming to, as we have the new and improved Chicken Mac Crispy. The spicy one, by the way, because let's be honest here, the spiciness is what really gives the kick, the pizzazz over to chickens. And of course, when we are talking about chickens, you gotta have to absolutely love how juicy they absolutely are. So, honestly, I'm pretty sure that you all have tasted the chicken McCrispy.
Oh, absolutely.
For sure. If you haven't had it, you haven't lived.
No, you know, I'm actually on a slight diet, so like my diet only consists of like
McCrispy,
chickens,
Oh.
proteins,
Okay.
maybe some fat. Try not to take a lot of carbs. McCrispy is the way to go, man, if you're on a diet.
Wow. So
Hear it from
coming
me
from,
first.
you're hearing it from
Yeah,
Churros.
activate that ketosis, man. You need a lot of fat and protein on your diet.
Keto diet, ketosis.
Ah.
Ketosis is the
Ketosis.
process
Ah.
of keto diet. Yeah, yeah.
I've
yeah.
never heard of the full term before. Wait, is that
Oh,
legit?
It's legit.
It's
ketosis.
low carb,
Yeah,
high
you can
fat.
Trust me, man.
Low carb,
Trust
high
me.
fat. Yeah, me too. You can.
Or you
trust
can
me.
ask Niso.
that-
Niso is also a body.
That is true. That is true. I'll trust you for now.
Thank you.
For
Thank you.
now.
Okay, well, either way, make sure you guys jump over to your nearest McDonald's and get yourself and try out the new and improved Chicken McCrispy and feel the crunch.
I like how you do it and just stare straight dead at the camera. But hey, I don't know if the second game of this series is going to be a chef's kiss, just like the first one.
Or is it going to be crispier?
Or is it going to be crispier? I don't know. I'm always very excited for close games. And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Stellark, with their aggressive gameplay, they can do it. Like the Keys to Victory said, they need to maintain their composure.
Actually, you know, based on what they have shown in the early stages of the game, I think that they are a team that should play more on pickoffs and like catch kind of composition.
Yunsky actually played a lean, mean Franco.
Oh, I mean, the Franco did somewhat grant them the win last week, right?
Yeah, with Vanguard.
So I think that there could be a possibility that they're just, you know, expanding themselves, trying things out and see how different kind of lineup and different kind of play styles eventually work for them. Maybe they don't want to stick onto a certain identity and only stick to that only. They don't want to just play catch only because that is just going to be nullified by a simple ban of the Kaja, Franco, and Cho.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe we can, you know, expand it a little bit more. And I'm pretty sure that there are many other ways to play a catch-style composition even without these three heroes.
So something like a baseball, you have a bat trying to pull it at you, and then you take that ball, you have to catch that ball.
Yep, but even as a catcher, you didn't even know that your own pitcher throws you a curveball or perhaps even a... what other balls are there?
A sinker.
Sinker, okay.
Slow ball.
He watches Ace of Diamond.
You watch Ace of Diamonds,
right?
Is that another anime reference again?
Yes.
I'm out, guys.
You watch Ace of Diamond, right?
No, I actually
watch baseball. Okay.
I don't watch MLBB. I watch MLBB and MLB.
Ah, okay. So he's a baseballer. I work out sometimes. What do you do?
I play games.
You play games. But hey, you know, a lot of like fast reflexes are attributed to gamers themselves. They have the fastest reflexes out of every single sport. I think, except motorsports. So motorsports and esports, they're on the perimeter, very, very similar, sort of like.
I mean, it all involves reflexes as well, right?
All involve reflexes.
I mean,
as well.
Abstract is really great at hiding behind objects and running towards, you know. That was so quick.
I was trying.
I mean,
it was a plan I was trying to throw.
Abstract, you know, he's good at hiding, and then he's moving from places to places.
Did I miss the joke or something? Where did this come from?
No, I was trying to test your reflex, man.
Mine?
Yes. You said you were a gamer.
Try it again.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on
me.
Yeah.
I learned. Okay, no, I learned it. I learned it
Okay,
already.
we learned it.
I
We
learned the
learned
legit one. Okay, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But previously, you know, when the code was used, it was actually used in the wrong context.
Okay.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, going back to the game, what do you think Stellark should do? Vertigo.
I think they should
Improve
be
their
more
reflexes.
confident. Yeah, improve their reflexes. That's all they need. They need to wake up. Wake up.
No, we're just kidding, really.
I mean, they are doing great.
Yeah,
They did great. You know, they did very well in the first early game as well. They got a triple kill. They just need to know how to capitalize on the lead that they have.
Exactly.
They do not know how to convert that into a win.
Yeah, so the main thing is that they get kills. They got great kills. But unfortunately, there's other than the raw value out of killing them, they don't really find another way to, you know, make full use of that. You know, the cause and effect of their death, what happens afterwards in order to really attain what you really wanted. Because what Team Flash did afterwards is that, oh, you killed 3 of my guys? Okay, we'll find some time to farm back all that amount while we make you feel busy.
Exactly, and they hard focus on the macro. Team Flash was built for macro. They're like, hey, we drafted this way. Don't forget our mission. This is how we're supposed to do it.
You know, unpopular opinion. Okay, so Flash and Stellark, their bans are pretty much the same. Paquito, Valentina, Xborg, and Fanny off the tables. Flash has the upper hand right now. But Lozi's playstyle is a little bit like Kamikaze, if I could say so myself. He likes to throw himself in the midst of battle, trying to buy enough time for his team to come in for that, to do that damage that they so desperately need to fight front to back. So Flash is pretty much a team fight oriented composition, but I'd like to bring that up a little bit. Is it a little bit too much that Lozi always throws himself? It's always that sacrificial lamb. If they you know, if Stellark finds a way to mitigate how Stellark engages within these team fights, then they could find success.
That's true. I mean, they could go
Is it
for...
too much?
Maybe a defensive draft for Stellark might work. A defensive draft. So don't ban out the Edith like you did in the first game.
Yeah.
Maybe pick that up, try to...
But
try to
Edith is
lure
more
Lozy in.
towards like in your face /
I am the
encourager rather
priestess
than
of primal
waiting
life,
and
okay.
the
they should
hunter
ban
of
it out.
all the evil
So
gods.
they do not want anything into their face. Look, the Xbox with the last insanity, the Fanny with the cables going right into your face, the Edith going right into your face as
Time
well,
to
flipping
drop
you
the
back.
beat
And
of the
this time,
book.
the
Your
Joy
team
was
is
being
picking.
open, and the Joy will go into Team Flash's hands.
Technically speaking, we can still say that Joy had still have a little bit of flexibility on that hand,
Yep.
right? But of course, excels a lot when it comes down to being in the jungle role.
Yep.
But we cannot take away the fact that Joy can still be played in the EXP lane. Now, we look at Stellark.
Wow.
Franco, you know, catch.
Wow.
They're playing fishing. They want to go fishing.
Like a
and that
fish.
is how Stellark really thrives. That pick-offs that we're talking about. I don't know if Uranus would be one of the best picks.
I think it's
right
a good
here off the
balance.
bat, but
I think it's a good balance.
It is. You can play a 4-1 composition. You
Yeah.
have Uranus in the offside as well.
Exactly.
Try to pull Flash away from that 5v5 team fight so that they can't defend against a pick-off. So I
Yeah.
understand the concepts though.
You have a
but-
pick-off, but you don't have a much burst. I mean, you have a good team
Not yet,
sustain.
at
Yeah,
least.
not
Yeah.
yet.
Not yet.
So maybe you have the Franco for the pick-off, and you're having the Uranus makes Flash things like, hey, do they want to pick off or do they want to stay in the team fight?
I actually like
That's
it.
why I love
If
voice
if you kind of think about it, Uranus in the later stages of the game opens up the map very, very effectively, which
Very
is what a
well.
Franco can't do.
Exactly.
If Franco needs to hide within our brushes and find a perfect opportunity to hook someone.
And then
So-
Uranus can be just walking around,
Yeah.
opening up the map.
So it's kind of like a vice versa kind of situation. If your Franco actually finds a hook, then the Uranus just jumps right in, and then you take the brunt of the force by four other members. Or you go out there, look for people, and give the information over to your Franco. So your Franco knows what to do, even in the laning phase, perhaps.
Yeah, the Franco was also as a reactive pick to
Your
that
team-
Joy
The southern
coming in from
seas
Flash.
are
Because-
my
Yeah,
domain.
because
That's true.
you need to be able to have a lockdown onto someone who is pretty much CC immune. You want to protect your backline enough. Try to do what Flash did, and do it in your own way. So this means that you want to create that wall to be able to protect Halski in order for him to deal as much damage as he can. But in this case, though, it might be a little bit tougher. How do you have, what kind of marksman can defend itself against a very hard-hitting sort of assassin like a Joy? Maybe even an Irthel, try to pounce out of the
I
way.
mean, they have a
team
lockdown.
is
They have a
banished.
lockdown from the Franco. All they need is someone to burst,
live
and that's in the
is
form
to
of Kadita.
trick
Oh, but
the
Flash
Oh.
gave them the Kadita, though.
Interesting.
Exactly, the
ban on the
Kadita was
Faramis.
open.
This is very interesting to me. The Faramis ban. How could the Faramis be detrimental to Stellark? It's within all these team fights. They're really preparing and buying themselves up for team fights.
This is really more of a team con.
It's very defensive coming out from Stellark, if I could say so myself.
I would really want to think that, yes, of course, one of the main primary
is the
ways
proof
of
that I'm
Stellark
still
playing is
alive.
team fight. But the secondary win condition is that you'll want to pick them off. You'll want to find a way to really fully capitalize on that kind of pickup potential, which is definitely what a Kadita can do. And on the sidelines, Franco can do that as well. They work in tandem and hand in hand. So honestly, I do like what Stellark is trying to do so far. But how is Flash going to fight back against this? Because I'm confused with the Ruby pick. What exactly allows them, or rather, what exactly gives them the idea that, yeah, we gotta pick Ruby here?
The Ruby is just to act as a wall to defend Jay
Sand
as well
rises
as Vanny.
when I give the
Yet
word.
again, that in game number 1, how they methodically orchestrated a lot of these team fights. Lozy throws his body in, CC controls, stun locks, everything all the way down onto Stellark. They are focusing their fire onto taking down Lozy, wasting their resources so that Jay and Vanix are able to just dish out that damage. So they want to repeat that again. So in this case, though, they have to face up against a Kadita and a Franco, which sort of pulls their team fight capabilities apart. Now, this makes a lot of sense when Lozy throws his body and
Your
turns
team is
himself into a
picking.
sacrificial lamb again. He wants to lure out the suppressive fire coming in from Franco. Once the Bloody Hun has been exhausted, then Adamir or Hades is able to come in with the Joy to deal the damage.
I mean, technically, if we're talking about Ruby, Ruby is also a catch hero.
A very catchy hero. I mean, Team Flash, they are built for in-your-face kind of fighters, right?
So they have a
the
very
Joy.
similar kind of playstyle,
Exactly.
team composition to a certain extent.
That's
They
right.
are literally going to be
Your
butting heads
team is
against one
3,000
another. Both
worlds.
of these teams have
And
got
not
way
a
of catching.
single
Both of
worthy
these
foe.
teams wants to play in a team fight. But now I think that Flash needs to really consider, how do they stop this Uranus? How do they make sure that he's not too annoying to the Bruno?
Well, the trick is you don't care about the Uranus. You don't have to deal with it.
You don't?
You don't really have.
Yeah, you
because
don't
he
deal
doesn't-
with the Uranus.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of damage on the Uranus itself.
It's a
Uranus
slow
can
burn.
always run back if you try to chase
It's
him.
time
he's
to go to the
always bait.
R&D show.
Flash,
Some
they don't
fun.
want to take that bait. They want to play within this protect composition. They want to fight 5 on 4. They know that Uranus is going to be on that offside. So what this means is that Stellark, most of the time, they will play as 4
Your
units
team
Wipe out
together.
all the injustice in the
and
world.
Van- oh, wow. Okay.
Whoa.
Wow.
Cho jungle? Oh, Joy jungle.
Joy jungle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Joy is
jungle.
and
Ruby
this is
EXP.
going to be...
Ruby XP. Ruby
Yeah.
XP makes a lot of sense. It's sort of like a unmovable object versus an unstoppable force. Both
Yeah.
of them will not go anywhere with the Uranus and the Ruby.
So now we're going to be left with the final pick from Stellark. The win condition himself. What are we
What?
looking at?
You need range.
Chivalry
You
is
need range.
dead.
Beatrix is always a
And
safe
I
bet,
will
but
revive
it will
it.
be the Clint going in for
I
Stellark.
mean, with the inclusion of the Brody ban and the Irritor ban as well, I mean, it's kind of forcing Stellark into a corner as well and forcing them to pick the Clint.
A lot of crowd control coming in from Flash. Stellark retaliates with something with a lot of long range. The only tough thing to do is to understand the patterns that Hades wants to go in. So by patterns, I mean the rhythm of Joy.
Rhythm
with
of
the Joy right now in the jungle, you are able to just maintain your stacks, get your stacks up, and then use the crystal to get the additional range to go into a lot of these team fights. So they just need to be prepared for the Joy coming in.
So now we are looking at a catch versus catch, team fight versus team fight kind of plays down from both Flash and Stellark. Which team is going to be the one that can catch better? Which team is going to be the one that can
5
play
stacks settle the
better?
enemy enemies
As we
with
look
battle
at the
battles.
potential
Smash,
final
smash,
game
smash.
of today's series,
All
match
troops
point
deployed.
between Stellark versus Team Flash.
Wow, game number 2, guys.
Welcome
Team Flash
to
and Team Stellark.
Mobile
Who do you guys have?
Legends.
Honestly, it's tough.
Right?
Yeah,
it's
it's very
very
tough
balanced.
right now.
It's 50-50 here.
It is 50-50, but taking a look at how Yunsky is biting a little bit too much, then he can chew. He is forced to recall, so this is the early stage of that game that he's still going to be staying at level 1. Bear in mind that I think he got that roam boost very, very early on, so Flash forcing him to retreat is very, very pivotal. He's also got that focusing mark, so they want to hunker down on that pick-off damage.
Chu is actually on a fighter emblem.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going for the Spell Vamp, the Impure Rage, as well as the movement speed as well. I mean, he wants to kill, like, oh.
It just boggles my mind too. Like Uranus with the Mage Emblem, yeah, I understand. Uranus with the support
Basic-
emblem and
yeah.
the common emblem, I understand. You have
Yeah.
a lot of lives to
Exactly.
sustain. But now you have the fighter
Fighter
emblem.
emblem.
A lot of defense, but hold on a second, you're lousy.
Oh, Blade.
I don't think that he's going to go down that early, but Hades going into the fray. He's already at level 4 and just popping off the Rhythm of Joy. He manages to bring Blade down, and that, by the way, is the jungler of Stellark.
Massive bait.
no,
Massive
biggest
bait from
bait.
lousy, man.
They
Biggest
know.
bait. I mean, take a look at Hades already. He has cleared jungle so fast as compared to Blade on the Martis. Joy jungle is really, really broken.
A great amount of mobility, great amount of damage, and
Great clear.
Great clear as well. So now the problem is Blade is still at level 3. But to be
will go to
fair,
level 4 soon.
yeah, he's going to be level 4 very, very soon. So at least when it comes down to EXP-wise, they're not too far apart. But the problem is what happens
Oh, the hook.
after the turtle is taken down.
Jay?
And Jay currently do not have black shoes just yet. Chu is just going to be in your face of Jay. And will be able to bring him down
team
just so
hero has
easily
been
as Blade
slain.
dunks onto him. And that is the one kill that Stellark needs in order to equalize the game for now.
So Stellark, this is looking very good for them. if they can secure that turtle, but it doesn't look like Blade wants to be able to fight for that turtle. So I think a communication error, you could call it that. Yusuke still doesn't have his level 4. It is 2 minutes 26 seconds on the clock so far.
They're just playing the Draka Turtle game, you know?
Oh, the hook?
Between Adamir as well as Chu. But Adamir had decided to start the fight down onto Chu a little bit as a poke, I gotta have to say. But Hades decides to go all in. Yusuke would like to start something for themselves as well. Stellark is still together, marking war onto one, allowing them to actually bring Lawsy down. And that is going to be the catch that we are looking out for from the side of Stellark with a great amount of suppress.
And that was a really, really great catch by Yusuke as well on the Franco. Yet again, he keeps landing these iron hooks over and over.
And I don't think
Hades. Wow!
Hades still managed to get right under the skin of Stellark and take the turtle down.
Takes the turtle, takes the Lethal Wanderer. He is so far ahead of Blade. Even though Blade has 2 kills, this is looking pretty good for Flash. They don't want to make any mistakes in those team fights, in those skirmishes. They want to just focus their attention on that heavy lane towards that goat lane. Take a look at the micro decisions that they're making. Vanix is not making a move. He's just freezing that lane, and so is Howski. Both of them, they don't want to be a little bit too close towards either one of their turrets, even though that is one of the core objectives of the entirety of that match. Take a look at how Vanix moves again. It's 3 minutes 40 seconds. He has his first core item.
Already with the Haskell, I mean, because of the early game fight, the very first fight, they had to rotate and then causing Vanix to lose a little bit of farm, but no worries, he's still able to it's a game of catch right now. And I have to say, during that turtle fight, Chesty went in, goes for the petrify, but gets flickered out.
Oh,
and
what a play! Yusuke flickers plus the bloody hunt down to Vanix. They really want to bring him down, but unfortunately, all of that have turned into dust as Blade is taking the brunt of the damage on from the side of Vanix as well as Jay. But both of them still alive. Great flicker plus Jikundo combo, but that is going to put Lawsy in a very bad spot, and so will Hades. 2 of the Flash members has gone down. It's going to be a quick trade, but Vanix is still alive. He's going to be right in the face and fighting against Howski. He's going to that score against Stellark.
The power of Haskell. Vanix just staying back. Wait, Chu is coming in.
Oh, Savage?
Okay, he won't get a Savage.
No.
He won't get a Savage.
What a play from Vanix. You can take a look at the player cam. All smiles from Vanix. What a play. Insane. We can hear the whole ground shaking as well.
He knows his power spike. Once Haskell has been built, he's able to sustain through all the way, especially with that quantum charge and Jay on that hand. Jay also gave him that kill so that he's funneling Vanix a little bit higher, a little bit faster.
Exactly.
Vanix is breaking the norms as to what people usually say about gold lane. Don't join the second turtle. Don't join the second turtle. But look at what Vanix is doing here. He's literally wanting to join out the battle as Lawsy opens things up onto Yusuke. And that is going to be the first person taken down, while Blade was hoping that he would be able to do something against Hades. But with only a sliver of health, he needed to go for the retribution down onto Adamir in order to get away. But here comes Chesty with a great breath in the ocean plus the ultimate that eventually brings Adamir down.
I love the team trust right here. I mean, they trusted Vanix. They say, Vanix, clear out the mid lane, take the turret. We got this fight.
He is so objective focused. Vanix didn't even join in that turtle fight. He went for the objective. The rest of that turtle fight was just a distraction.
5K.
Stellark away.
Oh,
hold on
the
a second
hook.
here. The hook and the stun over to Jay. He gets taken down.
That is what Stellark's game plan technically is, isn't it?
Yeah,
just pick-offs and pick-offs. But the question is, what happens after the pick-off? Because Stellark, they are always, kind of huddling together. It feels like even after picking off, they're still huddling together. They are what I see is that they gotta have to play the macro game. They gotta have some kind of lane priority when they go for a pick-off. You bring the opponents to a certain place that you want them to go to.
But Lawsy is safe. He has that Jikundo. Can get out the way as well. But Flash, though, taking a look at itemization right here. Haskell's Berserker Fury already built up for this Bruno. Vanix is really starting to shine, whereas Howski only has one of his core items. The Endless Battle is enough, don't get me wrong, but it's slowly but surely buying the most expensive item in the POT.
Yeah, I mean, he had to go for the Endless Battle first in order for the crit as well as the true damage, and then go for the BOD for that flat physical attack damage. But then, look at Vanix, he's like, you know what, I'm just gonna go crit and lifesteal.
Yeah, he has that warrior boots as well. Usually the Bruno would just forgo the warrior boots, go
Swift
in
boots?
all swift boots,
Yeah.
or actually, yeah, it's just the swift boots right there.
But he
just to get a
doesn't
little
need
bit
it.
more attack speed because he wants to be able to make sure that he stays alive for his team. It's very different when you fight a competitive match where you have to be able to make sure that you are able to be in a defensive position as well.
I think that Stellark right now, they are finally going to make a move onto the bottom lane. Actually, this is probably the second time. The first time they wanted you to go for the Flicker plus Flicker plus Bloody Hunt combo, but in the end, it didn't seem like it was pretty much of a battle trade. It became a, well, pretty equal trade actually, so they couldn't manage to turn things around.
Look at the damage.
Much. Don't worry. Yeah.
Hades will be safe,
Hades
but the
would be
rest
able
of
to
the
kill,
Kampong is coming in. Stellark.
This is what Stellark is trying to look out for, maybe. But we're talking about a Joy who has the mobility as great as, what, an F1 car?
Yeah, he's skedaddling out the way, safe and sound. Now, the win conditions for Flash are shifting. You have Hades on that Joy playing in the offlane, so a 4-1 composition again. But now, with very, very strong lockdown to CC. But talking about lockdown, Chu gets pulled back late over there for that defense. Adamir trying to source out where Chesty is, which is hiding. They don't want to make any sudden move.
Oh, and Team Flash, they're actually going to go for a little bit of a side lane push as well. There is some caveats as to how when the Team Flash can actually go for a fight. Stellark, they definitely know that. They're not sending anyone to defend the bottom lane at all. That push would eventually get a hold of Stellark's current scoreline and current game plan. But Joy is coming back soon. Vanix though, even without the Joy, manages to find a kill down on Chesty. The one that can really pick up the opponent. Lousy! Combo down on the Yusuke. That is going to be the second person down on the side of Stellark. While Jay, he went straight in and he did manage to peel for the team. Black shoots out of it. And Flash has a free Lord for themselves. And they are all still at full HP.
Oh man, Stellark. Chesty actually, he wanted to wait for Vanix to come online, but he couldn't pop his rough ways because of the stun lock coming in from Adamir as well as Lousy. You have two super stunny heroes with a lot of crowd control that Stellark can't handle. Every single team fight, all you can do is pray that Yusuke gets the hook on the right target. There's no way they can dive in from that back line, especially since you're on that Mortis again. In that late game, it sort of falls off a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty tanky, right? He's pretty tanky. He's going to be able to sustain. He's there to soak the damage for you as well. But we're talking about a Martis here. I mean, you have the Decimation. You can easily take down Hades as well as Jay, Vanix as well. And that's already 3 members on the side of Team Flash gone.
He is thick. He does have the Garden Helm, but not enough defense just as of yet, especially for that Bruno. But you have a lot of unforeseen magic damage coming in from that Lilia as well. Jay doing Lord's work. Coming in from that bottom side. Flash is really incredible, just zoning everyone out, finding out information, intelligence, every single point of the way, which makes Stellark's approach, Stellark's engages and ambushes a little bit tougher to beat.
Oh, the hook of Vanix coming in, and Adamir is trying to look up for these kind of catch opportunities for the side of Flash. This actually helped them to drag out the fight for a little while longer. However, Stellark, they still have got resources to actually deal with a lot down in the bottom side.
There's a lot of lane priority for Flash that Stellark needs to handle. You have waves crashing in from that north, from the south, and from the mid as well. Stellark really hunkering down. They can't go out because they can't go out.
They can't go out. I mean, they're stuck right there in the base. They have to clear out the wave. They have to push out the wave in order for Stellark to gain map control.
Even though they are kind of like a catch team, they can't seem to catch any more from this point in time. The amount of gold deficit is starting to really set in for Stellark. And while Flash, they are also a team that has the catch. We're not talking about the Ruby, we're talking about Joe as well. They cannot disrespect what Flash has at this point too.
The cover and concealment coming in. Lousy looking for the right target.
Oh, they actually found Kadita though.
They found Chesty.
Chesty
gets taken out. That's a lot of damage coming in from his Hades as well.
That's not great. That's not great.
Oh, the solo kill coming out from Jay ended. Oh, I'm offended.
It doesn't seem like teams just from the side of Team Stellark, they have a lot of ways to just lock down onto Team Flash. I mean, the one only lockdown that we're talking about is Yusuke with the suppression of the Bloody Hunt. Aside from that, Blade gonna have to really really be in the face of Flash to really do something at all at this point in
Lawsy.
time. Lawsy just gonna be jumping down on the Blade while Hades focuses on Husky. That brings Husky back home and allows Flash sometimes to breathe away from the massive amount of damage that this Clint is capable of doing. Regardless of all of that, Stellark, the defender against Flash's push.
They have to start, they have to start closing this out, right? If Team Flash, if they were to let this go even further as well, Stellark, they would be very a force to be reckoned with, right? The late game Uranus, a late game Tanky Martis, a late game Clint, wow, it's just not gonna be enough.
Well, I mean, for Flash, they're playing the same thing that they did in the previous game. They have control of the entirety of the map. But they're not staying in the jungle for too long. But one second right here.
They really want to go for a catch on the enemy, but unfortunately that wasn't going to be the case. Lawsy goes for the kick down on Chu. They probably want to isolate on Chu, or do they really want to bring it down? Yes, they can, and yes, they will. All of 5 members of Flash is still going to be alive, and they will be marching down in mid, even with a very lonely Ballista.
A very good pick off
on the hook.
Chu, but hold on a second, they're still skirmishing, cycling through. A good pick up on the Chu. I want to complete my sentence right here and right now because Chu is the one that's creating a lot of map pressure for Flash. Once you take Chu out of the way, you take control of the entirety of that map. Pass lane priority, lane control. You don't have to worry about your side lanes. You can't use as fire.
Jay is really going above and beyond in pushing Stellark away. Well, the rest of Stellark is pretty much busy with dealing in the middle lane and ensuring that they don't get ended. We also have Hades that went backwards a little bit and dealt with the Lord. As such, a free Lord available for Flash with a 9,000 gold lead. What exactly is this going to be transpiring into?
I mean, Flash, this is what Stellark was supposed to do, right? In the previous game, they had the lead, they're supposed to capitalize on the lead. But Flash, this is how they capitalize on that early game maniac as well. They started pushing, they started getting, snowballing even faster and faster and faster. And they are focusing on objective as much as possible.
10,000 gold lead, that's the bento box and a half for Flash. You have a lot of items that you can bring up right now. 15 minutes into the game, Stellark is taking themselves out of the way. There's nothing that they can do to retaliate it. If you're playing Petita competition, all you can do is try to get an answer, but you can't.
Waves completely synced up now. The Lord is actually still alive, while Lawsy focuses on the Yusuke. Yusuke expended a quick little flicker plus the bloody hunt down onto Hades. And with that all said and done, the Lord is still alive, and they will be focusing down on the core with Flash attaining the second win. And in that case, a match series win.
A massacre from the side of Flash, really showing us how to win this series in a flash.
Wow, Flash taking this game away. Well, that puts Flash in a win streak, right?
In a top spot, yeah. In the top spot there. I think they are the top in the upper bracket so far.
Oh yeah, because at the start of today, it was Homebois and Flash.
Yep.
But unfortunately, Homebois have been quote-unquote dethroned
Correct.
by RSG in a very unfortunate 2-1 fashion, which looked very promising, by the way.
Very.
But regardless of all of that, we look at Flash now. Everyone will have their eyes set on these heroes as to how are they supposed to move on from this point, and how are they going to fare in the rest of the weeks to come.
Well, I mean, Team Flash right now, they're like a powerhouse to be, and they are forced to be reckoned with. I mean, Team Flash, they're showing up on and on again, week and week again. I mean, we have to see it for tomorrow, but let's take a look at the items here. Husky with only 3 core items. Take a look at the goal difference here between Husky and Vanix.
Vanix already 6 core items being built up. He might have had that time to sell his warrior boots to get even more items, maybe even a BOD to just add salt into their wounds.
Yeah, just to top it off.
Just to top it all off, right? Like, Flash has a lot of pure damage, going pure damage all the way through. Adamir and Lawsy, once it reaches the midpoint of that game, they ditch their lanes and they just focus their attention onto protecting Vanix, protecting Jay, because they knew that their win condition was to keep Vanix safe, and they did that phenomenally well. Hades went on the offside to apply map pressure, try to split Stellark apart, and it worked very, very beautifully. This was a very well orchestrated game, very textbook. Don't go for fights, very disciplined, go for objectives instead.
Very, very good play. And let's take a look at the emblems that's going to be coming up on the screen right now. Anything out of the ordinary for you, Churros?
Yeah, this is interesting. I thought like it would be the fighter emblem for the Uranus. I think it might have been the fighter emblem if I'm not mistaken right here.
I think, yeah.
It was the fighter emblem.
I thought it was a fighter emblem as well. Or is either it was a fighter emblem or it's supposed to be a mage emblem. So a little bit of a situation for us here, but regardless, aside from the Uranus, I think everyone else's picks are, in terms of emblem picks, are pretty much within
Phenomenal,
the norm,
yeah,
right?
within the norm.
Yeah, actually, maybe a little bit different from what I would expect from Chesty, right?
Yep.
When we are looking at a Kadita, we want more of that penetration. We want more of that burst. So I was expecting more of an assassin emblem, but if you're looking at a Lilia, a mage emblem is understandable with that cooldown reduction as such.
Yep, I think Chesty might have been going for a little bit more of a defensive approach, maybe using the knock-up ability that Kadita has for a defensive kind of play here. But taking a look at the kill participation and the stats all across the board, Chu just taking a lot of damage. I mean, rightly so, because he's a
Uranus things, yes.
But the rest of the players on that board is from Team Flash. A lot of damage dealt by Vanix himself. There's no way for Stellark to dive straight into Vanix at all.
65k on Vanix as well, and Jay with a total assist of 10 on this Lilia, and Hades with a 829 gold per minute as a Joy in the jungle.
Now, a lot of teams are going to be looking at Team Flash. They are one of the biggest giants. Their strategies, their picks, they will be analyzed very closely by a lot of the other teams, especially the other Titans like RSG and Bleed.
Yep.
So this team, a very top spot contender in this season. Frankenstein Flash is actually working out.
I cannot wrap my head around as to who is the outstanding one in Flash.
Yeah.
I cannot for the life of me.
You have to choose one, but every one of them is
I think it's Jay.
playing
To me, it's Jay.
Very good game.
I mean, to me, it's Jay. I mean, Jay, it kind of centers around Jay as well. You know, I mean, Jay, he's very aggressive. He's not too aggressive as well. He sits together with Vanix in a very good vantage point. You know, he goes in where he needs to.
I think it's still Vanix for the Mania.
Vanix
Really?
Yeah.
No, are we talking about MVP or?
No, like match MVP.
Oh, match MVP Vanix. It has to be Vanix.
Okay, yeah.
I thought you mean as a team.
Yeah, it's Vanix right here.
It has to be.
Prioritizing a lot of the movement speed and having a lot of defensive builds from that Purify is something that I wasn't expecting from this build. So I'm learning quite a bit from this. Usually as a Bruno, you want to take the flicker to dash away from opponents, but he is sort of like predicting the hooks onto him, predicting the stunts onto him, and he wants to just mitigate that all together.
And as such, we have the conclusion of this entire series. But before we even jump onto that, we still have the mic check, whereby we'll be able to listen out to the conversations.
I want to listen to
what exactly happens. Because let's be honest here, Team Flash's communications, they are quite loud and repetitive.
Very loud. I mean, Lousy especially, right?
Lousy is especially loud. So we're just going to cut to the chase and listen out to, well, what kind of chaos was behind all of that gameplay.
Go away.
Hey, no jump, no jump.
I'm coming out, guys. Nice. Kufa behind, Kufa first. Kufa no flicker. Take down. Go top.
I walk in.
Kufa. There is no flicker. Back. Oh, go on. I'm flanking, guys. I'm flanking.
Okay.
Yeah, surprise. Happy birthday.
Okay. Happy birthday. Okay, bro.
Wow, brothers.
Happy birthday, bro.
Happy birthday.
Go back up the lot. I go and.
There is no.
Slow. Relax.
Being fire.
I'm half.
If no box.
Hey, retreat.
Hey, come here.
Kufa. Kai Kufa.
Lock.
I'm taking the beatrix. Nice.
Franco no flicker.
Hey, Matis.
Do him out, hey.
Nice.
Happy birthday.
I
can go.
Go.
Hey, Matis.
Relax, guys. Relax.
Can.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Chesty. Happy birthday, Chesty.
Happy birthday. It's all about a flank, so it's a surprise. Surprise! And you know what else is a surprise for you?
Where was this going?
I have no idea.
McDonald's.
Here's a surprise. What happens when I press this button? Actually, they can't really see anything, so yeah, it's fine.
I mean, you got a Mac. You give them a Mac.
Hey guys, so I wanted to say Vanix was just a very quiet person in real life, but in the game he's a totally different monster.
He's a beast.
Yeah, same beast, different animal.
Yeah.
Was that the quote? Same animal, different beast.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Whatever it is, I want to see who is the one getting interviewed. I want to know their thoughts.
It has to be Vanix.
It has to be Vanix. It has to be Vanix. It is his birthday. You gotta have to give him the airtime, and it will be wrong.
It's not his birthday. It's Chesty's birthday.
Sorry.
It's Chesty's birthday.
It's Chesty's birthday, so it's gotta be. Yeah, sorry, I say wrong. Okay, so we'll move on to looking at Chesty's interview. So we're gonna be passing the microphone over to Shadow Yao. But before that, a goodbye from us. My name's Abstract. With me here is Churros, as well as Vertigo and Jace behind the scene. We'll come back and take a look at the games tomorrow. But for now, Cheryl, take it away.
Hi friends! So what an amazing series it was, and right now I have Hades right beside me. Kamusta kapo?
What again?
Hello, welcome. So I assume Kamusta kapo is how are you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, kamusta?
Kamusta po?
I'm good. My teammates treating me well, so I don't feel homesick.
Hades, you look like you're forced to say that. Are they holding you hostage?
Because they are here.
Okay, so it has been an amazing week so far for you guys, even though today is only first day of week 2. But you guys are right now on the top of the list, not dropping a series. So what do you have to say about that?
We are happy about the results, but I think we cannot be so complacent because it's still regular season and the real fight is in playoffs.
Right, so that's a good mentality to have. Right here we have Longzi just like, yes, that's right. So I do have another question for you, and that is, how do you navigate around your teammates? They are so loud, so how are your years doing so far?
I think I'm already used to it because in Scrim they are more louder.
I cannot imagine. Do you have like a mute button or something that you could turn on?
I don't mind them if in Scrim because they're so talkative.
All right. So since you're from the Philippines, how did Team Flash find you?
My manager Joseph watching my game last season in Geek Farm.
And then that's how they linked you up to join Team Flash.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting team, to say the least. So far, you know, in the regular season, what do you have to say, or rather, what one word you can use to describe your teammates?
Loud.
Loud, I see, and we all can hear that as well. So right now, since you have played pro in the Philippines and now here in Singapore, do you think that there's any differences between the countries?
I think just the macro, because in the Philippines the team macro there is so good.
Right. And so something I heard from the team is, I understand you love to eat rice.
Yeah.
And apparently your love for rice is not even a love, it's an obsession.
Yeah.
So today I have a very special segment for you where you're probably the only first person in interview to eat right here at our studio, and I've prepared rice for you. So first up, try this. I can hold the mic for you.
Alright.
This is chicken rice.
Yeah.
I dare not say it's from Singapore, but it is a popular dish in Singapore. You can try this for the first dish. Rice. I've added a chicken for bonus, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't touch it.
Okay.
Anyway, the first person right here for the interview segment to... Oh, he ate the chicken. I heard he doesn't eat the chicken. He only eats Jollibee, apparently. You don't have to finish everything, just one mouth. Okay. So far, how is it? Have you tried it so far in Singapore?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna give you a few moments to chew, but this is Singapore chicken rice, popular within Singapore. So this is the first rice that you have, and then the next one, he needs water. So probably after this interview, I'm going to ask him, do you still love rice that much? Probably not, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Okay, so the next rice I got is also representative of our Muslim friends, and this is nasi goreng. Right, so try this. Second, one mouth lah.
Just one bite.
Well, just one bite. Of course, you're not going to finish it. You're not going to buy an entire packet for you. Okay, after that, he can be a food influencer already. Okay, I'll take that from you. And then, and then our next rice is also representative of our Indian community right here in Singapore. And this is chicken biryani. I've never seen someone eat under so much pressure before. Oh, this one he said good. Oh, okay. So, overall, all the 3 rice that you have, which one was your favorite? 1, 2, or 3? Actually, I still have number 4 and 5. Do you want to try?
I think the 1, because I always eat it.
Oh, okay. So 1.
Yeah.
It goes to chicken rice. Okay, so now we all know that Hades love our Singapore number 1 staple food, chicken rice. And final question for you, Hades, would be, if you have to compare Singapore rice and Philippine rice, where does the vote go to?
I think if we're talking about fried rice, I love the fried rice in Singapore.
But I feel like there's a but.
No, I just love fried rice in Singapore. My manager always get mad because I always want to eat
So
fried rice.
can I say that you like Singapore rice more than Philippine rice?
No comment.
Sorry?
No comment.
No, you have to comment. But it can only go one way, because the other way I'm gonna book you the ticket to go right on back to Philippines. Okay, so overall you like the rice here in Singapore.
Yeah, I like.
Fantastic. Yay! So thank you so much for being my first taste tester right here. And thank you so much for being so appreciative of our Singapore traditions and our cuisines as well. And you have been absolutely dominating here over at the Land of Dawn for MPLSG Season 6. Thank you so much for joining us. Do you have anything you want to say to our audiences? They're all very excited about you, actually.
Shout out to the fans of Team Flash. I hope you won't get tired supporting us. And shout out to my family in Philippines and my friends, Zepsi and Kalen.
Yay! So thank you so much, Hades. Amazing. I feel like he's so full. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Hades right here from Team Flash. Now that was absolutely amazing, and this draws a close right here to week 2, day 1 at MPLSG Season 6. So, with that being said, wonderful matches that we have seen today. So let's take a look at the overall standings. So here on your respective screens, we see the overall standings, and this definitely has to be celebrated with all wonderful rice in Singapore. Team Flash SG right now in first position with 8 points to their name. Trailing right behind them, we have Bleed Esports right now with 7 points to their name. Falling behind today, we have Homebois SG with 6 points, tied neck to neck with RSG SG with 4 points to their name, just inching up into the upper brackets for now. And in 5th position, we have Team Evil. In 6th, we have Stellark SG with 3 points. And then we have Vanguard Esports securing 2 points for themselves today But of course, we also have Alchemy SG, as of now, not having any points to their name. Now, this is the overall standing so far, but of course, still anything can change. And we could see that our teams have been working hard, to get that momentum, especially right now. We are already in week 2. So with that being said, you can also anticipate exciting lineups tomorrow as well. So let's take a look at tomorrow's match schedule. So as you see here on your respective screens, this will be the next day's schedule for tomorrow, Sunday. Now we're going to be kickstarting match 1 with a very anticipated match, and this is a long-standing feud match between Bleed Esports against RSG SG, and that is starting our week 2, day 2 at 10 a.m. Followed by match 2, we see Vanguard Esports crossing swords with Stellark SG at 12:30 p.m. Followed by match 3. This is going to be an exciting match as well, as we see Homebois SG duking it out with Team Evil happening at 3 p.m. And closing off the show for match 4, we see Team Flash going head-to-head against Alchemy SG at 5:30 p.m. So wow, what an exciting lineup we see tomorrow as well. So yes, you can definitely tune in to MPLSG Season 6 on all of your favorite platforms, such as YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and TikTok. And let's not forget, if you want to get seats as our live audience, remember to follow us on our social media channels, such as MPL.SG.official. Now, MPLSG Season 6 wouldn't have been possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. MPLSG Season 6 is powered by Moontan and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. Our official partner, Head & Shoulders. And our partners in esports, OSIM. Now, this draws an end right here to week 2, day 1. But of course, tomorrow is going to be an exciting day as well. So remember to toss your lucky guess coins in the correct direction. Or if you don't know how to vote, this is why you got to join us right here at MPLSG Season 6. So we'll see you tomorrow and have a good day.